62193, The Wizard Knight, Book 2, by Gene Wolfe. Copyright 2004 by Gene Wolfe. Read by Michael Scherer.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Sir Abel of the High Heart, formerly American Arthur Ormsby, returns to Mythgarthr from the realm of Skai. Now a full-fledged knight, Sir Abel must fulfill his vows by restoring proper order within the seven worlds. Sequel to The Knight, RC 60301. Some descriptions of sex and some violence. 2004. From the book jacket. A novel in 2 volumes, The Wizard Knight is in the rare company of those works that move past the surface of fantasy and drink from the wellspring of myth. Magic swords, dragons, giants, quests, love, honor, nobility, all the familiar features of fantasy come to fresh life in this masterful work. The first half of the journey, The Knight, which you are advised to read first to let the whole story engulf you from the beginning, took a teenage boy from America into Mythgarthr, the middle realm of 7 fantastic worlds. Above are the gods of Skai, below are the capricious elf, and more dangerous things still. Journeying throughout Mythgarthr, the boy gains a name, Abel, a new brother, an elf queen lover, a supernatural hound, and the desire to prove his honor and become the noble knight he always knew he would be. Coming into Jotunland, home of the frost giants, Abel, now Sir Abel of the High Heart, claims the great sword eternity from the dragon who has it. In reward, he is ushered into the castle of the Valfather, king of all the gods of Skai. Thus begins the second part of his quest. The wizard begins with Abel's return to Mythgarthr on his steed Cloud, a great mare the color of her name. Abel is filled with new knowledge of the ways of the sevenfold world and possessed of great magical secrets. His knighthood now beyond question, Abel works to fulfill his vows to his king, his lover, his friends, his gods, and even his enemies. Abel must set his world right, restoring the proper order among the denizens of all the 7 worlds. The Wizard is a charming, riveting, emotionally charged tale of wonders, written with all the beauty one would expect from a writer whom Damon Knight called a national treasure. If you've never sampled the works of the man Michael Swanwick, described as the greatest writer in the English language alive today, the 2 volumes of The Wizard Knight are the perfect place to start. About the author. Gene Wolfe is the author of 24 novels and hundreds of shorter stories. He is best known for the 3 multi-part series, The Book of the New Sun, The Book of the Long Sun, and The Book of the Short Sun. Over his 40-year career, he has won the Nebula Award, the John W. Campbell Award, the British Science Fiction Award, the Locus Award, the Riesling for Poetry, and many others. In 1996, he was given a Lifetime Achievement Award by the World Fantasy Convention. He lives in Barrington, Illinois, with his wife Rosemary. Other books by Gene Wolfe. The Book of the Short Sun, On Blue's Waters, In Green's Jungles, Return to the Whorl. The Book of the New Sun, Shadow and Claw, comprising The Shadow of the Torturer and The Claw of the Conciliator. Sword and Citadel, comprising The Sword of the Lictor and The Citadel of the Autarch. The Book of the Long Sun, Litany of the Long Sun, comprising Night Side of the Long Sun and Lake of the Long Sun. Epiphany of the Long Sun, comprising Call Day of the Long Sun and Exodus from the Long Sun. Novels. The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Devil in a Forest, Peace, Free Live Free, The Earth of the New Sun, Latro in the Mist, comprising Soldier of the Mist and Soldier of Arate. There Are Doors, Castleview, Pandora by Holly Hollander. Novellas: The Death of Dr. Island, 7 American Nights. Collections: Endangered Species, Stories from the Old Hotel, Castle of Days, The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories, Strange Travelers, Innocents Aboard. Dedicated with love and respect to Lord Dunsany, author of The Riders. You asked to become a knight, not an expert on knighthood. To train you further would make you into a scholar, not a fighting man. What remains for you to learn you must learn by living and doing. Yves Maynard, The Book of Nights. Ben, I was not going to put in another list of names, but I thought, what if he does not get the first part? So here is another. If you got the first half of my letter, you will remember who Desiree is, and Bold Berthold, and a lot of the others, but I have put them in anyway just in case. Not every name is here. I am sure I missed a few, and some don't matter. Abel. This is what they call me here. It is really the name of Berthold's brother, whom Desiree switched for me. Elf. The people Kulili made. Elfris, the world under Mythgarthr where I am now. Augur, Martyr's Marshal. Alvit, the Valkyrie who carried me to Skai. Amabel, the woman who saved Pain when his mother died. Angerborn, the giants of the ice country, Jotunland. Arn, one of Garveon's archers. Arnthor, the king. His father was a human king, but his mother was a water dragon. Seter was his brother. Baki, the elf maid who healed me with her blood. Beal, the ambassador Arnthor sent to Jotunland. Bergelmir, one of Ymir's parts that lived. The kings of the giants come from him. Berthold, the man who took me in after I got to Mythgarthr the first time. Borda, the captain of Idun's bodyguards. Borgelmir, the right head of one of Schildstar's friends. Beimer, a giant I killed with a spit. Cloud, the best charger anybody ever had. Collie, a baron of Celadon that I freed. Crawl, the herald who helped me when I met Beal's party. Dandon, another baron of Celadon that I freed. Desiree, the woman I love and the girl I love, both. Eager, one of Beal's upper servants. He was in charge of the baggage train. Elysian, the world where the Most High God lives. It is above all the rest. Irak, one of Arnthor's own knights. Escan, the Earl Marshal. Etella, a slave girl owned by a smith in the town of Utgard. Eterni, the mother of swords. Farvan, my puppy. Fenrir, he is as bad as the giants of winter and old night ever get. He bit off the arm of an overkine I used to know and liked a lot. Fiach, a warder in the dungeon under Thor Tower. Folkvanger, the lady's house. You would not believe how big it is or how nice. Forseti, Martyr's town near Sheerwall Castle. Frigg, the Valfather's queen and Thunor's mother. She is a beautiful, quiet lady everybody loves. Galeen, a woman I found begging in Kingsdoom. Garseg. This is just a name Seter used sometimes when he made himself an elf. He was nice to me. Garveon, the knight who taught me how to fight with a sword. Ged, a warder in the dungeon under Thor Tower. Gerda, the woman Berthold loved. Gilling, the king of Jotunland. Grengarm, the dragon I killed. His picture is on my shield. Gilf, He was really one of the Valfather's dogs, but he let me keep him for quite a while. Half, one of the boys who tried to rob me. Halweird, the steward martyr sent to Redhall. Heinmir, Gerda's son. He was human, but it could be hard to remember. Hela, Gerda's daughter. She said she was dumb because she was way too smart to say she was smart. Hern, the hunter. People call the Valfather that sometimes when he hunts with a pack of dogs like Gilf. Hrolfr, a forester who used to work for Eskin's father. Idun, Beale's daughter, not big or strong, but she had more guts than most men. Ironmouth, one of Smiler's knights. He was a fine swordsman and the best wrestler I ever saw. Uringsmouth, a northern port the Austerlings wrecked. Isle of Glass, not really an island, but the top of the tower Cedar built in Aelfris. There were trees and grass on it and a pool that went to Aelfris. Jotunholm, the secret country of the Angerborn women. I have never been there. Jotunland, the Angerborn country north of the mountains. Kai, one of Arnthor's knights. He was a fine jouster. Kingsdoom, the capital of Celadon. Cleos, Michael's world, between Elysian and Skai. Kulili, a person who knit herself out of worms. She could unravel and scatter, which made her hard to catch. The lady. Her father was the Valfather, and it could be hard to believe that somebody so good could know so much and have so many angles. Leomfalt. This was the name Toug gave to the white stallion Beale had given me. Liort, the Knight of the Leopards. Lear, an Overkine. He was the sort of friend you do not have to talk to, and some people thought we were brothers. Liss, Atella's grandmother. Ulwich, one of the toughest knights the Valfather had. They said his sword leaped like fire, and it was true. Logi, the smith who owned Atella, Linnet, and Vil. Lothar, the Valfather's youngest son. You had to like him, but you always felt you could not trust him. Lotherlings, the people west of the sea. Linnet, Atella's mama. Manassan, one of Arnthor's own knights. Manny, the talking cat who followed Gilf and me from the ruined cottage. He was almost as slick as he thought he was, and a pretty good friend. Martyr, whose dukedom was the northernmost in Celadon after Indigens was dissolved. Mimir. No matter what I say, you will call it a magic spring. Drinking from it brought back certain things you had forgotten. Moonrise, Svan's Mount. Muspel, the world the dragons come from. Mythgarthr, the world that belongs to people like us. From highest to lowest, Elysian, Cleos, Skai, Mythgarthr, Aelfris, Muspel, Niflheim. Nerthus, an Overkine who lived in Mythgarthr. She was the queen of wild animals and made trees grow. Niflheim, the lowest world where the most low god is. Not. She is one of the nicer giants of Winter and Old Night. Night in Mythgarthr belongs to her. Org. He was an ogre, and might have been the last in Celadon. I want to say he was a man-shaped snake, but hot instead of cold, but he was really more like a gorilla. Orgelmir, the left head of Schildstar's two-headed friend. Papounce, the upper servant in charge of Beale's servants. Parka, the lady from Cleos who gave me my bowstring. Payne, the Earl Marshal's chief clerk. Pauk, a sailor I hired in Uringsmouth. Cut, the leader of the men-at-arms at Redhall. Ravd, the knight who paid me to guide him. Redhall, the manor that used to belong to Ravd. Sandhill Castle, It was way down on the southern border of Celadon and belonged to Liort's father. Scherer. He was half human but a dragon. He just about took Aelfris, and I am sure that what he really wanted was to conquer Mythgarthr. Sif, Thunor's wife. She was beautiful, and her hair was always what you remembered best. It was incredible. Skai, the Valfather's world, where the Overkinds are. Skal, the last knight to bear eternity before me. He was killed by Grengarm. Smiler. This is what we called the Dragon Prince. The dragon was Grengarm, his people were the Lotherlings. Stonebowl, one of Smiler's chief ministers. Svan. When I first met him, he was Rovd's squire. Later on, he became mine. I left him in the forest because I was afraid I would kill him. Thiazi. Gilling's minister and wizard. Thope. Marder's master of arms. He was good, brave, wise, and tough from what I saw of him. Thrym, the captain of Gilling's guards. He was the biggest son of anger anybody ever saw. Thunor, the Valfather's oldest son, and the model for knights. There were times when I was very, very glad he was on our side. Tyr, the first peasant girl. Toug, the peasant boy I took to Aelfris when I was trying to dodge some outlaws. Tower of Glass, the skyscraper palace Scherer built in Aelfris. Tyr, even Thunor said he was the bravest Overkind. Ulfa, Taug's sister, she was a little older. Uns, a farm boy who took in Org and went to work for me. Uri, a fire elf maid. Scherer made her my slave, like Baki. Utgard, Gilling's castle. The town around it was called Utgard too. Vafthrudnir, a giant famous for wisdom. The Valfather, the king of Skai and the model for kings. Vault, Liort's squire and a good one. Vil, the blind slave who was probably Atella's father. Valarland. In old books this means Jotunheim. Warway, the main road between Celadon and Jotunland. Wieland. He made eternity and became king of the Fire Elf. Western Trader. The ship I left when I met Garseg. Williga. Once she was the Earl Marshal's lover. Wystan. Garveon's squire. Waddet, just about the only friend I made in Sheerwall. Ymir, the first giant. Yond, the squire who threw himself down on me when they were trying to kill me. Zio, the Overkind who helped Wieland. He has a lot of names. Chapter 1. I'm a Knight. Some of this part I saw myself, Ben, but not much of it. Mostly it is what various people told me. I am not going to stop all the time to say who told what, since you can figure it out as fast as you read. Mostly it was Toug. Uns bowed at all times, bowed still lower to Beal. Toug here says master's dead, your lordship. Got master's horse and dog ta. Show 'em ta ya, your lordship, if ya wants to see 'em. Don't think he means no harm, your lordship. Idun asked, Do you believe him? Can't say, milady. You'd say more if you dared, Beal told Uns. Say it, you won't be punished. He believes it hisself, your lordship, that's all. He ain't lying, if you know what I mean, your lordship. Maybe 'tain't so, just the same. Manny, seeing Gilf prowling beyond the sentries, sprang from Idun's lap and scampered off to pay a visit. I understand, Beal nodded. Speak, lad, I'll no more punish you than this poor fellow who brought you. Toug did, telling his story to Beal and Idun, as he had told it to Uns the night before. When he had finished, Beal sighed. You yourself saw the griffin? Toug stood as straight as he could, feeling it was what I would have done. Yes, sir. Yes, your lordship. I saw Grengarm too, only not up close, but I saw him. Did Sir Abel say you were to have his horse, his dog, his saddle and saddlebags, and so on? No, your lordship, he... Out with it. He said that when I was a knight I'd have a shield, your lordship, and to have a griffin painted on it, and he told me what you have to do to be a knight, the kind he was. Idun smiled. Are you going to do it, Toug? Toug wanted to shrug, but did not. I will, your ladyship. I know it's going to be terribly hard. You'll try just the same. Yes, your ladyship. I won't always be able to, your ladyship, I know that, but I'll try harder next time, if there is a next time. Idun's smile widened. She was extraordinarily pretty when she smiled. You won't always be able? No, your ladyship. But you'll try. You sound like him already. You would sound more like him if you said my lord and my lady. You're not one of father's retainers. Not yet, at least. Beale cleared his throat. You wish to become a knight? Yes, my lord. It's what I'm going to do. Perhaps. Will you fight beside us when we overtake the Angerborn who robbed us? Told him about it, your lordship, Uns put in. Yes, my lord, but I don't have much to fight with. Beale nodded. I have fallen into the habit of saying we need every man and every woman. Now I find I must say that we need every lad as well. I want you to find Sir Garvaon. He's teaching archery. Tell him I said he was to arm you in any way he could. Yes, your lordship. Radiant, Toug turned to go. Idun called, Wait, Toug. You haven't been dismissed. He turned back, flushing. I'm sorry, your ladyship. I mean no offense. Of course you didn't. Idun's smile lingered. I just wanted to say we're poor now, father and I. Not knowing what to say, Toug wisely said nothing. You find us sitting under a tree, but when we first spoke with Sir Abel, it was in a silk pavilion. We think the Angerborn near now. We hope to overtake and engage them today or tomorrow, and if we beat them, we will be rich again. I don't mean that the gifts father was bringing to King Gilling will be ours, but we'll have our own things back, and we brought a great deal. Horses, money, arms, jewelry, and so on. We've few arms now. Not nearly enough for everyone. But if we win, I'll give you a shield. It will be my gift to you, and it will have a griffin on it. Not long after that, Garvaon told Toug, I've got nothing to give you. We haven't so much as a bodkin to spare. What about this hunchback of Sir Abel's? Got a stick in me hatchet, what I cut it with. Uns displayed them. Plenty for me, sir. That isn't what I meant. Can you give the boy anything to fight with? Uns considered. Cut a stick, maybe. Do it. Garvaon turned to Toug. I have no weapons to give, none. If you can make something for yourself, even if it's just a quarterstaff like Sir Abel's hunchback has, you must do it. Garvaon glanced up at the darkening sky. When the battle's joined, some will fall. More may drop their arms and run. If you don't, you can pick up something. I will. Garvaon's hard, middle-aged face softened. Try to stay out of harm's way. Get a bow if you can and arrows. Toug nodded. And be ready to rise early and ride hard. We're close. We riders will have to hold them till those on foot catch up. Not that they'll be much use. You have Sir Abel's horse. Toug nodded, and Dunn said, Got me, moo! So, you'll be with us. If you can't keep up, try to hurry those on foot. They're women mostly. Toug resolved to outride Garvaon if possible. We've got 62 men, Garvaon was saying. We lost a few along the way. Of those, 40 are mounted and decent riders. 27 women, not counting Lady Idun, who will lead them. Our scouts have spied on the frost giants, and there seem to be—" "That doesn't matter," Toug said, and left him. It was nearly dark when he and Uns selected a sapling from the little stand along the wandering stream that marked the eastern edge of their camp. Uns felled it with 3 mighty blows, working by feel as much as by sight, and they trimmed the top and cut away such small limbs as remained. After that, when Toug was making a bed on the ground from pine boughs and blankets from my saddlebag, Gilf brought the other saddlebag. Opening it, Toug found a big single-edged knife with a handle of plain black ivy root. It had been wrapped in rags and tied with strips torn from those rags. Toug bound it tightly to the end of his quarterstaff. They were awakened before dawn. Like Uns, Toug got hard bread for his breakfast, which he washed down with sips from the stream. The rising sun found him trotting north with the others, shivering mightily in the morning chill, with his short spear in the lance rest and Idun's cat half in and half out of one saddlebag. The cat troubled him. It had not thrust its head and forepaws out of the saddlebag until Idun and her marching women were a league behind. Toug felt, on the one hand, that he should take it back, on the other that everyone, himself included, would assume that he had shrunk from the fight. Garveon rode ahead, half a long bow shot from the tail of the column, where Toug and Uns rode side by side. Garveon would not see him if he turned back, but someone surely would, and would raise a shout. What could a cat do in a battle with giants? The cat would be killed, and it was Idun's. He would be killed too. What could one boy do? Nothing. He had wanted to make one of a free company once. He and Half had declared themselves outlaws and lain in wait for someone weak enough to rob. Their chosen victim had been a younger boy who had beaten them both. What could he, a boy who could not even rob a younger boy, do against giants? As much as the cat. Bitterly, he recalled his resolve to ride faster than Garveon and reach the enemy first. Now he wondered whether he would reach them at all. Would he not panic and run at the mere sight of a giant? The white stallion that had been mine slacked its pace. "Going to be trouble," Uns said loudly enough to make himself heard over the hoofs of 80 horses. "What?" Toug looked around at him. "We're gettin' too far ahead. Them walkin' won't catch up till it's over." Toug shrugged. "What good would they be anyhow?" "How about us?" Uns' grin looked sick. "Bet I kills more giants than ya." "You're scared," Toug said, and knew it was true. "Ain't." "Yes, you are. You're scared and badly mounted. You can't fight on a mule." "I can try." Toug shook his head. "You'll just get yourself killed. I've got an errand for you that'll save you. See that cat?" "Ain't it Lady Idun's?" Toug nodded. "It must have crawled into my saddlebag to sleep, and if it stays where it is, it'll get killed. I want you to take it back to her." Manny ducked out of sight. "Won't," Uns declared. "I'm ordering you to." "I ain't your man." Uns pounded the mule with his heels and drew ahead of Toug by half its length. "I'm a knight," the words startled Toug himself, "and I order you to take it back to her." Uns shook his head, refusing to look. Furious, Toug drove his heels into the stallion's sides and lashed its withers with the ends of the reins. And the stallion bolted. To Toug it seemed that someone had thrown the whole column at his head. Before he could catch his breath, they had left the warway and were galloping over rolling brown grasslands. He bent over the stallion's neck, and clutching the pommel, the stallion stretching nearly flat with every bound, neck out, mouth slavering, and the bit in its teeth. And Manny triumphant on Toug's back with his claws deep into Toug's shirt and thick tangled hair. When the stallion was blown, they stopped at last. "Now that," Manny announced, "was more like it." Toug gaped at him as well as one can gape at an animal clinging to one's head and back. The thing for you to do, Manny continued, is to kill all the giants yourself before anybody else shows up. Then you can be sitting on a pile of bodies when Sir Garvayon and the rest get here, and have a laugh on them. You can talk. Indeed I can. In order to converse more comfortably, Manny sprang from Toug's shoulder to the rather large space Toug left in my war saddle. I'm choosy about those I talk to, that's all. Toug shook his head in bewilderment. There's old Huld, whom I used to belong to. She's dead, but I still talk to her. There's Sir Abel, my newer owner. If I say he's dead too, will you start crying again? Thinking he had lost his wits, Toug shook his head. Then there's Lady Idun, my current owner. And you now. Were you afraid she'd worry about me? The white stallion had stopped to graze, but Toug scarcely noticed. I didn't think animals could talk. You're responsible for your own mistakes, Manny told him. In this life and the others, it's one of the rules that never change. But you don't have to worry. Lady Idun told me to ride on the baggage, what there is of it. She was concerned for my safety, which does her credit. Toug managed to say, You didn't. I did not. No order given a cat has legal force, you understand. Under the law, each cat is a law unto himself or herself. It's one of the principal differences between cats and dogs. If she told her dog to do it, I mean assuming she had one, do you understand? No, Toug said, and felt that he had never been more truthful in his life. Obviously she does not have a dog. Manny sounded apologetic. I would never associate. He was interrupted by a bark, sharp though not loud. Toug turned in the saddle to see Gilf trotting over the hill they had galloped down a few seconds ago. Except Sir Abel's old dog, Manny continued smoothly, as I was about to say. Sir Abel was a noble knight, and Gilf and I have a working truce. We're sworn enemies, yet enemies who often find it more useful to work for the common good, though he tries to take more than his share. I don't understand how a cat can talk, Toug explained. Nor do I understand why the others cannot. Looking pleased with himself, Manny smoothed his whiskers with a front paw. Gilf tries with very limited success, I ought to have said. Are you going to take my advice regarding the giants? That I kill them? I couldn't, and I don't even know where they are. I do. So does Gilf, I'm sure. Gilf nodded and sat down in the long dry grass. When we were up there, with a wave of his right paw, Manny indicated the hilltop, I could see a farm away to the north. There were giants around it, as well as a sizable herd of horses and mules. Don't you think that's them? It certainly sounds like them, Toug admitted. Then you need only. Manny was interrupted by galloping hooves. A young man in a mail shirt and steel cap was cresting the hill. Chapter 2. Is Dad Da Cad? Isn't that Sir Abel's dog you have? Why do you ask? It is. I'd know him anywhere. Hello there, Gilf, old fellow. Remember me? Gilf snarled. Lady Idun said the boy who said he saw Sir Abel die had his horse and dog, but that's not his horse. Toug said, It's the one her father gave him. Ah, that explains it. You're the boy. Do you call yourself a man? Certainly. If you're a man, so am I. With heels and reins, Toug edged the lame white stallion closer to the newcomer's black. Do you want to fight mounted or on foot? You want to fight me? The stranger did not sneer, but seemed very near it. You'll be killed. Mounted or afoot? The sneer appeared. Mounted, then. The butt of Toug's crude lance caught the newcomer full in the face, knocking him from the saddle. Gilf was on him in an instant, and both his arms could not keep Gilf's fangs from his throat. No, Toug shouted. Gilf, who had been growing bigger and darker, shrank again and backed away. "Thanks." The newcomer sat up and spat blood, much more streamed from his face and neck. "I yield. I ask that you not leave me without a horse in this wilderness. I've no more ride to moonrise." He spat again. "Get up and give me that sword," Toug said. Less than steadily the newcomer did. Toug handed it back to him. "You can keep your horse, your sword, and whatever else you've got." Struck by a new thought, Toug added, "Except food. Give half of it to us." The newcomer nodded. With one hand on his bleeding nose, he opened a saddlebag and emptied it of twice-baked bread, a cheese wrapped in a white cloth, beans, and dried meat. Unwrapping the cheese, he drew a gold-chased dagger. "You don't have to cut that," Toug told him. "Keep it and give me the meat, half the bread and half the beans." The exchange completed, Toug stowed his loot in the saddlebag that had held Manny. "Now, tell me who you are." "By Dames Svan. I'm Zorabel's squire, or was. He's really dead?" Toug nodded. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for him." For a moment it seemed Svan wanted to say more, but he spat blood instead. Toug decided that his nose was broken. "Why weren't you with him when I was?" "Wish I'd been. I'd died with him. Wanted to." "Only you didn't." Toug dismounted. "Sit down. I'll bandage while you talk. Got anything for bandages?" Svan did, a spare shirt they cut into strips. "He banded me," Svan said while Toug was winding a bandage about his nose. "He's angry with me, and I don't blame him. I was angry with myself." "Uh-huh." Toug was trying to get the bandage tight. "Wish he'd beat me, but he didn't. Stammed off into the forest and left me with his servant. Terrible fellow." "Have you seen my cat?" "What?" "My cat," Toug repeated. "Well, it's really Lady Iden's cat, but I was keeping it for her. A really big black cat with green eyes. Have you seen it?" "No," Svan told him. "Didn't see a cat." "Gilf'll know. Where'd the cat go, boy? Back to her?" Out of Svan's line of sight, Gilf shook his head. "He went into the forest by himself?" Toug asked Svan. "Sir Abel, I mean." Svan nodded. "He just walked away and left us." For an instant he seemed to hesitate. "You know him well?" Toug stopped his bandaging to consider the question. Neither the dark sky nor the rolling gray-brown grasslands proved helpful. At length he said, "I didn't know him very long, but I feel like I knew him better than I know most people. We talked a lot one time, and we were hunted by outlaws once, or anyway I think they were hunting us before we went to Aelfris, and there were some other things. I couldn't talk for a while, but he fixed that." "He's wizard. You know, Dad?" Toug shrugged. "I heard my sister say he was." "Sitter's right. Duke gave me to him for punishment, I suppose. Anyways, Zorabel cursed me after he left. Left his servant and me, I mean. His grace gave me to Zorabel, but Zorabel gave me to a visible monder." Toug froze in the act of tearing another strip from the shirt. "What?" "Visible monder. It's dear bud you hardly ever see'd. Don't believe me?" "No," Toug said shortly. "I'm Dellin the Druid." "Are you saying that there's a monster we can't see here with us now, listening to what we say?" Svan winced as a bandage was applied to his neck. "That dog was going to kill me, wasn't he? Guff, or whatever the name is, Zorabel's dog?" "Sure." "He's turning into something else while he's doing it. You must have seen it." Toug said nothing. "I think I could have held off a ordinary dog, even a big dog. then started to change. Svan waited for Toug to speak, but Toug did not. You want to know whether we got a monder with us? The answer's yes, but that isn't my monder. Isn't the monder Zorabel gave me to. It's your monder. Toug stared at Gilf, then looked back to Svan. I want to know about yours. Why isn't it here? 'Cause I been riding hard. It can't travel as fast as a fast horse. But whenever I stop, just for a day, it finds me. I tried to go home when Zorabel abandoned me. Did I tell you? I don't think so. Toug was inspecting his work while wiping his hands on what remained of the shirt. We'd been traveling north, Svan explained. Zorabel was to take a sand at a mountain pass. When he abandoned me, his servant said he'd keep going, that he's Zorabel to come. I doubt Zorabel given up on the whole idea. It wasn't exactly true, but what I said. Was his name Pauk? Svan twisted around to look at Toug. How'd you know? Was my sister with him? My sister Ulfa? Svan started to shake his head, but was dissuaded by his nose. Diz herds. Sure, but I can't do anything about it. Was she? No, it had been just Zorabel and me and the servant, and the monder, and that dog. I doubt it had stayed with the servant, which was fine with me. I didn't want to be reminded of Zorabel then. I hadn't left him. He'd left me, and I was going home. If he wanted me, he'd send for me. That's how I was thinking. Toug nodded. For long I had the monder with me. Svan swallowed. I dutched it once. I think I dutched the arm, and it was like dutching the pig snake in Mythgarthr. Or a dragon, Toug suggested. That's it. That's exactly. Hard. That's when I knew I had to go back. I'd been pressing, trying to go fast, but not so fast I'd wear out my horse. For a while I was keeping ahead like Dad, but for long it's back. We're in the mountains, and there's pig churls that live in caves. You must have seen them. Toug shook his head. Do you mean the giants? I've never seen one. The Angerborn? Not as pig as Dad. Just fairy pig. Think the piggest you ever saw, then a man, this much bigger. Svan's hands showed the increase, a cubit or so. I see. I give them gifts and gained their friendship, or thought I had. Soon as the SARS came out, there's one round my camp. I'd hear and should do go away. He'd grunt and seem to go, but for long he'd pee back. The monder caught and killed him. I heard him die, thrashing round, and after that I heard it cracking bones. Svan fell silent. So you rode hard after that? Svan nodded, not moving his head much. Up for the sun and off. Just now I overtook Lady Idun, who's leading a party on food. She told me her father was up ahead with men-at-arms, and there's a boy, a man with him who'd seen Zorabel die. I'd explained that I was looking for Zorabel. I never found the Baron and his men-at-arms. I tried to cut across where the road made a wide sweep. So did I, Toug said. But I caught sight of you and rode over here. You're the one Lady Idun told me about? Yes, Toug said miserably. Yes, I'm sure I am. You saw him die? You see his body? Toug shook his head. He fell into the sea. Here? That's not possible. You don't know what's possible. Toug stalked off after his horse, caught it and mounted. "You just think you do." Memories of Desiree and the griffin had come rushing back. "Things you think aren't possible happen every day. Did Lady Idun tell you we were going to fight the giants?" "She did." Svan had risen too, much more slowly. "You can count on me for fightin', I'm 'fraid. I'm pretty weak just now." "Do what you can." Toug felt sure it was what I would have said. "I'm going over to have a look at them. Then I'm going to find Sir Garvaon and Lord Beale and tell them—" He stopped as he caught sight of Manny, who had emerged from the tall grass to stand regarding him. "Excuse me," he said. "I'm going to have to leave." "Is Dad Da Cad?" Svan wanted to know as Manny jumped high enough to get his claws into the skirt of Taug's saddle. "Lady Idun said she'd lost one. You going to take it back?" "Not now. I'm just going to make sure he's all right. You can go back to the road. Whatever you want." Left alone, Svan took a water bottle from one of his saddlebags and sat down again. The twice-baked bread was hard and dry, but not without flavor. Sips of water made it possible for him to eat and even enjoy it, and the cheese Toug had left him was better than good. The wounds Gilf's teeth had inflicted seemed to burn, and his nose, still oozing blood into its bandage, hurt worse. For a time, eating and sipping cool water provided a welcome distraction. When he had finished, he took off his steel cap and studied his face in the polished metal. Noblemen rarely had broken noses, although knights often did. It was one more indication that he would never claim his father's lands. As a knight, he might get lands of his own. Not his father's broad and smiling acres, and nothing like his castle. A little manor house somewhere, with farms to pay him rents. It would be better than hanging on as someone's dependent. Drilling his brother's men-at-arms. "It's not an axe I'll offer," his own voice spoke in his mind. "Put your thumb here parallel to the blade. Parallel means in line with it. No, you don't have to remember that. I mean, you have to remember about your thumb, but not what parallel means. Remember what I told you about your thumb, and remember you mustn't cut wood with your sword. Take good care of your sword, and it will—" A manner would be better. Much, much better. Pain made him shut his eyes. It was childish to cry. He managed to stifle the sobs, but the tears came anyway, overflowing, bruised, and blackening eyes. His handkerchief was already sopping with his blood. He found what remained of the shirt, and though it was blood-stained too, dabbed at his eyes with it. He had thought himself handsome once, and he would never be handsome again, but he would cheerfully have consented to be hideous if only the pain would stop. "I should have brought wine," he told himself. Then he remembered that he had, and had drunk it too. Moonrise, who had been peaceably cropping grass, raised his head, ears up and forward. Svan resumed his helmet, got to his feet, and loosened his sword in its scabbard. Thrust at his groin to make him lower his shield, then thrust at his face. But the rush of the outlaws. It was only the boy come back, Sir Abel's new servant, or whatever he had been, with his knife lashed to his stick and the cat, absurdly, riding his shoulder, and the monster dog at his horse's heels. Svan jogged to Moonrise and picked up the reins, but the boy, Toug, dismounted. "There's a farm that way," he pointed. "It's not very far. The giants have stopped there, and I'm going to sneak over to see if I can find out what's going on. After that, we'll have to find Sir Garvaon and Lord Beale and bring them here. I want you to look after the horses while I'm gone." "No," Svan declared. "We can hobble them. But I want—" "I'm comin'. And if you've got a man's good sense, you'll go for riders and let me do the spyin' lone." Later, when the hulking farmhouse was in sight, Toug whispered, "There's supposed to be an old man here. A blind friend who's looking for Sir Abel." Chapter 3. A Green Knight from Skai. "This is Berhold, my lord," Svan told Beale. "Toug here found him." "You found him?" Toug declared. "You told me he was there, Toug. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have known about him, or known what to make of him when I came across him." Beale asked, "What happened to your nose?" Svan managed to smile. "Toug broke it for me, my lord. We had a dispute, which he won." "Svan won the second one." "With words," Svan explained. "At blows Toug bested me, and was generous in victory." Berthold spoke then for the first time since they had dismounted. "He's not no bad lad, Toug ain't. Recollects me of my brother. Got many men, sir?" Garvayon snapped. "Say my lord, fellow." "About 60, Beale told Berthold. He sucked what teeth remained to him. "Might be enough. Good fighters?" "They'll have to be." Beale looked grim. "I'd fight, only I can't see." "Your tongue may serve better than any sword. Are they going to stay the night? It will give us time for those of us on foot to come up." "No, sir. They come to our farm and seen Master Bymer's gone. Sir Abel, Svan and Toug know him, killed him for us. Only the others didn't see. We drug him out with 2 yoke and dug where the ground's soft and put a haystack on top, you know. The women hid, and I said, 'He's gone and left me to look after the stock. I can't feed you unless he says.' Well, they took it, sir, like I knew they would. While they was eatin', I made off till this Svan got me. Only they ain't going to stay, they'll move on directly." Garvayon started to speak, but Beale motioned him to silence, saying, "How do you know, Berthold?" "They'd have had me unload the mules, sir, and the pack horses. They never said nothing about it, only talked about killing me, and that's when I snuck off and went looking for Sir Abel, hoping he might be around yet." Beale looked at Toug, who shook his head. "You're a friend of his?" "Aye. He was going to get us out, me and Gerda. It was him that killed Bymer. That's Gerda come to stay with me, sir, 'cause Sir Abel's going to take us out when he's back from the big castle up north. Only he ain't come yet." "We've come," Garvayon said, somewhat self-consciously, "and that may be good enough." "I do hope, sir." A distant sentry shouted, and Garvayon muttered, "They're going," and was on horseback before Toug had time to ask what that might mean for them. It had seemed best to wait until the Angerborn were clear of the farm, with its fences and pigsties. Then Garvayon ranged his riders in a broad crescent, strongest at its ends, that would envelop the Angerborn while leaving a slender and closing route of escape to the north. The objective, as he and Beale had explained at a length that Toug found wearying, was not so much to kill the Angerborn as to separate them from the pack animals. It was hoped the Angerborn would abandon their booty once they realized they were nearly surrounded. Svan was at the center of the crescent, with Toug on his left and Duns on his right. Privately, Toug wondered whether Svan was capable of fighting. With a flash of insight, he realized that Garvayon had put him there for his mail and helmet, that Garvayon hoped the giants would take him for a knight. "Where's Sir Abel's dog, Toug?" Svan's words were snatched away by a cutting wind. "We may need him." Although he agreed, Toug shrugged. "I don't know." "Whistle for him, can you?" Toug whistled loud and long without result. Uns waved. "Where the big house is, maybe in the barn. I seen the lady's cat. Mousin' in the barn, I reckon." A trumpet sounded, and the crescent surged forward, some riding too fast, others too slowly. Keep line, Svan shouted. Few obeyed, or even appeared to understand what he meant. He left his place, cantering up the crescent to restrain the impetuous and urge the laggards forward. Their ragged advance seemed to take hours. Toug nerved himself for the fight a dozen times. his states of readiness never lasting for more than 3 of the white stallion's strides. Then, and it was much too soon, the Angerborn came into view. The trumpet blew the charge. Toug leveled the lance he had made from my knife and a sapling, tucking its butt under his arm, and clapped his heels to the stallion. The next 3 or 4 minutes were a pandemonium of dust, noise, and confusion he was never able to recall with clarity. A pack mule ended his charge, the stallion crashing into it so that both fell amid thrashing hooves and rattling goblets the size of soup tureens. While he was scrambling to his feet, a sword as long as a weaver's beam flashed over his head, red already with someone's blood. He must have found his lance and caught the stallion because he was mounted again, bruised and badly shaken. The Angerborn roared, horses and mules shrieked, and men shouted, bellowed, and groaned. An Angerborn rose before him. Perhaps he rode toward it, perhaps he thrust at it with his rude lance, perhaps he fled, perhaps all 3. The image remained in his mind, bereft of fact. Abruptly there was a serving man in the saddle behind him. The reins were snatched from him, and they were riding away, streaming from the fight with 20 or 30 more. My knife was crooked on the end of Taug's staff, crooked and dripping, a drop striking him in the face as he raised his staff, and the stallion dropped to a weary trot. He twisted and snatched the reins, wanting to say they were running but must not, that they had to fight again and win. But the serving man hit him on the ear, knocking him into a night in which there was no more fighting. When he was able to stand, he saw scattered, frightened men with bows. There was no dooming cloud of arrows, nothing that would fit the descriptions of battles he had heard. An arrow flew now and then, as a lone bird flies at twilight, a faint singing in the empty air. To the north, the lofty figures of Angerborn were making off through a field of millet, man-high millet that betrayed the presence of the animals they drove by frantic, irregular motion. An arrowhead of gray geese passed over animals and giants, 3 birds on one side of the leader and 2 on the other, creaking like rusty hinges as they rode a cruel wind. Their arrow seemed more warlike and more apt to be effective than those shot by the men with bows. The giant king was letting fly geese from the ramparts of his castle, Toug thought, a castle like the one he had seen when Griffin fought dragon above the clouds, although doubtless larger. Almost idly he looked farther, shading his eyes, to where 4 pinpricks of scarlet appeared along a range of brown hills. Darker against the darkling sky, a mounted man bent as if plucking something from the grass. He straightened, and held a light smaller than the blossoming scarlet that made his mount sidle away. Rising in the saddle, an act scarcely discernible at such a distance, he cast the lesser light west, a spark arcing high against the cloud banks. A moment later he wheeled his mount south, toward Toug. Driven by the wind, the crimson lights raced as fast as he. A breath, another, and the pungency of smoke. Hardly a bow-shot away, the Angerborn halted and seemed to confer. One pointed. Garveon was galloping toward them sword in hand, with Svan keeping pace and soon outreaching him. Toug began to run, shouting he knew not what, and waving to the men behind him until a brawny arm scooped him up and plumped him down on the withers of a loping mule. "Ya ain't got nothin'," Un's head was below his own. "Ya ain't got no sword nor nothin', and they'll kill ya, even if ya had that sword you talk about." Mules and horses were streaming toward them through the millet, animals driven as much by the thunderous shouts of the Angerborn as by the fires the Angerborn feared. Struggling to control his own mule, Uns relaxed his grip, and Toug slid off, rolled, and sprang up. He found no dropped weapons, but he ran forward, dodging left and right to avoid panicked animals and buffeted by the loads they carried. He had nearly reached the nearest giant when a great dark beast sprang upon it. Toug glimpsed fiery eyes and a ravening maw. In a moment the beast was gone, and the giant lay dead at his feet. There was a knife in the giant's belt, a knife with a wooden hilt as long as Toug's forearm, and a blade twice the length of the hilt. He drew it, and though the grip was too big for his hands, it narrowed at pommel and guard enough for him to grasp it as he might have gripped a quarterstaff. Smoke left him weeping and coughing. When he could see again, what he saw was a knight in green and gold, reining a grey taller than any horse he had ever seen. "Is that you, Toug?" The knight slung his shield on his back and removed his dragon-crested helm. "Who hit you?"
"Sir Abel."
More smoke wreathed us as I helped him into the saddle. "Watch that sword, buddy. Better hold it crosswise." Coughing he did.
"I got this from a giant," he gasped, "and Lady Idun's promised me a shield."
When we were clear of the smoke, I said, "One of the hardest things a knight's got to learn is how to use his weapons without hurting his horse. Master Thope told me that, but knowing it's one thing and doing it's another." Toug craned his neck.
"Have you killed some giants?"
"With my sword today, you mean?" I slowed Cloud to a walk and had a look at the battle. "Not a one, but Gilf's probably done for a couple." Idun and her women had come up by the time Toug said,
"Isn't the fire going to kill everybody?"
"I doubt it," I told him. "The battle's drifting out of its way, and there's a storm brewing. From the smell of the wind, I'd say a snowstorm. We've still got work to do." We did it, but it would take me longer to write about everything than the fighting took, rounding up the mules and pack horses in the snow. We spent the night in the big house that had been Bymer's, with fires roaring in every fireplace and most of us as near one as we could get. Toug found me in the barn, where Master Eager and his muleteers were unloading, feeding, and watering their charges.
I wanted to talk to you, Sir Abel, can I?"
"May." I stepped away from Cloud and looked down at him, trying not to grin. "Okay, you may, if you're willing to work. Are you?"
"Sure, anything."
"Only you're tired and your face hurts."
"Svan's hurts worse, and he's been doing a lot."
"Which hasn't included unsaddling his horse and seeing that it has water and corn. Not so far, anyhow."
"He's been helping Lord Beale and Lady Idun."
"That's good." Reaching up to the level of my eyes, I ran the comb along Cloud's back. When I got to her tail, I handed the comb to Toug. "Know what this tool is?"
"No, sir."
"It's a curry comb, the comb you use to groom a horse's coat. If I had a squire, he'd take care of my mount, not because I don't think it's important, but so he could learn to do it. When he was a knight himself, he might not have anybody to care for his horse."
"You have a squire, Sir Abel. It's Svan. He told me."
I shook my head. "If Svan was my squire, he'd be here seeing to Cloud."
"He's afraid of you. That's what I think."
"There's something else here of which he ought to be a lot more scared. Does Uns know about it?"
"The visible monster? I don't know, sir."
"Tell him next time you see him. I'm going to teach you how to take care of your horse now. Are you ready to learn?" Eyeing my charger, Toug nodded.
"Can you talk while I'm doing it?"
"Sure. Are you scared of Cloud?"
"A little bit. He's so big."
"She. Size has nothing to do with it. A vicious horse is terribly dangerous, even if it's small. A gentle one may hurt you by accident because it's so much bigger than you and so much stronger, but it isn't likely. The man you told me about, the one who hit you, is more dangerous to you than I am. This is the same kind of thing." Hesitantly, Toug nodded again. "The first thing you have to do is take off the saddle and saddle blanket. His saddle tires your horse as long as it's on his back. If you've ever lifted one, you know why. The saddle blanket will be wet with sweat, so it comes off too. If he's hot, or outside in cold weather, you ought to cover him. Anything clean, dry, and warm is okay. And here I don't think we've got to do that."
"I understand," Toug said.
"Good. A horse doesn't think like you do, but a good one hears your thoughts better than you hear his. You've got to listen hard,
and your listening starts with knowing your horse gets thirsty, hungry, cold, and lonely just like you do. If you know that, your horse will know you know it from the way you act. If you don't know it, he'll know that too.
Sir Abel,
The difference will show up in little things, most so small you may not see them. Battles are won or lost because of small things. You want to ask a question?
You were dead, Sir Abel. We thought you were.
I shrugged. What does it matter? I'm here, breathing the same dusty air. Do you think I'm a ghost? If you want me to, I'll stick my finger so you can see it bleed. Toug shook his head. That's good. I'm alive, Toug, just like you. When we ate tonight, a couple of dozen people saw me eat. Eating is proof. Ghosts can't do it.
I didn't know that.
You do now. Is it this mail with gold in the rings? I got it when I got eternity. I touched, but did not draw my sword. Her scabbard was on a belt fastened to this. I took sword, mail, and all. What would you do after you had taken off the horse's saddle and saddle blanket and covered him if he needed it?
Take off the bridle, Toug said. Water him and get him something to eat, if I could find anything. That's what I did with your old horse when I had him.
I nodded. After that?
That's all.
After that, you should look at his feet. I want you to lift Cloud's right hind leg now so you can check on her hoof. I'll hold the lantern. Toug did, looking like he thought Cloud's hoof might blow up. You don't have to worry, she's used to having her feet checked. She knows you're doing it because you want her to be okay. Any stones in there?
No, sir. Is it all right if I ask where you got her?
All around us, horses and mules stirred and stamped, and muleteers laughed and swore. At length I asked, Is the shoe wearing out?
No, sir.
Are the nails loose, any of them?
No, sir.
Good. Take a look at her left hind hoof. Toug did. By now you must think I'm not going to answer. I am, but I was thinking how to. The Valfather gave her to me, but that doesn't tell you much. Have you ever looked at a pool and seen sky reflected in the water? The clouds, the sun, the birds, and so on?
Lots of times. This foot is all right too, sir. Only who's the Valfather?
Some people in your village pray to Desiree. Your sister told me.
Yes, sir. Are you going to get her out of Utgard?
Your sister? Sure. That's one of the reasons I came back. Look at Cloud's right front hoof. Somewhat less hesitantly, Toug lifted that foot as well. When I talk about overkinds, I don't mean Desiree or her people. How many overkinds do you know?
Well, there's Thunor, Toug hesitated. And the Thunderer.
They're the same guy. Name some more. After a long pause,
Mother says Nerthus.
I laughed. Now you've got me. I never heard of him.
It's her.
Let's have some more.
I don't know any more, Sir Abel. But this foot is all right, too. I'll look at the other one.
You've heard a great deal of swearing since you came in here, and that may be as good a way as any to find out who men ought to revere.
What names have you heard?
Frigg and Forsetti? Is that an overkind, sir? I thought it was a place.
It's both. The city was named for the overkind because people hoped for justice there. Is that all? You don't seem to have been paying much attention.
Fenrir and Sif, sir, and the Wanderer?
Nice going. The Wanderer is the Valfather. Now pay attention. You saw Skai reflected in a pool.
But that pool, and everything around it, all our world of Mythgarthr is the reflection of Skai.
Lord Beale gave me the white horse that we left behind when we climbed on the griffin. Maybe I told you.
Yes, sir.
The Valfather gave me Cloud, just like that. You look sick. What is it?
Your horse? The one I had until that man knocked me off? Nobody's taking care of him unless he is.
I see. He's still your horse, Toug, even if he was stolen from you.
He isn't really mine, Sir Abel. He's yours.
I'm giving him to you. I just did. The muleteers are supposed to be caring for all the horses, but if he's here, I want you to find him and make sure he's been cared for. Tie him next to Cloud. Make sure his tether's plenty long enough to let him lie down, and make sure he has clean straw. Toug started to leave, but stopped. You did all those things for Cloud before I got here, didn't you? Looked at her feet and everything. I nodded. I thought so. If I'm going to be knight, I have to see about the man who knocked me off, too, don't I? I nodded. Sooner or later. I want to do it before I sleep. I will if I can, as soon as I've seen to Lamfault. As Toug vanished among the milling animals and men, I called, Wash his legs when you've seen to his hooves, warm the water. Some time after that, when I lay on the floor in what had been Bymer's front room, Manny left hidden to stretch on my chest. Are you awake? Gilf raised his head to look at him, but did not speak. I said, Yes, what is it? Do cats ever get to Skai? I thought a while. Maybe.
The lady of Folkvanger's got 4.
How do you know I'd been there?
Oh, I know such things.
I thought about that too, and since I had been more than half asleep when Manny came, the thinking took a while. Finally I said, I won't try to make you tell. I know you'd ignore an order, but if you won't tell me, I won't answer any more questions.
I probably shouldn't.
Then don't. I yawned. Go away.
I have important news.
Gilf yawned too and laid his head between his paws. I said, What is it?
Why should I answer your questions if you won't answer mine?
You didn't answer mine, I reminded him. Go away.
I wanted to. It's a delicate matter.
Better not to touch it. You cats are always knocking over cups and stuff, and I've got to sleep. We won't ride early unless I'm up with the sun.
It was my old mistress who told me, you see.
Manny paused, studying my face.
Surprised you, didn't I?
Of course you did. She's dead. Manny grinned. His teeth, which were white and as sharp as heck, looked red because of the firelight.
So are you, Sir Abel.
Hardly.
I won't argue. It's beneath me. Is it a nice place?
Skai? Very.
Maybe I'll see it someday. This isn't. I mean, it's nice sometimes, but in general.
It isn't, I muttered. No argument.
You can't have been there very long.
20 years or so.
You only rode away a few days ago.
I sat up, catching Manny and settling him in my lap. Tell me how you talked to your mistress, and I'll tell you a little about my time in Skai. Looking at Toug, who lay with his eyes tightly closed, I added, I'll tell you some anyway. Nobody can cover 20 years in a conversation.
You must be explicit,
Manny hedged. Okay, I will be.
If you'll tell me about the cats there, I'll give you my important news, too. But you first, agreed?
No, because I don't know much about them. Suppose I tell you everything I know. Will you say it's not enough? Manny pressed an inky black paw to his inky black chest.
Upon my honor as a cat, I will not. That is the highest oath I have. But you have to tell about Skai as well.
All right. Time is different there, just like it is in Aelfris. I'm not a learned man, but it seems like time runs really quick in Skai. A month there is a few hours here, or less, something like that.
That's not like Aelfris.
I think it is, I said. Time goes slow there. Toug over there spent a few days in Aelfris, or that's what he thought, but it had been years here. The rule seems to be that time runs down, slower and slower as you get deeper and deeper. Skai's the third world, Mythgarthr's the fourth, and Aelfris the fifth. I knew that. How did you get to Skai? A nice girl named Alvit brought me. The Valfather collects heroes, more or less, as some men collect armor. His daughters and some princesses get them for him. Princesses who've died nobly and been picked by the others. Alvit's one of those. The Valfather accepted me and gave me the cloud-colored mount you probably saw me riding today and my shield, with some other stuff. Is that enough? No. What did you do there? Feasted, sang, told stories, practiced the arts of war, and fought giants, the giants of winter and old night. Lady Iden fights giants too, Manny said proudly. She put an arrow in the eye of one today. Hooray for Lady Iden! I glanced at her across the cavernous room. But the frost giant she blinded was nothing like the giants we fought. Let me tell you about a raid I went on. It's always cold and gloomy where they live, and that time it was windy too. We took refuge in a cave. So would I, Manny declared. I'll bet. It was a big cave with 5 small ones branching off from it. They were all dead ends and empty. We made a roaring fire in the big one, and slept comfortably enough, with one or another keeping watch. I would have gone scouting. You never know what you may find. Exactly. I had the last watch, so I was up before the others. When my watch was over, I woke them up, and I thought I'd have a look around. There was a range of hills to the north, and I climbed one. It was your lying on my chest that reminded me of all this. Do tell. I will, and I'm telling the truth, no matter what you think. When I got to the top, I saw a great big face to the west with its eye shut. The beard was like a forest, the mouth was like a pit, and the nostrils were like a couple of tunnels. I looked downhill and saw my friends leaving the cave. I saw, too, that it wasn't really a cave at all, but the glove of the giant I was standing on. Manny licked his left paw thoughtfully. I doubt that you believe me, but there's more. Want to hear it? Go ahead. Our leader made himself bigger when I told him. Bigger and bigger until he was as big as the giant I'd climbed, and his hammer and helmet and everything else that was his grew with him. Seeing him, the rest of us made ourselves bigger too. I hadn't known I could until he did it. But when he did, I understood how it was done and did it too. I couldn't make myself as big as he was, none of us could. We could make ourselves very big just the same, and we did. I won't tell you the rest, because you'd never believe it. Manny completed the licking of his left paw and licked his right for a time, and at last said, Tell me about the cats, as much as you know. They belong to the Lady of Folkvanger, just like I told you. She's one of the Valfather's daughters, I think the youngest, and she's... Well, nobody can say how beautiful she is. There aren't any words for it. Manny grinned. I noticed you choked just thinking about it. The first time you see her, you fall on your knees and draw your sword and lay it at her feet. I did that, and I saw a lot of others do it too. Touching. She smiles and makes you get up, and tells you very sweetly that she understands you'd die for her, and swears she'll be your friend always. That happened to you? To all of us, it was a wonderful, wonderful moment. I'd be tempted to say the most wonderful moment of my life, if it weren't for a moment that was even more wonderful. But honestly, Skai's full of wonderful moments. May I tell you what it's like? Manny's voice smiled. I wish you would, Sir Abel. I saw a cat at Shearwall that had been born crippled. It had to hop like a rabbit, more or less. Manny nodded. Now imagine every cat was like that, and after years and years something happened to you so you could run and jump the way you do. How would you feel? I suppose I'd go mad with joy. Exactly. That was what Skai was like. Our lives in Mythgarthr had been bad dreams, and now we were awake and the sun was shining, and those dreams had no more power over us. Do you want to hear about Folkvanger? Yes, if that's where the ladies' cats live. Folkvanger is a beautiful hall in the loveliest of all meadows. Sometimes it's near the Valfather's castle, and sometimes it's far from it. They both move, but in different ways. There are gardens, and the meadow is the best garden of them all, always full of wildflowers. There are towers, rotundas, and courts, and 1,000 hives filled with great golden bees that never sting anybody. There are special places for dancing and games, for singing, for talking and teaching, and for practicing the arts of war, both inside and out. You're forever finding something new there, and it's always something good. Secret stairs leading to rooms full of books and instruments you've never seen anyplace else, or windows with beautiful views you never knew were there. It certainly sounds like a place I'd like, Manny said thoughtfully. Are there only 4 cats? It must be a very big house for 4 cats. I only saw 4, I told him, but maybe there's more. Even though I lived there for years, I didn't see everything, and it's possible nobody could see everything, even if he lived there 1,000 years. Did I tell you that the lady and the Valfather swap heroes? Manny shook his head. They do. The lady's the chief of the choosers of the slain. Some are brought to her, and she keeps a few. But she lends to her father sometimes, and sometimes he lends her a few of his. I was lent to her for a while. What do her cats do? I smiled, just thinking about it. Hunt in the meadow and sleep in the sun. Wander through her hall for purposes you'd understand a lot better than I do. They're her friends and messengers. On great days they draw her chariot. Male or female? Both, I think. And that's all I know about them. No, it isn't, Manny declared. What colors are they? 2 tabby, 1 black and white, and 1 all black like you. Now it's your turn to talk. You're aware that cats see ghosts? I shook my head. I'd never even thought about it. Seeing ghosts, Manny explained with satisfaction, is one of the many areas in which cats are superior to you, and seeing ghosts was one of the chief functions I performed for my late mistress. Dogs also see ghosts at times, as do some birds. Cats, however, are far superior to either. Gilf growled softly. He knows it's true. It goes along with our 9 lives. Once you've been dead, it seems very natural to see ghosts. That's interesting. Isn't it, though? Manny purred. Now, dear owner, we must go outside. My news requires it. Chapter 4. Toug's Miracle. This is convenient, Manny said, but not comfortable. Walk that way toward the big barn. Would it be possible for me to get into your cloak with you, kind master? I shut it around him. I thought you were Idun's now. I am indeed, Manny explained. Lady Idun is a person of distinction. Thus, I'm her cat, whenever it's advisable. I'm your cat as well, however, just as I was. A cat can't have too many friends in these wild Northlands. I see. Not my mistress's ghost, I hope, since I don't see it myself. But I did earlier. She's been hovering around us ever since we left her house, hoping to do us some good turn. Now, having gained information she believes may be of value to... Are you aware that your dog is following us? Of course. I turned to look at Gilf, who glanced behind him. I know, I said. Don't worry about it. Bracing his legs against my arm, Annie stood up to see over my shoulder. Something's going on between you two. Nothing important, but you said your mistress's news was. What is it? A friend of yours has been hurt. I'm sorry to hear it. I stroked Manny's head with my free hand. I don't have many. And another friend, knowing you could help her, is refusing to ask you to.
My hand shut on Manny's neck. Is it Desiree? Tell me. It isn't, I promise you. Another friend. A woman. I pulled the hood of my cloak up. I've forgotten so much, Manny. Who is it? One of those red elf girls. I forget her name, but they're pretty well interchangeable anyway. The barn was as dark as the gut of a tar barrel. This way, Manny said. Up in the hayloft, there's a ladder. I know, I slept up there. It seems so long ago. Your dog will have to stay here, I'm sorry to say. Manny did not sound the least bit sorry. He can make himself useful by watching for intruders. Don't worry about me. I'll ride on your shoulder. I'm not worrying about you, I whispered. I'm waiting for the intruder. Talk about something else. In that case, I'll go up. Manny climbed to my shoulder. And make sure she's still alive. From the hayloft, someone called, Lord? I was listening to the squeaking of feet in the new-fallen snow outside and did not reply. Slowly, almost silently, the big barn door swung, and a vertical bar of starlight appeared. Toug slipped through, and I caught him by the shoulder, making him squawk. If you want to be a knight, you mustn't scare so easy, I told him. It helps not to shut your eyes tight, too. I didn't mean any harm, sir. I never thought you did, and a talking cat's bound to make anybody curious. It wasn't that. I knew Manny could talk. He talked to me, and I think he talks to Lady Idun. It was you talking about Skai. It sounded so wonderful. I wanted to stay with you and learn more if I could. Above, the voice whispered, Please, Lord Abel? Manny leaped, hitting the logs of the wall with a thump. After a few seconds, he called, I think her back's broken. I can't help her, I told Toug, but you can. This is why you were awake when you should have been asleep, and why you followed us. Go up and heal her. As Toug mounted the ladder, I told Gilf, I'm going back in for a minute. You can come with me or wait here. I'll come, he rumbled. We returned to the house and found a cup and a big lamp made for Beimer. Outside, its flame fluttered in the wind, and I had to shield it with my hand. I want you up there, I told Gilf when we regained the shelter of the barn. And the hole Toug went through won't be big enough. See the big one where they throw hay down? Yep. Put your forelegs on the edge and jump a little, and you ought to be able to get up pretty easily. Gilf said nothing. The giant who owned this place stuck his head through there, so it's around twice my height. To see it better, I held up the lamp. Say half a rod and a bit more. Still, it won't be too hard for you. Can't jump that high. Gilf would not meet my eyes. Maybe if I go up first and call you? After a long moment, Gilf nodded. Climbing the ladder without spilling oil from the lamp was anything but easy, yet I managed it, mostly by balancing myself, releasing the rung I held, and grabbing the next. It was a relief when Toug reached down and took the lamp. There's an elf up here, Toug said. I know, it's Baki, isn't it? Manny peered over the edge. That's right, Sir Abel, and she's suffering terribly. She's most grateful to my mistress and me, but we've done all we can. She wants you, Toug added. She can't have me, I told him as I climbed into the loft. I was hoping you'd fixed her by now. I don't know how. Somewhere beyond the lamplight, Baki moaned. I found her and sat on the straw beside her. She's in pain, I told Toug, and you're wasting time. Kneel here. He did. Run your fingers over her, gently, very gently. I can't do this. Yes, you can. That's the point. You're a god to her. Not to me and not to Manny, but to her you're a god. This world of Mythgarthr is a higher world than hers. Toug tried, and nothing happened. Think her whole, healed. Imagine her healthy and well, jumping, dancing, turning cartwheels. She did all that before this happened. Think about how she used to be. Toug tried, eyes tightly shut and lips drawn to a thin line. Is anything happening? No. It won't happen gradually. When it happens, it'll be over before it starts, and you'll know. You'll feel the rush of power that did it. Lord, Baki gasped. I can't help you, I told her, but Toug can and will. Have you got faith in Toug? You've got to or die. You drank my blood, Lord? I remember, and I'd repay you if I could. I can't help you now. Toug has to do it. Please, Toug. I worship you. They will kill me for it, but I will worship you. I will sacrifice, burn food on your altar, animals, fish, bread. Baki gasped. Her upper half writhed. Every day, a fresh sacrifice every day. Who do you swear by? I made it as urgent as I could. By him, by great Toug. Not Cedar? I renounce him. Baki's voice had to a whisper. I renounce him again. Oh, try, Toug, try. I'll build you a chapel. I'll do anything. I am trying, Toug said, and shut his eyes again. I bent over Baki. Renounce him by both names, now and forever. Believe me, he can't make you well. I renounce Cedar called Garseg. I renounce Garseg called Cedar, always, always, forever. Your mother is? Kulili. I laid my hand on Taug's shoulder. She's a thing in your mind, and you can trust me on this. She's a thought, a dream. Have you got a knife? He shook his head. Only my sword. I do. I took out the little knife that had carved my bow and handed it to him with the cup. Cut your arm, long but not deep. I'll hold the lamp so you can see what you're doing. Your blood will run down to your fingers. Catch it in this. When it's full, hold it so Baki can drink it. Shutting his eyes, Toug pushed up his sleeve and made a 4-finger cut. Hold it for her. Say, Baki, take this cup. I steered it to her lips, and she drained it. Taug's eyes opened. I did it. Sit up, Baki. Trembling, she did. Her coppery skin was no longer like polished metal, and there was a new humanity in her smile. Thank you. Oh, thank you. She made obeisance until Toug touched her shoulder and told her to stand up. I wish Gilf had seen this, I said. But he's heard it, and maybe that's enough. Rising, I went to the wide hole in the floor through which Beimer had poked his head. Here, Gilf. Get up here. Something huge and dark sprang from below, leaving mules and horses plunging and squealing. When it gained the loft, its weight shook the whole barn. Swiftly it dwindled, and was a large brown dog with a white blaze on his chest. I scratched his ears and sat down again. Gilf lay beside me, resting his massive head on my knee. I'm going to have to explain a few things, I said. Most especially explain to Baki why I couldn't help her after what she'd done for me. I don't like explaining, so I'm going to make you do it yourselves as far as possible. Baki said softly, I don't understand about Gilf, Lord. I don't think Gilf understands either, do you, Gilf? Gilf shook his head, an almost imperceptible motion. He doesn't, so I'll explain that. But you understand a lot that the others don't, Baki. You must explain it now. Must I tell them of Cedar, Lord? You must tell them a lot more than that. I waited for her to speak, but she did not. Toug said, Who are all those people you talked about? Cedar and Kulili and the other one? I don't believe we mentioned Grengarm, I said, but we might easily have included him as well. I renounce him, Lord. I shrugged. I know you do, but he's dead, so it hardly matters. Who made you? Kulili, Lord. Toug said, Kulili made her? I glanced at Baki, and Baki nodded. I don't understand that at all. Manny's mistress made him too, or I think so. Do you want to tell us about that, Manny? I would if I could, Manny declared, but I can't.
I remember being a kitten and nursing, but I doubt that helps.
Could you talk then?
There was a hush that seemed long. At last, Manny said, "Of course I could." I nodded. There are elemental spirits, spirits like ghosts, though they've never been alive. Can you see them? Certainly. Cloud spoke in my mind. So can I, Ryder. The men who are here are coming back with lights. Do you care? No. Aloud I said, Kulili's the group mind of creatures who are largely unaware of their individual existences. Does that seem strange, Toug?
I don't even understand what it means.
Let it pass. You're a group mind too, and it may be better if you don't think about it. Kulili was thousands of creatures, but she had no friends. She made the elf to keep her company, shaping bodies of vegetable and animal tissues and chaining elementals in them to speak and think. They're long-lived. Toug nodded reluctantly. Much longer-lived than we are. But short-lived as we are, we're immortal. Our spirits don't die. It's not like that for the elf. Dead, they're gone completely. I spoke to Baki. Is that why you embraced heresy?
No,
she said. Why did you? You have to tell me that. I don't know. As Baki drew breath, Toug said,
I still don't understand about Gilf, and I'd like to.
You will. Maybe you know that there are 7 worlds. This is the 4th? Toug nodded.
Mythgarthr.
Right. Baki, start with the creation of the worlds.
Do you think it is really... All right. The High God made them. First he made servants for himself, as Kulili did later. Then he gave them their own world. It was a reward for things they had done for him. There was some evil in it, I don't know why.
I said, it had to differ from him. Since he's perfect, anything that differs must be wrong some way. Go on.
They did not like that, so they collected as much as they could and put it into a place he made under theirs. Now we call their world Kleos, the world of Fairy Port, because it is so nice. The world under it is Skai.
Where you were? Toug asked me.
It didn't seem evil. It sounded wonderful.
I spoke of the giants of winter and old night.
I said evil, Baki continued, but I should have made it clear that much was merely badness, imperfection. It was all one thing at first, a giant named Ymir, alone, violent, and miserable. Some servants of the highest god surrendered their places in Kleos and went down to kill him. They did, but they could never go back.
For half a minute, perhaps, all of us were silent. The voices of muleteers floated up from below, with noises made by horses and mules. The flickering light of the muleteers' lanterns shone up through the hatch and the cracks in the floorboards. I got up and went to the hatch. You're worried about the uproar, I called down. You don't have to be. They're over their fright, and it won't happen again.
I don't understand, Toug said when I sat down. What does killing a giant have to do with making her well?
Baki?
The servants of the High God have his ear in Kleos.
Seeing he was expected to speak, Toug said,
All right. Those who left no longer had it. They had to ask their brothers to intercede. They multiplied, and their children knew no other place. Their brothers became their gods.
Manny touched my arm with a tentative paw.
What about the giants up there, Sir Abel? Where did they come from?
From the body of Ymir. When Ymir died, pieces of him still lived. Ymir was vast, beyond our imagining.
The highest god made another world below Skai, Baki told Toug. It is where we sit talking now. Mythgarthr, the clearing where tales are told.
I said, the overkinds, by which we mean our own gods in Skai,
Needed a place to throw what remained of Ymir, you see. That was the plea they made their brothers, and they promised they'd cleanse their own world of evil as far as they could, casting it into Mythgarthr, with the rotting flesh of Ymir, his blood, and his bones. We call his bones rock, his flesh earth, and his blood the sea. That's horrible. I shook my head. The living giant was horrible, as those parts that lived on are horrible still. A dead man is horrible. Have you ever seen one? Not a man newly dead, but one who has begun to decay? Slowly, Toug nodded. But a dead man returns as trees, grass, and flowers. So with Ymir. It's useless to condemn the evil he was. That is gone. The good he has become remains. If we won't bless it with our lips, we must bless it in our hearts every time we see a sunrise or a flowering meadow. You said the lady lived in a meadow, Toug reminded me. A meadow where flowers bloom all the time. So I did. We call those flowers stars. Baki said, You know how our race came to be, but I do not know how yours did. If you want Toug to learn it, you must tell him. I know, Manny declared. The giants, not those you talked about, but giants like the one who built this barn, were oppressing the cats. Men were made to help the cats. I smiled. And where did those lesser giants come from, wise cat? From Skai. Correct. Manny looked pleased with himself. I knew that had to be right, because it's the only place they could have come from, and there were giants there already. A long time after the death of Ymir, one of the overkinds coupled with a giantess. I spoke so softly that Toug had to lean forward to hear. I don't know how long that time was, thousands of years for them, and I think it likely that it was more than thousands. The overkind was Lothar. Some say he's a son of the Valfathers. Manny said, His father must have been some overkind. I nodded. Unless he was one of the group that left Kleos, which some allege. Baki said, Will you tell us the name of the giantess? You know it already. Anger's kids, the Angerborn, were not strong enough to resist the overkinds, but the overkinds didn't want to kill them, because they were their relatives. To rid Skai of them, they sent them here. Toug said, What about us? How did we get here? The Most High God raised us from the animals. Does that sound horrible? Manny said, Well, I certainly don't think so. Neither do I told him. You're innocent always, and often brave and loyal. No one who has known Gilf as I have could be ashamed of being related to him, though there have been many times when he must have been shamed by us. Toug exclaimed, But he's a magic dog! At which Manny shook his head. We will talk about Gilf later, I told Toug. In fact, I hope Gilf will talk for himself. Gilf looked at me like I had sold him out. We're talking about Baki now and how you healed her. Or if we aren't, we should be. How did Aelfris come to be, Baki? You must know. Toug said, You said we were raised from the beasts, like they grew up and became us. But you didn't say why. Because the Most High God willed it. Do you think he discussed the matter with me? He discusses his decisions with no one. He must have had some reason. No doubt, but we can only guess. Mine is like Manny's. We're to preserve Mythgarthr from the Angerborn. They're cruel for cruelty's sake, and destroy for the sheer love of destruction. The animals he put here don't do such things, and he may have hoped that if he gave us reason and the power of speech, we'd serve as a check on the Angerborn, as we do. But we do those things sometimes too. Toug looked at Baki for confirmation, and she nodded. We do. We build houses and barns as well. How do you think the Angerborn learned to do those things? By copying us? You got it. Way too often, we turn around and copy them. I turned to Baki. You talk. She cleared her throat.
First, I would like to thank Toug again for healing me.
Toug muttered, You don't have to.
I want to. I also want to thank Sir Abel for bringing you and teaching you to do it. You would not have if he had not urged you. I know that. As for the creation of Aelfris, it is obvious, surely. It is a dump for the refuse of Mythgarthr.
Bucky sighed.
If you spit upon me, I will be honored by your attention.
I said, You still resent us, though you reject Cedar?
I suppose I do.
While we remained elemental spirits, Toug, we could do little harm.
Do you think spirits, ghosts, and all such all-powerful? I guess I did. You were wrong. But once Kulili had given us bodies, we did all sorts of harm, there and here. She remonstrated with us, and we turned on her and drove her under the waves. We wanted to be free, and to us that means free to do what we want, judged by no one and nothing.
I wouldn't judge you, Toug said miserably.
You must. You are our gods. Try to understand.
Toug could only gape at her. When several seconds had passed, Manny said kindly, The gods of each world are the people of the next one up. That's Skai for us, and us for Aelfris. I added, Aelfris for Muspel, the sixth world. Bucky signed again.
You know all about it.
There was resignation in her voice. Not all. No one knows all there is to know about a thing except the Most High God. The Valfather once told me that if anyone ever learns all there is to be learned about anything, it'll be found that he or she is the Most High God and always has been. You renounced Cedar and accepted Toug. What harm can my knowledge do after that?
I am ashamed for my people, for the fire elf.
Their shame's no worse because I know. Do you want to repay Toug for healing you? Tell him. Manny added, If you don't, we will. Bucky shrugged.
There is not much to tell. You know we can visit your world?
Toug nodded.
The Queen of the Wood did. And your kind can visit our Aelfris?
He nodded again.
I've been there. We saw you up here and saw how rarely you heeded our prayers, how foolish you were and how cruel. We visited the world below our own. It is a beautiful place, a place of fire, and there are wondrous beings there, beings powerful and wise. We proclaimed them our gods.
You can do that? Taug's eyes were wide.
We did. We prayed to them, sacrificed our own folk on their altars, invited them to come to Aelfris to aid us in our struggle against Kulili.
Toug said softly, Your mother.
Our mother, yes. We were trying to kill her as we had for centuries. The gods from Muspel were to help us in that, forging a unified plan.
Toug shivered. But it wasn't all of you, was it? I said. It was only you fire elf at first.
We were the leaders, and we followed Cedar.
And Grengarm? Bucky raised her eyebrows. She was squatting in the straw with her knees pressed to her breasts, yet it seemed that she was about to flee. Toug said,
Did you know that Sir Abel killed Grengarm? No.
When no one else spoke, Bucky repeated,
No.
You weren't among those who danced for him here in Mythgarthr, I said. Where were you?
It was hard for him to come here.
It seemed she spoke to herself. The yellow fire in her eyes was smoky.
Some of us still prayed up, even after we worshipped them. It was a triumph for him that he could get here at all.
The Osterlings sacrificed us to the dragons, I told her, casting the victims into the mountain of fire. I saw their faces screaming in Grengarm when I killed him. Toug said, I won't ask about Gilf anymore. I know you don't want to talk about that. Not now, I told him. Later, perhaps.
But I want to ask about Grengarm and the other one. Why is it they're so much stronger than we are, and stronger even than people like her?
The elf, Manny purred. You worshipped them, I reminded Toug. Don't you even know their name?
They're supposed to be great. They could do anything. She doesn't seem like that.
Baki, I told him. Her name is Baki, and she's your worshipper, the only one you've got. The least you can do for her is use it. Would you explain, Baki, why Toug finds you so disappointing?
We were never meant to be your gods, Baki said. Have you ever built a house?
Toug shook his head.
But you must have seen all the things that are left over when the building is done. The odds and ends of wood, the warped shingles, and the cracked stones.
Slowly Toug nodded.
We are what was left when the highest god finished building your world. What he piled together and buried.
It's getting late, I said. We should sleep, all of us, and now that she's whole, Baki will want to go home.
Manny said, I love this. I could do it all night.
I'll bet and sleep all day afterward, but Toug and I will have to ride, and Gilf will have to run. We may have to fight, too. I turned to Baki. How were you hurt?
I was scattering the mules for you, Lord. Uri and I found 20 or so. When we tried to scatter those, they broke into 2 groups. She followed one, and I the other. One of the Angerborn came for mine.
I nodded.
I should have run, but I tried to scatter them. He caught me and threw me on the rocks.
I'm sorry. Terribly sorry.
Toug added, But you're all right now? Better than ever.
Baki smiled, then grew serious.
It was a long time before Uri found me. I wanted her to take me to you, Lord, so you could heal me. She would not do it. She carried me back to Aelfris and came back here to find one of the new gods to do it.
Toug looked at me, but I said nothing.
Then she said the new god was dead, and nothing could be done. But I saw you up here.
Baki sighed.
It took a lot of searching, Lord, but I found you and came as close as I could.
I stood and blew out the lamp. Go back to Aelfris. Tell Garseg I haven't forgotten my promise.
But, Lord...
Do what I told you. I turned to Toug. We've got to sleep, or we'll be good for nothing in the morning. Chapter 5. Confidences. Much later, when we lay in the crowded house that had been Bymer's, and he sensed that I, too, was awake, Toug whispered,
Will you tell me one more thing, Sir Abel? Just one more?
Probably not.
Why wouldn't you heal Baki yourself?
At length I said, You told me Lady Idun had promised you a shield. Has she given it to you?
Not yet, Toug whispered. There hasn't been time to paint it anyhow.
You'll have to remind her, I told him, and both of us have to sleep. Obediently, Toug closed his eyes, but as soon as he did, he saw sunshine, waving grass, and distant vistas of mountain and plain. He opened them again at once, but there was only darkness and the flickering firelight. This is better, I said. I was standing beside the cloud-colored mount I had come back on, and the wind that whipped the plumes on my helmet sent her mane and tail streaming across the sky.
Where are we?
Toug asked. His own mount, Leomfalt, was cropping grass some distance off. Most people think there's only one world on this 4th level, I explained.
Isn't that true?
Toug took a step toward me and found that there was a shield strapped to his arm, a shield rounded at the top, with a long tapering point at the bottom, such as knights use. Its background was green, like that of my own shield, and on it was a white griffin with wings spread wide. The highest level and the lowest have only got one, I said. The rest have several. This is Dream. It's on the midmost level with Mythgarthr. Cloud brought us here. She looked up at the sound of her name, and her head and back were as white as the whitest clouds, but her feet and legs remained as dark as storms. Gray were the mane and tail streaming from the hilltop in the warm wind of dream. "She's a magic horse," Toug said, and his mind was filled with wonder. "She's not a horse at all," I told him, "and a good one. She's as wise as a woman, but she's not like a woman, and it will be well for you to understand her." "She can take you from world to world?" I nodded solemnly. "Can your horse?" Toug shook his head. "What of the horses of Aelfris?" Toug thought before he spoke. "I don't know about those, Sir Abel. I've never seen one." "There aren't any. I don't mean you'll never see an elf on horseback. For that matter, Uri and Baki rode some of the horses and mules they scattered. But any horse ridden by an elf, here or in Aelfris, will be one of ours. A horse taken by the elf as a man or woman may be." Toug nodded. "I think I understand. Are you going to tell me about your dog now?" I shook my head. "You don't have to. You could tell me later, or not tell at all. I already know he can talk like Manny." "Yes," I said, "and no. He can speak, but not like Manny. Manny speaks because he's a freakish combination of spirit and beast, though the spirit and the beast do not belong together. Gilf speaks of himself, of his nature. He has a spirit, of course, and an animal body, but they are parts of one whole. Can you write, Toug?" Toug shook his head. "You may learn some day. When you do, you'll find out that your hands speak just as your lips do now, and that the things they say are a little different. Still, you're one whole, lips and hands." "You're saying he talks like we do, but Manny doesn't?" "Close enough." I raised my voice. "Gilf, here, boy!" Toug looked around and caught sight of a running animal far away. It grew smaller as it approached, until a panting Gilf threw himself down at my feet. "We were talking about you," I said. "When I go back to Skai, will you go with me?" Gilf nodded. "That's good, but maybe it won't be allowed. Or you may want to stay here a while before you join me there. In either case, you'll belong to Toug. Is that understood?" Slowly, Gilf nodded again. "I want you to talk to him. I won't make you, but I ask it. Just to Toug. Will you speak?" There was a long silence. At last, Gilf said, "Yep." "Thank you. Toug wonders how you change size. Will you tell him?" "Good dog." We waited, and at length he added, "Dog from Skai." Toug exclaimed, "You had him before you went there." "I did. He was given to me by the Bodachon. Their reasons for making me such a gift were good but complicated, and we'll leave them for another time. Do you know the Wild Hunt?" Toug nodded. "It's when Herne the Hunter hunts up in the air like a storm. I'm not sure it's real." "Herne's the Valfather. It's one of his names." Toug gulped. "I heard him when I was little. His horse galloping across Skai and his hounds." "Then how could you not be certain it is real?" "I thought maybe I dreamed it." "You're dreaming this," I told him, and although Toug considered the matter for a long while after he woke, there seemed to be no adequate answer to it. "I've talked about the giants of winter and old night. When I did, you must have thought them human-shaped, like the Angerborn. I think I told you about one wearing a glove, and if you hadn't thought them like us before, you'd surely have after that." Toug nodded. "Many are, others are not. There's one with 100 arms, and more than a few who have or take on the shapes of animals. Fenrir's the worst. You've got to understand that there's no big distinction among the kinds." Reluctantly, Toug nodded again. "Ones or two at a time wander away from their sunless kingdom to steal and kill. When they do, the Valfather hunts them down, sometimes alone, sometimes with his sons or men like me, or both, but always with his hounds, who course them and bring them to bay. You heard them, you said." Recalling how frightened he had been, Toug said nothing. It sometimes happens that one of the bitches of that pack gives birth before her time. The exertions of the hunt are too great, and the pup is dropped. It doesn't happen often, but it happens. Once in 100 years, maybe. Isn't that thousands of years in Skai? Right. When a puppy is dropped like that, or lost some other way, it may fall or wander down into Mythgarthr. Then someone finds it, helpless and alone, hungry and cold. He can kill it then if he wants to. He can leave it to starve. Or he can take it in as the Bodachon did. Feed it and keep it alive. If he does, he'll have his reward eventually. You mean when the Valfather comes to get it? You're pale. Would that be such a terrible thing? Trembling, Toug nodded. I guess you're right, but a wonderful thing too. If he finds the hound he lost loved the man who saved it, do you think he'll hate that man? That's not his way. I hope not, Toug said fervently. It isn't. It's the sort of thing the giants do, not the sort of thing overkinds do, and it's sure as heck not the sort of thing the Valfather does. When minutes had passed, Toug said timidly, It's really beautiful here. Beautiful and terrible. Have you noticed how bright the colors are? Toug looked around, and it seemed that he looked with new eyes. Yes, he said. I hadn't paid any attention, but they are wonderful, like you say. They are yours, and if ever you give them up, this will be a land of blacks and greys. But that's not what I brought you here to tell you, nor did I bring you to explain Gilf. Where is he? Toug looked around. Where he was? I brought you so I could tell you about the Valfather. I sighed. He's very kind and very wise, and in his kindness and his wisdom, he's a man who stands on two legs. His wisdom makes him kind, and his kindness makes him wise. I told you I'd been in Skai for 20 years, even though it seemed a few days to you. It was hard to believe, Toug mumbled. I guess it was. It wasn't exactly true, since years are things of Mythgarthr, but 20 years takes us as near the truth as we're likely to get. After 20 years, the Valfather spoke to me privately, something he hadn't done since I came. He began by asking about my first life, and he saw that even when we talked about my battle with Grengarm, I recalled very little. The mead of his hall has that effect, and it spares us a lot of pain. He asked me then whether I wanted those memories restored, and I said no. The Valfather is wiser than we are. Slowly, Toug nodded. From the way I had answered him, he knew there was something more, and he asked whether I'd go back to your world if he let me. I couldn't remember Desiree, but I was haunted by her name, and the feelings I got when I said it, and said I would. I stopped talking, but Toug did not say anything more, though minutes passed, only watching the clouds of dream fly overhead, and a castle like a star that flew among them. We went to the spring Mimir, I said at last. I drank its water, and remembered you and Gilf and a lot of other things. I visited myself, watching myself drink water in the ruins of Bluestone Castle. Afterward the Valfather laid his condition on me. You're a god to Baki and all the elf. You know that now. They don't like us being gods, and I don't blame them. Nor do I, because the fault is ours. There's evil and folly even among the overkinds, but it's less, much less than ours. I stopped again to think. Baki sacrificed herself to me. Did we tell you? I don't think so. She did. I drank her blood and was made well. That should have showed me how things stood, but it didn't. I didn't want to believe I was a god to anybody. I understand, Toug told me fervently. In the same way the elf have refused to be gods to the world below theirs, preferring to give them the worship they owe you. But that's not the point. The point is that the Valfather bound me not to use the authority that is mine. I was not to return as an overkind from Skai. You mean you have to act like one of us? Toug asked. No. I mean I have to be less than one of you. I no longer have the authority of Mythgarthr. That can never be mine again. My authority's that of Skai. I swore not to use it, and if I break my oath, I have to go back at once. Poor Toug could only gape. I think it better if you know. I tried to keep my voice level. From time to time, I may need you. Need somebody who can wield the authority of Mythgarthr for me the way you did tonight. You need to understand why I need you. Toug swallowed. In the meantime, you're not to sacrifice to me unless I ask. Neither are you to treat me differently in any way. No, sir. I'm glad you understand. Don't tell anyone. This is only a dream after all. Uns is coming, Sir Abel. See there? Toug pointed. Un's bent figure was only just visible as it topped a rise, hurrying along crab-wise, but making good time for all that. We must go, I said, and the green hills of Dream, crowned with poplars and drooping cypress, were visible only as the reflection of the sun in water. Toug blinked and sat up. The fire was scarcely more than embers. Cloud stood over Un's twisted form, her noble head bent until their lips nearly touched. A moment more, and Cloud had faded to mist and was gone. Toug rose and put more wood on the fire, then knelt by me. Are you still going for my sister? I'm sending you, I said. I have the right to raise others to knighthood, I told Beale's followers. If anyone doubts me, let him challenge me now. Nobody spoke, though faces were turned toward Garveon. I wish I could say I have lands to give as well, fair manners to bestow on such knights as I make. I have none, but Lord Beale has most nobly offered to make up the deficiency. The watchers murmured, their voices less forceful and distinct than that of the wind. I raised my hand, and they quieted down. There are those who become knights in the great castles of the south, I continued. There's a ritual bath, at which 3 knights stand near to counsel them. From dark to dawn, they watch their arms. There are banners, prayers, and songs, and there are ladies in silk to watch it. We have a lady here, but she wears leather and a quiver on her back. Toug turned to look at Idun, and saw that everyone else was as well. Her head was high, her eyes as bright as those of the big black cat on her shoulder. When the ceremonies are done, and the knight-to-be has been properly admired and gossiped about, a carpet is spread before the giver of the accolade. The knight-to-be kneels on it, and for that reason those who are knighted this way are called carpet knights. Crawl laughed, but fell silent almost at once. There are knights of another kind, too, those who've watched the weapons of foes instead of their own, knights who get the accolade because all who know them know their knights already, brave and honorable and skilled at arms. A bar of sunlight raced across the plain and was gone. I had spoken loudly enough for everyone to hear. Now I let my voice fall. Come forward, Svan, and kneel. Svan advanced, neither quickly nor slowly. For a moment that only seemed long, he stood before dropping to his knees. Maybe it was the wind that made his eyes water. Eterni sprang from her jeweled scabbard into my hand, and I no longer stood alone. A score of knights, old and grim or young and gallant, stood with me. A woman who was not hidden screamed among the onlookers. The long black blade touched Svan's right shoulder, then his left. I said, Arise, Sir Svan. Svan stood up, looking dazed. Eterni shot back into her scabbard, and the phantom knights vanished. I said, Toug, step forward, please. Proudly, Toug took his place beside Svan. His clothes were those of the village boy he had been, but on his arm was a beautiful green shield bearing a white griffin. Here stands a squire, Sir Svan. Will you have him? Gladly, Svan answered, if he will have me. Will you serve this knight loyally, Toug, as your father once served me? I swear it. Toug's voice was loud, and possibly for that reason, cracked as he spoke. No word of mine summoned Cloud. With Gilf at her heels, she cantered through the onlookers to stand before me. I mounted. "I'm going south, taking Uns and 2 more. I promised Duke Martyr I'd take my stand in a mountain pass, and have yet to do so. When you free my servant from the Angerborn, send him to me. He'll know where to find me." That night, Toug hoped to dream as he had when we slept side by side. No such dreams came to him, but the warm pink tongue of a cat instead. He rolled onto his back. "Hello, Manny. What is it?" "Come with me," Manny said softly, and when Toug rose, he led him from the camp to a place not greatly different from any other on that haunted plain, save that Idun was there on a little folding stool, with another such stool before her. "I need to speak with you, Squire," she said. "You and I have not been great friends until— Sit, please. I brought that stool out here for you." Toug bowed and sat. "You gave me my shield and made me your friend as long as I live." She smiled, a smile just visible in the moonlight. That was courteously said. "I don't know anything about manners, how to talk to a lady or a nobleman like your father, or any of that. I just said the truth." "Sir Svan can teach you?" "I know, but he hasn't had time yet." As though she had not heard him, Idun said, "He has beautiful manners when he chooses." "The wise know how to be polite," Manny informed Toug, "but the wise know when to be polite as well." "And do not choose to be courteous always," Idun finished for him. "Sir Svan is brusque with me, Squire, unless my father is at my side. Why is that?" "He hasn't told me." "Of course not. I know I'm not beautiful." "Yes, you are," Toug told her. Manny purred approval. "Beautiful women don't have noses like mine." "There were women and girls in our village, and there are your women and girls here, and most of the slaves the giant had were women. But when I try to think of somebody else like you, the only one I can think of is Queen Desiree, and you're a lot nicer than she was." "You met her? Sir Abel introduced you or something?" Toug nodded. "I'd love to. Do you think he's coming back?" "I don't know." "Address her as my lady," Manny whispered, and Toug repeated, "I don't know, my lady." "But you could guess, Squire, if you were made to?" "I don't think so," Toug said slowly. "He said to send his servant when we rescued my sister. I don't think he'd have said that if he were coming back." Idun nodded reluctantly. "And he made Sir Svan a knight. Sir Svan used to be his squire, but now I'm Sir Svan's squire. Sir Svan's being a knight means you've got 2, like you did when you had Sir Garvaon and Sir Abel." "Have you heard what Sir Garvaon said about that?" Toug shook his head, and drew the cloak she had given him more tightly about him. "No, my lady, I haven't." "Garvaon said Sir Abel thinks this will make Sir Svan or break him, and you too. He thinks Abel may come to Utgard to see how well you acted, or how badly." "That's wrong," Toug said, surprising himself. "I mean, he's a knight, and he knows a lot, my lady, but I don't think he knows Sir Abel as well as I do. He's not like that." Manny asked, "May I speak, Lady Idun?" "Later." She picked Manny up, stroking his head. "I want to hear Toug now. What's Sir Abel like, Toug?" "I don't know a word for it," said Toug, who thought he did. "But he wouldn't test us like Sir Garvaon says. He knows already. He knows we can do it, or anyhow, he knows Sir Garvaon and Sir Svan can." 2 knights against a castle full of frost giants." "Sir Garvaon and Sir Svan and all of us," Toug amended. "You, my lady, your father, Manny, Org, and everybody else." "Org?" "I shouldn't have said that, I'm sorry." "It's just that it's a name I've never heard." Manny's voice was melted butter. "If you will allow me, Lady Idun, I can set your mind at rest concerning the entire matter, presently or privately." "Please let him, my lady.
That way I can say I didn't tell you. Org is a terrible man one rarely sees, Manny explained. He's larger than a mule, silent, and lives on human flesh. You're making this up. Aye, my lady. I assure you no one is less inclined to prevarication than I, your most worshipful cat. You know you are, Manny. You're fibbing. Squire Toug's eloquent protestations have given away my little game, I see, Manny said stiffly. I shall proffer no more unneeded details. The facts you require, my lady, are these. Org is a servant of Sir Abel's, one normally seen to by the hunchback. Before he left, however, prior to his brief yet gracious speech elevating Sir Svan to knighthood, he instructed Org to remain at Sir Svan's side, obeying Sir Svan as if he were Sir Abel himself. I thought that I, with the hunchback and Sir Abel's dog, was the sole witness to the conversation, but Squire Toug knows of it clearly. I saw it. Toug wished the ground would swallow him. I saw it and asked Sir Svan, and he said I'd better know, but not to tell anybody. He's awfully handsome, isn't he? Idun's eyes shone. Toug gawked. Sir Svan, I mean. He broke his nose fighting giants, and it will probably be crooked when it heals, but one must expect scars on a bold knight. Blue eyes, she sighed. He has a cleft chin. Did you notice, Squire? Toug managed to say, Yes, my lady? My praise is not to be repeated. You realize that, I'm sure, both of you. Manny said, Most certainly not. Your ladyship may rely on me absolutely. To which Toug added, Me too. I've had Manny's opinion of Sir Svan already. If you want to hear it, no doubt you will. You may hear it even if you don't want to. But I'd like to have yours. I realize you've been his squire for only one day. When Toug did not speak, Idun added, You must have formed some estimate of his character just the same. I knew him before. So you did. I won't tattle, on a maiden's honor. And I, Manny announced, speak to you and Lady Idun alone, and to Sir Abel, but he isn't here. A lot's what Sir Abel told me, Toug said, but he's right. I know he's right. About Sir Svan. Idun was clearly interested. Better and better. What did he say? Well, he's proud. Sir Svan, I mean. Anyone with half an eye can see that. He ought to be a nobleman, but he's a younger son, and then his mother died and his father married again. They're just trying to get him out of the way, really. He looks down on everybody, even the king, because he feels like everybody looks down on him, and he's got to learn. This is what Sir Abel said when we talked one time. I understand. Go on. He's got to learn it's not all looking up or looking down. He said people keep hurting Svan because they think he needs his pride humbled. He said he'd done that too. But Sir Svan's been hurt so much already that it only makes him worse, and I shouldn't do it any more. Have you humbled him, Squire? Toug looked around him at the frigid Northland night and the distant lights of the camp. It was time for a good, solid lie, he knew, and he lied manfully. I said something, my lady, only I took it back after. I don't think he's forgotten, but I don't think he's mad anymore either. Chapter 6. Utgard. The wall and towers of Utgard could be seen for a full day's ride before they reached them, and neither was as Toug had expected. The base of the wall was a range of mountains, or at least seemed so, low mountains, but steep. From it rose a second wall of fitted stones, in which the stones were larger than cottages. Atop that rose a palisade of trunks so great as to make the stones look small. The towers beyond the wall were blue with distance, and immense, so wide they seemed squat, and often topped by spidery scaffolding, half-walled. The men on them looked as small as ants, but when Leomfalt had trotted another league, Toug realized they were not human beings but giants.
No wonder our king wants to make friends with them, he told Leomfalt. We could never beat them, not in 1,000 years, or even stop them from doing anything. Svan turned in his saddle. If you can't talk like a man, be quiet. Toug nodded. I'm sorry, Sir Svan. It slipped out. I killed one of those creatures a few days ago, and I'd like to make it a score. At the head of their column, Master Crawl sounded a trumpet and shouted, We come in peace. Privately, Toug hoped they would be received the same way. The plain on which they had heard so many mysterious sounds and seen ghostly figures at dawn was given over to farms here, for the most part, and poor farms they seemed to Toug, although his father's fields had been scarcely fertile enough to feed his family. There were giants in these fields, but the reapers were human slaves, and mostly women. Look at that fellow, Svan pointed. He doesn't know what he's about. Toug touched his heels to Leomfalt until he and Svan rode side by side. He's blind, Sir Svan. He is? How can you tell from here? He's a man. See his beard? Of course. What does that have to do with it? The giants blind their men slaves, Toug explained. Berthold told me. Didn't you see him? Yes, and he was blind, but he's old, I thought. They burned his eyes out. They do it to all the men. Something frightening came into Svan's face. Toug gulped. They've got my sister, I told you. Yes, but your sister won't have been blinded, will she? The women at the farm are all right. They weren't all right, they just weren't blind. We're supposed to free Sir Abel's servant and find his horses and baggage and send them to him. My sister was with Sir Abel's servant, and he will have been blinded by now. It may be impossible. I hope it isn't, but it may be. Sir Abel, he knew about these things, Sir Svan. Reluctantly, Svan nodded. He knew you could do it. I told Lady Idun after the battle, and maybe I... Svan had raised a hand for silence. You told Lady Idun. Did she ask about me? Toug nodded. She wanted to know a lot about you. She likes you, Sir Svan. We'll have no more such talk as that. No, sir, I'm sorry, Sir Svan. I'd be a landless man if it weren't for her father's generosity. As it is, I own a manor I've never seen. She's the daughter of a baron, and you might circle Celadon without finding a fairer woman. She'll wed the heir to a dukedom. There can't be many of those around here, Toug said practically. Her father and all of us will return to the king when we've delivered his gifts, I'm sure. Toug nodded, hoping Svan was correct. She was interested in me? She asked about me? Toug nodded. She likes you, Sir Svan. I know what you said, but she does. An unproven knight. Can I say something? You won't get mad? Svan's smile was grim. Try it and we'll see. When Lady Idun looks at you, she sees what the rest of us see, not what you see when you think about yourself. Which is? A noble knight. One whose father's a nobleman. His mother was noble, too. A handsome knight with blue eyes and yellow hair and the kind of face women like. A knight dependent on her father's pity. Nobles reward knights, Toug insisted. That's what they're for. You earned that manor fighting giants. You say you're an untried knight, I guess because you've never fought another knight. But which is harder, fighting another knight or fighting a giant? I know which one scares me most. Svan smiled. My nose buttresses your argument, though I was no knight when you broke it, I admit. Up ahead, Angerborn had blocked the head of the column, where Beal and Idun rode. They had spears taller than many a tree, bare bellies like hairy sails, and beards as long as Toug was tall. Garveon rode back to join Svan and Toug. The king's guards, did you hear that? No armor, and turn as quick as 4 yoke and a plough. His lordship wants them to take us to their king. They want to kill us and take the mules, or so they say. I'd like to see them try. A richly dressed man who had followed Garveon exclaimed, Utgard! That's Utgard up there! I've heard about it all my life,
but I no more expected to set eyes on it than the bottom of the sea. I'm going to make sketches."
"It's big, all right," Garvion conceded.
"Big and full of frost giants. Seriously, Sir Knight, if you were to kill those up ahead, 100 more would be on us before we'd gone half a league." Svan said, "You're right, of course. Have we met?" "Only briefly, I'm afraid. I know you've been meeting a great many people. I'm Master Papounce." They shook hands, Svan stiffly. "Toug is my squire." Like an echo, someone farther ahead called, "Toug!" "The only retinue I possess at present." Toug shook hands too, and Papounce said, "You've a good strong grip. Going to be a knight yourself before long." "I hardly know how to be a squire yet." Garvion edged his mount near enough to touch Taug's shoulder, a quick rough slap.
"Somebody wants you."
"Here's a serving girl to fetch you, I believe," Svan added as one of Idun's maids clattered up on a coarse pony that had begun the trip in the baggage train. The maid did her best to curtsy in the saddle. "It's Lady Idun, Sir Svan. I mean, it's not her shouting, but it's her that wants him, sir, and, oh, I don't know. But Lady Idun says, won't you lend him? I don't know what for."
"In which case we must find out. Come along, squire."
Toug sensed that Svan was trying to sound grim, but that the prospect of conversation with Idun made it difficult. The king's guards had been joined by 2 more by the time Toug and Svan reached the front of the column. One of the newcomers overshadowed Beale and Idun like a beetling cliff.
"Anything you say must be heard by us," he rumbled.
"I can't stop you from listening," Beale told him, "but it is a thing no gentleman would do." The Angerborn said nothing, frowning and leaning on a spear longer than a lance. "King Gilling wants my daughter's cat," Beale told Svan. He rolled his eyes to indicate that there was no accounting for the whims of kings. "The cat Sir Abel gave her." Manny mewed loudly to indicate the cat intended. "I don't know why he wants it," Beale continued, "or how he came to hear of it, but that's what he says, or rather, it's what this officer of his says he says." The looming Angerborn took one hand from the shaft of his huge spear.
"Hand it over."
Addressing Toug, Idun said, "He won't promise to give Manny back or even promise not to hurt him." The giant reached for Manny, and Svan's sword cleared the scabbard. "Gentlemen, gentlemen!" Beale raised both hands. "This is a diplomatic mission. You, sir, I am Lord Beale, a baron of King Arnthor's realm. May I ask your name?"
"Thrym."
The hand had been withdrawn. "We need to explain to these men," Beale indicated Svan and Toug, "what they're to do, what Taug's to do, and why he's to do it. Then we'll give you the cat, and you can take it to King Gilling, having accomplished your errand." He wheeled his mount to speak to Toug and Svan. "Under these circumstances, my daughter is reluctant to hand her pet over. Understandably, as I'm sure you'll agree. She wanted to take it to His Majesty herself, and Thrym agreed. But she has been traveling, as we all have. I'd greatly prefer she not appear at court until she's bathed and dressed. Let her appearance bring credit to our nation, not disrepute." "She could never bring disrepute," Svan declared. "I said," Idun put in, "that in that case King Gilling could wait until we were to be received. We would put a gold collar and some nice perfume on Manny." Manny sneezed. "And I would exhibit him to King Gilling. This great lump of a royal officer wouldn't hear of it." "His instructions are to bring Manny to his king at once," Beale said mildly. "Yes, and leave us out here cooling our heels." Beale spoke to Svan. "Thrym here would have allowed Idun to carry Manny, that's her cat, to the king. I wouldn't permit it. I suggested that one of her maids do it." Idun snapped, "Absolutely not." Beale nodded. "Now that I've given the matter more consideration, I'm inclined to agree. At any rate, Squire Toug is the only substitute Idun will accept. I described Toug to Thrym, and Thrym indicated that he might accept him too." Beale turned to the giant. "Here he is. He's Sir Svan's squire, as I told you. Would he be acceptable?"
"If he don't piss himself."
You don't have to go, Svan told Toug. I won't order you to. Beale said, You'll permit it, if he goes willingly?
No horse, Thrym rumbled. I walk. The king walks. You can walk too.
Toug nodded and dismounted. Idun held out Manny. This is very brave of you. Toug took him, putting him on his shoulder. Would Sir Svan have done it? Svan said. In an instant. Of course you would, Idun smiled. But I won't allow it. Manny doesn't know you well at all. Toug and I are the only people here Manny knows and likes, and it's going to be frightening enough for him, even with a friend present. He's a big cat and a strong one. What if he were to scratch King Gilling's face? What would become of our diplomacy then? Would Sir Garvaon? Toug asked her. She seemed surprised by the question, but after a moment she said, Yes, I'm sure he would, if I asked him. So am I, Toug told her. What about Sir Abel, would he go? Yes, absolutely. Then so will I. Toug looked at the gigantic Thrym, twice the height of the tallest man. Shouldn't we start? We're keeping your king waiting. Their walk across the plain consumed hours. The wind snatched dust and snow from the fields, and the green cloak Lady Idun had given Toug seemed powerless to keep it out. Manny rode his windward shoulder and pressed a warm and furry side against his ear, which was a great comfort, but even Manny trembled in that wind. With every step, and the steps came very fast for league after league, since Toug had to trot to keep up, the lonely train of horses and mules behind them shrank. A huddle of clumsy houses bigger than barns appeared before the monstrous wall. Beyond these houses yawned a gate like the mouth of a colossal face, one to which a portcullis of close-set bars thicker than old trees gave teeth.
Take a good look,
Thrym rumbled. I am, Toug told him. I've never seen anything like this.
'Cause you may not see much after.
Thrym's laughter was deeper than the notes of a kettle drum, and so cruel Toug shuddered.
We don't see your kind with eyes here. Your kind don't see us much neither.
You blind your slaves, Toug swallowed. I talked to one a little. That's what he said, and he was blind.
The men we do.
But I'm not a slave, yours or anyone's. I'm Sir Svan's squire. Manny's not a slave either, he's Lady Idun's cat.
Animals we don't,
Thrym conceded, and Toug felt Manny relax a trifle. There was a dry ditch before the wall, a deep ditch, so wide that it seemed a natural chasm, with tumbled boulders in its black depths. Over it arched a bridge of massive timbers dark with tar. It creaked and cracked beneath Thrym's weight.
Don't worry about that,
Thrym rumbled.
We're good bridge builders. We have to be. You worry about me. What's to keep me from taking the cat, stepping on you, and kicking your body into the moat?
Nothing, sir, only I hope you won't.
What about that toy sword you got?
Thrym halted to let Toug catch up and pointed to Swordbreaker.
You stop me with that?
No, sir.
By Ymir's blood. You've got that right. Let's see it.
Toug drew Swordbreaker and handed it to Thrym, hilt first as courtesy demanded.
Not even sharp.
No, sir, Toug said again. Sir Svan won't let me have a sharp one because he's afraid I might cut myself. But I'm his squire, and a squire ought to have a sword. Thrym shook with laughter. The greatest of all the towers was reached by steps so high that Thrym carried Toug up them, gripping the back of the stout homespun shirt his mother had sewn for him and dangling him like a doll while he clutched poor Manny, and Manny clutched him with every claw.
We're ready to fight you, see?
Thrym set Toug down and gestured toward the steps they had just surmounted.
How are your men going to do on those, huh? Need a ladder or something? We'll come down them handy enough, and you ain't going to like what we do.
Thinking that he did not like what the Anger-born did at any time, Toug said, I certainly wouldn't want to fight you on these, sir.
Huh. How about that bridge we crossed over?
Nor there, Toug conceded.
built to burn, and fires ready laid to start it. Soon as you get on, we throw a torch. Think you'll get off quick?
Yes, sir.
You won't. You little Hotlanders breed like red ants, so there'll be 1,000 more pushing to get on from behind. The bridge'll burn, and you with it.
We haven't come to attack you, sir, Toug said humbly, but to make peace if we can.
You tell King Gilling.
The reeking throne room was every bit as huge as Toug had expected, yet its vaulted stone ceiling seemed low for the hundreds of giants who filled it with an indescribable din of laughter and shouts, stamping and rattling weapons.
That's the king over there.
Thrym pointed to the far end of the immense room, where the crowd was thickest.
I'm going to get close as I can. You follow after and mind you don't lose the cat.
Toug did his best, dodging giants.
Wait,
Manny whispered in his ear.
What does he want with me?
I have no idea, Toug muttered. I thought you knew.
All cats are brave.
Toug ducked between the legs of one of the Angerborn.
And I am counted brave even among cats. Still...
Manny was interrupted by a roar.
Thrym! Yes, your majesty. Where is it, Thrym?
The question was deafening.
Didn't you get it?
One of Thrym's hands closed on Toug, and he was lifted high into the air. Thrym's rumble sounded less impressive here.
I got it, your majesty.
Over the heads of 20 or 30 giants, Toug could see, on a high throne of gold on a dais so lofty that the hooked spikes of his iron crown seemed almost to scrape the vault, a king so large and so fat that the Angerborn about him, monstrous though they were, looked childlike.
Bring it here, Thrym!
The king's voice was neither particularly deep nor particularly high. What it was loud, so loud that it seemed a storm spoke.
What's that holding it? He's the cat's servant. May't please your majesty. The Hotlanders thought it ought to have somebody to look after it, somebody it knows. That sounded right to me. Fetch my table!
A lean Angerborn standing beside the dais thumped the floor with a golden staff, a dull noise that made Toug think of death knocking at a door.
The king's table!
4 blind men carried each leg. They were guided by a woman who steered them by voice and touch. Briefly, her eyes met Toug's. At once, she looked away.
Now then,
the king said when Toug had been lifted onto the table,
you must tell me about this magical cat, little fellow. Can he talk?
Yes, your majesty, Toug said, and felt Manny's claws sink into his shoulder.
Then make him talk to me.
Manny shook his head, his whiskers brushing Toug's cheek.
I can't, your majesty, Toug said. No one can make a cat do anything.
The king laughed, his belly an earthquake, and the other Angerborn joined in his laughter.
If he likes you, Toug explained, he may talk to you, but I'm sure he'll never talk with so many people present. That isn't his way.
The king leaned toward him, his round, sweating face like a millstone.
Is he your cat?
He's Lady Idun's cat, your majesty. She wanted to bring him herself, but her father wouldn't let her.
Toug took a deep breath.
He didn't think she was dressed well enough for court, your majesty. I'm not either. I know that. But with me, we hoped it wouldn't matter as much.
King Gilling was silent a moment, and then he said,
A nice tunic, so you wouldn't be ashamed to appear before me.
Toug nodded.
Thank you, your majesty.
The king turned to the Angerborn with the gold staff.
A nice tunic, Thiazi. One of the slave women can run him up one. A gold chain if you've got one small enough. Whatever else seems good to you.
Thiazi bowed.
Your majesty's wish is my only will.
Toug ventured to say,
Lord Beale has beautiful presents for you, your majesty. He's waiting outside the wall. All you have to do is let him in and he'll give them to you.
Waiting with this Lady Idun?
Yes, your majesty. And Sir Svan. That's my master. And a lot of other people.
I wish to speak to this Lady Eden. If her husband won't let her see me, her husband must be dealt with, cat.
My name's Toug, sir, and his name's Manny. Toug spoke softly in the hope of giving no offense. And Lord Beale's not her husband, he's her father. Lady Beale's dead, I think. And I'm sure he'll let you see her. See Lady Eden, I mean, when she's dressed up and everything.
That is well, the king smiled. We need to ask her where she got this cat, don't we, Thiazi?
Thiazi bowed.
Indeed, your majesty.
Oh, I can tell you that, Toug said. She got him from Sir Abel. He used to be Sir Abel's cat, and Sir Abel gave him to her. Chapter 7. Hela and Heinmir.
Something worrying ya, sir?
Uns was struggling to turn poles and a tarred canvas from Bymer's barn into the semblance of a pavilion, assisted by blind Berthold.
1,000 things, I told him.
Gerda looked up from her cooking.
We're in your way, ain't we, sir?
I shook my head. No, not at all.
If you'd want to ride ahead tomorrow, sir, and tell us where to meet up with you?
I shook my head again.
Org, ain't it, sir? You worried how Sir Svan might be taking care of him. So am I, sir. Org ain't bad like they say. Only he ain't good neither, and do take handlin'.
No, I said. Can I give you and Berthold some help? Uns looked shocked.
Us got it, sir, less you think us ain't doing right.
You're doing better than I would, I know. I seated myself on the ground and stared into the flames. Gilf lay down beside me.
'Tis the boy.
Gerda's tone was that of one who knows.
Young Toug. I'm worried about him too, sir.
You don't have to listen to this, I said. You have work to do, all of you. I realize that. I have work to do too, and I've been trying to do it. Thinking, not worrying. We thought very little in Skai, or at least I didn't think much. The Valfather, the Lady, and Thunor were very wise, and that was enough for us. We served them whenever we could, and ate and drank and jousted and sang when we couldn't. Now there's nobody to think except me, and one of the things I've got to think hard about is whether the Valfather foresaw it. I picked up a stick, snapped it, and tossed it on the fire. I'm sure he must have. The real question is whether it affected the restraints he laid on me when he let me come, and if it did, I think that it must have. How?
Too much thinkin' leads to drinkin',
Gerda warns me. Too much worry, you mean? Too much circular thinking in which the mind turns around and around, shaking the bars again and again. Yes, it does, but I try not to think like that. I try to think as the sea flows. I miss it, by the way, though I doubt the rest of you do. Gilf laid a paw on my lap. I'll tell you what I was thinking about in a moment. It's no secret. Let's dispose of Sir Svan and Toug first. Old Berthold, having finished staking the poles of the makeshift pavilion, came to sit beside Gilf, feeling his way with a peeled stick. You're concerned that the Angerborn may kill them, and so am I. But if I'd stayed, Toug would have remained my captive, and Sir Svan would have remained my squire. Those outcomes were certain, not problematic. Once, long ago, though it is not long ago to you, once Sir Garvayon told me I was a hero, the sort of knight men sing about. Berthold said, Aye. That's the sort of knight Sir Svan longs to be, and Sir Svan's right, because it's the only sort who should be called a knight at all. I don't mean that songs must be sung about every brave knight. There'll always be many whose greatest deeds no one knows. Before I made him Sir Svan, Svan charged a score of bandits, sword in hand. He killed some, and the rest beat him senseless and left him for dead. No song will be made about the bruised and bleeding lad who woke and saw Sir Ravd's body torn by wolves, who routed the wolves with Ravd's broken lance, and buried Ravd alone in the forest. Yet he deserves a song, and I'm giving him a chance to earn one. A chance to feel pride in himself, not just in his ancestors. Taug's a peasant who wants to become a knight, and will become a knight if he's given room to grow.
Uns, you know him better than Berthold or Gerda do. Am I wrong?
Dunno, sir.
Uns, who had been straightening a pole the ropes had pulled out of line, paused.
There's Paukta, ain't there? That was with you at the farm?
I nodded. The Angerborn have him.
You was dead set on getting him free.
I am. He was my servant and a good one. I've sent him rescuers, and I feel they'll succeed. Gerda said, That's not what was worrying you, sir. No. I looked up from the fire. First and always I was thinking about Queen Desiree, as I always do. When the Valfather's mead had washed me clean of every other memory, I still recalled her name. She won't come to me, therefore I must go to Aelfris to seek her as soon as I can.
And me with ya, Hans declared.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. Time runs more slowly there, have I told you? Berthold said,
My brother did, sir. He'd been took, or thought he had, and when he come back I was old, though I had my eyes, dizzied sometimes like now, but him, he wasn't but a lad like when he was took, though he did talk high.
Why was he taken, bold Berthold? Do you recall that?
To talk for Aelfris up here's what he said, 'cept he never did.
I've wondered about that.
You know him, sir, Gerda ventured. There was that one come to you when we was under the tree, me and Bert. I said you shouldn't trust her, but you said you had already.
Uri.
That was her, sir. You knew her.
Yes, I know her and Baki fairly well, I'd say. I used to think I knew Garsag, too, and better than either of them. But I know better now, and know Garsag's no elf. Gilf said, Wow, but they thought it a mere bark. He's a demon, I explained, a dragon in human form.
You're going to kill him, sir?
I shook my head. No, Uns, not unless I must, but we're drifting away from the riddle of Berthold's brother, and that riddle's one of the things I've been considering. Do you still want to hear about those? Berthold said,
I do, sir, if my brother's in it.
Of course. Your brother couldn't recall anything that happened to him in Aelfris?
No, sir.
Then we have three mysteries. First, why could he not remember? Second, why was he taught fair speech? And third, why has he not spoken? Gerda asked,
Don't you know the answers, sir?
Not all of them. The second we can all guess easily, I believe. He was taught to speak well so he could deliver the message he had been given effectively. Uns, you've a sound head. Can you enlighten us as to the other mysteries?
Why, he couldn't remember, sir. Didn't you say that first? They magicked him. They's handy with spells, all them elves.
I nodded. I'm sure you're right, but why do it?
Somebody give him a message, Berthold muttered.
Yes.
He never said who 'twas, 'cause he didn't know.
I nodded again. I think you must be right. The sender wished to keep his identity secret and his message as well. Gerda pushed one of the forked sticks that would support her cooking pot into the ground. Then he hasn't said what they told him. He's forgot it. Berthold's groping hand found my arm.
Somebody here?
I looked down at Gilf, who raised his head, sniffed, and seemed puzzled. You heard him? I asked Berthold.
Aye, sir, I do.
There's a breeze. I rose, my hand on Eterni. He must be coming upwind. That's why Gilf hasn't caught his scent. I stalked away downwind with Gilf at my heels. Berthold and Uns were sleeping soundly when we returned, but Gerda had stayed awake and sat warming her hands. It's good for somebody to keep watch, I said as I sat down, but you can go to sleep now. I'm going to sit up, and Gilf wakes at the least sound. You didn't find him? I shook my head. I kept listening, sir. I thought if you killed him he'd cry out, most like. My ears ain't what they was, and I worried you'd do it so quick there wouldn't be no noise. I never saw him, I confessed. Somebody out there, though, wasn't there? I nodded. One of them giants? I shook my head. Gilf, who had seen him, had described him to me.
A boy like that Toug?
No, a big man. As I said, I never saw him, but I heard him run away. A big man can move very quietly as long as he doesn't have to run, but when he runs, there's not much he can do to silence the noise his feet make.
Your dog couldn't run him down?
I'm sure he could have, but I wouldn't let him. Do you remember when he caught you in the hedgerow?
Won't never forget it.
Uns wanted to know what was troubling me. I said there were 1,000 things, I believe. I smiled. That was a slight exaggeration, but one of them was the memory of Gilf's catching you. I saw your chain, and there was a moan in my mind, almost a scream.
I'm used to it, sir.
We'll have it off as soon as we can find a blacksmith, I promise you. Though that may be a long time. But the thing that has been troubling me tonight wasn't your chain, but that moan. After a moment I added, it wasn't me who moaned, I feel sure of that.
If it was in your head, sir...
It had to be me? No, it didn't, and it wasn't. So who was it?
I don't know, sir. I didn't hear it.
I was recalling it as well as I could and trying to decide whose voice it might have been. I had just about settled on my answer when it struck me that it could have been Berthold who Gilf found. Had you thought of that? Gerda stirred the fire. Berthold's past his prime and blind, but still strong for a man his age, and no man I know is less liable to give way to fear. He'd have fought, and Gilf would have killed him. The man who ran from us was younger and much stronger. Gerda did not speak. There are men who should be killed. There are many more who must be killed because they will try to kill us. But I'm not sure the man who ran from us, this very large young man I did not see, belongs to either group.
You think he's mine, sir? You think it's my Heinmir?
I don't think anything. It struck me it might be.
I don't know, sir. Really, I don't.
She wiped away a tear.
I feel like it is. Like he's come back to me. Or I've come to get him, sir, or however a body might say it. But I don't know, sir. It's all in my heart. I ain't seen him nor heard him nor nothing.
We'll let him come closer next time, if there is one.
That's good of you, sir. Sir?
What is it?
If it is, you wouldn't hurt him?
Of course not. Would he hurt me? Gerda hesitated.
He might, sir, if I wasn't with you. I can't say. He's hungered, most like.
So are we. There's not much game here.
Farther south, sir, south of the mountains.
I shook my head. I must take my stand at a mountain pass. We won't go south of the mountains for a long time. She smiled.
I know you won't let us starve, sir. Not even if he's with us.
Someone big lay on a bed of fern in a low cave. For a fraction of a second I felt his hunger and his loneliness. I looked up. Cloud was watching me, her head and dark eyes scarcely visible. Hoping she could see it, I nodded.
You said you'd decided about the moan, sir? The moan when you first seen me? What was that?
It was when I saw you were chained. Smoke drifted into my face. I fanned it away and moved a little to my left. You probably think I imagined it. She shook her head.
Not if you say you didn't.
I didn't. I know the flavor of my thoughts, and that wasn't one of them. It wasn't you either, and it wasn't Gilf. I can't say how I know, but I do. There was someone else there, someone I couldn't see. I'd been shadowed by the elf, and I thought it most likely that it was Garsag. I paused. Garsag is not an elf, but he had pretended to be. I'll tell you more about Garsag some other time, perhaps. Gerda nodded.
Now you've changed your mind, sir?
I have. You said you saw an old woman with me. Gerda's nod was timid. I think that was Manny's mistress. You must have seen Manny, a large black cat.
A witch's cat, sir, if you ask me.
Yes, though he's Lady Idun's cat now. The witch is dead, but still earthbound. When Baki writhed in the hayloft, his old mistress's ghost told Manny to bring help to her.
You think she's haunting us, sir?
I doubt it. I'd guess that she went to Utgard with Manny, though I don't know. Lie down. Try to sleep.
If that's all that was troubling you, sir, I was hoping there was more I could help with.
I laughed. I doubt it, Gerda. Some elf were going to sacrifice a beautiful woman in the Griffin's grotto. Who was she and what became of her?
Lear. I don't know, sir.
Very tall, milk-white skin and black hair. My hands shaped the figure of an invisible woman. If you don't know who she was or where she went...
I swear I don't, sir.
I believe you. In that case, tell me this. Why would the elf offer one of our women to Grengarm?
Why, I've no notion, sir, do you?
Maybe. Grengarm was a creature very like Garseg, yet Grengarm seemed real here in Mythgarthr. Remember Toug? He was from Glenadam, a village where they worship the elf.
That not right, sir. Nobody ought to do that.
None of us should, at least. I don't think it would be terribly difficult to explain why the people of Glenadam do, though it's wrong just as you say. A better question, one I thought of much too late, is why the elf let them. Gerda's face showed plainly that she did not understand. You mentioned Lear, Mother. Suppose that Lear, with the Valfather and Lothar, were to appear before us, sacrifice to you and offer you their prayers. What would you do?
Gerda looked baffled. Why, I'd say there was some mistake, or maybe they were making a joke.
Exactly. But the elf, who should say the same, do not. I watched the moon rise above the empty landscape. At last Gerda said,
I guess they like it, sir.
Lie down, I told her. Go to sleep. When the moon had risen high enough for me to make out the mountains, I got up and saw to the tethers of our mounts. Those of Berthold's horse and Gerda's were still tight, as was that of Unn's placid brown mule. Cloud's had never been tight, and I removed it. Already bedded down, Cloud nuzzled my face and brought to my mind the image of a wild boar, huge and savage, rooting on the other side of the little river. I nodded, slung my quiver behind my back, and strung my bow. Parka's string sang softly beneath my fingers, the songs of men reaping and the songs women sing to children with heavy eyes, songs of war and songs roared in taverns, songs of worship sung at altars when blazing logs consumed whole oxen, and overkinds with horned helmets and hair like fine-spun gold appeared in the smoke. All these and many more blending into a single anthem of humanity, to which certain birds piped an accompaniment.
Good pig.
Gil flicked his lips.
Want him?
I said I did.
Long way. I'll drive him.
Before I had taken 2 strides, Gilf was out of sight. In the blind dark under the trees, I reflected on the few poor remarks I had directed to Uns, Berthold, and Gerda, and their questions and comments. Then, for 100 cautious steps or so, I whispered Desire's name. Gilf had located the boar. His snarls and the angry grunts of the boar rode the soft night wind. Jotunland, I thought. This is Jotunland. Empty and cold, and a little too dry. Bold Berthold had spoken of digging deep wells, wells whose fearful construction required months, wells that failed even so in dry years, of carrying bucket after weary bucket into the fields, and of vicious fights between Angerborn over access to wandering brooks that never reached the sea. So that was another puzzle. Large and strong as the Angerborn were, they might have lived anywhere. Why did they choose to live here? Had the gods of Skai indeed driven the giants of winter and old night from the sun, or had those giants chosen their abode? Knights like Svan and Garveon and Waddet had never driven the Angerborn north of the mountains, surely. The snarling hound and the angry boar were nearer now, and I had reached a strip of moonlit water. Somewhere along here, Gilf would drive the boar into the shallows, then out again onto the other bank, if the boar still lived. If Gilf had dodged the boar's slashing tusks up to that point, an arrow here might end the hunt, or as good as end it. I knocked a shaft and relaxed for a second or two to look up at the moon. It was beginning to snow, even while the moon still shone, so that the silver light seemed wrapped in mist, beautiful and threatening. We had traveled slowly, and would travel slower still tomorrow, and though we had not been comfortable, we would be less comfortable still. Who would want to live here? The boar, obviously, but I knew the boar must die. There would be meat tomorrow, meat not only for Gilf and me, but for bold Berthold, Gerda, and Uns. Meat even for the hulking young man who had crept so near our camp. The young man, call him by his name, I told myself, he has one. His suffering mother had named Heinmir, in the hope endearing him to the Angerborn, the young man who lay starving in his cave in the hills. A man of his size, a man who might weigh half as much as Cloud, would require a lot of food difficult to find in this barren land. True Angerborn were even larger and could eat only because slaves worked their farms. Dog and boar were nearer now. I heard saplings break, an angry pop, 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 my ears accepted as a single sound. Quite suddenly it came to me that King Arnthor would have been wiser to send the Angerborn bread and cheese. Then that Lord Beale's embassy was doomed, that the Angerborn could never stop raiding the south for slaves, because the Angerborn would starve without slaves, that no Angerborn could grow or kill enough for himself, a wife, and a child or two. They were too big and needed too much. One never saw their wives anyway. The boar broke cover and the arrow went back to my ear and sped away. The boar, black as tar in the moonlight, snapped at its shoulder, splashed through the shallows to mid-channel, turned to defy Gilf, fell to its knees, and rolled on its side. The water carried its body a step or two from the point at which it had died, but no farther. Gilf emerged from dark undergrowth.
Good shot.
Thanks. I unstrung my bow and slung it behind me. Did he hurt you?
Never touched me.
Gilf waded into the water to drink. Skinning and gutting the boar took an hour or so. I cut off the head and forelegs, one of which Gilf claimed, and got the rest up on my shoulder. Our return was slower than our departure had been, but the distance was not great.
Talking.
In order to speak, Gilf had let the foreleg fall. Instinctively, he put a paw on it.
Hear 'em?
I shook my head.
Don't know her.
He picked up the foreleg and trotted forward. She rose as Gilf approached the fire, and for a moment I felt she would never stop rising. Tousled blonde hair that hung to her shoulders, a lean face that seemed all jaw and eyes, a neck as thick as my thigh, wide, sloped shoulders and high breasts, half hidden by a scrap of hide. Arms thick and freckled, fingers tipped with claws, long waist, broad hips under a ragged skirt, and massive legs with knees so skinned and bony that I noticed them even by firelight.
"Hello," she said in a voice deeper than a man's. "Are you Sir Abel? Hello, I'm Hela, her girl. She said it would be all right. Is that food?"
Gerda stood too, her head below her daughter's waist.
"You're not mad, are you, sir? I shouldn't have, I know. Only she's still—"
"Your child?"
Yes, sir. My baby, sir."
This last was said without a hint of irony. Uns sat up and goggled at Hela. Berthold had clambered to his feet and was groping with both hands.
Hela.
Hela took a step backward, although she was a full 3 heads the taller.
"Bert won't harm a hair of you,"
Gerda told her softly.
Hela.
A groping hand found her.
I'm your father, Hela, your foster father. Didn't Gerda never speak of me? Bold Berthold?
I laid the boar's body on the ground beside the fire.
You were gone 'fore I got to Beimers, and bold Berthold that was gone too. Blind Berthold now. It's what they did. But the same that was, Hela. The same as loved your ma long ago.
She crouched and embraced him.
Ah, Hela, Berthold said softly. Ah, Hela.
There was no tune to these words, yet they were music.
Mought us cook a bit of that, sar?
Hans was at my side, holding green sticks.
I'd think you'd want to go back to sleep.
I's main hungered, sar.
When I hesitated, he added,
Won't take but what you let me.
Take all you want. Will you cook some for Berthold?
Yes, sar, glad to. For her ta, sar, and she'll want a sight of feeding.
She will, I'm sure, but she can cook it for herself. If she is to eat with us, she must work with us, and it will be better if we make that clear from the start.
For ya her, sar. Be a honor for me, sar.
If Hela can cook her own meat, so can I. I unslung my bow, sat down before the fire, and accepted a stick. Cut me some of that pork, will you?
Yes, sar, ain't slept, has you, sar?
No, and I should. I will when I've eaten something. Yet when Uns, Berthold, and Gerda slept once more, and even Gilf slept, lying upon his side and snoring, and all of those with me, only new-come Hela remained awake, squatting at the fire with a piece of pork twice the size of my fist on her stick, I sat up with her, questioning her now and again, and often falling silent to consider her replies.
I'm not a maid of my tongue, she said, to prattle pretty words and please men's ears. If I were, I'd soon be snug in a house with hags and slaves like this fresh father to wait on me, and an ox for supper when I wished it.
She laughed, and I saw that her teeth were twice the size of mine.
But I'm as you see, as you hear, Sir Knight. What frost giant would be hot to take me to wife? They like their own, stealing into their beds from Jotunheim. Else southern maids of poppet size, with clever little hands and honeyed lips. Oh, you are so great, ravish me. So I sought men my size in the mountains of the mice, and found them too, served as maid serves man, and was paid in blows.
Did they drive you out? I asked her.
Hunted me, rather. You noted my knife?
I nodded.
He did not.
Hela laughed loud and deep.
In the south, they say, there are some called men who pale at sight of naked steel. Fops and fools, 'tis not that knife that takes life.
How old are you, Hela?
Sage enough to know a cat from a catamite. Are you troubled that I've come running to mother, Sir Knight?
She took her meat off the stick, sampled it, wiped her mouth on her arm, and licked her fingers. No, you were hungry. No doubt I'd do the same if I had a mother to run to.
We watched the war-way, Heinmir and I.
Hela returned her stick and the gobbet of meat it held again back to the fire.
Some give us something sometimes.
You did not beg of me when I came up it.
Didn't see you, sir. How many horses?
Pack horses, you mean? I had none.
What would you have given us, Sir Knight?
She smiled, although it was not a pleasant smile. I sensed that it was as pleasant as she could make it.
Not even beggars work for nothing.
Nothing is what I would have given you. Would you have robbed me?
A knight? With horse and sword? She laughed again. No, not I, nor Heinmir. Small stomach he'd have for such a fight. It's reivers returning we like best, Sir Knight, with sulking slaves tied tight as sausages, and heifers and horses to drive before them.
Hela's voice rose to a whine.
Bless you, true anger-born all! Blessed be anger, true mother who bore you! Many a smile you'd have from your mother, for many a morsel you've won down the war-way. One morsel for me from you great men, a bit for my brother. No more than you'd lose in a tooth, my masters.
High already, her voice rose again.
Morsel for me, bread for my brother, charity for children's the kindness of heroes. So we bawl and follow to steal if they let us.
She shook her head. I said, that's no life for a girl. Not even for one as big as you are, though there are hundreds of beggar maids in King's Doom, from what I've been told. What are you going to do now, once you've eaten?
Follow you, Sir Knight, as long as you'll feed Mamma and me. Dig for my dinner if it's digging you want.
She shook her head again, more vehemently, and I turned mine to look behind me. Gilf woke with a low growl.
I can milk and butcher and churn, she said quickly, and bear more than your mule. Try me,
And if you've no wench with you, don't you shiver sleeping?" Thanks to Cloud, my inner eye glimpsed a shadowy figure larger than a man, with a rope between his hands. From the night surrounding our little clearing, Uri's laughter showered us with steel bells. "Here is a hot wench if he wants one who will not take the whole blanket." "What's this?" Hela stared into the darkness. "Your victim's slave." Uri stepped into the firelight. "Lord, there is a great lout behind you." With a rope thinking to strangle me, I nodded. His sister's been my protector twice. Hela turned from Uri to stare at me. "You knew he was there? By Ymir." "So did Gilf. I doubt that he'd have gotten his rope around my neck." "Nay, nor wished to. What's this?" "An elf maiden." "Are they all red?" Uri said, "None but the best, and we like it better than pink with brown blotches." "Call your brother," I told Hela. "He's probably as hungry as you were." She rose and held up her stick with its gobbet of pork smoking and sizzling. "Heinmir, this is for you." He was larger even than she, with shoulders that made me think of Org, and so thin every rib showed. His massive jaw, broad nose, and owl eyes promised brutal stupidity. I motioned for him to sit. "Eat something. Gerda will be glad to see you." Hela offered her stick. He took it, stared at the meat, and at last pulled it off and ate. "You told me why you left the mountains," I said to Hela, "but not why your brother did." "He'd left our old home with me, Sir Knight. He left our new one to be with me. You think him thick?" I said nothing. "It's solemn truth he's slow of speech, slower than I, though I'm slow enough for two most times." Uri said, "I would call you a babbler, rather." "You're the knight's slave. Slaves need a smoother tongue or soon come to grief." Uri turned to me. "Have you ever had to feed me?" "No," I said. "Or pay me?" "No." "Yet we have served you faithfully, Baki and I." "You're wondering how much she told me. Very little." "Is she dead?" "No," I said again. "What happened?" "We talked about you." I measured my words. "Why you hadn't told me her back was broken and asked me to help her." Hela giggled, a sound like a small avalanche. "That silenced her, Sir Knight. Black thoughts to raise her red face. Tell me true, are they underground? It's what Mamma's gossips told me." "They're from the world under ours. I wouldn't call it underground." "Why doesn't she go there?" "Would you?" Uri asked. "If you could mount to Elysian?" Hela's hard face looked troubled. "What's that?" "Where the Most High God reigns." Uri rose. "You want me to retire to Aelfris. Very well, I will go. But, Lord, if you must feed this gross slattern—" "I want you to go too," I said to Uri, "but not back to Aelfris. I want you to go to Utgard. Toug should be there by now, and so should your sister. Bring me word of them." "I will try." Uri shot Hela a parting glance. "She and the lout will beggar you in a week." "I hope to beggar myself. Go." Uri vanished into the night. I took the meat from my own stick and began to eat it. Hela asked if she might have another piece, and I nodded. When she had finished cutting it, she said, "You're going to the mountains?" "Yes, to take my stand at a pass. It's the sentence Duke Martyr passed on me, and I must do it before seeking the woman I love." "They love us not that live there." I swallowed the last bite of pork and lay down, wrapping my cloak around me. "They don't like me either. We'll face them together if you're willing." For the first time Heinmir spoke, addressing his sister. "Sleep. I watch." Chapter 8. Manny's Owners. Two slave women visited Toug in the turret room to which the king had sent him, one carrying a heavy gold chain and the other a tunic of black batswing. Both knew Ulfa. "She's my sister," Toug explained. "I'm hoping the king will let me take her home. The man who came with her, too." "Pauk," the taller of the women said. "Yes, Pauk.
He's Sir Abel's servant, and Sir Abel would like him back. The king must have a lot.
It's not a bad life, the taller woman said, and the other, it could be worse.
I'll free you too if I can, Toug promised them. Both looked frightened and hurried out. I didn't mean to scare them, Toug said as the huge door banged shut. Manny was composed.
Magic has a way of doing that.
I didn't say anything about magic. Toug resumed his examination of the room. Among other things, it held a bed slightly smaller than his father's house in Glenadam, 4 chairs with rungs he would have to climb in order to sit in them, and a table upon which 6 people could have danced.
There's a sandbox over here, Manny remarked. That's hospitable of them.
Slowly, Toug nodded. We're going to live here a while, or they think we are.
If I were to offer a guess, you'd say I cheated.
No, I won't.
All right.
Manny paused for dramatic effect.
My guess is that there is a chamber pot under that bed for you, and it's 5 times to...
What's the matter?
That picture.
Manny was staring up at it with eyes wide.
He's gone.
The man in the black robe?
It wasn't a man. It was a frost giant.
Manny climbed a chair back as he might have climbed a wall and sprang to the top of the table. I didn't know the giants painted pictures, Toug said.
I doubt that they do. They don't seem to do much that they can get slaves to do for them.
They're blind.
Not the women. And many women are very artistic.
The tip of Manny's tail twitched.
My mistress drew wonderful pictures when her spells required them. Magic and art have a great deal in common.
You said those women were afraid of magic, Toug argued, when there wasn't any for them to be afraid of.
Little you know.
Are you just going to sit and stare at that picture?
It's like watching a rat hole, Manny explained. There are rat holes in the wainscoting, by the way.
I wouldn't have the patience. Manny looked superior but said nothing. Did you recognize him? Toug inquired.
The frost giant in the picture. No.
The top of the bed was higher than Toug's chin, but by grasping the blanket and jumping he climbed onto it. I did. He swung his feet over the edge.
Who is it?
I'll tell you if you'll tell me why the king wants to see you.
That's easy. My former mistress told him he ought to.
Toug's eyes widened. Did she tell you that?
No. I haven't spoken to her since she told me about the elf with the broken back. But who else who knows about me could have talked to him? Now whose portrait was it?
She's a ghost? That's what Sir Abel said.
Correct. Fulfill your part of our bargain.
Toug swung his legs, kicking the side of the mattress. Why would she want him to talk to you? Manny's unwavering gaze remained on the painting.
At the moment I've no idea, but that question was no part of our bargain. Who was it?
We should know after we've talked to him. Are you going to talk, Manny? He won't like it if you don't.
Then I'd better, and this is the last time I make any such bargain with you. I thought you honorable.
I am, Toug declared. It was a picture of... The door opened, and a black-robed Angerborn so tall that the room seemed small entered.
It's of me, he said. My name is Thiazi, and I am our king's primary minister.
His voice was low and chilling. He pulled out one of the chairs and sat.
Our king is dining. He'll send for you when he is finished. I thought it would be best to settle matters between ourselves first.
On the table, Manny had turned away from the empty frame. Thiazi studied him.
Which of you is in charge?
He is, Toug said. Only I don't know whether he'll talk to you. Sometimes he doesn't talk to people. Manny's voice purred.
I always talk to magic workers. I am in charge, as my servitor told you.
As to settling matters, what matters have we to settle? A frosty smile touched the Aussie's lips. You will tell me when you'd like me to pet you? I will tell you, if I would like you to pet me. It's a privilege I accord to few, and seldom to them. Is that one? Am I to let your king stroke me, whether I like it or not? It might be wise. He's fond of animals. If he is fond of cats, he will understand. The Aussie smiled again. You wish no help from me in this matter? I require no help from you in this matter, Manny said deliberately, nor in any other. On the other hand, tangible gestures of goodwill are always appreciated, and are usually reciprocated. How can we serve you? In several ways. Are you aware that your party has slain 13 royal borderers? We were robbed when I was not present to prevent it. The Aussie nodded. By the borderers, of course. They did not identify themselves. Toug interrupted. Those were the king's men? The Aussie looked prouder than ever. They were sons of Anger, our great ancestress, in royal service. But they took the goods you were bringing to Utgard, of course they did. Manny said, acting on the king's order. Your party appeared warlike, do you deny it? Yes, Manny said. Certainly. You had armored horsemen and bowmen. You've reasons to present, I'm sure, but they were there. We, His Majesty, wished to determine how strong you really were. Acting on your advice? The Aussie waved Manny's question away. The experiment might prove of interest. It proved much more interesting than we anticipated. His Majesty's borderers overcame your fighters with ease and carried off your valuables. We got them back, Toug said grimly. Exactly. We had hoped, you see, that your leader would return to his king for more gifts. That would have been profitable, though not enlightening. What happened instead was that a green horseman appeared among you. How do you know? Manny asked. Toug said, We didn't kill all the giants, some ran. The Aussie nodded. I have spoken to them. More to the point, I was watching you in my crystal. Manny said, I'd like to see it. The Aussie accorded him another frosty smile. You shall, little pussy, you shall. Toug said, Do you want to know if Manny and me fought your borderers? I did, and he didn't. If you think you ought to do something to me for fighting the people who robbed our king, I can't stop you. The Aussie shook his head, regarding Toug through narrowed eyes. You think me a sadist. I inflict pain when duty demands it. I neither object to it nor enjoy it, but do my duty. Have you watched your friend toy with a mouse? When you have, he may no longer be your friend. Cats are cats, Toug said. I never thought he looked like a cow. Manny smiled, which he did with his mouth slightly open. The Aussie might not have seen it. We're interested in the green horseman. You have other armored horsemen among you? Toug said, Yes, sir. Are their names secrets you may not divulge? No, sir. Sir Garvayon, sir. He's the senior knight. And Sir Svan. I'm Sir Svan's squire, sir. Sir Garvayon is the green horseman? No, sir, that's... Can't you see they'll slay him? Manny hissed. I hope not, little cat. We'd rather honor him. Your king sends you because he wishes our king his friend. He didn't send Manny, Toug said. He sent Lord Beale and Lady Idden with fine gifts. While His Majesty, the Aussie continued, desires the friendship of the green horseman whose name is... Toug said nothing. Oh, come now. Perhaps I should explain the political situation. His Majesty's father was king in his time. A wise king, as his son is, but one who insisted his commands be executed promptly and with a will. He was king after all, and those who forgot it did so at their peril. Toug nodded. He died, alas. His son Prince Gilling succeeded him, becoming our present Majesty. You, a forefinger longer than Toug's hand indicated Toug, stand at the brink of manhood. His Majesty's situation was the same. Young and inexperienced, he was thought weak. Distant lords rebelled. When we went east, rebellion broke out in the west. When we went west, the east broke out afresh. In the mountains of the south, mice plotted to bring low the pure get of anger. Partiality toward your kind was out of the question. The loyalty of many was doubtful or worse. We dared not lose a battle, and any trivial act that might support the lie that His Majesty favored you would have been disastrous. Thus he treated you with utmost rigor. He had to. Many asked, "Are things so different now?" Oh, indeed. If the Aussie had caught the irony in Manny's question, he ignored it. The realm has been subdued. The rebels are dead and their sons and sires. Their strongholds are in the hands of vassals of proven loyalty. I myself, someday I may show you Theosbor and Flintwall, but no words of mine could describe them.
If the king wants to be nice to us, he could let Lord Beale's people into Utgard, Toug suggested.
As he will, when he's made his point. The Aussie smiled. After we have decided just how they are to be treated. You are helping us with that, and I have come, I speak frankly, to suggest how you might best do it. You're loyal to your king, so you indicated. You fought our borderers to recover your king's goods. You challenge me to punish you for it.
Well, no, Toug began.
Your king desires His Majesty's friendship, thus you serve your king best if you please His Majesty. Slowly Toug nodded. His Majesty has human slaves. You have seen them.
Toug nodded again. I need to talk to you about those.
You shall.
Manny yawned. This doesn't concern me.
The connection will become apparent, pussy. Our king's slaves serve him well. He treats them better than he might, and they're conscious of their honor as royal chattels. Not infrequently there are disturbances in remote locales, in the south particularly. The mice in the mountains, and others. He has trusty servants who might act, yet he must hesitate before dispatching them. What if a fresh rebellion were to break out? And would not their absence encourage it?
I understand, Toug said. You want us to do it.
The Aussie smiled. It's really rather simple, isn't it? If slaves, forced to serve well and loyally, would not friends, valiant horsemen attached to His Majesty by bonds of gratitude, serve better? He has gold to give, lands, slaves, fame, the encomia of a king, all that the valiant desire.
I'll tell Sir Svan when I see him again, Toug said, hoping he would indeed see Sir Svan again.
What of the Green Horseman? Won't you tell him too?
If I see him.
It can be arranged, perhaps. Do you know where he is?
No, Toug said. He went away.
But you, pussy. You are wise.
Manny opened his eyes. Who are we talking about? The Aussie's huge hand found Toug's shoulder.
Tell him.
It's Sir Abel, of course.
Ah.
They weren't sure, Manny explained. Now they know.
We consulted my crystal, the Aussie leaned back smiling, and were shown a speaking cat. Neither His Majesty nor I could guess how a cat could bring the Green Horseman into His Majesty's service, but we resolved to do all we could. On my advice, His Majesty left the ambassador and his train without the walls and dispatched an officer to obtain the cat.
The Aussie's forefinger nearly touched Manny's nose.
You.
The finger was withdrawn.
His Majesty's officer succeeded, and you, Squire, confirmed in His Majesty's hearing that it was a speaking cat. Furthermore, you informed us that it had been given to this lady hidden by a horseman.
The Aussie paused.
No mean gift, is it? A speaking cat. He must esteem her.
I'm sure he does, sir, Toug said.
You will wish to discuss his regard for her with His Majesty. The Aussie rose.
and to decide how you and this cat will persuade him to enter our service. His Majesty will ask you that, I feel certain. It would be prudent to have an answer ready. Wash your face, too, and dress yourself in the clothing I provided."
When the door had shut, Toug slid off the bed, found the bat-wing tunic, and put it on, tossing the torn and terribly dirty shirt his mother had sewn for him into a corner. "I'd like to know how long I've been away," he muttered.
"From your home, don't you know?"
Toug shook his head. "A lot was in Aelfris, and things go slow there, Sir Abel says. Only my sister Ulfa wasn't in Aelfris, so maybe she can tell me."
Manny looked bored.
"Still think she's here?" "Remember when the king wanted his table for us to stand on? Blind men carried it, with a woman bossing them." "Certainly." "Well, that was my sister." When Manny said nothing, Toug added, "What's the matter? Don't you believe me?" "Of course I do. I'm merely digesting the information." Manny's eyes flew wide, two shining emeralds. "You require experienced, wise, and subtle guidance, young man." "Yes, but there's nobody like that here." "Wrong. I stand before you. We must free your sister." Toug nodded. "We must also reunite Sir Abel with his servant and recover Sir Abel's belongings. His horses and goods?" Toug nodded again. "Nor is that all. We must assist Lord Beale in securing peace, and my mistress and your master in overcoming whatever impediments may separate them. You agree?" "You bet I do." "What else? Anything?" "I'd like to meet some girls." Manny smiled, displaying fangs too large for an animal his size. "I know the feeling. What about returning to your home in whatchamacallit?" "Glenadam." Toug had gone to the door. Its latch was higher than his head, but he reached it without difficulty. "This is locked." "I expected no less. Want to go back to Glenadam?" "I'd rather stay with Sir Svan and learn to be a knight, but I'd like to help my sister get home if she wants to." "Well spoken. Now, are any of these mutually exclusive? Suppose, for example, that we make it possible for your master and my mistress to disport themselves as they think fit. Would it interfere with your learning to be a knight?" "I don't see how." "Nor do I. Did your sister recognize you?" "Yes, I'm sure she did. We sort of looked at each other for a minute, if you know what I mean." "Certainly. That being the case, why—" "What's the matter?" Toug asked. Manny gestured toward the frowning face of Thiazi in the painting. "He's back." Reluctantly, Toug nodded. "Do you think he hears us?" "I'm sure of it." Manny dashed across the table and sprang onto the windowsill. "Be careful," Toug called, but Manny had vanished. "See what you did?" Toug asked the picture. "You and your magic. What if he gets killed?" Manny's head reappeared over the sill. "This isn't bad at all. Are you a good climber?" "Pretty good," Toug said doubtfully. "Come on, then." Manny vanished a second time. Toug dragged the nearest chair to the window, climbed it, and looked out. He had thought the turret room chill and draughty, but the wind beyond the window was colder, the bitter wind that he had braved all that morning. He drew his cloak around him and shivered before climbing from the chair seat to the windowsill. He was just in time to see Manny ducking through another window, lower and well to his right. For a moment Manny's sinuous tail flourished over the sill of that not-too-distant window, then it was gone. "Are you going to climb out there?" asked a voice Toug could not quite place. Looking over his shoulder, he saw a naked girl, a slender girl with a mop of uncombed hair floating over her head. The hair was red. The girl was red, too, the gleaming, glowing red of new copper. "I am Baki, Lord. I was dying, and you healed me." Unable to speak, Toug nodded. "You could not see well up in the loft. There was just the lamp, and Sir Abel kept the flame down. I suppose he was afraid we would set the barn afire?" Baki smiled, and Toug saw that her teeth were not red but bright white, small and pointed. Her smiling eyes were yellow fire. "Cannot you change yourself into a bird, Lord? That would be safer." "No," Toug said. "I can't do that. I may not be able to heal you if you fall, but climbing will be easier if you take off your boots." "I know, but I hate to leave them here. They're not good boots, but they're all I've got." "I can make myself a flying thing and carry them for you." Baki sounded pensive. "I will be terribly ugly. Will you try not to hold it against me?" "You couldn't be ugly," Toug declared. Smoke poured from her eyes. "This is a chimera," she said, "except that I am going to keep my face the same. They have awful faces, so I will not do that part." Her slender body became more slender still, her long legs shrank and twisted, and her dainty feet turned to claws. Behind her arms were black wings, folded now. "Take off your boots, Lord," she said. Her face and voice were unchanged. "Can you carry Swordbreaker for me, too?" She could, and he removed his sword belt and handed that down to her. It's a famous blade. I mean, it was Sir Abel's once." "I will be careful. There will be no danger for me and none for Swordbreaker, but great danger for you. The ivy will help, but the wall is nearly straight. If you slip—" "If it's bad, I won't do it," Toug promised and climbed out, flattening himself against the rough and freezing wall and finding purchase for his toes on a stout vine stem. Inch by inch he descended, moving far more slowly than Manny had toward the window Manny had entered. Wind whipped his cloak, and his new tunic seemed comfortless. When he was halfway there, a dusky thing spread wide wings and flapped from the window of the turret with his boots and sword belt. It rose, black against the sky. He could twist his head no farther, and it was lost behind him. After that, he was preoccupied with his own safety. The window was near, very near, he felt sure, and he must reach it. Return was out of the question. His fingers found the edge of a stone frame. It seemed too good to be true. One freezing foot was on the wide and, oh blessedly, flat stone sill. "As soon as you get in, I will hand these things to you," Baki said behind him. "It will make it easier for me." He dared not look, but muttered, "All right." Then he was panting on the sill, gripping the frame with one hand, and he saw Baki flattened against the wall somewhat higher, his sword belt buckled around her neck, Swordbreaker and his knife hanging down her back, and his boots held by a finger and thumb. "You can fly," he gasped. "You don't have to do that." She smiled. "I did not like your seeing me so, Lord. Here, take them." Toug reached for his boots. As he touched them, she lost her grip. Lunging, he caught her wrist. Slight though it was, her weight nearly pulled him into the emptiness below. And then, by magic, as it seemed afterward, they were inside, trembling and hugging, his boots lost. But alive. Alive. "I am so sorry," Baki said and wept. "I nearly killed you. Almost killed you." He tried to comfort her as Olfa had tried sometimes to comfort him. When her sobs had subsided to gulps, she said, "I knew I could if you could. I made my fingers more clawy, but I was not careful enough." Toug nodded, wanting to say it did not matter, but not knowing how to say it. "I want to be like you, the other half." He did not understand. When she began to change, he jumped, more frightened than when it seemed both must fall. Obscured by swirling smoke, her coppery skin turned pink and peach. "Do I look right now, Lord?" You're naked, I know. We do not wear clothes," she smiled. "But I am the other half. This is what Queen Desiree did for Sir Abel to make him love her, and I can do it too.
See?
Toug managed to nod. We will have to find clothes and boots. Here. It was his sword belt. He buckled it on, then took off his green cloak and put it around her.
Thank you, Lord. It is the wrong color, but I know you mean well.
It's green. She nodded.
Desire's color? But I cannot go around this castle naked, though the men are blind.
You still have red hair. Redheads look nice in green. His mother had told him that once.
Do we? Then it will be all right. And I look...
You're beautiful. She laughed, wiping away the last tears.
But am I of your kind? Do I look right in every way?
Well, your teeth aren't exactly like ours.
I know. I will try not to show them.
The room seemed to be used for meetings. It was funnel-shaped, with a flat-topped boulder in its center, surrounded by rows of benches as high as the seats of the chairs in the turret room. Its walls were hung with pictures, but these were covered with brown curtains, and even the bottoms of these were too high to reach. Toug looked around at these things, then put them from his mind. We ought to find Manny.
You like Manny better?
Baki gave Toug a sly smile.
No, he sighed, but I'm taking care of him. That's why I climbed out on the wall. I didn't want Manny to get away. But he got away anyhow, and I nearly got us killed. You should not feel badly, Lord.
He sighed again.
You'd better call me Toug when other people are around, and I do feel bad. I've been trying to be like Sir Abel, and look at the mess.
Baki smiled, keeping her lips tight over her teeth.
You are more like Sir Abel than you know, Toug. Very well, we will look for the cat. Perhaps we may find clothes for me, and boots for you along the way. Let us hope so.
Toug scarcely heard her. Something that was neither fog nor gray smoke was shaping itself above the great stone in the center of the room. For an instant he glimpsed eyes and teeth. They shuddered and disappeared. The light from the window, which had never been bright, dimmed, and the high, cracked voice of an old woman spoke. Chapter 9. The First Night. You have no lance, the Knight of the Leopards observed. His armor gleamed beneath his fur-lined cloak. No, I said. You will fight me with your sword alone? He was young, I thought, not much older than I, and had probably grown his thin mustache to make himself look more mature. If I choose to draw it, yes. Is it licit to fight under such circumstances? It is, I told him, and I will not permit you to pass this place unless you fight. The Knight of the Leopards looked troubled. My squire carries ancillary lances. I'll lend you one. You may return it when we've ended our combat if it has not been broken. Cloud danced over the snow, eager for action, and I told her she had to stand quiet. I do not ask it, I said aloud. I've observed that, but my honor demands that we engage on something like equal terms. Do you expect to make yourself as tall as the Angerborn, or do you think they'll make themselves no taller than you? Crabwise, Uns ran to my stirrup. You gotta take it, sir. You'll be killed. I'll be defeated, I told him, not killed. My squire will lend it to yours, the Knight of the Leopards ruled. Your squire may pass it you. We'll take our places after that and begin when my herald sounds his clarion. Is that acceptable? I have no squire, I explained. Uns is my servant, not a squire. Have you no one but him, and those old people? No, I said. There are others you haven't seen. But no squire. I shook my head. Your horse appears somewhat light. Cloud is a better mount than yours. The Knight of the Leopards shrugged and turned in his saddle to address his squire. What do you say, Vault? Would you prefer to give a lance to one of the lackeys and have him pass it to that cripple? Vault, a fair-haired youngster with a good open face, smiled. I'm not so proud as all that, Sir Leort. Touching his heels to his mount, he came forward until he could pass a lance to Uns, who thanked him and gave it to me with a bow. "Now then," the Knight of the Leopards donned his helm. It was of spotted gilt, and the crest was a rampant leopard. I retreated a good 50 paces, with Uns clinging to my stirrup, and shaded my eyes against the glare from the snow. "He looks wonderful, doesn't he?" "Oh, sar, not good as Yada, sar." "He looks far better than I, Uns. See the pennants? He has a herald, his squire, 2 pages, men-at-arms, and a whole troop of manservants." "7 sar, the servants." I smiled. "You counted them?" "Yes, sar, but sar," Uns cleared his throat and spat. "'Tisn't him, sar, none 'tis." The herald brought his clarion to his lips. I put on my helm, and couched the spotted lance Uns had passed to me. The clarion sounded, ringing notes of blood and dust echoing and re-echoing. There was no need to clap spur to cloud. She charged as an arrow flies. For an instant, that was brief indeed, the Knight of the Leopards was before me, broad shoulders, and lofty helm with yellow and black plumes streaming, bent low above his charger's neck. The point of my lance missed purchase on that helm, and the point of the Knight of the Leopards struck the dragon on my shield, and I was dashed from the saddle. It was the first time I had been unseated since Ulwich did it. For half a minute, perhaps, I lost consciousness. When it returned, the Knight of the Leopards was standing over me, offering a hand to help me rise. "Thank you," I said, and turning spat blood that unexpectedly but pleasantly recalled Master Thope. "I'm Sir Abel." "You may keep your spurs," the Knight of the Leopards told me, "and certainly you may keep your crippled servant and the old people. I don't want them." Querulously, Berthold was asking, "Didn't he win? Didn't Sir Abel knock him down?" "But the rest I must have," the Knight of the Leopards finished. "Give everything to my squire." I knelt. "I beg a boon." The Knight of the Leopards turned back to face me. "What is it?" "My spurs, which you said that I might keep, are solid gold. You may have them with all else I have and welcome." "But—" "I beg leave to keep my mount and my sword. I beg it for my own sake, because I love them both, but I beg it for yours as well." The Knight of the Leopards appeared to hesitate. He removed his helm and handed it to Vault. "No," he said. "I leave you your spurs, to that I've pledged myself and your servants, but I will have everything else, and certainly I will have that horse." As he spoke, Gilf came to stand beside my shield. "You won't have Cloud," I said. "Even if I gave her to you, you couldn't have her. You couldn't ride her if you sat her saddle, nor could you get into it or even catch her to mount." "Hand the reins to me," the Knight of the Leopards said. "I require this mare of you." "I wouldn't treat you so. As for this sword, if I were to give it to you, you'd throw it away. Or it would throw you away. That wouldn't be pleasant." "I am a lawful knight. I had supposed you were one as well." "I am." He shook his head. "It appears otherwise?" "If I may tell you about something that happened to me first," I said, "I'll give you Cloud as you ask. Otherwise you'll have to catch her yourself. Will you listen?" "Relate the incident." "It will be short unless you pepper me with questions." "Once the king I served sent me to the court of another king, a king who commanded many brave knights like yourself." "Continue," the Knight of the Leopards said. "I mocked their courage. I challenged them to choose a champion, saying he might strike off my head if he presented himself to me in a year's time and let me strike off his." "You are a brave man, if you indeed spoke thus." It took no courage. A knight came forth, I knelt, bent my head, and told him, "Strike." A slight smile played about the lips of the Knight of the Leopards. "But he did not." "You're wrong. He had a good sword with good edge. One blow clove this neck of mine and sent my head bouncing across the rush-strewn floor." I got to my feet, retrieved it, and tucked it beneath my arm. "You expect me to believe this?" I told him about a ruined castle in which he was to meet me in a year's time. He came and he found me there. Do you understand this story?"
"Hand over your horse and your sword," said the Knight of the Leopards, "with all else that is yours."
I nodded, unbuckled my sword belt, and gave it to him, with Eternity still in her scabbard.
"Is that gold I see in your hauberk?"
"Yes," I said. "Every 5th ring is gold. It's the mail worn by Sir Skal. There's no magic in it, yet the wearer is blessed." I pulled it off and dropped it at the feet of the Knight of the Leopards. Gerda, who had been watching and reporting our actions to blind Berthold, came forward.
"For your mother's sake, you take that and forget the sword and go your way."
"My lady mother would not have such a woman as you for her scullery maid," the Knight of the Leopards told her.
"Take it back!"
Heinmir, nearly naked and bearing a very large club, stepped from the opening in the cliff in which I had ordered him to hide himself. Hela followed. The men-at-arms, who had been lounging in their saddles, readied their lances and rode forward, then halted, possibly because I had raised a hand to stop them, possibly only because they had caught sight of Gilf.
"Take it back!"
Heinmir repeated, and aimed a blow at the Knight of the Leopards that would have felled the bull.
"Heinmir!"
Gerda shouted.
"Heinmir, stop!"
There was an impressive hiss of steel as the Knight of the Leopards drew his sword. He tried to parry Heimir's next blow with it, however, which proved to be a mistake. I caught Heimir's arm. "That will do, that's enough."
"Make him take it back."
Hela said,
"Heinmir speaks for me, Sir Abel, but if your foe will not," she smiled, "we may feast right royally here, my brother and I on them, and our mother and new father with you and Duns upon their beasts. Wilt join us in taking these birds?" She nodded at the men-at-arms. "For they fly."
I shook my head. "Sir Knight, what's your name?"
"He's Sir Leort, a right noble knight," Vault announced.
"Sir Leort," I said, "you must look Heinmir here in the face and swear on your honor that your mother would welcome such a woman as Gerda into her service. If you do not, I cannot speak for the result." Instead, the Knight of the Leopards dropped his broken sword, and so quickly and skillfully that anyone might have supposed he had done it 1,000 times, drew Eternity. Phantom knights thronged him. Their swords menaced his face, and their empty eyes spoke threats more daunting than any sword. Into their unnatural silence came the drumming of spectral hooves. Cries no living man had heard were borne on the cold wind. I laid a hand upon his shoulder. "Sheath your sword. Sheath it now." He knelt instead, and held out the sword Eternity, her blade flat across his hands. I took it, and the Phantom Knights drew back. The jeweled scabbard and the sword belt lay in the snow. I brushed them to dislodge the snow that clung to them, and as Eternity shot into her scabbard, every phantom vanished.
"I yield,"
the Knight of the Leopards said.
"I beg you spare my life and vaults."
"You beat me," I said, but he shook his head violently.
"Can I kill him?"
If Heinmir had been taken aback by the Phantom Knights, nothing in his brutish face showed it.
"May,"
I said. "No, or at least not yet."
"I have insulted your lady mother," the Knight of the Leopards declared bravely. "It was foolish of me, and I tarnished my honor by besmirching a woman who done me no hurt. May I speak with her?"
Heinmir looked to Hela. Hela nodded, and Heinmir nodded reluctantly as well. Neither slowly nor swiftly, the Knight of the Leopards walked to the sheltered spot where Gerda sat with Berthold and knelt.
"I spoke hastily, my lady. Your son is angry with me, as he has full right to be. I have nothing to give beyond my apology. Everything I brought from home belongs to the Knight of the Dragon now, but—"
"I don't want anything," Gerda said. "Nothing from you, though 'tis kind of you to offer."
"My sire has a manor in the south," the Knight of the Leopards told her. "Sand Hill Castle is its name. It's neither large nor rich, yet it is snug enough. If you and your husband will come there with me, he will lodge, clothe, and feed you as long as you wish to remain."
Berthold rumbled. You couldn't speak fairer than that.
Do you want to go?
Gerda asked. We might have to.
My invitation will never be withdrawn, the Knight of the Leopards assured them. He turned back to me. Will you let me keep my spurs? We have to think about this, I told him. What is mine is yours. You won fairly. I've begged for quarter, the Knight of the Leopards replied. I'm at your mercy. I only ask my spurs, and that you set a ransom my family can afford. It's nearly sunset. I'm hungry and so are my servants. Our animals are about starved. Will you feed us? Gladly. Visions of southern pastures filled my mind, rich fields of ripe green grass, spangled with buttercups and crossed by purling brooks. But I said nothing of them, only, then we'll talk about this in the morning. The wind was cold, but we had a roaring fire, with meat, bread, and wine, and oats in plenty. One by one the diners fell away, retiring behind walls of canvas to wrap themselves in blankets and such dreams as visit weary travelers in a cold land, until only Hela, nodding over wine, the Knight of the Leopards, and I were left. I looked up, calling, Uri? Uri? There was no reply. The Knight of the Leopards said, Is that one of your servants? I'll fetch him for you. Can you go to Aelfris? The Knight of the Leopards smiled and shook his head. I can. I should be there now and wish I were. Hela looked up. She's a her. Do you fear I'll kill you while you sleep? I asked the Knight of the Leopards. Or are you waiting to kill me? He shook his head again. I'm not fool enough to think I could kill you. Then go to sleep. He hesitated. I'd hoped to have a word with you while the rest slept. I'll sleep soon's I finish this one, Hela told him. Her voice was thick. You must speak now, I said, or not speak at all. If Uri won't come, I'll have to find a spiny orange without her, one that's tall and straight. I planted some in a time I've almost forgotten, and I'll see if any will serve. I have heard of that, the Knight of the Leopard said. Men make bows of it sometimes. I have one I made. If you'd let me keep Cloud and my sword, it would be yours. Maybe it's good you didn't. You purposed to let me defeat you. If hot irons had drawn the words, they could have been no more agonized. I know you must have. Why did you do it? I meant you no harm. Hela looked up from her wine. Hesh not like you. The Knight of the Leopards nodded. Truth from the cup, my father would say. I'm young, Sir Abel, but you are not like any other man I've seen. You're young. 24 summers, he said. But I'm just a kid no older than Toug. I forget it sometimes, and sometimes it seems to me that the Valfather who forgets nothing forgets it too. You owe me no boon, the Knight of the Leopards said. Yet I beg you to answer my question. When you have, I'll be able to sleep, perhaps. Hela belched as horses do. He don't never sleep. I'm troubled at times, that's all. If you'd prefer we spoke in the morning. I shook my head. We've got other things to talk over then, or there are things I meant to talk over. You wanted to go into Jotunland. Why you wanted to go there is none of my business, but I'll answer your question, honestly and in full, if you'll answer mine first, will you? Certainly. I was knighted at 19. You'll say that's early, and it may have been too early. I don't know. Early or not, I was overjoyed. I felt, no, I boasted, that by my 25th year I would be famous, that hearing my name on every side, King Arnthor would send for me. War is constant in our part of the country. The nomads raid us and we raid them. I couldn't tell you how many skirmishes I've taken part in. The Knight of the Leopards shrugged. 6 arrows, and they run. If you're lucky, you may cross swords now and then. I've done it thrice, and once I put my lance through a chieftain. He sighed. Long rides by night, in fear of ambushes that rarely occur. Longer rides under a sun. This is not the place to complain of it. Heat and thirst, sweat to rust your armor, and a scarf tied over your face to keep out the dust. What fame do you think I had from all that? I said, None, I suppose. Exactly right. My mother had a letter from her sister at court. An embassy was going to Utgard, and a relative, distant but a relative, would be in charge. I left next day. Frowning, the Knight of the Leopards stirred the fire. I was too late at King's Doom, too late again at Uring's Mouth, but gaining. I thinks he's only a day or two ahead of me. Now this. He is a week ahead of you at least. You know that. I nodded. Yet there might still be a name to be won? By diplomacy? Against the Angerborn. I might best their champions or defend the embassy. They are lawless folk. In which case you could hardly expect their champions to fight fairly. To fight fairly is to fight as well as one can, among other things. Why did you let me defeat you? Hesh deep. Hela slapped the Knight of the Leopard's shoulders hard enough to shake him, then rose and stumbled away. Her voice came floating back. You wash out. I'll explain. I warn you that you won't find anything interesting in my explanation. I doubt that. We'll see. I love Desiree, the queen of the Moss Elf. I have all my life, or anyway that's how it seems now. The Knight of the Leopards did not speak. You don't believe in the elf. I've been to Aelfris, and she's been with me here. You'll say I should know other women. I couldn't love them, and nothing they did could make me stop loving her. You are a fortunate man, the Knight of the Leopards told me. Most of us never find such love. Maybe you're right. Once I nearly forgot her. I was far away from her, very far. I would think this would be far enough. This is near. That wasn't... It's where she can never go. I thought I was happy, and others thought so too. I had strong friends, and they wanted me happy and did everything they could for me. An owl hooted, and I heard Cloud stamp, ready to gallop. Something gnawed me. I woke up crying and couldn't remember the dreams. Here I don't sleep, not like you do. Something was said about that earlier. Then I probably lied, but I promised the truth now. A wise friend saw I wasn't really happy, though I didn't know it. He returned to my mind 1,000 things I'd forgotten. Were you on the Isle of Glass? Surprised I looked up. I have been. Why do you ask? An old woman who used to tell me stories said that men there forgot their lives and were only happy and foolish. I know nothing about that, I said slowly. But I've been there, and I'd like to go back someday. When my memories returned, you see, I knew that what I'd thought was happiness was just oblivion. I could never be happy without Desiree. You're fortunate, Sir Abel, exactly as I said. I'm glad you think so. Here I returned bound. I don't intend to talk about the restriction put on me by my friend. It's another restriction that concerns you. I gave my word to Duke Martyr, swearing I'd go to these mountains, take my stand, and hold the pass against every other knight till ice floated in the harbor at Forseti. Or your arms were forfeit. Right. With helm, mail, and shield gone, I couldn't hold the pass. I'd promised to fight, but not to fight well. You unhorsed me. She's here, the Knight of the Leopards pointed. I never knew a horse could walk as silently as a doe. Cloud came to me, lowering her head for me to stroke. Does she understand what we say? More than a child, but less than a woman. But she understands us better than a woman would, and beyond that I can't say. I'd planned to give her to you. My sword, too. The sword is the ancient brand Eterni. The Knight of the Leopards paled. It was too late when I saw I couldn't. That it was a coward's path I followed with a thief's conscience. How long till ice fills Forseti's harbor? He shook his head. No man alive knows less of ice and snow than I, Sir Abel. That's the dead of winter, 6 weeks, 2 months maybe. Till then, no night gets past me. Then I'll be free and find Queen Desiree. As you hoped to do today. Right. I need a lance.
A better one than the one I got from you, though I beg your pardon for saying it.
My pardon will be gladly given, if you will tell me what ails mine.
They're ash or worse, and too long. Is it by breaking his lances that a knight gets glory?
In part, it seems.
In other words, their lances made to break. I don't want glory, I want victory and spiny orange. The Knight of the Leopards fetched Cloud's blanket and I my war saddle. While I was tightening the cinch, he got her bridle, but I waved it away. I swung into the saddle and we galloped up a hill of air. When we reached its summit, we stopped. I whistled and Gilf ran up it to trot at Cloud's heels. Chapter 10. Oaths and Ill Mews.
A naked girl.
Ulfa looked Toug up and down. Toug nodded.
Did I say you hadn't grown since the last time I saw you? I know I did. Ymir, was I wrong? I didn't expect it either, Toug assured her. And we don't have to have clothes. She's hiding, and she can keep on hiding. But if she could get clothes, she could talk to people. It's pretty dark already because of the snow, and it'll be night before too much longer.
Ulfa nodded wearily.
Winter days are short up here. So we don't have to, but it'd help. Boots for me would help too, and I've got to find that cat. King Gilling's cat. Lady Idun's. Only, maybe he's really Sir Abel's. Cats don't like to tell you about this stuff. He's not... Ulfa searched for a word. Outgoing? Not as chatty as you might like him to be, this cat. Oh, he talks a lot. A talking cat.
Toug nodded.
That's why the king wants him, or part of it. We're supposed to be in our room, and the Aussie's watching, so he must know we're gone. Have you got any clothes besides what you're wearing?
Upstairs. Ulfa gestured, and Toug trotted after her.
You've got nice clothes yourself, she said when they had started climbing a stone stair whose steps were far too high. What happened to your nice warm cloak? Baki's got it now, Toug explained. Lady Idun gave it to me. She said if I fought well when we fought the giants, she'd give me a shield with the white griffin on it. And she did, only it's back with Sir Svan. When she gave it to me, she gave me this too. She said somebody who was going to be a knight shouldn't shiver. It's always cold here. I suppose you've noticed I'm dressed in rags? They aren't that bad, Toug declared stoutly. They're the best I've got. Why don't you get your friend Lady Idun to give this naked girl, this Baki some clothes? She might, Toug said thoughtfully. Only all the rest of us are outside the walls. When Manny's the cat. The talking cat. Ulfa looked back at him. Yes, when Manny talks to the king, he's got to get him to let them in. Or that's what I think. He looked up the steps into darkness. Aren't there any torches? Just cressets. It's a basket of iron straps you can burn things in. If this castle weren't stone, we couldn't use them. And there aren't many of those, because the giants can see in the dark, and they don't care if we fall off. I see, Toug said. Which means you don't. All our men are blind, so they don't care that there's no cressets either. Are we going to have to go back down to give my clothes to your girl? She'll come up with us, I think. Ulfa stopped to look behind her, and he bumped into her in the darkness. Sorry. I don't see her, Ulfa declared. Baki's hand slipped into Toug's. You might not, Toug said. Or Manny either, if Manny didn't want us to see him. The three of them went down a dismal hallway that would have been as dark as the stair if some of the doors along it had not been open. At the end, Ulfa opened the door of a room larger than Toug had expected. In it, 2 narrow beds had been pushed together to make a wide one. Ulfa tossed fresh wood on the embers in the little fireplace. This isn't so bad, Toug said. Most aren't this nice. Pauk can fight. Nodding, Toug went to the window and put his head out. The turret in which he and Manny had been confined was visible far below and to the right,
with an umber flag standing out straight from a pole on the roof. "You'll catch cold." It sounded like home. He turned back to Ulfa. "I will anyhow, I guess." "Here." In quick succession, she handed him a woman's linen shift, stained but serviceable, a grey wool gown with holes under the arms, and a short cloak that might once have been bearskin, although most of the fur was gone. "I don't have shoes," Ulfa told him, "and I don't have stockings I can spare. Pauk might be able to give you a pair of boots." She considered. "But I don't know, and I'm not about to give away his things, not even to my brother. Or he might be able to get you some." "I really appreciate this," Toug said. He held up the gown. "I'm afraid this will be too long." "Then she'll have to hem it. This girl, I thought you said you and the cat were the only ones they let come in." Still looking at the grey gown, Toug nodded. "Then where did this girl come from? Is she one of us?" "She followed me, I think. She was hurt and I helped her. Sir Abel told me how." Memories of long rides through snow and freezing wind returned, and he added, "This was down south, just this side of the mountains." "You want me to help you find her now?" There was a soft knock. Toug said, "That's her, I'm pretty sure." He opened the door and handed the clothes out to Baki. "She'll come in when she's dressed." In a moment, Baki did, smiling as she returned his cloak. Ulfa stared at her. "I thought you said my gown would be too long." "She's gotten taller," Toug explained. Baki made Ulfa a curtsy. "Thank you for sharing your clothing with me." Ulfa was looking at Toug. "This is your... my friend, that's all." "There's a lot going on here that I don't understand," Ulfa said. A stubborn set to her mouth reminded Toug of their father. Baki said, "There is so much that I do not understand either, Ulfa. You are Taug's sister? That is what he says, and your faces are like." Ulfa nodded. "I'm 3 years older." "More than that. Why are you in Utgard?" Toug said, "You were at home the last time I saw you." Ulfa nodded. "Do you want the whole story? It won't take long." Baki said, "I do." "All right. A knight called Sir Abel came to our house in Glenadam." Ulfa sat down on a stool near the fire. "Do you know how many women would kill to have your red hair?" "Certainly. I know Sir Abel, too. Much better than you do. Did you want to marry him?" Ulfa shook her head. "Of course you did." Baki smiled, not quite carefully enough to hide her teeth. "Why else would you chase him?" Ulfa turned back to Toug. "You wanted me to dress your girl. I've done it. Do I have to look for your cat, too?" Toug considered. "I don't think so. For one thing, Manny's looking for you, so the best thing might be for you to go on doing what you do usually, so he can find you. If he does, tell him we'll be back soon." "Tell your cat that." Toug nodded. "He won't talk to you, and probably he'll pretend not to understand. But he will, so tell him. Talk to him exactly like you would a person." Baki giggled. A brass cymbal tickled with fingertips. "Meantime, you two will be looking for him." Toug nodded, and Baki said, "Yes, we will." "Listen here. You look for my husband, too." Toug stared. "Are you married now?" "Yes, his name's Pauk, I told you." "Sir Abel's servant," Baki explained. "I don't know what he looks like," Toug said. Baki said, "I do." Ulfa ignored her. "Not much taller than I am. Big nose, tattoos on the backs of both hands." For a moment Ulfa smiled. It was the first time Toug had seen her smile since he had found her. "You said you wanted my story." Baki said, "But you did not tell it." No, I didn't. I will now. I met Sir Abel. This was when he took Toug away." Toug himself nodded. "We were all terribly worried about him, but my father wouldn't let me look for him, and he couldn't go himself and leave my mother and me alone.
so I left after they'd gone to bed. I had money from some outlaws Sir Abel and my father killed. It wasn't a lot, but I thought it was. I buried half in the woods. I took the rest, just walking, you know, with a long stick." "You could have been killed," Toug told her. "That's right, but I could have been killed at home, too. There was a man who tried to rape me, and I got his sword and just about killed him. Except for that, it wasn't too bad."
Baki cocked an eyebrow.
"You were not in love?" "I thought I was. I didn't say I wasn't in love. I just said I didn't expect Sir Abel to marry me. He was a knight and I'm a peasant girl. Or I was then. I asked about him everywhere I went, but it was years before I struck his trail, north along the warway with a squire and a war horse and the rest of it. Sometimes at inns, and where they'd stopped, the people mentioned a manservant too."
Ulfa fell silent. To start her again, Toug said,
"Pauk." "Yes, and I was interested in that because I was hoping Sir Abel would hire me. I was a servant or a barmaid when my money ran low. He knew me, it seemed to me he'd liked me. And a servant, a woman who was willing to work and willing at night too, you know what I mean, might be able to find out what he'd done with you."
She smiled again, bitterly.
"I used to imagine you starving in a dungeon. You're thin, but I wouldn't call you starved. What did he do with you anyhow?" "I don't think we ought to get into that right now."
Baki said,
"What we must do right now, so I think, is tell each other exactly what we want most, what each hopes to do. I am going to make a rule that each of us must name one thing and one only, the one thing that concerns—" Toug said, "Won't they all be different?" "I am coming to that. Before we name it, every one of us must swear we will help the others. I will help you and Toug, Ulfa, but you must help me, and not Toug alone. Toug must swear to help us both."
Ulfa said,
"I don't know about swearing,"
and meant that she was not sure whether she should swear or not. Baki interpreted it as she chose.
"I do. Each of us will swear by those over us whose claim to our allegiance is sanctioned by the highest god. Hold up your hand, Toug." Toug raised his right hand. "Repeat this after I say it. I, Toug, as I am a squire and a true man, do swear by those who are in Skai." "I, Toug—" Something took Toug by the throat, but he gulped and pressed on, his voice stronger and stronger at each word. "As I'm a squire and a true man, do swear by those who are in Skai. By the All-Father and all his sons I swear, and by the lady whose name may not be spoken." "By the All-Father and all his sons I swear." For a moment it seemed to Toug that Sir Abel had drawn eternity. Tall figures stood in the corners of the room, gleaming shades of dust and firelight, and he felt their eyes upon him. Ulfa said, "Well, are you going to swear or not?" "And by the lady whose name may not be spoken." By some small miracle, the draught from the window bore a faint perfume, the scent of lilacs far away. "That all that lies in my power shall be done for my sister Ulfa and my worshipper Baki, that they may achieve their heart's desires." Baki smiled as she spoke. Toug saw her teeth as clearly as he had ever seen Manny's, and the yellow gleam of her eyes. "That all that lies in my power," he repeated, "shall be done for my sister Ulfa." Ulfa smiled too, and her smile warmed him as much as the fire she fed. The shadowy watchers were gone. "And my worshipper Baki, that they may achieve their heart's desires." "Your worshipper Baki?" Ulfa asked. "Because I cured her," Toug explained hastily. "Now it is your turn, Ulfa. Shall I repeat it?" Ulfa shook her head. "I, Ulfa, as I am by rights, a free peasant of Glenadam, do swear by those that are in Skai—" "By the lady now?" Baki whispered urgently. "By the lady whose name may not be spoken." "As by the All-Father?"
as also by the Valfather and his sons, that all that lies in my power shall be done for my brother Toug and his worshipper—" "You must say, my worshipper," Baki whispered urgently. "I didn't heal you," Baki sighed. "Begin again?" Ulfa looked to Toug, who nodded urgently. "If I've got to," she said. "I, Ulfa, as I am by rights a free peasant of Glenadam, though at present a slave of King Gilling's, swear by those who are in Skai, by the lady who mustn't be named, and by the Valfather and his sons, that all that lies in my power shall be done for my brother Toug and my worshipper Baki, in order that they may achieve their heart's desires. Will that do it?" "It will. I, Baki, as I am a true elf of the fire," Ulfa gasped, "do swear by those who are in Mythgarthr, by Toug and by Ulfa, and if he excuse the impertinence, by Sir Abel himself, that all in my power shall be done for these sublime spirits of Mythgarthr, Toug, and Ulfa, that they may achieve their desire. So swear I, Baki, who does by this oath and others renounce the false and deceitful worship of Cedar forever." Ulfa stared. Toug said, "Who's Cedar?" "Of that we shall speak presently. First we must name the one thing we most desire. You swore first, and thus should speak first, or so I feel. Will you dispute it?" Toug said, "Well, we were going to look for Manny." "For this woman's husband, too?" Baki said. "For Pauk, but finding neither can be your heart's desire, surely. Your heart is larger than that." "I need time to think." Ulfa said, "Are you really an elf maiden?" "Of the fire elf. Would you see it?" Ulfa nodded. A moment later she caught her breath. Toug looked up. "What is it?" Ulfa was on her knees. "You have seen more," Baki told him. She helped Ulfa rise. "It was very wrong what you were doing. I am greatly honored, but honors one does not deserve are only crimes by another name. In my heart I kneel to you. I have no need to speak unless you will speak first. Will you, or is your brother ready?" "I'm not," Toug said. "I didn't know," Ulfa gulped. "My old gown. It's not even fit to wear." "But I wear it proudly," Baki told her, "and believe we shall have better by and by." Ulfa gulped again and bowed her head. "Now we will have your heart's desire. Please, name it. Toug and I have sworn to do all we can to help you." "We just want to get out of here." Ulfa spoke so softly Toug scarcely heard her. "Pauk and me. We want go back to Glenadam, or anywhere. Help us to get out, both of us." "We will," Baki told her. "Toug, your desire?" "This isn't it." Toug tried to keep his voice steady. "I have to say something else first." "Then do so." "I want to be a knight, not just a regular knight. It would be wonderful to be a regular knight, like Sir Garvaon, or Sir Svan. But what I truly want, this isn't my heart's desire, not yet, is to be a knight like Sir Abel. I want to be a knight that would jump on the dragon's back." Neither woman spoke, although Ulfa raised her head to look at him. "I'm a squire now," Toug squared his shoulders. "I really am, Ulfa, and probably I'll be a knight sooner or later unless I get killed. So I have to learn fast. I know that if I wait till I'm a knight and try to be like Sir Abel then, it won't work. I have to start before I'm knighted." Baki's voice was just above a whisper. "Even so, things may go awry, Lord." "I know, but if I don't start now, they won't ever go right. Well, Lord Beale and Sir Svan want me to get King Gilling to let them in here, into Utgard, so Lord Beale can be a real ambassador like our king once. So that's my heart's desire. I want to do my duty."
"Bravo!" exclaimed a new voice. Manny was seated on the grey stone windowsill, as black and shiny as the best-kept kettle, with a grey winter sky behind him and the winter wind ruffling his fur. Bravo, Manny repeated, and sprang from the windowsill, and then with a bound that would have done credit to a lynx, onto Toug's shoulder. I bear glad tidings. He looked at the women with satisfaction, his green eyes shining. You shall have them in a moment, but first I'd like to hear the rest of this. Yes, Toug reached up to stroke him. What's your heart's desire, Baki? You've heard ours. Do you really wish to hear it, Lord? Recall that you have sworn to help me get it. He waited for Ulfa to speak, but she was gaping at Manny, and he said, We can't unless we know what you want. Not consciously, perhaps. The politics of Aelfris are complex, but I must talk about them if you are to understand my heart's desire. My race, whom some of you worship, was brought into being by one we name Kulili. She created us to love her, but we came to hate her and rebelled against her, and at last drove her into the sea. We are of many clans, as perhaps you know. Manny said, I do. I am of the Fire Elf, and we Fire Elf hated Kulili more than any. We led the advance, and we were the last to retreat. When she disappeared into caverns beneath the sea, it was we, more even than the Sea Elf, who urged that she be extirpated to the last thread. This though we saw her no more, and our land no longer spoke with her voice. Toug, who could not imagine a being of threads, opened his mouth to ask a question, but closed it without speaking. We and others followed her into the sea and fought her there, when she could retreat no longer. I am a maid and not a man. Will you believe that I too fought? Manny said, Yes. And Ulfa, if you say it. I do. I did. Spears of the maidens, we shouted as we joined the melee. Spears of the fire maidens, death to Kulili. I can voice those cries, but I cannot tell you how faint and weak and lonely they sounded under the dark waters. We charged her sharks as we had been trained to charge, and after a moment or two, we few who still lived fled, screaming. You, Lord, would not have fled as I did? Toug said nothing. You would have died. Continue. For once Manny seemed subdued. In the days after that terrible day, our king tried to rally us. Many would not come, fearing we would be asked to fight again. It was a year before the assembly was complete, and it was complete then only because it was inland. There were many, I was one, whose spirit would have failed if they had been asked to venture within sight of the sea. Our king spoke of those who had died, first praising his bodyguard, of whom 3/5 had perished, then our clan in general. We had been one of the most numerous. We were fewer than any, and he told us so. We cannot fight her again, he said, and we whispered when he said it, and sighed deep, and few cheered. Then he revealed his plan. A plan, he said, by which we might yet triumph. We no longer paid reverence to this world of Mythgarthr and you who dwell in it. You we felt were dull and sleepy and stupid, unworthy gods who no longer credited us even when we stood before you. There was no help to be had from you, he said. I doubt that there was anyone who did not agree. Ulfa looked at Toug, her eyes full of questions. Manny smoothed his whiskers with a competent paw. We're their noumena, you see. I am a tutelary Lars in animal form myself, a totem. My images confer freedom, and what's always essential to freedom? Stealth. Yet there were others who would help us gladly, Baki continued. He had summoned them. Among them was Scherer. For a time our king continued to rule, relaying the commands of Scherer. With Scherer and the rest to lead us, we stormed Kulili's redoubt again, and were defeated, even as we had been defeated before. Not all our tribes fought, and some sent only a few score warriors. Such were the Bodachan and others. Scherer said this was the reason for our defeat, and we believed him. We would not fight again, he promised, until every clan was ready to fight as we had. Baki paused, and Manny asked, "He would compel them?" "Exactly. He set out to make himself ruler of all, and to that end built the Tower of Glass, so lofty that its summit is an isle of Mythgarthr. He built it, I said, because that is how we speak. But we built for him, and he drove us like slaves." Baki held out her hands. "You would not credit me if I told you half what these have done?" "I would," Ulfa said. "Our king was no more, crushed between the jaws of a monster of the deep," Scherer said. "He would not permit us to choose a new king. Then said we had, and that we had chosen him. When the tower was complete, he made us chimeri to guard it. Have you ever seen a chimera, any of you?" "I haven't," Manny told her, "and I'd like to." In a moment, the old gray gown was off and lying like dirty water on the floor, and Baki wreathed in smoke. Her flesh darkened as if in fire, hard and cracked. Her ears spread, her mouth grew, and her teeth with it, becoming hideous fangs. Her feet and hands turned to claws, and she spread leathern wings. Manny stood on Toug's shoulder with every hair erect and hissed like 20 serpents. The chimera hissed in reply. The sound was ice on ice, and held the chill of death. "Thus I was, and thus I stayed. I hated my form, yet did not wish to change. Such was Scherer's hold on me." Again smoke poured from her eyes. When it retreated, it left a long-limbed elf-maid with coppery skin. An elf-maid, she snatched up the gray gown. When it had passed over her, she was a human with flaming hair, fair to look upon. "Sir Abel made me renounce my oath to Scherer," she said, "and returned me to the lithesome shape you saw. Yet my oath bound me still. First, because my rejection had been forced. More signally because I feared him. I served Sir Abel and called myself his slave. This I do even now?" Toug nodded. "And yours, for gratitude and love of you? Scherer I fear, but I shall strike the thing I fear. You would be a knight. Learn from me." "I'll try," he said. "And so my heart's desire." The sound of horses' hoofs drifted up from the bailey, and Manny sprang to the windowsill to look. "It is simply said," Baki continued, "but will not be simply done, or I fear it will not. I would bring Sir Abel to Aelfris and have him lead us against Scherer." Manny turned to stare at her, his green eyes wide. "And you and your sister are sworn to aid me?" Toug looked to Ulfa, for he felt his heart sink, and Ulfa to Toug, but neither spoke. "Little cat, you wished to see a chimera. You have seen one. Are you satisfied?" "The chimera," Manny told her, "has seen me. That is what I wanted, and it has been accomplished. I knew you were no common girl. Now you know that I'm no common cat." Baki made him a mock bow. "My good news has been taken from me," Manny continued, "and my fate has supplied only bad news to replace it. Which would you hear first? Ulfa said, I have no hold over Sir Abel. Then you must gain what hold you can, Baki told her. Toug said, He doesn't owe me anything. He sees himself in you, and that may be enough. Cat, you have taken no oath, and I know cats too well to imagine you will submit to one. But will you help us? I've strained every sinew at it already, Manny told her sourly, and there isn't an overkind in Skai who could say why. Will you hear my news? I myself greatly like the good, but you'll want to spit my ill news from your ears. It said the good news wasn't true anymore, Ulfa muttered. Wearily she rose from her stool. Not so, Manny told her. I said that it was no longer news. It was that King Gilling has graciously consented to Lord Beale's embassy. He and my mistress and all the rest, your master Toug and so on, have entered this castle. You heard their horses, if any of you were paying attention. You can see them now by looking out this window. Toug went to window to look, and Ulfa joined him. It's very grand, she whispered. You should have seen it before it was looted, Manny told her complacently, as I did. She stared at him and then at Toug, and her expression said very plainly, Cats can't talk. He cleared his throat. Some can. It varies. I mean, Manny's the only one I know, but he can. He's going to use that power, Manny said, to remind you that we've gained your heart's desire. Our mission was to get His prodigious Majesty to admit our company, and we have done it. Slowly Toug smiled. I include you because you accompanied me, and because I am large-hearted and generous to a fault. In my wanderings, I chanced upon the king, and his great, clumsy wizard. The Aussie. Exactly. I spoke, and they were amazed, the king particularly. Do you think you've heard me talk? You haven't heard me talk as I talked then. I was eloquent, diplomatic, and persuasive. Most of all, I was forceful, concise, and succinct. Gilf used to say I had a thin voice, used to upbraid me for it, in fact. You recall Gilf? Toug nodded. He should have heard me when I spoke to the king. I doubt there's a courtier in Thor Tower who could hold a candle to me. I explained that King Arthur had sent us not his enemies, but friends, to help him govern. Toug, Ulfa gripped his arm. The cat's really talking, isn't it? I haven't gone crazy? Sure he is, and he wouldn't talk with you around unless he liked you. Don't get all upset. She pointed. I saw a thing, just now, just for a moment. All those grand people down there were getting off their horses, and it was over by that wall, and it was almost as big as the giant's, only it wasn't one. It was horrible, and the same color as the wall. It moved and disappeared. His name's Org. It was the best Toug could think of. I'll protect you from him, Manny told Ulfa. You need not fear Org while I'm around. He's a simple sort of fellow, though I admit I don't much care for him myself. Simple and good, once you set aside his appetite for human flesh. You persuaded the king to let Lord Beale and his party into Utgard, Baki prompted Manny. That is your good news. Good because it was the desire of Toug's heart. You said you had ill news, too. What is it? Ill for you, Manny told her. Ill for Toug and his sister, and not only because they've promised to help you. With your consent, I will say something else first, something cheering. I think it will gladden their hearts. Baki nodded, and Manny spoke to Ulfa.
You're the king's slaves, you and your husband? You belong to him? She nodded wordlessly. One who's already persuaded the king in a large matter might well persuade him in a small one too, don't you think? When the opportunity is ripe, I shall suggest to King Gilling that you and your husband, with the horses and so forth, would make a trifling but entirely welcome gift to Sir Abel. Wouldn't that get you your heart's desire? You'd do that? Manny. His voice was firm. My name is Manny. You'd do that for us, Manny? For Pauk and me? We'd be in your debt forever. I know. I would. I will, at the appropriate moment. He surveyed the two human beings and the elf maiden, his eyes half closed. This brings us to my ill news, which you had better hear. King Gilling contemplates engaging an army of bold men, human beings as opposed to his Angerborn, who would serve the throne beyond the southern borders. Beyond the present borders, I should say. These men, these stalwart soldiers of fortune, if I may so characterize them, would not be slaves, far from it. They'd be liberally rewarded and heaped with honors when they were successful. In time, their commanders, having proved their loyalty to his prodigious majesty, might even hold fiefs south of the mountains. Manny waited for comments, but none were forthcoming. In short, they would conquer Celadon for him. It would become a vassal kingdom, paying an annual tribute in treasure and slaves. His Majesty hopes to enlist Sir Abel to organize and lead this army. Chapter 11. The Second Night.
Nobody with him, Hans reported, cupping his hands around his mouth. Not nobody at all, except for his horse, sir.
But he's a knight? The Knight of the Leopards asked. He glanced at me, expecting me to show more interest, but I was fitting a head that had been a dagger blade to the short lance I had shaped, and did not look up.
Gold armor, sir. Hans shaded his eyes to peer down the pass. And a gold sun on a shield, sir.
This I must see, the Knight of the Leopards muttered, and scaled the rocks as Uns had. Heinmir came to sit by me.
You don't like me.
I shook my head. You're wrong.
I'm too big.
How can a man be too big? He can be too big for this or that purpose, perhaps. Too big to get through a narrow door, or too big to ride a donkey. But nobody can be too big or too small in general. It would be like saying a mountain is too small or a tree too tall.
You like my new father better.
It was a challenge. I love bold Berthold, and I love your mother because he does. Loving is different. Do you like me, Heinmir?
Yes.
And I like you. Why should we quarrel? I offered my hand. Heinmir took it, and though his was twice the size of mine, he did not try to crush it.
I'll fight him for you,
Heinmir said. You can't.
Yes, I can. I'm not a good talker.
Heinmir nodded, his own affirmation.
Hela says so, but I'm a good fighter.
He's alone, Heinmir. There may come a time when I'll need you to fight for me, but this isn't it. This is my time, the time I've waited for. Heinmir was silent. Then, as if uncertain of what to say, he muttered,
I'll get your horse.
Cloud is getting herself, I told him. A long bow shot above us. Uns knelt and caught the hand of the Knight of the Leopards, helping him up. Panting, the Knight of the Leopards thanked him.
Glad ta, sir, Uns pointed. There he be, sir, not trotting like when I first seen him.
He doesn't want to tire his charger, the Knight of the Leopards murmured. It may mean that he knows Sir Abel's here, or at least that he knows someone's here, but what's a lone knight doing riding into— The words trailed away.
How'd he know, sir?
Uns peered as if the answer were on the pennant fluttering at the end of the newcomer's lance. We see him. Surely he sees us. He's wearing his helm.
Yes, sir. Them do make it hard to see, I be bound.
I didn't mean that. Did you see him put it on, Uns? Uns sucked his teeth.
Don't it go the regular way?
I'm sure it does. The Knight of the Leopards looked thoughtful. Have you seen his face at all? Uns shook his head.
Had it on first he come, sir.
Sir Abel has a helm?
Yes, sir, he do, sir.
Uns was more puzzled still. You must have handled it, cleaning it or taking it, when you unsaddled his horse. Was it heavy?
Oh, yes, sir. 'Twas that heavy I like to drop it.
The Knight of the Leopards nodded. So is mine. That's why we don't wear them constantly. When danger's constant, we wear the little helm, the helmet as it's called. It's generally an iron cap with a cape of mail to defend the neck, and we wear it because it's much lighter and still gives a good measure of protection. The helm, weighing 3 or 4 times as much, is put on just before battle and only then. You say this knight's worn his since he came in view?
Yes, sir. I's dead sure o' that, sir.
Because he doesn't want us to see his face? It's the only reason I can think of, but who could he be? And why is he trying to hide it?
Wall, sir, that's something else peculiar about him, ain't it? Besides being alone like he is.
He's not alone. Look down there, just coming into view. Isn't that man leading another horse? Uns studied him.
Got a spear, ta, I'll be bound, sir. Ain't he one of them squires, like to your vault? There's more behind to, maybe.
This is going to be interesting, the Knight of the Leopards muttered, and more swiftly than he should have, began to climb back down. Know ye, his herald proclaimed, that this pass is held by 2 right doughty knights. They are my master, Sir Leort of Sandhill, and Sir Abel of the High Heart. He stood in the middle of the warway, with his clarion positioned to display the 7 leopards of its pennon, and if the Knight of the Golden Sun or his great fallow horse impressed him, there was nothing to show it. That knight leaned forward in his war saddle.
Am I to choose the one I engage?
His golden helm rendered his voice hollow and almost sepulchral.
That is your right, sir. I choose Sir Abel, the Knight of the Sun declared, and wheeled his mount to make ready.
I was in the saddle before the Knight of the Sun reached the point from which he would charge. The Knight of the Leopards caught Cloud's bridle. Do you know who he is? No, do you? The Knight of the Leopards shook his head. It might be well to refuse until he names himself. What if he refused and rode forward? We'd engage him together. Winning much honor? I shook my head and spoke to the herald. He waits your signal, so do I. The silver notes of the clarion sounded. I couched my new lance and readied my shield, things I had done in Skai 1,000 times. In the moment, the empty split second before the head of my opponent's lance struck my shield, I wondered whether the Valfather watched. Certainly he would know of this before an hour passed. My lance struck the golden sun, and the shock seemed an explosion. Cloud staggered under the impact, and the knight to whom that shield belonged fell, horse and all. I turned Cloud, reined up, and removed my helm. The herald was bending over the Knight of the Sun. Yield you, Sir Knight?
No.
He struggled to free his leg from the weight of his charger.
I claim gentle right. Let me rise and rearm.
It will be accorded you, the herald said. The fallen charger regained its feet and limped away. Its owner adjusted his helm. That done, he rose, a man of great size, and appeared to search the ground for the lance he had dropped. The herald motioned to Hela, near whom it lay. She picked it up like a straw and returned it to the Knight of the Sun. He bowed.
Fair maid, thank you. It was kindly done.
Hela colored but said nothing. His charger came at his whistle. He mounted, vaulting into the saddle with the help of his lance. I had returned to the point from which I had charged. I myself rode a lame horse to battle once, I called, but having no other I had no choice. Nor have I any, the Knight of the Sun told me. Your squire will be here soon, I pointed with my lance. It appears he's leading a second charger.
He has a second mount for me, as you say? The hollow voice from the golden helm was without inflection. I have no choice but to ride this one. The Knight of the Leopards joined us. You've engaged Sir Abel. If you will not yield, you must engage me. I have engaged Sir Abel, the Knight of the Sun said. When he yields, I will engage you if you wish it. Catching his bridle, the herald drew the Knight of the Leopards aside. After a moment he shrugged and nodded. I watched the herald while readying lance and shield. The fallow charger would be slower, its rider might be slower too. If my lance found his chest, he would die. The notes of the clarion echoed from the rocks, and Cloud was off like the wind. We met as a thunderbolt meets a tower. The golden lance shattered on my shield. The point of my lance passed over the right shoulder of the Knight of the Golden Sun, and its shaft dashed him from the saddle. With Hela's help, he rose, nearly as tall as she. "Yield you?" the herald posed the formal question. "Not I." He whistled again for his charger. The herald glanced at me. I nodded and made a slight gesture, and the herald said, "You are accorded gentle right. Sir Abel will wait until your squire arrives with a fresh mount and another lance." "I thank Sir Abel," the Knight of the Sun replied. "He is a true and a gentle knight, one whose courage and chivalry are not in question. My squire will not come. I will meet Sir Abel's lance with my sword." The herald looked at me again, and I motioned to him. In half a minute more, the herald was mounted and galloping south along the warway. "I have ordered my squire to come no nearer," the Knight of the Sun said. "Yet he will come," I said, "with a sound mount for you and a lance." The Knight of the Leopards joined me with vault and uns, scarcely a step behind. "You understand this," the Knight of the Leopards whispered, "and I would understand it too." "If I understood it, I might tell you. I understand only a little more than you do." "His squire will come at your word?" I nodded. "Might it not have been wiser to have my herald fetch horse and lance?" "He'll come," I said. Uns looked at Vault and Vault at Uns, but neither spoke. The Knight of the Leopards persevered. "You know this knight. So much is clear from his own words." "I do, though he didn't have this much gold the last time I saw him." At length, the Knight of the Leopards said, "Does he fear you'd slay him if you knew him?" I shook my head and answered no more questions. Excited, Uns scrambled to the top of a boulder and stood, bent still, but as straight as he could manage. "Day's comin', sar. Him and more. Oh, ain't hit the sight." Gerda tugged at my surcoat. "You ain't off my Hela for what she done, are you, sir? She don't mean no hurt?" I smiled. "He's a very big man, isn't he?" Whether it was my smile or my words that reassured Gerda, I cannot say, but she smiled in return. It was indeed a sight, exactly as Uns had said. 2 heralds rode in front, each with his silver clarion, the left with a blazing sun on his blue tabard, and the right with the leopards of Sandhill on his. After them the squire of the Knight of the Sun, a clear-eyed youth with flowing hair and a jerkin of black leather spangled with gleaming gold studs. He carried 2 golden lances, from each of which floated a blue pennon blazoned with the golden sun. Behind him 12 men-at-arms rode single file, grim-looking men in gambesons of quilted leather and steel arming caps, some with bow and sword, and some with lance, shield, and sword. Liveried body servants rode behind them, and behind the body servants muleteers leading laden sumpters. I watched as the Knight of the Golden Sun spoke with his squire, accepted a new lance, dismounted, and mounted the unwearied charger his squire had led. Then, as I had hoped, he removed his helm. "You know me," he said it loud enough for me to hear, though we were separated by a half bowshot. "Greetings, Sir Waddet," I called. When Waddet did not reply, I added, "It's good to see you again, and Squire Yond, and good of you to come so far to try me." "I have not come to try you," Waddet answered, "but to prevail." He resumed his helm. Our mounts met with a crash that shook the earth. Both fell. My helm was lost, and I was pinned by the weight of Cloud's side.
Wattet had been thrown from the saddle and was first upon his feet, sword in hand. "Yield!" he cried. He stood over me with sword upraised. "Now I claim gentle right in my turn," I said. "I've been downed. I claim the right to rise and rearm." "Refused! Yield or die!" As Wattet spoke, Cloud sprang up. Her flailing forefeet knocked him flat and would have killed him. I rose and offered Wattet my hand. "You'd claim gentle right again, I know, and I'd accord it. Hela, give him back his sword if you will." Wattet accepted my hand. "On my honor, I've no wish to kill you, but you must yield. Lance, horse, and sword." Hela had dropped to one knee. Kneeling so, her head was below Wattet's own. She held out his sword. Wattet grasped the hilt. "I beg it," he said. His voice was a whisper. "Yond and I saved you, and they would have killed you, and I was your friend when you had no other. Yield to me now." "I cannot," I said. "I have sworn to hold this pass till there's ice in the Bay of Forseti. I will hold it." "Sir Abel." I shook my head and stepped back. "Listen to me." There was despair in the voice from the gold helm. "Nothing I've ever done was harder than refusing gentle right to you. I pray that if I fall again you'll kill me." "Not even those who see the face of the Most High God grant all prayers," I told him. I drew eternity, and 8 phantom knights stood around me, 4 to my right and 4 to my left. The wind carried the thunder of hooves and the snapping of flags. Wattet removed his helm and cast it aside. "You told Augur you'd been knighted by the Elf Queen. I believe it now. Will these knights engage me too?" "No," I told him. "But like Sir Leort and his men, they will stand by to see that our fight is fair." We met sword to shield and shield to sword. The first stroke from eternity split the blue shield, the next struck the sword from Wattet's hand, and at the third he fell. Hela came to stand over him with her cudgel poised and death in her eyes. I wiped eternity with a rag, Uns brought, before I sheathed her. "He won't die," said the Knight of the Leopards when the moon was high and we sat side by side before the fire. "He may," I said, and Gilf, who knew me better than I knew myself, groaned and laid his head in my lap. "That was a grievous cut you made," the Knight of the Leopards continued, "and he's lost a lot of blood. But if the loss were going to kill him, he'd be dead already. Then the giantess would kill us both, or try." I smiled at that. It surprised the Knight of the Leopards, and he said, "Would you fight her? What honor in fighting a woman, even a woman as big as she?" "Her mother's human," I told him. "The old woman, I know it." "The anger-born are not loved. They hold no spirits." The Knight of the Leopards shrugged. "Do we?" "Yes, I suppose we do. I saw them." "When I drew eternity?" "When I did. I try not to think about it." Some time passed, during which we listened to the wind whistle among the rocks. At last I said, "I may not heal Sir Wattet, but I may implore those who still dwell in Skai to heal him. Will you help me build an altar?" We labored far into the night, piling stone on stone. Uns, Hela, 2 serving men belonging to the Knight of the Leopards, yawned, and some of Wattet's men-at-arms helped. Heinmir, awakened by his sister, went into the mountains, broke stunted pines, and brought the wood. We sang then, a song of praise for the All-Father, and another for the Lady, whose name may be sung, although it may not be spoken, and when the last song was done, I cut the throat of the lame charger that had been Wattet's, hewed the head from the neck, and hewed the body to pieces, while the shades of a score of fell knights watched sorrowing. We fed the whole to the flames. When that was done, the rest slept, but I sat with Wattet to see if he would be healed, and heard the gasps of one near death, Hela's sobs, and the whistling of the winter wind. Then I slept, the first real sleep since I had returned from Skai, and in a dream it seemed I was in Skai still, and the lady smiled upon me. Then that I was on Alvit's steed, charging up a mountain of cloud. I felt Alvit's lips on mine, and learned that death is both bitter and sweet. Then that I was on the griffin's back and springing from it. My fingers slipped and I fell into the sea. Garseg swam with me, and Cedar was in Garseg's mouth. I knew the battle was coming, and knew Cedar knew it too. But this was not the time to think on battles. We gloried in the waves, the scour of the tides, and the strength of the sea. I was a boy in a garden that stretched very far, searching for a girl who had hidden, and I searched trees and grottos, looked behind bushes and in the waters of 100 fountains. At last I turned and saw her behind me, and she was small and green and sweet, with eyes of laughing fire. I woke at her kiss and saw Waddet sitting beside me. "You're better," I said. "I'm not the man I was," Waddet grinned, "but I think I will be in a month or so." I sat up, for I had seen that the sun was high, and rubbed my eyes, saying that I had slept long and had many dreams. As I spoke I heard a shout, and Duns came running to me, and yawned, Valt, Heinmir, Hela, the Knight of the Leopards, and many others, until at last Gerda and Berthold came, he with a hand on her arm, and there was a great babble of talk. "What's this?" I said. "What news is there? Why didn't you wake me?" Berthold rumbled, "I wouldn't allow it." Gerda seconded him. "Let him sleep," I said. "Your friend said the same," Berthold continued, "the other night." "Sir Leort?" "Me," Waddet told me, "and Uns, Sar Waddet." Gerda said, "You've slept 3 days," and I goggled at her. There was a lot of talk after that. I slipped out of the center of it, went to the stream, and bathed in icy water. When I left it, blue and shivering, I found Gilf waiting on the bank. "Scared," Gilf said, and kissed my hand as dogs kiss, and that was best of all. "I've failed," Waddet told me after the two of us rode out, saying we were going to hunt. "Have you ever failed?" "You came to kill me?" "No, to best you and bring you back to Sheerwall, but you would not yield." "I remember." A narrow cleft grew narrower still, and at last ended. We turned our mounts and began to ride back, and I said, "I remember you, and your sword over me." "I should have struck." Waddet turned his head and spat. "I'd rather we were friends." "So would I." I smiled. "It's a long way from Sheerwall to these mountains." "It's longer through the mountains of the sun," Waddet said, "but I went there and fought the Austerlings." "And gained much gold by it?" Waddet nodded. "As you say, we looted Kazna. Want to hear the whole story?" "If you'll tell it." Waddet dropped his reins on his horse's neck and looked at the rocks above us and the steel-blue sky above the rocks. "Well, it was only a day or two after you left. The king asked Duke Martyr for 5 knights and 50 men-at-arms to help against the Austerlings, loaned for 2 years or till victory. Everybody was mad to go, you know how that is." "I can imagine." "So his grace got us together and said he knew all of us wanted it, but any knight who went would naturally want the other 4 to be men he could trust with his life. He was going into the sunroom, he said. You know the sunroom?" I searched my memory. "I'm sure I should." "It catches the light from the east, and there's a hanging with the sun on it. We were to stay where we were and talk it over. Each of us was to decide on one companion he'd want with him, and go into the sunroom and tell the Duke, only he wasn't to tell anybody else who he'd chosen." I said, "Then I won't ask you." "Anyway, I decided." Waddet cleared his throat. "I was one of the last, 9th or 10th, something like that. His Grace was sitting at the table with a parchment before him. He'd drawn devices on it for all of us. Mine was a menhir with a spear through it then. Maybe you remember." I nodded. "There was a gazehound couchant for Sir Swit, pards for Sir Nopal, and so forth. Every one who was fit to go. His Grace had a cup of barley. When I came in, he told me he wouldn't have to put my seed where most of them were already, and he showed me his parchment. My menhir had 4 on it." Waddet paused, embarrassed.
None of the rest had more than 2, and some didn't have any.
Had I been there, I would have named you myself. You have good reason to be proud.
Anyway, I named the knight I'd decided on, and Duke Martyr put a grain down, and then he had 2. What his grace did afterward was take the knights who had the most grains. The king had asked 50 men-at-arms, but we brought 70 counting bowmen. The king had marched when we got to Thortower, but we hurried after him and came up in time for the Battle of 5 Fates. We beat them there. A light had come into Waddet's eyes that told me more than any description. Their horsemen were like wasps, but the long bows would drop a score every time they came. Those little horse bows don't have the reach of ours. We herded the Golden Khan and his elephants into the angle between 2 canals and charged him. He had the elephants out front, and they killed a score of us and took that many lances before they fell. I lost my sword and used my mace, and before you could saddle up...
I said, the men you killed would have killed you.
I know.
We rode in silence after that until I said, does your wound pain you?
Only if I move my arm.
Could you wield your sword with your left hand? Waddet smiled a little bitterly.
Not against you. Why do you ask?
Against someone like Heinmir? To the Angerborn, these are the mountains of the mice. And there are many men here as large as he. I just saw one. I had taken my bow from the bowcase as I spoke. I chose an arrow.
I told you I used my mace,
Waddet said. Yes?
I'd been practicing ever since I was a boy, hacking away at a stanchion of soft wood and so on. Sword, mace, axe, and warhammer. I suppose we all have.
It isn't easy for a boy to become a man.
I thought I'd become one a long time before that.
I said nothing, scanning the cliff tops.
It was like practice, blow after blow after blow. The head, the shoulder, the head again, twice the sword arm. My mace had spikes on it, little ones as long as your thumb.
I don't have it anymore. He reined up. I won't leave you here.
You can if you want,
Waddet said.
I can take care of myself.
I watched the cliffs, and when I did not speak, Waddet said,
That's when you understand what the practice means. That's when you grow up, and afterward you can't go back.
It seemed to me that I heard Desiree's laughter echoing from rock to rock. Chapter 12. By Combat. Toug asked, In here, Master Crawl?
Crawl nodded.
With his lordship and Lady Idun and Sir Garvaon. I can't tell you what they're talking about, but there's no reason you shouldn't knock. If they don't want to hear your news, they'll tell you so.
Pauk said,
Sir Abel's the one I wants.
He seemed to be addressing an invisible being on Crawl's shoulder.
Sir Abel, Crawl remarked as Toug knocked, is the one we all want. I wish we had him.
Svan opened the door.
There you are. We've got people looking for you. Where's the cat?
Behind him, Idun seconded his question.
Where's Manny?
The king's got him. Toug stepped inside and added,
This way, Pauk.
Aye, mate.
Beale was at the head of a huge table, sitting with feet drawn up in a chair several times too large.
I'm glad to see you, squire. Is that one of the king's slaves with you?
I'm Pauk, sir. Pauk spoke for himself, touching his cap and looking to Beale's left.
I'm a slave, sir, right enough. Only I was Sir Abel's man, and I'd like to be again, and this lad says it might be done for me in Ulfa.
He's blind, your lordship, Toug explained. They blind their slaves, just the men. He had shut the door. Now he watched as Svan climbed agilely into one of the enormous chairs and bent to help Lady Idun climb into it as well.
Furniture for the Angerborn, you see, Beale remarked dryly. They wish to make us feel small, presumably. We, on the other hand, are determined to show we are fully as large as they, in spirit. When Idun was seated, Svan stepped onto the arm, and from it onto the arm of the neighboring chair.
I don't think they have much little furniture, your lordship, Toug ventured. I mean tables and chairs and things for us. They gave Manny and me a room with furniture like this, too. I'll tell the king they should have smaller things for us, and he might do it. He likes Manny." "He's safe?" Idun asked. "I don't think the king will hurt him, and the others will be afraid to as long as the king likes him."
Beale said, "Take a chair yourself, squire."
The seat was as high as Toug's chin, but he jumped and pulled himself up. Pauk climbed up as agilely as any monkey. "We'll be presented at court this evening. Though we've little finery left, we must wear what we have. I'm glad to see you're better dressed than when last I saw you," Toug explained. "The Aussie is the king's chief minister?"
"I think so, your lordship. He said he was."
Beale sighed and turned to Idun. "You see where we are. We must ask information of that kind from Sir Svan's squire." She smiled and shook her head.
"You'll know 100 times more in a week, father."
"I had better." Garveon said, "You and Wystan are to be clean, and wear your best clothes." Toug nodded.
"I will, Sir Garveon."
"Your master and I are to wear full armor. That was what we were discussing."
"I'll clean and polish everything,"
Toug promised Svan. Pauk offered to help. Garveon cleared his throat. "You squires will do your best, I know, but since when do knights wear mail to court?"
Idun said, "This isn't how things are at our own king's, Toug. A knight at court wears ordinary clothes, the best he can afford, of course, and he wears a sword. But no armor. Armor's for war, or a tournament." "I think it may be because of things I told the king, my lady."
He looked at the knights.
"I meant no harm."
Svan said, "I'm sure you didn't. What did you say?"
"How brave you are, and what a skillful knight, and Sir Garveon too. It was while we were with Ulfa."
Beale interrupted. "That's the second time I've heard that name. Who is she?" "My wife, sir." Pauk sounded apologetic. "Only me wife, and a good woman."
"She's my sister too, and she was with Pauk when they got caught and brought here. They got married after that."
Idun said gently, "You mustn't be ashamed of your sister or your brother-in-law, squire. Fortunes rise and fall, and the best people are often in the worst straits."
"I'm not,"
she smiled.
"I'm glad to hear it. Glad, too, to hear you've spoken to the king. Was Manny with you?" "Oh, yes, my lady."
Toug tried to convey that Manny had spoken to the king as well.
"We must talk more about that, a lot more, but first, will you explain why you've brought your brother-in-law?"
Pauk touched his cap. "To serve you, ma'am. You don't know the ropes, none of you. Was it your father said so?"
Idun smiled again. "Yes, it was."
"Well, ma'am, I do. Me wife, she does too, and more from the woman's angle, if you take me meaning. She cooks, she does, and serves and all. I scrubs floors and carries and does heavy work as needs doing. And they don't no more notice us than you to fly, ma'am. So we hears and knows the whole rig and could take you anywheres."
"I see."
Pauk laughed. "So does she, ma'am. You keep on doing it. I hope for the gentleman here likewise." Beale said, "You'll be a useful friend, clearly. What can we do for you?" "Get us outsall, me and Ulfa." Pauk's voice became confidential. "The lad's going to try, and him and me. We hope you'll try too, sir. Like maybe the king'd be in a mood to do a favor. You might ask him for his sir, saying you needed somebody to help. When you went home, why, we'd be on board natural as anything." "I will certainly consider it," Beale said slowly. "I hope you will, sir."
Svan reached from chair to chair to touch Pauk's arm. "What did my squire tell the king? Were you with him?"
"No, sir, that I wasn't."
"It was just Manny and me," Toug lied, "and the king and Thiazi. The king wants Sir Abel to fight for him. But I know Sir Abel has this friend. She's a friend of mine, too, who'd like him go somewhere else, and—"
"Where?" Beale inquired.
"I can't say, your lordship."
It was hard to speak.
"I'm sorry, but I just can't."
Beale raised an eyebrow. "You're sworn to secrecy?"
Unable to meet his gaze, Toug let his own rove over the walls. "I can't tell, your lordship. Or not now. If you could meet her. If you could, it might be different."
Idun's voice was more gentle than ever.
She is here? I don't know, my lady. Really, I don't. She might be here in Utgard at this moment, but she might not. Is that correct? Yes, my lady, that's it. She has been here? You've seen her here? Toug swallowed, his mouth dry. Yes, my lady. Today, since you yourself passed the walls only today. Do you love her, Squire Toug? Oh, no, my lady, I like her a lot, and— Beale said,
You owe her a great favor.
No, your lordship, but— She owes him one, Idun murmured, and he's as young as I, and finds her gratitude sweet. We'll delve no further in this, father, if you'll take my advice.
I shall, Beale declared. After one more question, would this friend enlist Sir Abel against King Arnthor?
Oh, no, sir, it's nothing like that.
Then we shall tease you no longer, Beale declared. He glanced at Garveon and Svan and added, Is that understood? Garveon nodded, and Svan said,
Yes, your lordship.
Hoping that King Gilling would not wrest Sir Abel from your friend, you praised my own knights. Is that correct? Something had stirred in the corner behind Taug's chair. Afraid to look, he said,
Yes, your lordship.
I think you've done well, Beale said. We'll find out tonight.
Lord Beale, the Aussie's voice was like a great drum. His daughter, Lady Idun.
His golden staff pounded the floor, and Master Crawl sounded his clarion as Beale and Idun marched arm in arm into a banquet hall so vast it might have held the entire village of Glendadam, with half its kitchen gardens, barley fields, and meadows. There was suppressed laughter as the Angerborns, seated at long tables to left and right, caught sight of them. Gilling, enthroned upon a double dais at the far end of the room, was a colossus in the smoky firelight. Beale addressed him boldly. Your Majesty, my daughter and I come in friendship. In more than common friendship, for we bring to you across forest, mountain, and plain the friendship of our royal master Arnthor. He salutes you, a fellow monarch, and wishes you peace in a reign of countless years crowned with every success. Gilling spoke as a distant avalanche might speak.
We thank King Arnthor, and welcome you to Utgard.
Idun's lilting voice filled the hall as larks fill the sky.
Our king entrusted us with your gifts, your majesty, many gifts and rich. We proved unworthy vessels, we were robbed, and saved only a pittance of the precious cargo.
That was the signal. Garveon and Svan entered side by side in helm and hauberk, leading laden mules. Behind them, Wystan and Toug leading two more, and after them, Crawl, Eager, and Papounce, with the 5th, 6th, and 7th mules. The voice from the throne roared again, filling Taug's imagination with boulders that leaped like stags and trees smashed to kindling.
Come nearer. Are these the intrepid knights we've heard so much about? Who's the little fellow with the tree on his shield?
That is our senior knight, Sir Garveon, your majesty, Beale replied.
What about the other one, with the swan?
Sir Svan, your majesty. Many appeared on Gilling's barrel of a knee, grinning.
These little animals, these ponies, or whatever you call them, are they carrying stones?
Your majesty's penetration astounds us, Idun answered. Many of these things are indeed set with precious stones.
Really?
Gilling leaned forward, his perspiring face touched by a smile that made Toug like him less than ever.
Diamonds, pearls, that sort of thing.
Yes, your majesty.
Idun had smiled in return, and Toug saw Svan and Garveon stiffen as dogs do when they wind a partridge.
Not only diamonds and pearls, your majesty, but rubies, moonstones, wood opals, bloodstones, sapphires, fire opals, emeralds, jade, jet, cat's eye, and many another.
Gilling's smile broadened.
2 cat's eyes you've given us already, fair lady. We confess we like him almost as much as he likes you. Though now we come to think on it, his description of you was something wanting. Are you voracious, as well as beautiful?
Idun curtsied in acknowledgment of the compliment.
We women are not famed for it, yet I strive to be.
Beale said, If I may speak to my daughter's character, your majesty, her honesty rivals that of her patroness, and her wisdom the lady's. Pardon the partiality of a father. The Aussie's gold staff thumped the floor. Neither that false slut nor the witch her sister find favour among the sons of Anger, Southling. Remember where you are. The colour drained from Beale's cheeks. Your majesty, I had forgotten. Slay me. Gilling chuckled. Do we need your permission for that, little man? The Angerborn roared with laughter, and Toug, who would have liked to think himself too brave for it, trembled. Let us turn to safer topics, Gilling roared when the laughter had subsided. A safer speaker, too. One safe from our royal self. Are you prepared to uphold the reputation for honesty your father gives you, Lady Idun?
I'm glad your majesty asks no wisdom, for I've scarce a thimbleful of that.
Idun, who had smiled the whole time, was smiling still.
But honesty I have in good measure, full cup and running over, whenever your majesty has need of it.
Gilling's finger, as wide as Idun's hand, stroked Manny's sleek sable head. First we'll have you prove what you say. Diamonds and pearls, jade. Let us see what you bring. Idun went to Svan's mule, and Svan hastened to assist her in opening the packet-boar.
A ring, your majesty.
Idun held it up. Its flashing stone was the size of a cherry, and the ring would almost have made a bracelet for her.
It is woven of wire drawn from pale eastern gold, with your royal name worked in our own red sea gold, a ring so cunningly wrought as to swell or decline to fit the finger on which you choose to wear it.
Very pretty. What is that pink gem?
Rhodolite, your majesty, or rose stone, so many call it. No woman can long resist the man who wears it.
Idun had advanced toward the dais as she spoke. Gilling held out his hand, and she slipped it on to a finger. You are a woman, Lady Idun. Tell us, is it true?
I scarcely know, your majesty.
Several of the watching Angerborn laughed.
I never met a man who wore that stone till now.
Gilling was holding up his hand to admire the rose stone. It's darker than we thought.
It reflects the strength of the wearer, your majesty. Red if he is a full-blooded man of great strength, grey or white if his nature is cold.
Gilling chuckled again. We should give it to Thiazi. That would test it. The onlookers roared.
Idun's presentation of gifts continued with assistance from her father and the knights.
A great platter of pewter edged with gold, a gold basin, an oversized silver spoon, its handle rough with gems. Enough! Gilling raised the hand that wore the ring. My thanks to King Arnthor, who has been as liberal to me as his country has ever been to our people. The merriment of the Angerborn shook the rafters. But we will see the rest of these fine things another time, when we in turn shall make gifts of them to those I find deserving. We would have livelier entertainment. Your knights have been described as masters of war. It made us catch our breath, for we had thought to find the masters of war here among the bold sons of Anger.
The bold sons of Anger cheered and pounded their tables until Toug feared they would break them.
So we'll have a trial of arms tonight. Your own king does it often, we hear, pitting one of his knights against another. Is that not so?
Idun answered bravely. It is, your majesty. Our knights compete in tournament and joust, one with another.
Gilling smiled tenderly, stroking Manny's head. You yourself have witnessed these tournaments, Lady Idun. Your father likewise.
Beale replied for both of them.
We have, your majesty, and can tell you much of them. But you will not. Gilling smiled again. We'll tell you, for we are king here. Our first thought was to have these knights fight two of our champions. Schildstar.
A huge frost giant leaped to his feet with such violence that he sent his enormous stool spinning across the floor.
Schildstar is ready. And Glumnir. Another Angerborn jumped up with a wordless roar. But I soon saw that would not be fair. You agree, I hope, Lady Idun?
Certainly, your majesty. For the first time, Idun's voice held a slight tremor.
As do I. Suppose King Arnthor were to send us to champions. We might then oppose Schildstar and Glumnir to them, and no one could call it unfair. Agreed, Kitty?
Gilling looked down at Manny, but Manny gave no sign of having heard him.
This case is rather different. We have knights chosen not by King Arnthor, but by chance. We must oppose them with champions we ourselves choose by chance. Your acquaintance with the Sons of Anger cannot be great, Lady Idun.
No, your majesty, it isn't.
We thought not.
With a grunt of effort, Gilling rose, depositing Manny upon a shoulder that might as readily have held a panther.
Our magical Kitty, for which we thank you again, likes to ride on our shoulder. As you see, perhaps he rode on yours as well.
Idun made a small strangled sound. He did, your majesty. That is quite correct.
We thought so. Have you yourself ever ridden on the shoulder of a Son of Anger? There's plenty of room, you see.
No, your majesty, I would prefer not to. The look Beale gave Idun was almost savage.
Nonsense, you'll enjoy it,
Gilling grinned.
What's more, your view of our little trial by combat will be as good as our own. But first, chance shall choose our champions.
He looked around at the assembled Angerborn.
The lot will fall on those in presence alone. Anyone who fears to face these knights may leave now.
Not one stirred. Gilling strode to the laden mules. It was all poor Toug could do to stand his ground.
This little creature still labors under his entire burden.
Gilling had halted at the last mule, which shied nervously.
Let us relieve it.
Thick fingers snapped the pack ropes like string, and Gilling reached inside.
What have we here? Why, this is prime. A dirk of useful size, with a hilt of gold. Is that correct, Lord Beale?
Beale bowed.
Your Majesty is never otherwise? A sparkly purple stone of some sort on the pommel.
Gilling held the dirk up.
All sorts of pretty gems on the sheath. Agates, or so we judge them, and tourmalines, and Vafthrudner himself could not say what else. Red jasper, your Majesty, put in Thiassi. We will allow it, Gilling declared, and a dozen more, all pretty and some few valuable.
He waved the dirk aloft.
He who catches this shall face the knights from the south.
His throw carried it so high it struck the ceiling, from which it fell like a comet. Every Angerborn sprang to his feet, and 100 huge hands grabbed for it. For a moment, Toug felt that all those hands belonged to one monster, one beast with a multitude of heads and arms and glaring eyes. There was a mad scramble in which it seemed Beale's party might be crushed. Idun would have fled, but Gilling caught her up like a doll and raised her to his shoulder. Wystan caught Taug's arm, saying, "We'd better saddle their horses."
Here's a nice brooch to hold whatever kind of clothes you fancy, Gilling announced as the two squires hurried out. It's got a big bad bear on it, all worked in gold. Whoever catches it.
Together the two squires found the stables, upbraided the blind slaves there for the way the horses had been treated, and readied Garvaion's charger and Svan's moonrise. But when they tried to lead them into the courtyard, they were turned back by Thrym.
No horses. They fight on foot. Those are the king's orders.
Seeing the bow-case and quiver Toug carried, he added,
No bows neither.
Wystan argued, but Thrym shouted him down.
Take those rabbits away, or I'll kill them and you.
I'm senior squire, Wystan told Toug hurriedly. Take the horses back. Tell the blind men to unsaddle them, and get yourself back here as quick as you can. Toug did. The courtyard, when he was able to slip between the thick legs of Angerborn, was lit by a few torches and brackets, and seemed bright after the filthy darkness of the stable. Yet it was badly lit in comparison with the great hall in which Gilling had received Beale,
and the few stars that gleamed fitfully through the streaming cloud combed by Utgard's towers did less than the torches to warm it. Gilling was standing in the center with Idun on his shoulder and Mani on hers. "Our borderers. We knew them and they served us. You knew them as we did, many of you. Now they lie dead, slain by these two and their friends." His listeners growled, and Toug felt, as he had in the banquet hall, that they were in truth but one great beast. "They're good fighters," Gilling continued. "Don't be fooled by their size. As we were coming out here, Skoll and Bittergarm promised us they'd gut them like salmon. If they do, we're well rid of them, but if they don't, we mean to take them into our service." There were angry protests, and Gilling thundered for silence. "We can use good fighters, especially little ones. How many of you want to serve the crown in the hot lands?" No one spoke. "We thought so." Gilling pointed to Beale. "Are the knights you brought us ready?" Master Krall stepped forward. He was wearing his tabard with Beale's arms embroidered on front and back, and had his silver trumpet tucked beneath his arm. Even by torchlight his face looked white. "Your Majesty," he bowed. "Sir Garvaon and Sir Svan wish to protest the terms of combat." For as long as it took Toug to fidget, Gilling glared, yet Krall stood his ground. On Gilling's shoulder, Idun, whose head was something higher than Gilling's own, stooped to whisper into his ear. He shook his head violently. "They ask to be permitted—" "Silence," Gilling raised his hand. "You accuse us of cheating." "No such thought crossed my mind, Your Majesty." There was a tremor in Krall's voice, slight yet noticeable. "That we will not permit. Who brings the accusation? You yourself? The little fellow King Arnthor sent?" "No one, Your Majesty, no one at all." Gilling smiled. "All of you, then. Let us explain. We could have pitted our best against your knights. It wouldn't have been fair, so we didn't do it. You saw us choose. Man to man with the same arms. That would have been fair, fair to everyone. Man against man and sword against sword. Some of you deny that we're men." In his heart, Toug said, "Yes, some of us do, and I'm one of them." "So we allow your knights' armor to compensate for their small stature and puny strength. Now you want more. Well, you won't get it. The Aussie—" The Aussie hastened to Gilling's side. "Stand here. When you hold up your rod, both sides make ready. When you drop it, the battle starts. Is that clear?" Krall took a step forward. "We seek Your Majesty's solemn assurance that there will be no interference by spectators." Gilling's fist, as large as a man's head, struck Krall down. For a few seconds he trembled, then he lay still, his heavy middle-aged body twisted, quartered lammy and lilacs, seeming to writhe upon his back. "Heed this!" The Aussie raised his staff as if nothing had happened. "When I strike the ground, let the combat begin!" Toug whispered, "I brought your helm, Sir Svan." He held it out. "Don't you want it?" Svan shook his head. His sword was drawn, its blade glinting in the torchlight. "You'll win," Toug whispered. "I know you will." Svan did not reply. His eyes were fixed on Krall's body. Gilling's voice echoed and re-echoed from the icy stones, drowning the whistling wind. "Everyone prepared. Speak now, or Thiazi's staff comes down." To Taug's surprise, Svan spoke. "To kill a herald is to cast aside every usage of war." The watching Angerborn laughed, and Gilling joined them as Thiazi's golden staff struck the stones. Skoll and Bittergarm lumbered forward, Skoll wielding his huge weapon with one hand, Bittergarm swinging his with both. Shoulder to shoulder, Garvaon and Svan advanced to meet them. A moment later, Svan's shield blocked a blow that knocked him to his knees. Up came Skoll's enormous sword again. It descended, and its stroke would have split a warhorse. It did not split Svan. He darted forward. When he sprang back, his blade dripped blood from half its length. Leaping onto Taug's shoulder, Mani whispered, "The weak must close if they can, while the strong have to try to keep them off. Strange battle, wouldn't you say?" Toug surprised himself. "They're like oxen fighting flies."
Sir Garvaion's cut his opponent's hands. That's good. Garvaion's a shrewd fighter. Though Manny's mouth was at his ear, the Angerborn were making such a din that Toug had scarcely heard him. He kept his own voice down. Shouldn't you be with the king? Lady Idun was waving her arms and knocked me off. I'll go back when this is over. Look, Garvaion's down. Garvayon was, and for a breathless moment Toug felt sure Bittergarm was about to hack him in two. He turned instead, facing about to aid Skoll as the stone turns in a mill. The swords of the Angerborn slashed and slashed again, rising and falling like the flails of threshers. Svan's shining blade, the oiled brand Toug had polished that very morning, flickered and flashed forward. Bellowing and cursing, the watching giants crowded closer. Toug and Manny climbed hay bales stacked on a wagon. The ugly one's trying to get behind him, Manny remarked. They're both ugly, Toug strove to sound confident. The real ugly one. The real ugly one was Bittergarm, and he continued to move, however ponderously, to his left, forcing Svan to edge left and left again as he fought Skoll. As Toug watched, horrified, Svan came too near a spectator, who gave him a shove that sent him stumbling toward Skoll. Biting into Svan's shield, Skoll's blade swept him off his feet and sent him flying. The watching Angerborn tried to move aside, but were not quick enough. Svan struck the legs of two and was kicked under the wagon. With Idun weeping on his shoulder, Gilling lumbered into the center of the dim courtyard once more. He raised both hands for silence, and the laughter, cheering, and cursing of the watching giants faded. Wystan was on his knees beside Garvayon. Belatedly, Toug realized that he belonged with his own master, who might still live. He scrambled down. A hand, larger than any human hand, plucked him from the bales of hay and raised him higher than he had been when he had stood on them. "Here he is, your majesty, his servant had him." The voice was Thiazi's. I was keeping him for you, your majesty," Toug gulped, wondering whether the king would believe him and whether it would matter if he did. "He was running loose and I was afraid he'd get stepped on." Idun, still on Gilling's shoulder, held out her hand. "Give him to me, squire. I'll take care of him." Her face was streaked with tears and her voice despondent, but that voice did not quaver. "I don't want to throw him," Idun gestured. "Thiazi, is that your name? Bring them over here, Thiazi." Thiazi did, and Idun received Manny, who mewed pitifully. "Now put Toug down," Idun said. Thiazi lowered him, but maintained his grip. Gilling's roar filled the courtyard. "All right, we've had our fun. Bittergarm, Skoll, come here." They came, the first licking a gaping wound in his hand, the second wet with his own seething blood. "You've borne yourselves like heroes," Gilling told them, "and heroes you are. Now, all you sons of anger, what will you say to these two? Let's wake the crows." The Angerborn cheered until they were hoarse. When the cheers were beginning to fade, one of the iron brackets that held a torch fell with a crash and a shower of mortar. Toug, who saw and heard it, saw too that its torch had gone out, although he paid it no more heed than the Angerborn. "Silence now," Gilling raised both his hands, "in celebration of our victory." "Your victory is not yet." The voice was Garvaion's. His helmet was gone, and a blood-stained rag wrapped his head. As he spoke, he cast away his shattered shield. His left hand drew a long dagger with a wide guard. Toug, still dangling from Thiazi's hand, raised a cheer. For a time that was in fact brief, though it seemed long, his was the only voice, the cheering of one half-grown squire dangling beside the knee of a giant. Then Wystan joined his voice to Toug's, and Idun, still seated on Gilling's shoulder, where she held Manny, cheered too, the wild shrieking of a woman hysterical with joy. Svan had emerged from under the wagon to stand beside Garvayon. The right side of Svan's face was bruised and bleeding, his right eye swollen shut, but his sword was steady in his hand. The air darkened as a torch behind Thiazi went out.
Beale had joined the cheering, and Garvion's archers and men-at-arms, who had come so far and fought so hard, and the servants who had become archers and men-at-arms too, because there was nothing for it but to fight, and no one to fight but them. Papounce, in the fine slashed doublet of scarlet and blue he had brought to wear at court, was standing over Krall's body, red-faced and shouting, and Eager, usually so silent and reserved, was capering and yelling like a boy. Their cheers were overridden by the hiss and clang of steel on steel, and a new voice murmured, "My lord, Thiazi." It was husky, yet distinctly feminine. Toug craned his neck to see a woman taller than any he had seen before, standing at Thiazi's right hand. Like most of the giants, she was nearly naked, and indeed her fiery hair clothed her more than the rags she wore. Unlike the giants, whose limbs were thicker than even their towering height would suggest, hers were as spindly as heron's legs, so that she appeared to stand on sticks, and to gesture from shoulders scarcely wider than Taug's knees. "My lord Thiazi, this is an evil place at an evil time." "You?" He glanced swiftly at her, then looked away. "You're no true daughter of anger." She laughed, coins shaken in a golden cup. "Not I, but only a fool who thought she might deceive you. Though I have seen them in Jotunheim, poor creatures, women like dray horses with faces like dough, thank you." Thiazi dropped Toug and took off the long cloak he wore. The impossibly tall woman accepted it and draped it over her shoulders. "You'll be ravished," Thiazi muttered, "if you're seen." "Will they think me a slave woman?" It appeared that Svan must die, and Toug heard no more. It seemed to take an hour for Swordbreaker to clear the scabbard, another for his feet, clumsy in the overlarge boots Pauk had found him, to carry him into the fight. He gripped Swordbreaker with both hands and clubbed a knee as high as his chin with all his might, saw a beam of steel and felt the hot gush of his own blood. And it was dark. Snow swirled past his face, and there were more swords out than skulls and bittergarms, more swords than Garveons and Svans, and his pain was terrible but distant. Once he watched a dark thing strike one of the last torches, and once he saw a lance-long blade descend and raised his arm, knowing that Swordbreaker could never break that sword, which would carry all before it, with a blow like a falling tree. Something dark that seemed transparent, for he could make out what might have been a giant's wrist still, closed on the wrist of the hand that held that sword, and something else circled the giant's neck, blurring it. And under all the shouting, and all the rough music of blade on blade, he heard the sickening snap of breaking bone. A giant fell, nearly crushing him. He thought it was Bittergarm, until he saw the fallen crown. "It seemed like there was another giant," he told Pauk afterward, speaking through the bandages and pain when he and those still living were barricaded in the keep. "A giant the other giants couldn't see any better than I could, and he was on our side. Was that Org?"
"There you have it," Pauk declared. "What do you need me for, shipmate?"
"I didn't think of it then," Toug confessed. "I didn't think of it until a long time after, not till Sir Svan got me to look for Lady Idun. I guess Org was traveling with us the whole time we were riding here, but I never saw him."
Pauk chuckled. "He's not easy to see, shipmate. Not even for me that knows the Reka's masts."
"Oh, Thunor," Toug felt he could have bitten off his tongue. "I didn't mean to make fun of you."
Pauk cackled. "Think I'm blinded? Heard you say it."
"You aren't."
"Not me, mate. Had to act so, just the same. One eye's blind enough, see it?"
Toug nodded, and then, not certain that Pauk could in fact see, said, Yes, I do. It's white."
"Aye, like spilled milk. Ulfa says that. Pauk Deadeye, they call me." Toug nodded again. "And t'other's squinty. Have a close look."
Toug did. "It's white, too. No, it's a real eye. I mean an eye to see out of."
"Thought I was blind, though, didn't ye? Here, I'll open it with my fingers."
Pauk's eye looked white and blind, and then abruptly a lively brown.
"You're rolling it up."
"And there ye have it, matey. They'd a whole crew o' us, and him that was blindin' complainin' of the work, and some gets blood pisonin' when they blinds them and dies. So I says, don't have to worry with me, mate, and I shows him like I showed you. I'm blind already, I says, and he passes on by. I was that happy? I never saw happy in me life."
Pauk's laugh was a joyous crow.
"Drink? Why, drink's not nothing to it."
"I'm happy too," Toug told him. "I'm happy right now."
"You're a good hand, a stout hand, matey, and maybe I can show org to ye some day."
"Would he try to hurt me?"
Pauk considered. "Not with me round. Without, well, I dunno. Best to keep a sharp watch."
"Manny tried to tell Lady Eden about him once."
Toug was interrupted by Svan.
"We're meeting in the hall, all of us except the guards, that way."
Emptied of so many Angerborn, that vast hall felt almost friendly. There was food and drink everywhere, and though much of the food was half-eaten and much of the wine and beer spilled, Pauk and Toug helped themselves before going to an immense fireplace where a crowd of humans and Angerborn were gathered about the towering figure of Thiazi. "Are you the last?" Beale asked. "Think so, sir," Pauk said. "Maybe one or two more."
Beale cleared his throat.
"Lord Thiazi and I have been conferring. Sir Svan, are these all you can find?"
"Yes, your lordship. Possibly Sir Garvayon may bring more, I don't know."
Svan looked for a stool, and finding none, seated himself on the hearth. There were bandages on his face and arms, and Toug sensed that he was bone-weary. Beale seemed to sense it too. "Your wounds must pain you, Sir Svan."
"Not so much, your lordship."
"If you'd prefer to go elsewhere, some place where you might rest."
"I'm resting now, your lordship. Sir Garvayon's squire and others washed my bruises and salved them."
"As you like, then." Beale looked around at the giants. "I am speaking first because we are more numerous. It means no more than that." Toug felt the gentlest of taps upon his shoulder. He turned to see a red-haired girl holding a very large cup into which she stared demurely.
"Drink?" she whispered.
Suspicious, Toug lifted her chin. Her eyes were yellow fire. Her lips shaped words.
"My blood in wine, lord. It will heal you."
Toug nodded, accepted the cup, and carried it to Svan. Kneeling, he presented it. "So our status has not changed," Beale was saying. "I am here as our king's ambassador." Svan drained the cup, nodded curtly, and set it down. "Lord Thiazi is his king's chief minister. Our lands are not at war." Beale glanced at Thiazi, who nodded agreement. "King Gilling lies in his bedchamber," Beale continued, "and I pray that he is resting comfortably and that he will recover. Lady Eden is nursing him with 2 of her maids, together with 5 women." Beale paused and groped for words. "Attached to this castle."
"My wife's there," Pauk whispered.
"In this grave situation, Lord Thiazi's wishes and ours are identical. We would preserve the king's life, steady his throne, and find the traitor who stabbed him. Lord Thiazi." Thiazi stepped forward.
Toug, seeing the two together, decided that Thiazi was 3 times Beale's height. When Thiazi spoke, his voice was deep and reverberant.
"I am His Majesty's trusted minister. The sons of Anger present knew it already, and you Southlings know it now. In His Majesty's absence I act for him. When he's indisposed, as at present, only I can act for him. Does anyone dispute that?" He glared at the watching Angerborn for as long as it took Toug to draw breath. When none spoke, at Beale's party. Garvayon entered alone and after a moment's hesitation sat down next to Svan. "During the melee, an elf woman appeared," Thiazi said. "She warned me that His Majesty was at risk and urged me to spirit him away. I've friends among the elf." He appeared to wait for someone to object and studied his hearers while he waited. None, surely, are better friends than she. When I reached his majesty, he had fallen, stabbed by an unseen hand. We were able to get him inside and into his bed. A frosty smile played about Thiazi's lips. Lord Beale and I have taken counsel upon this attempted assassination. Lord Beale fears that one of you Southlings is the traitor. A traitor to King Arthur, Beale explained, who would never countenance this cowardly attack. Thiazi nodded. I, on my part, fear that the traitor is one of our own people. There was rebellion in Jotunland not long ago. It may be that there is rebellion again, thus our barred doors. Our people, I hope, do not know that the king has been wounded. The assassin may think him dead. If so, he may reveal himself within a day or two. In either case, ignorance works to our benefit. With your help, I shall maintain it as long as possible. Svan cleared his throat. May I speak, my lord? Thiazi nodded. Svan rose. You suspect one of us? No, Thiazi shook his head. Your own lord does. I concede that he may be correct, though I consider otherwise. The more reason then for me to say upon my honor as a knight that I did not strike your king. You practice magic, my lord, so I've been told. I am an adept, as it is called. Cannot your arts reveal the assassin? Thiazi frowned. I have attempted it without success. In a moment or two I intend a further attempt. I speak of magic of which I've scant knowledge, Svan hesitated. I was once Sir Abel's squire, and I was knighted by him. I did not know it, and am glad to learn it. Before we came into this hall to give your king our king's gifts, I learned that your magic had told him that to secure his crown, he should take Sir Abel into his service. Svan looked to Garveon for confirmation, and Garveon nodded. I believe he matched us as he did because he wanted to see whether we might be substituted for Sir Abel. If that was the test, we could be. I'll be blunt. Thiazi stooped to the woodbox and, picking up a log twice the size of a man, tossed it on the fire, where it raised a cloud of sparks and ash. The spirit I spoke to did not indicate you or your fellow. Sir Garveon. It had nothing to say about either of you. I offer no criticism of your valor or your skill. They are inarguably great. Nor do I accuse you of stabbing his majesty. I say simply that in my judgment you cannot be substituted for Sir Abel. This I told his majesty plainly when he proposed the ill-starred trial of arms in which you took part. Svan nodded. I agree, and want to suggest that someone be sent to bring Sir Abel here. It is what your magic showed we should do, and I think your magic correct. I volunteer to go. Thiazi addressed Beale. If the test shows him to be guiltless... No, Beale said, or at least, not until after the wedding. Chapter 13. The Third Night. The clouds had sailed above me in scores of fantastic shapes, and I had not known them for the lands of Skai. Yet they had told my fortune as well as they could. I shut my eyes and wished those prophetic clouds and that kindly sky back, but all that I saw was darkness, only in my imagination, the Allfather's flying castle. Eyes open, I saw the stars. If clouds were the mountains and meadows of the overkinds of Skai, weren't all these stars the country of winged people like Michael? No, because the stars had been the wildflowers in the lady's meadow. Lord? I was sleepy enough to believe for half a minute or 12 that the word had been addressed to somebody else. Lord? A winged figure bent above me, blotting the stars. Its wings dwindled, its muzzle melted into a face. A chimera? What has a chimera to do with me? I am Uri, Lord. There is a plot, and I have flown here to tell you of it.
I sat up and found that Gilf was on his feet already, not quite showing his teeth, but near it. "If you will hear me out, Lord, and ask no questions until my tale is done, it will go faster." I nodded. "Garseg, you know, he taught you. You think he lied, feigning to be one of the water elf? It was not feigning, though he dwells in Muspel. The sea elf have welcomed him and made him greater than their king, calling him father. How, then, is it false for him to wear their shape?" "If I am not to question you," I said, "it might be best if you don't question me." "As my lord wishes. Vile, I remain your slave," Uri knelt, "as I am Garseg's. Indeed, I serve my lord because Garseg will have it so. My lord recalls that when Baki and I were ill on the Isle of Glass, my lord left us in Garseg's keeping. As Seater he had us serve you, saying that we who had been his slaves were to be yours. We were not to tell you of his gift, for Garseg does good in secret when he can." "You've asked no question," I remarked, "and I ask you none. I've got a comment, though. You haven't obeyed him." "If he punishes me, I will bear it, or try. If you punish me, I will do the same. I disobey because the matter is deadly, and one that Garseg himself, though the wisest of men, cannot have foreseen. I will not ask whether he has been a friend to you. You know your answer. Nor will I ask whether you swore to fight Kulili for his sake. You did, and though I do not know it as well as you yourself do, Lord, I know it well enough." I groped for Eterni and found her. "He summons me." "No, Lord, he does not. Did I not speak of a plot? It is my sister's." Gilf growled. "Get to it." "I serve no dogs," Uri told him. "Not even you." "Worse." She sighed, and there was more despair in her sigh than speech could express. "Now we know what your dog thinks of me, Lord. You may agree, knowing I betray my sister." I wrapped the blanket about me, for the wind was cold. "Baki plots to send you against Garseg. To that end she has stabbed King Gilling, who lies near death. And to that end she has enlisted Toug and his sister. The witch's cat helps too, I would guess, from malice. Now my tale is done. Lord, will you give me your word that you will never slay Garseg, or try to?" "No." I lay down and studied the stars. "Did you not give your word to Garseg, as I said, to war on Kulili, alone if need be, upon your honor?" "I did. Does he summon me?" "No, Lord." Uri's voice sounded faint and far away. "He fears you too much for that, Lord." We were too many for one fire, but wadded and yawned, and the Night of the Leopards and Vault ate at mine with Hela, Heinmir, Gerda, bold Berthold, and Uns, who had made it. When venison was on my trencher and wine in my flagon, I said, "I have news. It may mean a lot or a little to us, I don't know. Neither do I know it's true. It was told as true. No pledge of secrecy was asked, and it would be wrong not to share it. Believe it or not, as you choose." The Knight of the Leopards asked, "When came this news?" "Last night." I forked meat into my mouth on my dagger. "We must set a better watch. My men were our sentries." "I don't say they slept," I told him. Waddet looked from one to the other. "Who brought it?" "Do you have to know? It'll mean useless argument." "No argument from me," Waddet declared. Hela swallowed a great gobbet of meat. "He trusts not the bearer. Do thou, most dear knight, trust me?" Waddet flushed. "I do. Though you lack gentle blood, you are a true maid, I know." "As for blood, I have seen thine. You think my lineage foul. Does Sir Abel here, a wiser knight, think it foul too? I am of the blood of Ymir, Sir Abel, for so my ancestress anger was. Did you not tell me once that blood has drenched your sword-arm to the elbow? That foul blood? I nodded, for I had told her things that had happened in Skai. Say fell blood, rather. You are kind. She turned back to Waddet. Dearest knight, as I am a trusty maid, I counsel you to ask nothing, save you stand ready to credit any answer. Fell blood, fell swords are here. Which swordsman would you see fall?
None, Waddet smiled ruefully. What is your news, Sir Abel, if it will not provoke strife?
I sipped my wine, put down my flagon, then sipped again. We agreed that if the Angerborn march south, we'd resist them together, even though you and Sir Leort are my prisoners. Waddet and the Knight of the Leopards nodded. This news may bear on it if it's true. In fact, it may bear on it if it's false, if it's believed. It is that the Angerborn king has been stabbed and lies near death. Old Berthold did not raise his blind eyes, but his voice was warm.
Who did it?
The sister of the person who told me. So she said. Gerda ventured, A slave woman? Yes, but not King Gilling's or any other giant's. Hela said, You know her, Sir Knight. Your voice speaks louder than your words. I nodded. I have no sister, and am glad of it. Sisters are tale-bearers always. You know her and are her friend. What think you? Would she do a deed of blood? Strike a throne? She might, I said slowly. If she were provoked or desperate, she might. If a particular youth were threatened, for example. If she had a good reason. I have one more question. Hela grinned, revealing crooked teeth and a mouth the size of a bucket. Ere I ask, I give you thanks for suffering me as you have. If 'twas for Sir Waddet's sweet worth, why, fiddle the day, suffer me you did. Why did her sister hasten here, taking her news to you, do you know? I see I've got to tell all of you more than I'd like to. As a reward, I'll have Hela's counsel, or anyway, I hope so. If her counsel's as pointed as her questions, it'll be worth a lot. Hans nodded and edged nearer to hear. There is a man called Garseg, not a human man. Will we all agree that Hela's sire was no human?
I am, Heinmir declared. I'm human just like you.
I haven't denied it. I tried to make my voice gentle. But Heinmir was not human, however good he may have been, or brave, or generous. Nor was this man Garseg human. I waited for more objections, but got none. He befriended me. I owe him a lot. I think that he acted as he did to recruit me, as he did, against an enemy, one I wouldn't fight if I had a choice. The Knight of the Leopards asked what troubled me. You know about the woman I love. She's where Garseg is, and I wish I were with her now. Go to her, then, the Knight of the Leopards exclaimed. Are you the only man in Mythgarthr who doesn't know the tale of the knight and the tumbrel? I've sworn to stay until midwinter. I'm also bound by an oath sworn to the greatest and best of men. It's only by his grace that I'm as near her as I am. Now say, Sir Knight, think you more of your honour than your lady? Hela's smile held something like pity. Think well before you answer. For one smile from her, I would throw all honour in a ditch, I said. Yes, and stamp on it. But I couldn't ask her to marry a dishonoured knight. Trying to understand, the Knight of the Leopard said, You value her honour more than your own. You would die to preserve it. Waddet began, Now see here, how does this? We'll talk of that when the time comes. Let me finish. The lady is where Garseg is. The person who came last night said her sister wanted to get me to fight him. She wanted me to bind myself not to. Deeper and deeper, Hela muttered. Would this paltry cup were half so deep. She held it out, and Waddet poured more wine for her. Old Gerda asked, And did you swear, sir? No, mother.
I've given oaths enough already. I want to be with the woman I love. I sighed. If I fight him, it's possible she'll try to kill me. I'd welcome it. We wouldn't, Berthold rumbled. Wounded though I am, Waddet said, I may throw my parole to the winds and kill you myself, if you won't get to the point. The king of Jotunland is sorely wounded. Isn't that what you said? What has that to do with us?
Do you think they may blame my cousin for it? Asked the Knight of the Leopards. We've had raids by no more Angerborn than we could count on our fingers, I explained. By 20 at most, and more often by fewer than a dozen. It was these raids that your cousin hoped to persuade King Gilling to stop. Berthold, you were captured by Angerborn. How many were there? Old Berthold fingered his beard.
8 they was, when the outlaws sold me to 'em.
What about you, Gerda? How many took you?
Lord and lovely, I can't say, sir, it's been that long.
20?
Oh, bless you, sir, not half so many. 5 it might have been, or 6. Some was killed, sir, for our men fought. So, comin' or goin', sir? Comin' they might have been 10.
I nodded and spoke to Waddet. Suppose King Gilling dies, might not his successor, we know little enough about Gilling and nothing about the successor, send 100?
Berthold, Gerda, what about 500? Would you call that an impossible figure?
Old Berthold only shook his head, whether in denial or bewilderment. Gerda said,
Well, sir, I never seen that many all to once, but when I think back on them, I seen one time or the other, it's hundreds. More'n that, even.
Hela, perhaps I should have asked you first.
As to their number, 500 I would think no very great figure. We have frequented this road, my brother here and I, and seen 50 one day, and 20 the next. Look up, you bold knights, what flies above?
Geese, the Knight of the Leopards answered her, but they are too high for any arrow of mine.
How many?
30 it might be?
40, what it offered.
43, and their leader making 44 in all. 44, that the 3 of us see now, for brave Sir Abel will not look. How many geese do you suppose there are in all the world, knights? Hundreds?
No one spoke, while Hela gulped half her wine, coughed, and drank the rest. At length I said, Let us say 100 and no more. Could we stand against 100? We 3 and Gilf, and the men who follow the leopards, and those who follow the sun, and Hela, Heinmir, and Uns. Would we? The silence grew until the Knight of the Leopards said,
Would you, Sir Abel? Would you lead us? Answer truly.
I told him, I've sworn to hold this pass.
A rider on a blown horse, Sir Leort?
The Knight of the Leopards cupped his hands around his mouth.
Just one?
There was a lengthy pause, during which Waddet, Volt, and Yond hurried over.
Just the one, sir.
Coming from the north? Volt inquired of everyone and no one.
Do the giants ride horses?
Yond shook his head.
They're too big.
The Knight of the Leopards silenced them with a gesture.
How do you know his horse is blown?
Waddet snorted.
She's trying to get it to trot, sir.
The Knight of the Leopards opened his mouth, then shut it again, staring at Waddet, while Waddet, his honest face a mask of confusion, stared back at him.
A woman?
Volt muttered. The Knight of the Leopards whirled.
Fetch my horse.
North of the pass, the warway angled down, descending the mountainside in a score of breakneck curves. The Knight of the Leopards took them all at a gallop, and many a stone, dislodged by the flying hooves of his spotted warhorse, dropped down an abyss of air. The last twist of that coiling road was behind him when he caught sight of the rider. When he did, she, topping a rise on a drooping palfrey dark with sweat, was so near that he nearly rode her down. She screamed, and seeing the shield he carried, burst into a flood of tears. He dismounted and lifted her from her saddle, holding her as he had when he was no older than Volt, and she a pretty child with flashing eyes and raven locks. Pure white was the tabard of the herald who brought the Black Knight's challenge to me, and the charge on it was a sable. "My master," he announced to our own herald, "would pass into the north. His affair is urgent." He paused to smile, "and his purse heavy. Here are 20 pieces of broad gold, so that your own master stands aside." "I am acting for Sir Abel of the High Heart," our herald responded stiffly. "My master Sir Leort of Sandhill abides with him until his ransom is paid." The Black Knight's herald lifted an eyebrow the breadth of a stem of clover. "Should you not be galloping south to attend to it?" "Another is seeing to that. You will, I take it, see to your masters? Our brother left this place days ago. It is too late. I fear to ask him to act for you." "He need not." The herald of the Black Knight held up the purse he had proffered a moment before, jingling it so the mellow chink of gold on gold could be heard through the deer hide. "My master pays his ransom in advance." The herald of the Knight of the Leopards shook his head. "Will you not examine them so as to give report to this Sir Abel you speak of?" "You know my master's name, Sir Leort of Sandhill. I have declared that I act for him who overmatched him, Sir Abel of the High Heart. I would know your own master's name and that of his manor, for with so much gold at his command he cannot but have one before we speak further." But speak further they did, with that over-careful avoidance of rancor characteristic of heralds, before the herald of the Knight of the Leopards returned to me. "His master he styles the Black Knight," the herald explained, "and will not name him, nor will he state his master's business, nor denote his castle." I stroked my chin. "A manor I called it, though I'd seen the broad pennant. I hoped to sting him, but it availed nothing." "He is a knight banneret?" "Or greater. He offers 20 gold pieces." The herald cleared his throat. "I examined them. He insisted on it." I waved the gold aside. "He may not pass. Tell his herald." "What is it, sir?" "That if his master wishes to ride north, he must engage me or go by another road." I paused. "I was thinking of Sir Waddett's herald. What was his name?" "Herewar, sir." "He left 4 days ago. Did they meet him on the road?" "They did not. He may have met with mishap, sir. Let us hope they came by a different way." "We must ask them when the fighting's over. Your master has not returned?" "No, sir. Should I send a hoblier after him, sir?" "I doubt that it's needed." I cupped my mouth as the Knight of the Leopards himself had not long before. "Sentry! To the north?" "Your servant, Sir Abel." The sentry's mailed arm caught sunlight as he waved. "What do you see of your master?" "Riding slow with the traveller." I nodded and waved. "Tell the Black Knight I'm ready to engage him." The herald was visibly unhappy. "I must speak before you do, Sir Abel. First the gold." "I don't want it." 20 pieces of eastern gold, broad and fair every one of them. I bid 2, sir, and they were soft as leather. The head of some Khan on every one." "Does Sir Waddet know him, or any of Waddet's party?" "I don't know, sir. Shall I ask?" I nodded. Uns, who had come up while we were speaking, said, "I'll do it, sir. Right smart, ta." "I'll go with him in a moment, by your leave, sir," the herald said. "Sir Waddet may not like talking to such a hind, but first, sir, I must tell you this Black Knight fights to the death and only to the death. He accords no gentle right, and thus—" The herald took a deep breath and plucked up his courage. "You're not bound to engage him as I see it. To fight to the death is war, and no proper trial of arms." I smiled. "Sir Waddet was of this knight's mind also. Does that not seem strange?" The herald began to speak, thought better of it, and hurried away. Cloud took 3 steps forward, and I saw in my mind's eye my own image charging with couched lance. "Nope," I whispered, "nor should I tire you like this with my weight." I dismounted, and side by side, Cloud and I advanced until the Black Knight's herald was in plain view, and the Black Knight also, waiting a long bowshot off, beside his black charger. "He has a skull for a crest," I explained to Cloud. "That's a human skull." Gilf, who had followed us, grumbled, "Cat pride." "It's boyish," I agreed.
We should get on well.
To scare you.
Of course, only I'm not scared. Do you remember how I told you not to interfere when Sir Waddet and I engaged? You're not to interfere in this either. Would you like me to have Uns chain you up? I turned to whisper to Cloud. You're not to treat this knight as you treated Sir Waddet. In my mind, Cloud stood riderless, her head down. The Black Knight's herald was waving. Sir Abel, my master is ready to engage. Are you? Soon, I hope. Uns and our own herald were returning. As I watched them, I caught sight of Idun and the Knight of the Leopards. I waved, and both waved in response, she with a white scarf.
Delo Toxar.
Uns arrived first, breathless and panting.
Except for him, and he won't look me in the face.
I see. I had a hand on the pommel and a foot in the stirrup. What did the others say?
Nothing, sir. Only they say hidden he won't.
They know nothing of a Black Knight, sir, announced our herald. So they say, and I credit them. Sir Waddet surely knows, but he'll no more tell me than Uns here. I mounted. I'll ride to that rock that crowds the road and turn. When you see me lift my lance, I am ready. Awaiting the signal, I searched my memory. The Black Knight was known to Waddet, that was certain. Waddet had ridden untold leagues to defeat me, so that I would not have to face the Black Knight. Waddet was a friend, but who was this knight he'd feared would kill me? I tried to recall the knights at Sheerwall. I could remember only the knights who had been my companions in the Ladies' Hall, the knights in the Valfather's castle. Sir Galad, Sir Gameret. No. Waddet had been willing to kill me if necessary to keep me from fighting this Black Knight. Clarion and trumpet sounded, their clear, shrill notes echoing from snowy rocks. I couched the lance I had shaped from spiny orange and heard above the thunder of Cloud's hooves the whistle of wind in the carved dragon on my helm. The Black Knight's point, directed at the eye slits of that helm, dropped at the final moment, striking my shield with force enough to stagger Cloud. My own point struck the pommel of his saddle, and the black charger was overthrown, crashing to the roadway. I reined up, dismounted, and gave Uns my lance. The Black Knight lay motionless, and I noticed, in the way you notice a hair between two armies, that the skull had broken, losing part of an eye socket. Then our herald was kneeling beside the Black Knight and asking again and again whether he yielded. The black charger struggled to its feet. Even with its pommel half torn away, its war saddle held the Black Knight still, though he drooped in it so that he was sure to fall. I tapped the herald's shoulder. Enough. He's wounded or dead. Let's help him if we can. Waddet and Hela were at my elbow by then, Waddet with eyes wet with tears. The three of us lifted the Black Knight from his saddle and laid him on the frozen roadway. Although he could scarcely talk, Waddet managed,
Will you remove his helm, Sir Abel? Or should I?
I shook my head. Will you, Hela? A favor to us both? She did. He is not slain, good knights. See his eyes flutter. Life stirs still. The Black Knight's face was pale as death, and his hair and beard were white. Waddet and I fell to our knees beside him. Berthold was groping the fallen knight with his stick. Hela told him, He is as old as you, father, and a noble face. His herald began, Know you that my master is none other than... The Black Knight completed the thought in a voice stronger than anyone could have expected.
Duke Martyr of Sheerwall.
Your Grace, I bowed my head. I did not know.
Nor were you meant to, Sir Abel. Are you landless still, and penniless too?
Yes, Your Grace.
You need not. Sir Waddet, what are you doing here?
He rode ahead of Your Grace, I explained, fearing I might kill you.
You overcame him.
Martyr tried to sit up, and with Hela's help succeeded.
I wished to test you, Sir Abel, to see if you could be tempted mostly.
You passed both tests. He coughed.
I myself failed the second, alas.
Your lance bid fair to split my helm, I told him. You dropped the point.
Of course.
I wanted to test you, not blind you. Martyr caught sight of Berthold, and his face fell. I beg pardon, Sir Knight, I did not intend to offend. Ain't but a poor man, sir. All these people, Martyr looked around in some confusion. This top lofty maid, and over there the biggest man I've ever seen.
My brother, your grace, and by your grace's leave a true man, though not supple-tongued. Yonder stands another noble knight, your grace, good Sir Leort of Sandhill, Hans whispered in her ear. This trusty serving man has named the maiden with him, that I may make her known to you, Duke Martyr. She is Lord Beale's lady daughter, called Idun.
Idun herself came forward, smiling and offering her hand to Martyr.
We meet rough, your grace. Let's not meet wrong, too. We are Idun, Queen of Jotunland.
Chapter 14. Utgard and the Plain. The hour was just past dawn.
Small enough there can't but one get in at a time, Sir Svan, the sergeant said as he hurried along. And I've 3 bowmen there and 2 swords. Nodding, Svan limped after him with Toug in his wake. The men-at-arms held drawn swords, the bowmen had arrows ready. All seemed vastly relieved by Svan's arrival. When the sergeant threw wide the iron door, Toug understood. That doorway would allow 2 knights to stride through abreast, or let a mounted knight to ride through with head unbent, but the anchor-born in the freezing passage beyond it had to stoop, and looked too big to enter. His great bearded face was like the head of a war drum, scarred, pocked, and dotted with warts. His nose had been broken, and his eyes blazed. Seeing him, Toug drew Swordbreaker. "Who is your king?" Svan demanded. Gilling. It might have been a war drum that spoke. Gilling's true king, blood of the right line of Bergelmeyer.
Although Toug had been watching his eyes, fascinated and terrified, he could not have said whether he lied. "So say we all," Svan told him. "Enter, friend."
"What about the rest?"
"Tell them to return tonight."
"I'm Schildstar, tell the king."
"His Majesty is sleeping," Svan replied stiffly. "Do you wish to enter, alone, or do you not?"
"I'll tell him." Schildstar took a step back. "You better shut this door."
It swung shut with a clang, and 2 bowmen heaved the great bar into place.
"Did their king really marry Lady Idun?"
the sergeant whispered, although it seemed impossible for Schildstar to overhear, even if he had crouched with an ear to the door. Svan nodded, his face expressionless.
"By Thunor."
"She's nursing him," Toug ventured, "with slave women and her maids to help. Because it can't be easy to take care of someone as big as he is. I feel sorry for her. We all do." Svan told him, "Fetch the Aussie." Toug lit a torch in the guardroom and hurried away. The knee-high steps of the lightless stair that led, through stone enough for a mountain, to the upper levels seemed interminable. The pulse in his wound and the labored scrape of his boots mocked him with his own fatigue. After 100 steps or more, he heard feet other than his own, and, though he told himself that it was the echo of his own steps returned from the upper reaches of the stair, he soon realized that it was not. Someone or something was descending, moving lightly from step to step. The air grew colder still, and though he drew the thick cloak Idun had provided around him, it had lost its warmth. Seeing Manny's emerald eyes on the step above, he guessed what those eyes portended. "It's her, isn't it? It's the witch."
"My beloved mistress,"
Manny announced solemnly.
"That's what you call Lady Idun."
"Queen Idun is my beloved mistress, too," Manny explained. "My loyalty to both is boundless."
A voice from the dark said, "Would you see her?" It might almost have been the voice of the wind outside, had it been possible for that wind to make itself heard. "Yes." Toug leaned against the wall, wishing he could sit. "If we've got to talk again, that might be better." And Idun, who was not Idun, descended the stairs, more visible than she should have been by the smoky light.
King Gilling is a beast. The Falsidon spoke as Winter speaks. He must not possess me. That I have come to tell you. I bring Sir Abel, and Sir Abel may save me.
Sir Svan would, Toug offered.
So would you. You have not lain with a woman.
Toug shook his head.
Not yet. You speak truth. Is he truthful, Manny?
Oh, yes.
I've seen it, Toug explained. I know what to do. You have not seen King Gilling receive a bride. He will lie upon his back, his members standing.
Hesitantly, Toug nodded.
Disrobed, I will love it as if it were a dwarfish man. I will draw staring eyes and a smiling mouth. I will anoint it with sweet oils, cozen and kiss it, beg its love. Gilling will reply, speaking for the dwarf I kiss. Erupting, it will bathe me in semen, and I will praise and kiss the more, saying how happy it has made me, and begging it not to go.
Lady Iden will not do that. Toug spoke as confidently as ever in his life.
If I do not, or show disgust by any word or act, I will die, the Falsidon told him. I will not be the first to perish, so you may believe. Do you think she cannot bear him a child?
Toug managed to say, I don't want to talk about this.
His semen will violate her. When she grows big with child, know you how big she will grow?
The Falsidon began to swell. Toug shut his eyes, but found he saw Iden still, her body monstrous, misshapen, and surmounted by a weeping face. Unseen hands stripped away her clothing and opened her from breast to thigh. He pressed his hands to his eyes to shut out the blood. She writhed behind their lids, trembled, and lay still. When he came to himself, he found he was sitting as he had wished, sitting on the cold and dirty floor of a landing, rocking and weeping.
It hasn't happened yet, Manny told him, and Manny's voice, not normally kind at all, was kinder than Toug had ever heard it. It may never happen.
It won't, Toug declared through his tears. I won't let it. I'll kill him. I don't care if it's murder, I'll kill him.
It isn't. Now pick up that torch and puff the flame before it goes out.
Manny sprang from the last step to the landing, and to Toug's surprise, rubbed his soft, furry side against Toug's knee.
It's murder when I kill another cat, except in a fight. It would be murder for you to kill, oh, Sir Garvaon, or Lord Beale, except in a fight. But King Gilling is no more like you than Org.
Suddenly frightened, Toug rose.
Is he down here? Org? Not that I know of.
But that's what happened, right? When Sir Svan and Sir Garvaon fought the giants, Org was there, and he was pulling down the torches so the giants wouldn't see him.
Manny yawned, concealing his mouth with a polite black paw. Certainly.
And did he hold them from behind or something? Was that how the knights won?
I don't know. It became a riot in the dark.
Toug scrambled up the step from which Manny had jumped. I've got to get the Aussie. Sir Svan wants him.
Then get him by all means. May I ride your shoulder?
Toug held out his free arm. Come on. When they had climbed another score of steps, Toug asked, Was it Org who stabbed the king?
I don't know who it was, Manny told Toug. I didn't see it happen, though I wish I had. After another step, he added, I doubt it. Org breaks necks mostly, from what I've seen. You might not think anybody would be strong enough to wring the necks of these giants, but he is.
The king was stabbed, stuck deep, so a sword or a big dagger.
The king killed Master Kroll, Manny said thoughtfully.
I know. Toug struggled to the top of another step. This would be easier if there was something to hold on to.
I'll speak to them.
Org's supposed to do what Sir Svan tells him. Somebody told me that. I think it was you.
It may well have been.
Killing Master Kroll wasn't fair. It wasn't fair at all. So why shouldn't Sir Svan tell Org to kill the king? I see no reason at all, Manny conceded. However, he did not. I was eavesdropping, you see, when Svan gave Org his instructions. No mention was made of the king. It's not nice to listen in when other people talk. Though I hesitate to disagree, I must. I often find it pleasant, and at its best it can be quite educational. A cat who keeps his ears open learns a great deal. Toug climbed farther. He was nearing the floor he wanted, and their talk would soon be at an end. He stopped, waving his torch to brighten its flame. I think you ought to tell me everything. I need to know a lot more. About what Sir Svan told Org? Manny sprang from Toug's shoulder and stretched. Well, it was while Sir Svan... About what you and the witch are doing. She wants me to kill the king. If I do, we're going to be in a lot more trouble here than we are already. She wants you to save Queen Idun, Manny objected. That's rather a different thing. But she wants Sir Abel to come back. She told the Aussie. Whom we're supposed to fetch? Didn't I hear that? I assume Sir Svan wants him, since he sent you. Toug would not be deterred. She told him the king ought to hire him if he wants to stay king, and that sounds like she's on the king's side. Manny smoothed his whiskers. I doubt it. Doesn't she tell you? She confides in me from time to time, Manny said stiffly. However, she has not confided that. I was to accompany Sir Abel and his awful dog. I was to serve Sir Abel to the best of my poor ability as I have. Sir Abel gave me to Queen Idun, and I transferred my loyalty to her without a murmur. She in turn gave me to her royal husband. Another step up the social scale? You agree? But you're still the witches, Toug declared bitterly. Certainly. Manny sprang up the next step. Oh, I see. You're afraid I'll tell King Gilling you plan to kill him. Toug, who had not thought of that, gaped. I won't, of course. The point you fail to grasp is that I'm a loyal friend. If someone tried to kill him again in my presence, I might interfere. Or not. It would depend on the circumstances. It was a scene of indescribable confusion. Idun had told us the previous evening. You can't understand what happened if you don't understand that. The torches had gone out, or most had. Sir Svan and Sir Garvaon were fighting the champions His Majesty had matched them against, and others too because others had joined the fight. Some were fighting each other, drunken quarrels and settling old scores. His Majesty straightened up, as if in a fit. He threw his head back and shook. That's when we knew something was terribly wrong. He bent double, and we slid off his shoulder. A moment later he was lying at our feet. His minister came, and we supposed our screams had brought him, but he told us afterward that an elf had said our husband was in danger. Idun paused, searching my face and Martyr's. He wasn't our husband then. Have we explained that? No. The Knight of the Leopards could keep silence no longer. I said, Proceed, please, Your Majesty. It was horrible. Thiazi told us to look after him and disappeared. He'd gone to get people to help carry him into the castle, but we didn't know that. We stood beside him and shouted, trying to keep the rest from stepping on him. Our father came, and Thiazi with a litter and slaves to carry it. They were blind men, and we want to put a stop to it. But they were blind, and it was dark, and everyone yelling and fighting, and the blind men and Thiazi rolled him onto the litter, and they carried him away, with us trying to guide them, and we thought he was dead. Gerda said gently, You haven't eaten nothin', Queen Idun. When that deer haunch is awfully good, and there's onions. Onions is a real treat up here. Idun pecked at her food dutifully. Watching her, I wished I could paint. The rocks behind her caught the dying light, and she in her diamond diadem and black velvet, with Duke Martyr's aged face to her right, and the Knight of the Leopards in his leopard skin pelisse to her left, would have made such a picture as artists dream of. Waddet whispered, Are we going there? I believe I am, I replied. I would not compel you.
If you go, I go.
And I, the Knight of the Leopards declared. Martyr looked up from his plate.
We must comprehend the situation. Do you, Sir Abel?
I shook my head, and Martyr spoke to Idun.
Do you know who struck the blow?
No. Idun laid aside the silver-mounted dagger she had produced when we sat down, a bite of venison still impaled on its point. We were on his shoulder. Some of our folk were fighting, and he was commanding them to stop when he was stabbed from behind. It was dark, very dark, though a few torches were still lit.
That's the key, Martyr said. If we're to help you, your majesty, and I for one will do everything in my power, we must grasp it. Questions cannot but seem impertinent, yet I must ask them. Will you forgive me?
Certainly. Idun's fingers warred in her lap.
We must know, and I am a friend no matter what answer you make. Did you yourself stab him?
She looked up, her hands extended to the sunset clouds of purple and gold. Lady of Skai, witness our innocence. If we have done this thing, strip us of all favor. Slowly she lowered her hands, stared at the palms, and held them up to Martyr. We will not ask whether you've cut off a woman's hands, Your Grace. You have not, we're sure. But if our husband's blood is found on these, you may cut them off and welcome, or have the headsman do it. Martyr nodded.
I understand, Your Majesty. It had to be asked, though I expected no other reply. Another now, repellent as the first. Who do you think the assassin might be? I understand that you did not see the blow struck and can offer no proof, but have you no conjecture?
None, Your Grace. From the other side of their fire, Hela gave me a significant look. Sir Knight? Yes? I cleared my throat. Your Majesty, I must speak. Hela there knows all that I intend to tell you. Sir Waddet and Sir Leort know but a part, as do these others save his grace, who knows nothing of it. Will you hear me out? Gladly, Idun said, if it will cast any light on our husband's misfortune. It may cast more darkness, I told her. I'm afraid it will. This chief minister, is he trustworthy? Hela muttered, Is anyone? Bold Berthold rumbled, My stepdaughter talks too much truth, Sir Abel. You can trust me, but no frost giant can. It nodded. Just so. Our husband trusted Thiazi, and we would guess that he was right to do it. Thiazi wouldn't betray him. But he's a son of Angers. We're a human woman. He told you that one of the elf had told him King Gilling was in danger? So we said. Then I believe I'll trust him in that at least. An elf maiden came to tell me that her sister had stabbed the king. I told Sir Waddet, Sir Leort, and some others, though I didn't tell them that this woman is of the fire elf. Her name's Uri, and I know her pretty well. Her sister's name is Baki. I know her too. Hope shone in Idun's eyes. This is news indeed. If it's true, I don't trust it. Martyr shook his head ruefully. Coming from the elf, neither would I. He turned to Idun. A new question, Your Majesty. Can the king speak? When we left him, no. Then we cannot know whom he believes struck him down, though that would be a most useful thing to know. What of this Thiazi? What does he say? That it was one of our people, one of the Angerborn. There were rebellions when my royal husband descended to the throne, which a dozen claimed. Most of his reign has been spent putting them down. Thiazi believes a rebel has tried to win by stealth what he could not win by war. The Knight of the Leopard said, What of you? What do you believe? Idun sighed. Let us say first that Thiazi's an adept. His art confirms his opinion. Thus we give it great weight. Lying spirits, Martyr muttered. The Knight of the Leopards would have spoken, but was silenced by Idun's upraised hand. Second, we must tell you, Sir Abel, that we too have been visited by a messenger.
We'll speak of that when we're alone. Third, we should tell all of you that our noble father believes that one of our party struck down our husband. He's loath to say it, but he's our father, and we know it's what he believes. He's sick with worry, and we must give weight to his opinion. Our father's a knowing man of wide experience and an adept himself. Idun paused to smile at me. Lastly, we must give some weight to what Sir Abel told us. We'd give it more if he gave it more himself.
As for me, Martyr said, I give most weight to your own opinion. We have what? The elf, the Angerborn, and Lord Beale's folk. Which do you favor?
Idun sighed. None. It's one reason we fled.
We will give you escort to your father's castle, or to King Arthur, wherever you wish to go.
Idun's eyes flashed. Do you imagine that we'd abandon our wounded husband? Never. We come in search of aid for him, for knights with the courage to ride to Utgard. Will you come, Sir Abel? If you'll come, he will live, and we triumph. We know it.
I can't, I said, till there is ice in the Bay of Forseti. Until then I have to hold this pass. I'm sorry. Martyr's hard blue eyes searched my face. What if I release you?
I'd go, of course, Your Grace. Do you?
Martyr shook his head. I'd intended to when I came here. It was part of my purpose. Now I must hear more.
Then ask, Idun told him. Have you any notion how hard we've ridden these past days, or the dangers we've escaped? For Sir Abel alone, we'd talk all night.
He will not be alone, Sir Wattet told her. The Knight of the Leopards.
Sir Abel holds my parole. If he frees me, I'll go with him. If he won't free me, I must go with him.
Hela said softly, My master has no men-at-arms save my brother, and not a bow save his own. Those the Black Knight brought outnumber good Sir Wattet's and Sir Leort's together. What does the Black Knight say?
Idun chewed and swallowed. That he must hear more. Your Grace, we're learning how famished we are. Ask and let us eat, and when you're done, we'll lay aside our meat.
Your Majesty, it was not my intent.
After that we'll sleep, for we've slept in our saddle these past 3 nights, and once we fell for sleeping. At sunrise we'll ride north again, alone if need be.
We need to speak of that, perhaps. Martyr sipped his wine. Sir Wattet and Sir Leort honor their paroles. I've given none, Sir Abel, yet you have not bound me. I give you mine now. I shall remain your prisoner until my ransom is paid. Set it as high as you will. Is that sufficient? I nodded.
It is, Your Grace, and if you'll free me from my vow, that'll be ransom enough. Martyr shook his head.
I want to know more. There's Sir Leort's question, and some of my own. Your Majesty, how did you come to wed King Gilling? Why did you undertake so arduous a journey?
The blade of Idun's dagger paused halfway to her mouth. Brave Sir Leort, you must pardon us. We had forgotten. I withdraw my question, the Knight of the Leopards said hastily, and I regret most heartily any pain it has given you.
Martyr said, Yet we must have an answer. You wanted all my questions, Your Majesty, and now I have another. You cannot name the assassin. Still, it would give you pain even to voice your opinion. Why is that?
Idun laid down her fork. Because so many innocent men may die. You have not been to Utgard, Your Grace? Martyr shook his head.
No, never.
Our folk take slaves from the kingdoms to the south. Idun's voice grew gentle. This old couple we see, the woman is chained. Were they slaves in Jotunland?
I don't speak proper for a queen, Berthold rumbled. But you've the right of that.
Gerda whispered urgently, and he added,
Your Majesty's got the right of it.
They blinded you, good man?
Took my eyes, so they done.
We have hundreds like him in Utgard, Idun told Martyr, though all are younger and most much younger. It was dark, as we told you. But what is darkness to a blind man? And who had better reason to hate my royal husband?
I should not have pressed you for an answer, Martyr confessed. Let us talk no more of this. If the Anger-born came to think as you do, they would slaughter every man. Do all of you who heard Queen Idun understand? We'll say nothing, Watted assured him. Others nodded.
We may be wrong, Idun whispered. We hope. Oh, how we hope. We're wrong. She paused to collect herself. We slid from His Majesty's shoulder, as we said. We'd had Manny, but we must have dropped him. We carried His Majesty into the keep, where there were a few lights, and some slave women came with lanterns. We didn't know how badly he was hurt. We didn't even know whether he was still alive, and his blood was crawling everywhere.
I asked, Where's his wound?
In his back.
Idun laid aside her trencher and rose, and we with her. I had forgotten how small she was, and shuddered when I tried to imagine her in a crowd of fighting, yelling giants.
Would you— Hela, is that your name?
Your Majesty's servant, perhaps it would be more convenient for your Majesty if I knelt?
No, stand. Stand and turn your back to them.
Hela did. Rising on tiptoe, Idun pushed aside the ragged hide Hela wore to show the place. On the right, I said, under the shoulder blade.
Yes, that's it exactly.
Martyr said, Struck from behind by a right-handed foe. If one of us held the dagger, he'd have to be a tall man. A very tall man with a dagger, I said. I've never seen King Gilling, but I've seen Anger-born and stabbed a few. They're much bigger than Hela. Watted said, He could have been standing on something. Martyr shook his head. Not likely. And yet, I said, Lord Beale, who was there, fears it was one of his party. He joined you, Your Majesty, while you were guarding the fallen king? It nodded. He was with you when you carried the king inside?
Of course. Our husband was talking then. He'd only been moaning before. He asked our father and Thiazi who had struck him. Our father said he didn't know, and Thiazi that he'd been stabbed by some rebel. We carried him upstairs after that. The slaves did, but we went with them. He was coughing blood, and each time he coughed I thought he was going to die. It was horrible. We were walking behind his litter then, and there'd be great clots of blood.
Abruptly, Idun sat again, and Martyr, Watted, the Knight of the Leopards, Blind Berthold and Gerda, Hela and Heinmir, Uns and I resumed our places as well, permitted by her nod.
We were going to tell you they seemed alive, Idun said weakly, but that wasn't really how it was. They were dying, like jellyfish. Did we tell you we'd bandaged him? We had, and there wasn't much blood from his wound, but he kept coughing and coughing.
Martyr said, A sucking wound, and I nodded.
We got him into bed, all the slaves and Thiazi and our father and we. He said to bar the doors of the castle, you understand. He was afraid the person who'd stabbed him would come in and finish. That was what he said, finish. Thiazi went to see they were barred. The knights had followed our father in. Sir Svan and Sir Garveon. They'd killed Skoll before the king was struck, and after that had just been trying to save their lives. They'd come up with him, with Master Papounce and others of our father's folk. Some were hurt, and we bandaged them.
I drank the last of my wine, poured out the lees, and put aside my flagon. You wish us to return to Utgard with you? I will if I can, but maybe it'd be good for you to tell us about it. What can we do? Idun raised her head.
Our father talked to our husband while Thiazi was gone. We were there and heard it, but took no part. He began by asking our husband whom he could trust, and when our husband said he could trust only Thiazi, our father assured him that he could trust us, saying we had been sent in friendship by our king and would never betray him. Our husband was grateful. He was weak, you understand, very weak, but he thanked our father over and over. Then our father reminded him that Thiazi's magic had said the throne would stand secure if he took you into his service.
She looked at Martyr, Watted, and the Knight of the Leopards.
We don't think you know about that, but it did.
Thiazi recited spells and looked into his crystal, and a spirit there said the king must get Sir Abel to fight for him or lose his throne. He and Thiazi had told our father, and our father reminded him of it. Martyr asked whether the king had agreed. Oh, yes. Idun drew her black velvet cloak about her more tightly. The sun had vanished behind the mountains of the west, and the wind promised snow. He wanted our father to send for you, and our father promised he would.
No one has come, Wada said.
We have come. We wed his majesty next day. It seemed to us, we mean to our husband, our father, and we, that it would be best if the ceremony were witnessed by Thiazi, Thrym, and other Angerborn. We sacrificed to our overkinds and the giants of Skai. Only small sacrifices, 3 fowls and 2 rabbits, but they were all we had. Our husband, Martyr said,
Yes?
He wanted to sacrifice 20 slaves. We were able to dissuade him, telling him that King Arnthor would never come to our aid if he knew we'd offered human beings.
You hoped for help from Thor Tower? Martyr asked.
Yes, of course we did. We do. We hope that when King Arnthor learns that we, a noble woman of his realm, have become Queen of Jotunland, he'll send help. At last I understand, said the Knight of the Leopards.
Understand also that silence is best, Martyr told him.
I said, Your father promised King Gilling he would send someone for help. He cannot have intended to send you. He'll be half mad with worry, Idun conceded. But he will soon persuade Thiazi to view us in his crystal, or view us himself in a basin. You may tell the rest about that if you wish. Then he'll see us here speaking to you, and that we're safe. Sir Garvaon and Sir Svan offered to go, but they were badly hurt. I was terribly afraid my father would let Sir Svan go. He isn't wounded as badly as Sir Garvaon, and is younger. He has recovered remarkably. Their squires offered to go in their places, either or both together, but one's been wounded, and they're only boys, so we went.
And came through safely, I remarked.
By the lady's grace, we prayed ever so hard, that she'd let us live till our marriage was consummated, and she's given us reason to hope she's granted our prayer. You've been patient, all of you. May we try your patience a bit more? Sir Abel, you hold his grace's parole?
I suppose I do, but I'll free him of it whenever he wishes. I ask no ransom.
Then free him, and we'll beg him to go to King Arnthor and tell him how badly we need his help in Utgard.
Idun turned to Martyr and took his hand.
You'll go, won't you, your grace? Peace, a peace with Jotunland that will last, is almost within our grasp, and will bless you to the end of our days.
You are a most excellent queen, your majesty.
Martyr shook himself as Gilf would when he left a river.
So good, so beautiful and brave, that it's a great temptation to give you whatever you ask, no matter how unwise. 10 years ago I probably would have.
He rummaged in a pocket of his jerkin.
Let us arrange lesser matters first. Sir Abel, I have money in earnest of my ransom. You have given me fealty, have you not? You must obey my instructions. Take this and do not argue. We must ride tomorrow, and we should ride early.
The purse I had refused earlier landed in my lap.
For the remainder of my ransom, you will have my favor as long as I live, and a seat in my council.
He cleared his throat.
Now, you're to answer yes. Are those things with the foreign coins sufficient?
Your Grace, I began.
I thank you for your most gracious acceptance, Martyr told me firmly. In return, I free you from your oath. You have held the pass indeed, but you have held it long enough.
Uns started to clap, but I silenced him.
I ride north at first light in service to the Queen of Jotunland, Martyr continued. I take it that you, my loyal vassal, will ride with me.
Joyfully, your grace,
Waddet exclaimed, and I with Sir Abel if he'll have me. To which the Knight of the Leopards added,
and I.
Martyr thanked them both. As for your errand to King Arthur, your majesty, my herald can perform it better than I could. I'll send him in the morning, south at the same time the rest of us go north. But I warn you, whatever help our king sends will probably arrive too late. Men will have to be collected and supplied. You yourself rode from Thor Tower to this point, on the border of Jotunland, did you not? Silently, Idun nodded. How long did it take you, your majesty?
2 months. Idun's answer was so softly voiced that blind Berthold cupped his ear to hear her.
Before winter set in? She nodded. My herald must reach King Arthur first. Preparations will not begin until he does.
Martyr tugged his beard.
I told Sir Abel once that he was to hold this pass until there was ice in the bay. The bay will be clear before we can have any hope of help from King Arthur. We will have to settle this ourselves, and will need every sword for it.
Next day, still early of a dark morning, when Cloud was eating league after league of the plain of Jotunland with a swinging walk that pressed every other animal in the column, and Heinmir and Hela were loping at my right and left like the Valfather's wolves, I felt Thiazi's gaze. I touched spur to Cloud and drew eternity, and so it was that Thiazi, looking up from his crystal, could report to Beale and to Toug and Manny, who had just come in, that Idun and I were riding north at the head of an army. Chapter 15. Giant's Blood. Toug sat on the stone floor of the guardroom and listened to Thiazi, Garveon, and Svan argue with Skildstar. No one except Wystan paid the least attention to him. If they had, they might have thought him inattentive. Although he heard and considered all that was said, his eyes remained fixed on the darkest corner of the room.
Won't stand, Skildstar repeated stubbornly.
Forever? Thiazi's bass voice was smooth.
You're correct. It need stand only until His Majesty recovers.
How do we know he's not cold?
Skildstar leaned forward as he spoke, and his huge chair creaked under 2 tons of muscle and bone.
You asked before, Thiazi said. You know our answer. I am his chief minister. If he were dead, I would declare a year of mourning for our fallen king and hail a successor. If he dies, I'll do exactly that. He isn't dead, and by Gioror's blessing may recover. You call yourself his loyal subject. Very well, he has need of you. Show your loyalty.
Give me sight of him, and I will.
Skildstar sounded as intransigent as ever.
Garveon said,
He's asleep. No man's wounds heal unless he sleeps. You must know that. I see your scars.
Skildstar's laughter seemed to shake the walls.
Nay, half
Manny lay curled in the dark corner Toug watched, his luminous green eyes opening and closing. The shadowy figure behind him seemed Idun at times, at others an ancient crone, and at still others both, or mere emptiness. And though the fire on the broad hearth had faded to smoke and ashes and the windowless guardroom was freezing, Toug was sweating. Beyond or beside his fear, he wondered whether Wystan could see the witch too, and decided he could not.
I've questions of my own, Svan told Skildstar. We have answered yours. When the king wakes, we'll take you to him, provided he consents to see you. I'll answer one more, one you haven't asked, but should. I think it likely that he will consent. Do you concur, my lord, Sir Garveon?
I do,
Thiazi said, and Garveon,
yes.
In which case you can do one of 2 things, Svan continued. You can wait here like a sensible man, or you can leave this castle and return tonight with the others. You're not a prisoner.
Skildstar snorted.
You think we couldn't hold you, and no doubt you're right. But since we don't intend to try, it's neither here nor there.
Leaning back in the oversized chair on which he sat cross-legged, Svan shaped a tower from his fingers.
You're the king's loyal subject.
Does your loyalty extend to the Queen as well?
King Gilling's nae wed.
You're wrong. I won't try to prove it to you. You wouldn't accept my evidence, and there's no need, since he'll tell you himself when he wakes. But when you hear it from his own mouth, as you will you be loyal to her? She's a human woman.
One o' you little Hotlanders? Schildstar rubbed his huge jaw.
Yes, Svan said. And your queen, whether you're ready to believe it or not. When you believe it, when you have proof of it, will you obey her?
Depend on what she wants, is my view.
Garveon grunted and would have pushed his chair back, had chair and table been smaller.
You'll obey your queen if it suits you, spoken like a true son of anger. You pick chains and lock 'em on you. Schildstar's tone carried deadly hatred. My folk dinna take to chains. Somebody else has got to do it. As you say, someone does. The Aussie raised a hand. Enough!
I agree, Svan said. We've need of friends here. We have plenty of foes already. I meant no insult, Schildstar, and imply nothing. Do you know who struck down the king? Slowly the frost giant's head swung from side to side.
I was there, close by, only I didna see it. There's tittle-tattle no, this one and that one and some braggins why here. Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know.
Is anyone preparing to storm the castle? Cunning crept into Schildstar's eyes.
There's talk, tomorrow maybe, why we come.
18 of you Angerborn?
19 with me. Good fighters, every one of us. How many knights you got?
It's not we who have them, but your king.
We have Angerborn, knights, men-at-arms, and archers enough to defend his majesty's home against a determined assault, the Aussie told Schildstar, and defend it we will. My fear is that young bloods, foolishly contemptuous of those smaller than themselves, will assail us without reflection. That could ignite a new rebellion. Schildstar rose, a process that consumed some time. You've nae us.
That is not true, the Aussie told him.
Nae muckle to eat, neither. Month's food? He looked from face to face. We might fetch some.
Lord Thiazi, Sir Garveon, Sir Svan.
A slender woman dressed as slaves were had appeared in the doorway. A breath passed before Toug recognized her.
His Majesty has regained consciousness. He calls for the Queen.
The corner Toug had watched was empty. Manny looked behind him and grinned. Baki stepped hastily out of the way when Schildstar and Thiazi hurried out, and curtsied to Svan, Garveon, and Wystan as they passed. Toug remained behind.
Is this a trick?
Baki curtsied again, this time to him.
La, sir, and I am but a simple girl.
He's really awake?
Yes, that is good for you, I think.
It would be better for me if he died. For a moment, Toug was sick with fear. I'm going to kill him, and since I am the man I am, I'll have to do it in a fair fight. The words came of their own volition, and the pitiful thing in him that cringed and wept was locked away. That means a fight after he has recovered, a fight in which he has a chance to defend himself. I'm not looking forward to it.
Lord Toug,
Baki said, and knelt at his feet. Don't do that, Toug told her. What if someone should see us?
I see you, Manny yawned. I'm wondering whether you see yourself.
Stand up, please. Toug took Baki's hand. You wanted to bring Sir Abel, so you could take him to Aelfris because you can't fight. He had lost the name and groped for it.
Garseg, Lord. Seater.
We can fight him, and fight those who cling to him still. But we cannot win that fight without someone like Sir Abel. Or you? Manny stepped in to rescue Toug. What will Sir Svan say when he looks around for you? Toug gulped and nodded. You're right.
They're going to see the king. I'd better hurry. He found Wystan waiting at the bottom of the stairs. You were talking privately to that slave girl, Wystan said. I stayed away, so I couldn't overhear you. Thanks. This is a funny place, isn't it? They began to climb as Toug agreed. There were a couple things just now. Wystan cleared his throat. Sir Garvayon and Sir Svan talking to that giant, you mean? I liked it better when we fought them. So did I. For a moment Wystan appeared to contemplate a change of subject. Do you trust him? No, never. I'd sooner trust Seeksneet. Wystan stopped. Who's that? A man I used to know, a thief. I see. A coward, too. I didn't think so then because he talked so brave. Now I know he was trying to make himself believe it. But I believed him. I was a lot younger. I understand, Wystan said, and offered Toug a hand up. Toug shook his head. It wasn't really very long ago. It just seems like a long time. So much has happened. They climbed for a minute or more. Then Wystan said, She's not bad-looking, is she? Queen Idun? No, the red-headed girl. Wystan grinned. Oh, Baki. So many girls have dark hair. There's nothing wrong with that, but red hair or yellow hair makes a nice change. Toug said nothing. There's all the freckles, of course. A lot of people don't like them, but I say what's wrong with freckles? She kept her eyes down, did you notice? Maybe not with you, but when I was in there, and our masters and the giants. No, Toug admitted, not with me. When they won't look you in the eye, it's because they don't want you to know what they're thinking. I didn't know that. So you know what they're thinking about. Only I wanted to say I'm not going to pick your flowers. Wystan mounted the next couple of steps. Don't try to pick that one, Toug told him. I won't. We're friends, right? We'd better be, since we're the only squires here. This time Toug accepted the hand Wystan offered. But there's things I wanted to ask, like the voices. After everybody left? The two giants and our masters and me. So that left you and the slave girl. Toug devoted his attention to the next step. I couldn't hear what you said, but I could hear voices. 3 people. One was you and one was the girl. There was somebody else with a thin, rough voice, too. What do you think the king will say? Toug paused to catch his breath. About Schildstar and 18 more. Wystan shrugged. Another thing. I don't think this will bother you. I'm not bothered, Toug declared. There was something in the corner. Did you see it? The king's cat. Is it the king's? I didn't know. It's a good thing you told me. I'll have to leave it alone. No, I meant something else, something in the shadow there. There are lots of things that live in shadows. You saw it too. Was that the voice I heard? Yes, Toug said. What you saw in the corner. Again Wystan was silent for a time. Toug climbed as fast as he could, hoping to outdistance him. You were Sir Abel's page, that's what I heard. Then when Sir Abel made Sir Svan a knight, he made you Sir Svan's squire. Sir Abel isn't like most people. Toug agreed. There's something of that about you, too. The rush of pride Toug felt was almost overwhelming. I'm your senior. If you won't acknowledge that, we can have it out right now. You were a squire before I was, Toug agreed. Wystan nodded. As senior squire, I order you to tell me who the third voice belonged to. I already have, Toug said. The thing in the corner, sometimes it looked like a woman. What was it? A ghost, I think. What's its name? I don't know. We gently born fight with swords. Wystan's voice was cold. And we give others a chance to draw. Draw yours. I don't want to fight, Toug declared. And I surely don't want to kill you. Coward. Wystan's hand was on the hilt. Toug took a step backward that put his back against cold stone. I yield. I'd fight you, Wystan was furious, and I'd beat you. I know it, Toug said. I yield. You fought the Angerborn. Toug nodded. So did you, I know that too. But you won't fight me? No, Toug shook his head. We may both have to fight the giants again soon. Can I keep my weapons? I swear I'll never employ them treacherously. Wystan's grin was triumphant. Hand them over.
Toug nodded and unbuckled his sword belt. Wystan held out a hand. His grin widened. "She's not a sword," Toug told him. "She's a mace. Swordbreaker's her name." He paused, caressing the hilt. "I'll give her to you, but I've got to tell you something. When Sir Abel and I were boys, another boy and I tried to rob him. He beat us and took our weapons." "You're lying. Sir Abel's much older than you." Toug nodded. "He is now, and when we met again he didn't remember me. Or if he did, he didn't say anything." Wystan did not nod. "Swordbreaker used to be his," Toug added as he handed her over. "He gave her to me. I told him I didn't deserve her, but I didn't say why. Maybe that's why I'm losing her like this." Wystan was examining Swordbreaker. "I hope you'll take care of her. She really was his." "There's a cistern in the cellar," Wystan told Toug, "and they say it's so deep it's never been full. I'm going to drop this in there the first chance I get." Toug watched Wystan climb until he was out of sight. Toug was refused admission to the king's bedchamber, but he argued so persistently with the giant on guard that Svan overheard him and let him in. It was such a sight as he had never imagined, a room bigger than the biggest barn in Glenadam and rich as a casket of gems. The huge gilt bed, its surface higher than Taug's head, on which the king lay pale as his own sheets, propped by silk pillows the size of mattresses. The gold-embroidered bed-hangings of crimson velvet, more cloth and richer cloth than Toug had ever seen, drawn back by massy chains of gold. Schildstar, rough as a wolf, filthy as a cur, and thrice as big as anyone had a right to be, leaning over that bed as attentively as the best nurse. The Aussie, reserved and alert, his face tight with secrets. The resolute knights and the swarming slaves straining to see and hear. A slave drew Toug aside. "He says the Queen was with him inside the stunsels, only she warn't, 'cause these gals," the hand gripping Taug's arm tightened, "what can see, they'd a seen her, wouldn't they, mate?" Toug managed to nod. "You'd have heard, too, wouldn't you? If the Queen came in, they'd say good morning, I'm sure, or something like that. So you men wouldn't know to kneel." "Aye, that's so." Pauk's whisper declined until Toug could scarcely hear him, though Pauk's lips were at Taug's ear. "Under the big bed, mate." Toug nodded and edged nearer the vast bedstead, waiting for a moment when no slave woman was looking at him. "You're a good friend," the king was saying, and his voice was the sound of that sad and weary wind which stirs the dead leaves blanketing the dead, warning of cold rain. "We'll remember," the wind moaned. "Remember, remember." "Your Majesty must not tire yourself," that was the Aussie, like Schildstar, bending above the bed. "The question is who's to command, your Majesty?" The stern voice was Garvaon's. "We obey his lordship. We're his men, and our men obey us. We obey my lord the Aussie now because his lordship has ordered us to. But if Schildstar and the Angerborn he says he can bring us, will obey only you." Garvaon let the sentence hang, but there was no reply from the king. Schildstar chuckled in a way that made Toug shudder. Still no one spoke. "Rum, ain't it?" Pauk whispered. All eyes were on the king. Nodding, Toug ducked and stepped under the bed, where lips brushed his. "Lord?" Having kissed him lightly, Baki knelt. "I wouldn't if I were you." Manny sounded smug and knowing. "Females always make a lot of noise, even if you don't. Someone's bound to look under here then." Toug, who wasn't certain he knew what Manny was talking about, sat on carpet so thick and soft that he felt he might sink into it. "Toug said you wanted to see me." "I do, Lord. Lord, that boy Wystan has the sword that is not a sword. Did he steal it from you?" "He won it from me," Toug confessed. "He wanted to fight because I wouldn't tell him about Manny and the witch. He thinks I should obey him as if he were already a knight, and I was his squire.
He's not a knight, and I'm no squire of his. I wouldn't break my promise to Manny, and if I had told him about the witch, it would have been something else. And something after that, doing his work for him or whatever, and I could see that too. I told him about the witch, and did it in a way that made him think he'd heard her when he'd really heard Manny.
Manny said, "It's almost the same after all." Baki nodded. Her eyes were candle flames.
You did not tell him about me? No, I didn't. I didn't tell him anything else, except that Swordbreaker had belonged to Sir Abel.
As did I, Manny said.
He was going to push me and push me.
Toug found that he was explaining to himself as much as to Baki.
Push till I was his slave or till I fought. If we'd fought, he'd have been killed or wounded, or else I would. He thought he'd beat me, and he may have been right.
Baki said, I do not think that.
Thanks. He's never lost a fight. That's what I think anyhow. When that's how it's been for you, you keep pushing till you do. I used to be like that too. The funny thing is that nobody's a good fighter till he's lost at least one fight, and won one too.
Manny said, Well, you seem to have lost this one.
Toug shook his head. I lost Swordbreaker, and I hate that. But I didn't lose the fight because there wasn't any. I was dumb. I thought if I yielded, he might let me keep my weapons, and neither of us would get killed. I'll know better next time.
Baki said, I will steal it back for you if I can. We helped Sir Abel like that.
It wouldn't be honorable, Toug hesitated. Wystan said he was going to drop it in the cistern, but he went up the stairs. I thought he'd decided to throw it into the moat. But it's outside the wall, and we don't have the wall, just this keep. Can you stop him from doing something like that? Dropping it in the cistern?
That would be the best thing that could happen, Lord. I could get it for you without theft. Anyone may pick up what another throws away. Let us see what he does with it.
Toug thanked her and meant every word of it.
Manny said, Baki has things to tell you. So do I.
Just one, Lord. I have mentioned my sister Uri. Was that the one who didn't want me to heal you?
Baki nodded. You know my heart's desire. It is that Sir Abel lead us against Cedar. You promised to help with that, just as I promised to help you to do your duty.
We've both promised to help Ulfa and Pauk get out here, Toug reminded her, and Manny said he'd help us.
The keep's surrounded, Manny remarked somewhat dryly. I could get out, and so could Baki. None of you could.
I didn't know that. Have the rebels laid siege to it?
Baki shook her head.
They are only concerned for their king, and curious. Let me get to my news, Manny. I wouldn't think of preventing you. My sister Uri has been talking to Beale, who knows Sir Abel is riding to aid you. Manny says you know too, Lord. Yes, the Aussie saw it in his crystal and told us. He told Lord Beale as well, it seems. He is overjoyed. Now he hopes for a happy end to all his efforts, the throne secure, and peace between the Angerborn and Arnthor's folk. I don't see anything wrong with that, Toug said. Just this, Lord. My sister has told him I intend to take Sir Abel from him and send him to Aelfris. A brief sojourn in Aelfris will mean a lengthy absence here. Toug nodded. Lord Beale is determined to prevent it. If he learns that you and your sister have promised help, it will go ill with you. Toug felt Baki's hand on his, hot and as light as a butterfly's wing. I do not think he will have you killed, or even get the king to. Sir Abel and Queen Idun would be sure to hear of it. But he will keep you from Sir Abel, and send you into danger if he can? Toug said, Good.
You have lost the weapon Sir Abel gave you, and are smarting still. Sleep will cure it. You have been warned. I have, Toug said, and to tell the truth I feel I've gotten wonderful news. I need a battle cry, and spears of the maidens will be it till I get a better one. You ridicule me. Never, never. Oh, Baki. Manny coughed as cats do. Excuse it, hairball. Let me give my news, and I'll leave you two alone. My mistress took the guise of my other mistress when she spoke to you on the stairs, remember? It seems she's become fond of it and has been wearing it to talk to King Gilling. And now he thinks Queen Idun's here, and that's... Something dark, round, and wet fell with a plash on Manny's head, and he jumped backward, snarling, every hair erect. Blood! Giant's blood! A second drop, as big as a cherry, fell where Manny had been sitting. Bent nearly double, Toug hurried to the velvet ruffle that had curtained their assembly and ducked through. Chapter 16. Into Danger. Ah, there you are. Svan caught Toug by the shoulder. By the lady, what were you up to under there? The king's bleeding, Toug gasped. It's soaked the mattress and it's dripping through. Ulfa heard him and called, The stitches pulled out. In a moment, Pauk and half a dozen other men had climbed the bed to furl woolen blankets thicker than carpets. They'll tend him, Svan said, drawing Toug to one side. We should go to the battlements. Thiazi and Sir Garvayon are up there with Schildstar. As they hurried out, Svan said, I don't suppose you know where Sir Garvayon's squire is? He seems to have disappeared, and Garvayon's asking for him. I'll look for him, Toug hesitated, recalling things said upon the stairs. I'd like to find him myself. Later. They started up yet another stair built for Angerborn. Thiazi wants Schildstar to show himself to the frost giants outside, Svan explained. They haven't seen many of their own kind here since the king was struck, and some of them claim we're holding him captive. Toug nodded and panted, his torn face throbbing under its soiled bandages. Schildstar wants to tell his giants to come to the big doors, that they'll be admitted. It means we have to scrape together enough men to keep hundreds of others from forcing their way in. Wouldn't it be better if Schildstar's giants came back to the Sallyport? 1,000 times, but Schildstar won't agree to it. This is going to give him lots of prestige. He wants to milk it, and the king wants us to let him have his way. What will we do if the crowd gets in? Behind them, Beale said, We will do all we can to save my son-in-law's life, squire. If they see how badly he's hurt, that alone may doom him by beginning a new rebellion. Still worse, they may kill him outright. A quarter, if not half of them, would be delighted to see him dead, and little courage is needed to murder a man who's gravely wounded already. On the battlement, Schildstar was addressing the crowd. About 3,000, Toug decided, and possibly more, gathered on the enormous stair that led up to the brazen doors of Utgard, and in the bailey at the foot of that stair. The Aussies telling you facts. It was like stones sliding from a mountain. The king's sore struck, but he'll have me and mine with him night and day. My own to the door, every one of you, and nae one nae ours. There was much more after that, but Toug soon found its hoarseness and hatefulness wearying, and shut his ears to it. The sea of savage faces below and the dizzy abyss of freezing air filled him with sick dismay, and he jumped down from the crenel into which he had clambered to see them. After that there was nothing to do but pull his cloak about him and heartily wish that he were out of the wind, in a room with a fire. The turret room where he had slept with Manny seemed a haven of comfort as he stood on the battlement. "Have you seen Wystan?" That was Garvayon. Toug shook his head. "Not lately, sir." Belatedly it occurred to Toug that Wystan was securing Swordbreaker and my old sword belt in a place where they would not be discovered by chance, or taking them to the cistern. "Would you like me to find him, Sir Garvayon?" "No, you'll have to run with my message yourself.
I'll tell Sir Svan. Don't worry about that. Go to the guard room and tell the sergeant he's to pull the entire guard off post. Every man, understand?
Yes, Sir Garbayan. Every man-at-arms in the guard, and every bowman. The whole guard.
Right. They're to assemble in the big hall and wait. Get moving.
Toug did, but Beale stopped him on the stairs.
You're overworked, Squire.
I like to keep busy, your lordship, and this gets me out of that wind.
No small consideration, I agree. Tonight, you'll have various little tasks to do for Sir Svan, polishing his mail and so on, isn't that right?
Wondering what Beale was about to ask, Toug nodded.
Yes, your lordship, all the things I do every night.
Do you know where we're lodged, where Queen Idun and I were lodged before she became queen?
A floor above the great hall, your lordship, left at the top of the stair. Is it the second door?
Beale nodded.
Exactly. I must speak with you tonight when your work is done. Knock and you'll be admitted.
I will, your lordship.
Toug turned to go.
Wait. I won't order you to lie to Sir Svan, but there will be no need to tell him about this unless he inquires.
Toug agreed that there would not be, heartily wishing that he had never left the battlement. Martyr had decided that the largest tent, the pavilion he had brought for his own use, should be Idun's. The lack of serving women was a problem not so easily overcome. Idun agreed readily to be served by Gerda and bold Berthold, but flatly refused to accept Hela and Heinmir.
We fear them,
she told me.
Call us cowardly. We know you fear nothing.
I shook my head. I know you too well to think you cowardly, your majesty.
We fear her wit, and his lack of any. Brave as Thunor, you men say, and cunning as a frost giant. They are not all cunning, as we know, but those who are slippery as eels, and your Hela is her father's daughter. Besides, she'd sell her virtue for a groat, if she had a jot of it.
I waited.
Gerda can help us dress, and her husband is better than a man with eyes. We don't have to worry about his seeing us dressing, and he's too old for rape. But we don't think he can put up the pavilion by himself or take it down either. Duke Martyr's men put it up tonight. We don't want to have to beg help every night. You men say that women are always asking help anyway, and if that's not entirely true, it's not entirely false. Do you think we like it?
I shook my head.
Correct. Still, we are begging, just as we begged you to come to Utgard.
The dark eyes that had flashed like gems softened.
It's easy asking you. There's something about you that says even a queen needn't be ashamed of asking your help.
That's good.
So lend us uns, please. We ask it as a great favor, and only till we reach Utgard. You'll still have Hela and Heinmir, or have you loaned Hela to Sir Waddet? But you'll have Heinmir, uns too, any time you need him.
I'm honored. You may have uns, of course, have him as long as he'll serve you if you want. But I can't help being curious. His Grace brought 8 serving men. He'd lend you 7 if you so much as hinted you wanted them. Why uns? Idun sighed.
Because he's yours, and closer to you than anyone else.
You may have him, your majesty, but you're wrong about his being closest to me. Bold Berthold is closer, and so is Gilf. I laid my hand on Gilf's head. Idun smiled.
Berthold we have already, and dogs are not so easily borrowed. You'll tell him? It's only until we get to Utgard, as we said.
Certainly, your majesty. I stepped back, expecting to be dismissed.
Wait, sit down. Please, good Sir Abel, hear us out. The door is open. No one will think us compromised if we talk for an hour.
Idun's voice fell.
We must tell you.
As your majesty commands. I sat on the carpet before Idun's folding chair.
We told you yesterday we'd had a visitor.
I nodded. An elf?
No, one of our people, an Angerborn. You weren't long in Jotunland, Sir Abel, yet you must have seen something of it. Did nothing seem odd to you?
I shrugged. A dozen things.
We won't trouble you to name them. You saw our people, our giants, and their slaves?
Yes, your majesty, of course.
Giantesses?
I cast my mind back. For me it had been long ago. I was in Bymer's house, but he had no wife and no children.
His Majesty, Idun told me, has no children, and no wife But us, the wives and children of the rest are hidden. The girls will remain hidden throughout their lives, the boys till they are old enough to understand that they're hidden, and where they are hidden, and why. Then they're put out.
If I were to ask where,
we could not tell you. There's a women's country. We call it Jotunheim. Scholars say Valarland, the land of wise women. Because we're His Majesty's wife, we are ruler of Jotunheim. Not just queen of Jotunheim, but monarch. They came on our wedding night, while our husband groaned and bled in our bed.
I suppose I nodded. I see.
You don't. You don't even think you do. You're too wise for that. If we'd ordered a guard of women to come with us, running beside our horse as Hela and Heinmir run beside yours, we could have had them. But we'd have been attacked, and we wouldn't be here. Idun sighed. They can fight, they say, and knowing how they live, we know it must be so.
That night, when all the tasks Idun had given him were done and everyone was asleep, Uns came to my fire. Heinmir was asleep, his big body half covered by his bearskin. As Uns watched, I saddled Cloud, whistled for Gilf, and galloped north across the night sky. All this Uns told me afterward. "Be seated," Beale told Toug. "We need not stand on ceremony, you and I." "I'll stand just the same," Toug said. "If it please your lordship, I'd be ashamed to sit in your presence." "As you wish. You must be tired, though. The stairs of this castle would tire anyone." Toug did not reply. "My task is dangerous, but it shouldn't take long. You help Sir Svan, don't you, when he has charge of the guard?" "Yes, your lordship." "Thus the sentries are accustomed to obeying you. You know we fear an assault on this castle, not a mere crowd hammering the doors and yammering to see the king. We've had plenty of that already, but a serious assault by rebels." Toug nodded wearily. "I understand, your lordship." "Have you ever seen a siege, Squire Toug? A proper one, I mean, directed by a king or great lord with sappers?" "No, your lordship, I haven't." "I didn't think so. There are all sorts of engines that can be employed. Catapults, for example, wooden towers on wheels, a mole, and so forth and so on. I've taken part in a siege like that." Beale laced his fingers. "We need fear nothing of that kind. His Majesty, I refer to my son-in-law, will have recovered long before such devices could reduce this keep. What we must fear is a sudden assault, thus the guards. Thus I'm delighted that we have Schildstar and his Angerborn, in spite of all the trouble they've given." Toug, who wished that Schildstar and his Angerborn were in Muspel, nodded loyally. "Weak though we are, no assault can succeed without rams and scaling ladders. Long ladders that can be put against our walls to let the attackers to reach the battlements and upper windows. Since the attackers would be Angerborn, such ladders would have to be very large." Feeling he was expected to nod again, Toug did. "Very large indeed and strongly built. Have you a stick, squire?" "A stick, your lordship? No, your lordship." "Get one. A stick about so long, eh?" Beale's hands measured the length of a war arrow. "If you're seen, you must feign blindness. A blind slave wandering that town beyond the walls should arouse no suspicion." "Your lordship wishes me to go out tonight to look for scaling ladders." Beale smiled. "Will you do it, squire?" "When your lordship wishes it, I'll go at once." "Not quite so fast as that, please." Beale raised a hand. "I not only wish to find these ladders, if in fact ill-intentioned persons among the Angerborn are preparing them, but to learn the identities of these persons." Toug nodded. "I'll do my best, your lordship." For a moment, Beale appeared troubled. "You're tired. It cannot be otherwise. Fatigue makes us careless. If you're careless tonight, you may be caught and killed." Toug stepped backward. "Queen Idun left on horseback, your lordship, and she must have ridden through town, since we know she reached Sir Abel. I doubt that it's dangerous." "They may have been less well organized, then." Beale waited for Toug to speak. Seconds ticked by, and at last Beale said,
Go then, good luck. Toug thanked him and went out, stopping abruptly when he saw Wystan in the corridor.
If you're going out, Wystan said, I'm going in.
Toug shut the door behind him.
Why?
He sent for me.
Wystan yawned and stretched. Now get out of my way.
Taug's fist caught the side of his neck. A moment later, Toug had seized his doublet. His forehead hit Wystan's nose with all the force he could give it. He jerked his left knee up, and when Wystan bent double, clubbed the back of Wystan's neck with the side of his fist.
I ought to kick you, he muttered when Wystan lay at his feet. But I'll let you off this time. Next time you get kicked.
The dark stair built for giants seemed less dark when he went down it and far less wearying. On the guardroom level, he found that the sentry at the sally port nearest the stair was a bowman he knew, and greeted him cheerfully. You still up, Squire Toug? It's getting late.
Oh, the night's hardly begun.
Toug grinned, and then, recalling Wystan, stretched and yawned.
I suppose I'll feel it in the morning, but when I said sleep, not heard leap. How long have you been on post, Arn?
Just got here.
That's good. I have to run an errand. When I come back, I'll knock 3 times, and then twice, like this,
Toug demonstrated, rapping the iron door with his knuckles.
Let me in when you hear my knock.
Yes, sir. The bowman refrained from asking questions.
It could be a while, so tell your relief. Toug lifted the bar and tugged at the oversized iron door.
The passage would have been cramped for an Angerborn, but seemed spacious to Toug in a moment before the door shut. In the dark, it was neither great nor small, only forbidding. One hand he kept on the rough stones, with the other he groped the air, wondering whether his eyes could adjust to a dark so profound, and at last concluding that no eyes could. Too late he recalled the stick Beale had suggested.
If I'd had a stick, he told himself, or a bow like Sir Abel's, I could have beaten Wystan with it.
It would not have been honorable, perhaps, but he found he no longer cared much about honor where Wystan was concerned. Wystan had a sword. Could it have been dishonorable to use a stick when the other had a sword? For 2 steps Toug weighed the matter before concluding that it could not. The enormous bailey seemed bright with starlight as well as white with snow. He had planned to lurk in the darkness of the passageway until he saw a chance to slip out unseen. There was no need. The snow, pristine in spots, was dented and rutted in others by the feet of frost giants, but the giants who had left their footprints had withdrawn to their beds, leaving the snow to him. It creaked under his rough, new, too large boots so loudly that he expected to hear a sentry sound the alarm. There had been 4 at the bronze double doors atop the entrance stair, a man-at-arms, a bowman, and 2 armed servants. These were reinforced now by 2 of Shildstar's Angerborn, but it seemed that no one had heard him, and with those doors closed and barred, they had no way of seeing him. Pursued only by the hanging ghost of his own breath, he trotted toward the distant gate. The guards who had saluted Thrym when Thrym had brought him to Utgard were gone. The gate, through which 20 knights might have ridden abreast, stood wide open. Beyond the long black arch of the bridge across the moat, the clumsy overlarge houses of Angerborn, windowless or nearly, showed no gleam of light. Panting, Toug stopped to study the sullen mountain that was Utgard's keep. Near its top, a crimson glow showed that some slave still fed a bedroom fire. For a moment he stood motionless, staring up at the tiny beacon, a constricted slit as remote as a star. It was eclipsed. He waved and waved again, and at last turned away, knowing his sister had seen him, that she too had waved, though he had not seen her face. The houses of Utgard were 3 times the size of the biggest barns, built of planks overlapped and fastened with pegs or great black square-headed spikes. This Toug learned by running his hands over several when even by starlight he noticed their prickly appearance. Although bigger than many a manor, they huddled against the gaping moat like beggars' huts and were dwarfed to insignificance. Unseen and seeing no one, he passed from house to house. Scaling ladders big and strong enough to hold the weight of Angerborn would require massive timbers. Scaling ladders long enough to let Angerborn attain the battlements of Utgard
would have to be a bowshot long. Huge as the houses were, none could have held such ladders. He passed them with growing confidence, reflecting that he could return to the keep in another hour with his honor intact, and report to Beale next morning that he had searched diligently but found nothing. A shadow, it seemed, flitted from one of the hulking houses to another. He blinked and it was gone, yet he felt sure he had seen it. Less boldly, he moved to the next house and the next, then paused, pulling up the hood of his cloak. The shadow moved again, a shadow much smaller than a giant, indeed smaller than he. He flattened himself against a wall, grateful for the pegs that poked his back but broke up his silhouette. The shadow did not wholly vanish. He could see it, darker black, in the shadow of a house. It moved, and something moved with it, something much larger, something even less distinct. An arm, a huge and twisted hand.
"No!" Toug shouted. "No, Org, don't!"
The small shadow froze, and he sprinted toward it. He glimpsed frightened eyes and a pale face and picked the owner of that face up without breaking stride. At a noise from the house he passed, he dodged down a new street, one so narrow it seemed impossible for Angerborn to walk it, then chose a new street at random and stopped to set his burden down.
"What was that?"
The voice was a girl's.
"Org?"
Toug gulped freezing air.
"He's I don't know. A kind of animal, I guess. He's sort of a pet of Sir Svan's. Who are you?" "Well, I'm me, Atella."
Her head came nearly to his chin.
"You got eyes." "I'll take you home. You'd better get inside before you meet Org again. He might not remember." "Are you from the castle?"
Toug nodded.
"'Cause you've got eyes, and our men don't. Less than you. Not even then, mostly."
Atella paused.
"If you're one of the ones that have the king, I can tell you."
"Tell me what?"
"Well, about the shovels and picks they're making. They done lots, and going to be hundreds and thousands."
"Is that what you came out at night for?"
"Uh-huh. Mama said tell you. Are you a knight?"
"No, but my master is. Where do you live, Atella?"
"Master's house. I'll show you."
She set off.
"I'm not afraid now, 'cause you're with me. See how brave I am?"
"You wanted to tell us about the shovels."
"Uh-huh. Mama says they're going to dig and pile up dirt on the castle till they bury it."
"Nobody could do that," Toug objected.
"Well, it's what she says, only nobody's supposed to know. I'm scared of 'em, but I'm scared worse of that Org what tried to grab me."
Her teeth were chattering. Toug picked her up again and wrapped his cloak about her. "I'll carry you a while, and we'll both stay warmer. What's your master's name?"
"Logie. Aren't I heavy?"
"You don't hardly weigh anything. How old are you?"
"Most old enough to get married."
Toug laughed softly.
"That's what Mama says. Because of the hair and getting big up here, it's a real long way to where I live. Are you going to carry me the whole way?"
"Maybe. Did you come this far tonight?" Atella nodded. He felt the motion of her head. "Then I think I can carry you back. We'll see. Maybe Org could carry us both. Be faster." She trembled, and he said, "I was just teasing, and I don't think Org would do it anyhow. Maybe for Sir Abel or Sir Svan, but not for me."
"Was he going to kill me?"
"Sure, eat you too. Me and Sir Svan are supposed to feed him, but we haven't been doing it lately. There isn't much, and we've been busy. Sir Svan told him not to eat the slaves, but he's got to eat something, I guess. So that's something else to worry about. Getting lots of food quick. I don't know how we're going to do it."
"You don't eat people?"
Toug grinned. "Not unless they're cleaner than you."
"You shouldn't try to fool me, it's mean."
"All right."
"You got to turn up here at the corner."
"Which way?"
"Well, there isn't but one. What's your name?"
"Toug, Squire Toug, if you want to be formal. But you don't have to be formal with me." The crooked, rutted street he had been following ended, and he turned left. "Only you've got to be formal when you talk to Sir Svan or Sir Garvaon, or Lord Beale. I mean, if you ever get into the castle, you'll have to."
"Are you going to marry me?"
Toug halted in mid-stride.
I don't think so. Well, I do, when I'm bigger. It's not very likely, Attila. He began to walk again. I'm not sure I'll ever get married. It is too, 'cause when Mama said I thought who it'll be, and there wasn't nobody. But here you are, only you got to court me. Sing under my window, Mama says. He smiled. When you're older. Uh-huh, 'cause I haven't got windows at home. Pushing a painfully thin arm through the parting of his cloak, Attila pointed. See that? That's the last house, right up there. Go over the little hill, then it's where we live. Is that where the tools are? The picks and shovels? I'll show you. Our forge is right on the house like, and that's good 'cause it's so hot. So it's a good place, only there's not much to eat. Are you hungry? Toug shook his head. Well, I am. I'm real hungry. I thought maybe you thought Mama could give you something, only Mama won't talk to you most like, and couldn't give you a thing anyhow. Feeling her shiver, Toug said, You're cold. Well, it's always cold outside. Toug had come to his decision, and he announced it. After you show me the tools, I'm going to take you to the castle. We haven't got a lot of food, but I can give you mine in the morning and find you better clothes. Well, I was hoping to get in. Attila sounded wistful. Sure. Pauk can find you clothes. Pauk's my brother-in-law, and he got me these boots. If Queen Idun were here, she might... Who's that? Well, that's Vil, Attila whispered. I guess he heard us.
Chapter 17. Tools. I feel the call of Skai every time we do this, I muttered. What about you, Gilf? Don't you feel it? Gilf glanced up. Yep. You've never been there. Not since you were small. He did not speak. You could have come after me, but I suppose you didn't know where I had gone. You thought I was dead. Yep. Now I'm back, no nearer Desiree, but nearer Skai than I ever was when I was with her. I just want to keep riding up and up, too, closer and closer, till I see the castle. I want to unsaddle Cloud there and fill her manger until the corn runs over. Then I want to go into the hall and show you off, have a drink, and tell good lies about all we did down here. Are we? No, but you'd like Skai. Love it, in fact. It's all plains and wild hills and always changing. Look. Rising in my saddle, I pointed. There's Utgard, black against the stars. See it? Bad. I'm sure. But oh, Thyr and Tyr, just look at the size of it. If ever I've doubted that our Angerborn are true sons of Bergelmir, I'd believe it now. Prompted by my thoughts, Cloud began her descent. I swore I wouldn't use the power I was given there when I came back, but... No. You think I'm using it, don't you, whenever we travel like this? Yep. I'm not. This is Cloud's talent, one of them. If I were to dismount, I'd fall. I don't, Gilf panted. No, but you can't ride. I reined up. Look over there, the red light. That's a forge, I'll be bound, and they're still working. Why don't we hear the hammers? I'll find out. Gilf loped off. Faint and far I heard the wind rise. Snow stirred at the feet of a group between Gilf and the glow of the charcoal. When he returned, he said, Man and a girl. At the forge? Yep. I nodded. The men have stopped work to talk to them? They're probably telling her to get to bed. Kids shouldn't be up this late. Not much of a fighter, the slave called Phil declared. Where's your stick? He had been feeling Taug's arms. I haven't got one, Toug explained. I couldn't carry Attila and a stick too. The slave grunted. His face was thin, but his arms were thick with muscle. The hands that pinched and squeezed Toug felt as hard as iron. I should get back to my master, Toug said. Without looking at her, another slave addressed Attila. You going to bed like a good girl? Uh-huh. Your ma's sleepin', or she'd be here botherin' us about you. Attila looked doubtful. Well, I hope. Bill said, We've got to make more. Toug cleared his throat. I've been wondering about that. What do you make here, horseshoes?
It's mattocks now, Vil said. Want to get the feel of one?
Yes, I'd like to find out what they're like.
Toug sensed that the more eager to stay and talk he appeared, the more willing Logi's slaves would be that he go.
Come along, Vil told him, and indeed Vil's grip on his arm left him no choice. The forge was every bit as lofty as the house to which it was attached, dirt-floored and open at the side opposite the house, presumably so that horses could be led into it. There were no lights save the ruddy glow of burning charcoal, but 100 candles could not have lit it as well.
Right there, the slave said. You like it? How'd you like to swing that all day?
It was huge. Toug drew his hand back hurriedly.
It's still hot.
Not all that hot.
Effortlessly, the slave picked it up.
Hold out your hands.
No,
Toug said. All three laughed.
How you going to know how big it is if you don't feel of it?
Your hands are tougher than mine, Toug said. If you say it's big, I'll take your word for it.
Wait, I'll get you a cold one.
Walking slowly but confidently, Vil went to the back of the forge and returned carrying a mattock whose blade was as long as Atella was tall, and whose handle had not long ago been a considerable tree. Toug took it, but quickly let its head fall to the ground.
Think you could swing that?
He's real strong, Vil,
Atella declared loyally.
I'm not,
Toug told her.
And not nearly as strong as your friends here. I wish I were.
You come work with us, Vil said.
I'm glad I don't have to. Is Atella's mother here? I'd like to talk to her.
Inside, I'll take you.
He led Toug and Atella to the back of the forge, past stacks of enormous picks and spades, and opened a door big enough for the largest Angerborn. As they went through, Toug said, "You're working late."
"Got to."
The slave closed the door behind them and offered his hand.
"Name's Vil."
"Toug." Toug took it, telling himself that any pain he suffered in Vil's grasp would be pain deserved, that a future knight should be as strong as any smith.
"Stout lad, you might swing a hammer yet."
Toug thanked him. Vil's voice fell.
"Got eyes, don't you?"
Here it was. "Yes," Toug said. "The Angerborn have never enslaved me. I can see."
"Tried to fool us."
"Yes," Toug repeated. "I should have known better."
"He's from the castle," Atella put in.
"One of King Arnthor's men?"
"I've never seen him," Toug confessed, "but I am."
"We were his people. All of us."
Vil's empty sockets stared at something to the left of Taug's face, and a trifle lower, but his hand found Taug's shoulder.
"I was born in Glenadam,"
Toug told him.
"Never heard of it."
"It's smaller than lots of villages." Toug paused. "We kept the secrets of the free companies, gave them food and beer and anything else they wanted, because they promised to protect us. Sometimes they just took it."
"You revered us," a new voice said, "because Desiree was kind to you, offering to hide your children when the Angerborn came?"
"Baki?" Someone stepped from a dark corner, in form a human woman with hair so red it seemed to glow in the dim light, and now and then leaped like a flame.
"This is a friend of mine, Atella."
Toug gulped, drew a deep breath, and plowed on.
"She'll be a friend of yours too, I'm sure. Baki, this girl is Atella, and I've been taking her back to her mother. I'm going to bring her to the castle and feed her if her mother lets me. And this is Vil. He works here, and I'm sure he's a very good smith. Don't you like smiths?"
Atella said,
"How come she hasn't got clothes?"
"I'm Baki's sister, and I love smiths." She was running her fingers down Vil's arm. "Smiths as hard as their anvils. Do you make swords, Vil?"
"Not," his voice cracked. "Not good ones."
"I can teach you to forge a sword that will cleave the head of the hammer." Toug drew Atella to one side. "Where's your mother?"
"Well, I think she's in the next room listening."
"Really? What makes you think so?"
"I just do."
Toug nodded. "Let's find out." Leaving Uri in Vil's embrace, they hurried through the kitchen. There was a fireplace in the next room, a little niggardly fireplace by the standards of the castle Toug had left, but a large one just the same. The coals of a fire smoldered there, and 2 slave women slept in its ashes. A third, a white-faced, black-haired woman in a dress of black rags, sat bolt upright on a tall stool. In the firelight, her wide eyes seemed as dark as sloes.
"That's Mama,"
Attila announced. Toug cleared his throat.
"I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am. I'm Squire Toug."
The seated woman did not move or speak.
"I found Attila in Utgard. In the town, I mean, all alone. Something might have happened to her."
Not knowing whether the seated woman heard him, he stopped talking. She said nothing. Attila filled the silence.
"Well, something 'bout did."
Toug nodded.
"So I brought her back, but she was cold and she's hungry, and if it's all right with you, I'd like to take her to the castle and feed her."
It seemed to Toug that the angle of the seated woman's head had altered by a hair.
"To your king?"
Toug plowed on.
"To King Gilling's. Maybe I can find some food for her and warmer clothes."
One hand stirred as the feathers of a dead dove might stir in a draught, and Attila hurried over. The woman seemed to whisper urgently, her whispers punctuated by Attila's "I wills" and "yes, mamas." Attila returned to Toug.
"Well, she says we can, only we better go now and quick."
Toug agreed. He averted his eyes from the impassioned couple in the kitchen and tried to hurry Attila. Behind them something had awakened. The timbers of the barn-like house creaked and groaned. In the smithy, 2 slaves were shaping a mattock, one gripping the red-hot iron with tongs while the other hammered it, sensing its shape, it seemed to Toug, with light taps of the hammer. Toug and Attila dashed past, and if the pair at the anvil heard them, they gave no sign of it.
"What did your mother say to you?"
Toug asked when they were trotting down the street.
"Go fast."
"I know, but what else?"
"Master's up," Attila panted. "If he heard you—"
The rest was lost in an earth-shaking roar from behind. Toug turned long enough to catch sight of an Angerborn as wide as he was high, with 3 arms. Scooping up Attila like a puppy, Toug ran for all he was worth, but was jerked off his feet by his cloak. For a moment that seemed an eternity, he struggled to withdraw his arms from the slits and prayed that it would tear and free him. 2 more hands closed about his waist. The Angerborn spoke, or might have believed he spoke. All Toug heard was the voice of a beast, snarls that would have sent the biggest bear that ever walked into panicked flight. He shrieked and could no more have repeated what he had said afterward, what he had promised Org or any overkine who would send Org, that he could have repeated what Logi had said to him. It was effectual, whatever it was. A black shape left a shadow less dark, and took Logi from behind. Toug was dropped or thrown or both, and struck the snow-covered ground with force enough to leave him stunned. When he had recovered sufficiently to get to his feet, Org and Logi were grappling, Logi with a dagger as long as a sword, and Org with a scaly hand locked on Logi's wrist. Toug had never seen Org's face clearly before that moment. He saw it then and would have recoiled in horror if he had not known it for the face of their defender.
"Run!"
Attila was tugging his arm. He shook his head as the point of the dagger crept nearer Org's throat.
"Run! We gotta run!"
"I'm a knight. I can't run." He brushed Attila aside and threw himself at Logi, wrestling with a leg, then heaving at the ankle as a man would struggle to uproot a tree. Org was struggling too, his free hand raking Logi's back and side so that blood and flesh rained down. A moment more and Logi fell. He and Org rolled through snow, and though all Logi's hands circled Org's neck, so thick was that bull neck with muscle that Org fought on, until Toug drove the sword-long dagger he had snatched up into Logi's left eye. Cloud and I might have cantered down to the top of one of Utgard's towers. The thought amused me, and for a moment I considered it. Cloud would have been safe there, but a less comfortable spot could scarcely be imagined. Coming to Earth outside the town and riding through it was liable to be dangerous, but I was tempted to do that as well. The safest course was probably to touch ground just beyond the moat and trot through the open gate, around the bailey, and so to the stables I had seen behind the keep. Rejecting that, we cantered along bowshot above the highest spires and down to the cobbles. The rattle of Cloud's hooves awakened no dutiful groom. I dismounted and went in search of a clean stall. A horse nickered at my step. I found it, the white stallion I had been given in a time that seemed long ago. The grooms, blind slaves, were sleeping behind the tackroom. I woke them with the flat of my sword, filling the place with phantoms they sensed but could not see. When they were cowering in a corner, I addressed them. "There's not a horse in this stable that has water or corn save one. That one horse, he belongs to an old friend, has water and corn because I watered and fed him. When I saw the way you'd treated him, I wanted to kill you. I still do." They moaned. "Your king is barricaded in Utgard, is that right?"
Yes.
"Thus you have left yourselves at liberty to do as you wished, and what you wished has been to neglect the animals. Filthy stalls and empty mangers. Horses, mules, and oxen half dead of thirst. I'd pity you if you hadn't proved that you deserve blindness and worse. I'm going into the keep. You'll find my mount and my hound outside. Unsaddle my mount and care for her. Feed my hound and see that he has water. Is that understood?" The slaves muttered assent. "You're to clean every stall and feed and water all the animals. I can't say how long my business with King Gilling will take. An hour maybe longer. No more than half the night, though, and when I come back I'll check every stall to see if my orders have been carried out." Leaving the stable, I began the long walk around Utgard to the main entrance. Then, finding the broad arch of a sally port sized for Angerborn, I entered its pitch-black passage and pounded the iron door. The archer who opened it looked at me with surprise. "Sir Abel, I was expectin' Squire Toug."
"You really want to hear what Mama said?"
Attila asked as they hurried through the town. "Yes," Toug told her. "I want to ask you about her, too. Why she wouldn't talk to me and some other things."
"That's good, 'cause I want to ask ever so much about your face in the castle. You're going to tell me, aren't you?"
"I'll try," Toug promised. He had taken Loki's dagger and its sheath and was carrying them over his shoulder.
"About Org, too. Will you answer about him?"
"If I know the answer."
"All right. After Master was dead, you and Org talked. Only I was scared to get close. What did you say?"
"He wanted to know if it was all right for him to feed from your master's body," Toug explained. "I said it was, but he'd have to look out for the Angerborn because they would kill him if they saw him. He said he'd take it someplace and hide it, and that way he could come back later and have some more. I said that was fine."
"He's not with us no more?"
Toug shrugged. "I don't see how he could be."
"Suppose somebody wants to hurt us?"
"I'll do what I can. I have this now." He indicated Loki's dagger. "So we're better off than we were. I got one of these before. It wasn't nearly as nice as this, and when my horse finally got to Utgard, I stuck that one under the bed and forgot it. I won't forget this ever."
"It's awfully big,"
Attila said practically. "It's too big for me to hold right," Toug admitted. "But I think this handles bone, maybe from one of the Angerborn or just from a big animal. Whichever, I ought to be able to cut it down and sand it smooth. It'll take work, but it'll be worth it. Now tell me, what did your mother say to you?"
"All of it? There's lots."
Toug nodded. "Yes, everything."
"Well, she said to go to the castle with you, only not to come back ever at all, to do whatever I had to stay with you. 'Cause you were my own kind of folks, and the closer I got to my own kind, the better it was going to be for me. She said get cleaned up and get pretty clothes, if I could, and be extra nice and maybe you'd let me stay. Only if you said I had to go, don't do it. Hide till you forgot."
"I won't make you go back," Toug declared.
"Well, all of you is what she meant."
When Toug had walked a score of paces, he asked, "What about her? Shouldn't we try to get her out if we can?" "She said don't come back for her, she's dead anyway." Hopelessness crept into Atella's voice. "It's how she talks. Well, I mean when she does, 'cause sometimes she don't talk at all, not even to me. Only Vil will take care of her, he always does, and Gif and Alka will too." "Is Vil your father?" Atella shook her head. "My papa's dead. Only Vil likes Mama and me, and takes care when he can." "Logi's dead too," Toug remarked thoughtfully. "Uh-huh. I was wondering what would happen to your mother and the other people he owned." "Well, I don't know." Toug considered the matter for a minute or two, then pointed. "Look, that's the bridge over the moat. See it?" "We'll be safe in there?" "Safer than we are out here. What else did your mother say? You said there was a lot." "Well, I forget. Be nice to you and make people like me and go south where people like us come from and tell about the manticores and marigolds." "About what?" "The manticores and marigolds. Only I don't know what they are. Mama used to talk about them." "What did she say about them?" "I don't know. What are they?" "You've got to remember something," Toug insisted. "What did she say?" "On dresses, I guess, and a scarf. Mostly she'd just say the words, manticores and marigolds, like that. Don't you know what they are?" "Marigold's a kind of flower," Toug said slowly. "Yellow and really pretty. I don't know what a manticore is." Unchallenged, they strode over the snow, across the bridge and through the gate. Atella halted for a moment to look up at Utgard, vast as a mountain and black against the chill stars of winter. "Well, I knew it was real big, only I didn't know it was as big as this." "It's easy to get lost in," Toug told her. "You've got to be careful till you know your way around." "Uh-huh. My sister's got a room way up high. Maybe you could sleep with her. I'll ask." "With you," Atella declared firmly, "'cause Mama said." "We'll see. Maybe you could help me take care of Manny. I'm supposed to do that too, but like when I'm gone, like now. Somebody ought to be taking care of him, and nobody is, unless the witch will do it." "A witch?" Toug nodded. "Her name's Hold, and she's a ghost besides being a witch. I don't know if ghosts take care of anybody, really." "There was a ghost where Mama used to live," Atella declared, "only he was real scary, and he took care of the house but not people. Mama said he didn't like anybody much, and there were a whole lot he hated. I don't want to hear about this witch, 'cause I'll be scared tonight anyhow." As he led her to the sally port through which he had left Utgard, Toug reflected that he had been frightened, and often badly frightened, ever since Abel had forced him to accompany him into the forest. Always afraid, save for one or two occasions on which he had been too tired to feel fear or anything else. "It doesn't make sense," he told Atella. "What doesn't?" "Being afraid all the time. Being afraid ought to be a special thing. You should be afraid just once in a while, or maybe never. You used to sleep in that Angerborn's house, didn't you, with your mother?" "Uh-huh, every night." "That would scare me. Weren't you afraid?" "Uh-uh. It was just regular. It was where we lived." "So, I'm going to stop being scared, or try to. If somebody kills me, they kill me, and it will be all over. Only they're not going to make me scared all the time." In the pitch darkness of the entrance, Atella whispered, "Weren't you scared when you killed Master?" "Afterwards I was, but when it happened I was trying to do everything too fast, get this sword and not get rolled on." With the pommel of the dagger he had taken from Logi, Toug tapped the iron door, 3 knocks followed by 2. Those 2 were followed by the grating of the bar, and a muffled grunt as the lone archer struggled with a weight that any of the Angerborn could have moved without difficulty. The door swung back, and Arn said, "There you are, Squire. Sir Abel wants to speak to you right away." Ulfa opened the king's door, and for a moment we stood staring. At last I said, "I know you, and you know me." She shook her head. "What's your name, sir? I'd like to hear you say it." "I'm called Sir Abel of the High Heart." She curtsied. "Your servant is Ulfa. Your servant is the wife of your servant Pauk." You made a shirt for me once. And trousers, and followed after you when you and your dog, with Toug, my father, wiped out a free company. I nodded. I have to speak to you and Pauk when I have more time. Is he here? I'll get him, sir, she said, and slipped past me. The king's bedchamber seemed as vast as the grotto of the Griffin, cavernous, its ceiling painted with scenes of war and feasting, lost in the air overhead, its bureaus and chests, its tables and chairs like cottages. In its center, on a black-figured crimson carpet larger than many a meadow, the bed under which Toug had conferred with Baki and Manny seemed small until one saw the slaves waiting there, women whose heads were well below the surface of the bed, so that they had to mount ladders to serve the king, and walk upon the blankets that covered him, blankets over a sheet that might have served as the mainsail of the Western trader. Beside that bed, Beale stood upon the tapestried seat of a gilt chain and spoke with Gilling, who sat nearly upright, propped with immense pillows. Beale looked around at me in surprise, and I halted and bowed. My lord? He's here, Beale told Gilling. I don't know how that's possible, but here he is. Feebly, Gilling raised a hand. Sir Abel, approach. I did, climbing to a rung of the chair and from there to the seat upon which Beale stood. How kind to us are our ancestors, Gilling muttered. They favor us, their unworthy son. Shield Star came, now you. The Queen, do you know our Queen? I have that honor, your majesty. It was Queen Idun who sent me to you. She was here but a moment ago, a lovely girl. I supposed that Gilling had been dreaming. A beautiful woman indeed, your majesty. You're to be envied. She's consulted the stars, Gilling sighed. She divines with stars and cards, and by the flight of birds, for she is wise as well as beautiful. Sir Abel will save us. Sir Abel, she said, would come tonight. You are Sir Abel? I am, your majesty. There is no other? No other known to me, your majesty. Nor to me, Beale said. It was you who slew our borderers? Had I known them for yours, your majesty. Gilling's huge, pale hand waved them away. Forgiven, pardoned. We're beset by rebels. So I have heard, your majesty. Thus we say. Gilling fell silent. His eyes closed, and for a time that seemed terribly long there was no sound in that vast chamber save the whispers of the slaves, a soft soughing like willows in a summer breeze. Beale. I am here, your majesty. You said he was far away. So did Thiazi. Yes, your majesty, I thought it true. I have no doubt Lord Thiazi thought it true as well. This is Sir Abel. He is really here. He is, your majesty. He's standing at my shoulder. Come, Sir Abel. Approach. Do you fear our touch? No, your majesty. I stepped from the chair to the bed, finding it firmer than I expected. Gilling's hand found me, and Gilling's eyes opened. Helmet, mail, and sword. Have you a shield, Sir Abel? Yes, your majesty, and my lance, bow, and quiver too. I can fetch them if your majesty wants to see them. Beale said, A forest green shield, your majesty, with a black dragon on it. They said you were far, Sir Abel. Only this afternoon we were told you were remote. I was, your majesty. How came you so quickly, Sir Abel? I have a good mount, your majesty. My queen told me you would come. She is wiser than Beale, though Beale is a good friend. She's wiser even than Thiazi. She read it in the stars. It's at her request I come, I said carefully. Duke Martyr is coming also, with 2 stout knights, Sir Waddet and Sir Leort, and 100 men. Will you serve us, Sir Abel? I'll help you if I can, your majesty, for her sake and Lord Beale's. Beale himself touched my arm. Your majesty, there is someone else here with whom we should speak before we 3 take counsel further. If your strength does not permit it, Sir Abel and I can question him and report to you.
We will let you talk, Gilling told him, but we will hear him. Who is it?
Sir Svan's squire, your majesty. Thinking Sir Abel still far away, I sent him out to scout the town for us. Toug? I looked toward the door and saw him waiting there with a ragged girl standing between Pauk and Ulfa. Beale said loudly, "Come, squire, I must present you." Hesitantly, Toug advanced. The girl would have followed him, but Ulfa held her back. With a hand up from me, he climbed the chair to stand on its seat next to Beale. "Your Majesty, this young man is Squire Toug. He is the squire of Sir Svan. Sir Svan is the younger of the knights who accompanied me." In a whisper, Beale added, "One knee," and Toug knelt.
"You left this castle to spy out my foes, young man?" Gilling's voice was almost kind.
"To look for scaling ladders, your majesty, or battering rams, anything like that. That was what Lord Beale said to do, and find out who had them." Beale nodded. "Those were my instructions, your majesty. What did you find, Toug?" "Neither of those, your lordship." At a slight gesture from Beale, Toug rose. "But they were making mattocks and shovels, digging tools. They had a lot already, and from what I heard, they were going to make a lot more."
Gilling's sigh was very nearly a groan. "Common tools for slaves, for farm labor. You found nothing."
I turned to Toug. "I'm not so sure. You said they had a lot already. What's a lot? A dozen? 20? Toug considered. "I'd say 60 or 70 shovels and 30 or 40 picks. They were making mattocks when I was there. That's a thing like a pick, only a wide blade." "We know what they are," Beale told him. "There were 8 or 10 of those, and they were making another one when I was there, and your majesty?" Gilling's eyes opened, looking over-large in spite of his vast pallid forehead and enormous nose.
"What?"
"They weren't for slaves. They were way too big."
"They're going to undermine us!" Beale exclaimed. Gilling's head rolled from side to side. "Their slaves would do that. They'll heap up earth and stones." His eyes closed again. "So we carried Aegri's Isle." Greatly daring, Toug said, "We could go out and get them, your majesty. Nobody's guarding us." Gilling did not respond, and Toug turned to me. "Carry them back in here, or burn them." I shook my head. "My lord, I must confer with you. I realize how late it is, but we must talk, and I must go. If I had more time, I'd talk to people separately, to Toug here, my servant Pauk and Ulfa, to this Shield-Star, Lord Thiazi, and you. There isn't time. Let's get them together if they'll come. Then I'll have to leave." Beale nodded. "I'll see to it." "Ulfa and Pauk are here already," Toug said. "So is Atella. Maybe you should see her too." "Is that the girl?" Toug nodded, and Beale said, "We're all here already. In that case, save for Shield-Star and Lord Thiazi, see whether they'll leave their beds for us, squire." Chapter 18. Night. At the suggestion of the lean Angerborn called Thiazi, we met in a room in which the king sometimes entertained friends, a room rather larger than the banquet hall of the Valfather's castle. Richer, too, and far colder, filled not with the trophies of the hunt and the shields of the brave, but with clumsy furniture that must have seemed massive even to the Angerborn, and a wealth of polished silver and pewter platters and cups, things lovely but overlarge, like the shelves that could scarcely hold them crowded and piled together. "We've got to wait for that Shield-Star," Ulfa murmured at my elbow. I had not known she was there until she spoke. "Unless you need me, I'm going to get something for the girl. Toug says she hasn't eaten since yesterday." I nodded. "Would you like me to get you something too?" "No, but thanks. Please hurry back." Pauk appeared at my other elbow. "You was wanting to talk to me, sir. Might be a good time." "The only time we'll get, I'm afraid. Our horses, that black charger Master Augur gave me, where are they?" "Horses is in the stable, sir. Them stablemen—" Pauk looked as though he wanted to spit. I didn't recognize them.
The stable was dark and I was in a hurry. I should have spotted them just the same. I go out when I can, sir, and do what I can, only I can't go often as I'd like and can't do much. I fought them stablemen at first, but they got worse to show me, and you can't hardly fight a man what runs. I murmured agreement, reflecting that Pauk, whose bad eye and squint had always made him appear blind, was blind now in fact. You can't have gotten out there since the king was stabbed, I suppose. Pauk chuckled. Oh, I slips out just the same, sir. Twiced so far. I got away. Good. Only t'other's gone, sir. Your traps, or mosties. I understand. I had come to a decision. I want to get you out, you and Ulfa both. I'm going to take Ulfa with me tonight if I— Bless you, sir! If I can. I'm going to leave you here for the time being to look after my horses and get my things together if you can. Find them, even if you can't move them. I'll be back with the Duke and others before much longer, and next time I go you'll be with me. Ulfa returned with a thick slice of dark bread, a lump of smelly cheese, and a wooden pannikin of what was probably small beer. She gave them to the ragged girl. I leaned to my left to talk to Toug. Is this another relative of Ulfa's?
No, Sir Abel. I found her when I was out scouting. It's complicated.
Beale said, We should hear it in any— An Angerborn entered as he spoke, a giant so big and ugly that for an instant I thought he might be one of the giants of Winter and Old Night, followed by 4 more only slightly less hideous Angerborn. Yourself alone, the Aussie told Schildstar firmly. Your followers will not be permitted to stay. He pulled out a chair and sat, and motioned for the 4 who had come with him to sit as well. Wearily, Beale said, We cannot have this. Then you'll nae ha me. You think we can't drive you out. You're wrong. We can, and if necessary we will. Schildstar shook his head. Fetch thy hotland lads, and we'll go. His followers protested. You're hot to fight, shield mates. I'm nae. He turned to Beale. Count thyselves. He did, raising a thick finger for each man and woman as he pointed to Beale, Toug, Ulfa, Atella, Pauk, and me. 6 For me and mine, the Aussie and me. I'll nae stand for't. You have a point, Beale conceded. It's our king in the bed and our land you tread. I said, You're Schildstar? I called this meeting, and I haven't a lot of time. I stood on the seat of my chair and offered him my hand. You're nae Hotlander, Schildstar said when our hands parted. Ne'er felt the like. You counted me among them, I told him. You'd go, you said, if Lord Beale brought force. I'm here, so he has all the force he needs. But if you go without fighting, I'll go with you. I have to leave soon anyway. We stay. I want Sir Garvey on here, Beale said, and Sir Svan. Refuse, and you have seen the last of me. You may call 2 more of yours if you must counter us man for man. Schildstar shook his head, and Toug went to fetch them. Taug's been in the town this night, I told Svan when they arrived. I thought it too dangerous when I heard of it, but he says the danger was less than might be imagined. That King Gilling's foes weren't watching the castle. I can confirm that. I saw no one when I came here. I turned to Toug. You suggested we seize or burn the tools you found. They weren't guarded?
Only by the smith.
His name? Beale asked sharply. Did you learn it?
Yes, your lordship.
I felt certain Toug was nearer exhaustion than Beale.
Logie, your lordship.
Do you know him, my lord? Beale's question to Thiazi was nearly as sharp as his question to Toug. I have heard his name, Thiazi shrugged. You would not expect him to be a ringleader? A smith, Thiazi shook his head. Hardly. Might talk, Schildstar rumbled. If we had him here, Beale said. I agree that means might be found to persuade him to speak, but he's not here, and I see no way to get him. Might come, Schildstar rumbled, if I try him.
He's dead, Toug burst out. He chased us, chased Atella and me, and I killed him.
Schildstar's laugh shook every ewer and cup. Svan was grinning. "How'd you manage that?" "He fell and dropped his dagger, and I stabbed him with it before he could get up," Toug said. "I need to talk to you about that when we're alone."
"You," Beale told Toug, "are a remarkable young man."
"Thank you, your lordship," Toug swallowed. "Except I'm not really. I'm a really ordinary kind of young man, aren't I, Elpha?" She smiled warmly. "Do you think we could go out and get those tools, Sir Abel, like I said?" "I doubt it. What were the numbers? 60 spades?" "Yes, Sir Abel, about that." "And there were picks?" Toug nodded. "About half as many?" "I see." I paused to study Toug's serious boyish face. "Did you handle any of them?" "One of the mattocks." "Could you have carried it back to this castle?" Toug considered, then nodded again. "It was pretty heavy, but I think so. Not fast." "No, not fast. Any of these Angerborn could carry more, of course. Let us say an Angerborn could carry 4 tools." I paused to do the arithmetic, then turned to speak to Schildstar. "You have more than these 4 since Lord Beale suggested you bring 2 more into our meeting. How many?" "Myself and 18 mare." I returned to Toug. "Let's say 60 spades, 30 picks, and 10 mattocks, 100 in all. Schildstar and his 18 could carry 76, leaving 24 to be carried by 24 of us." "We don't have enough men to defend this tower now," Beale exclaimed. "Right you are. Even if you stripped this keep bare, we wouldn't have enough. If there's serious resistance, as there almost certainly will be, not nearly enough." Toug spoke up. "Me and my mates could carry. There's more'n 100 in our crew here." I nodded. "Or we could use the horses from the stable. There are oxen there, too, so there are presumably carts as well. Schildstar, you're shaking your head." "'Tis a brave lad, but nae good. 'Twould be fight begun and ne'er won." He levelled a huge finger at Garveon. "Could you hold off 100 o' us? In the open, no. We'd do our best, and die." Svan said, "If we went out, might not others rally to the king's side?" "To me and mine it might be, nae wi' you wi' us." Toug said, "We don't really want those tools. Maybe we could burn them." "We could burn the handles," I told him, "if our force made it that far. The heads are iron, aren't they?" Toug nodded. "They'd survive the fire, and anyone could easily fit new handles." The girl on the other side of Toug tugged at his sleeve, and they whispered together. When he straightened up, he said, "Attila and me have another idea. Can I ask Schildstar something?" "Ask awa." "The place where they're making the shovels and the other tools belonged to Logi. That's what Attila says, and she did too. Her mother's a slave there. Only Logi's dead now, like I told you. Will they sell them? The slaves?" Schildstar nodded. "Aye." Attila spoke up. "Well, it seems like the king's got lots of money." Toug nodded. "It does, and Logi can't make any more shovels and picks and things now, so his slaves would have to make them. But they couldn't if you bought them and brought them back here." Pushing out a lower lip as big and black as a burnt roast, Schildstar raised his eyebrows. "You could buy all the slaves," Toug added. "Attila's mother, too." Beale said, "It might even be possible to buy the tools that have been completed." I stood. "I got you together to make sure you wouldn't do anything rash before Duke Martyr arrived. That you realized your limitations. I don't think I needed to worry, and I have to go." "We should all go," the Aussie yawned hugely. "Back to bed. We should sleep on this and talk again in the morning." "I need a word with Toug," I told him, "and another with his sister. May I have them?" Manny climbed Toug's chair. "I suppose if Lord Beale concurs," the Aussie yawned again. "Toug is his as long as he cares for the king's cat. Who's his sister?" Ulfa said, "I am your lordship." "I see." The Aussie stood up. "Would you like to own your sister, young man?" Toug stared, and Beale, watching him with some amusement, whispered, "Yes, my lord." "Yes, my lord. Yes, I would."
I'm acting for His Majesty during His Majesty's unhappy indisposition. The Aussie picked up his gold rod, which he had laid on the table when he had taken his seat. As His Majesty's surrogate, I feel you should be rewarded for your activities on His Majesty's behalf tonight. In recognition of them, I present you with this healthy female slave. I'll have my clerk draw up a paper in the morning. He asked Ulfa's name, and she curtsied and provided it. This slave, Ulfa, you don't really need a paper since Schildstar and his friends can testify for you if a problem comes up, which it won't. But we're trying to keep things neater than they have been in the past.
Say thank you, my lord, Beale whispered. Say thank you very much. At the door of the Sallyport, separated by a wilderness of stone from the room in which we had met, I halted. Sir Garvayan, Sir Svan, I apologize. To you particularly, Sir Svan. I must speak with Toug privately. Will you wait here? And you, Pauk, and your wife? I'll come back as quickly as I can. Maybe Sir Svan could hold Queen Idun's cat. I will, Ulfa said, and took him from Toug. The sentry opened the big iron door with a grunt, and Toug and I stepped out. It was Org, Toug said as soon as the door closed. I didn't say it up there because I know Sir Svan doesn't want people to know about him. I see. Org actually killed the smith? No, I did. But Org saw he was chasing Attila and me and went for him. I said he fell down and dropped his dagger and I stabbed him, and that was all true, but it was because he was fighting Org. I set off for the stable, motioning for Toug to follow. Maybe you're worried because Attila's sleeping in my bed for now. I know Ulfa is, but I'm not going to hurt her, and it's a real big bed. I'd hardly thought of it, I admitted. I was talking with Sir Svan and Sir Garvayan while you and your sister were putting her to bed. Then I don't know what we've got to talk about, but there's one thing I ought to tell, and I should whisper it. I stopped at the stable door. Go ahead. Pauk isn't really blind. I mean, only in one eye, and he was that way before. I noticed that myself. I felt suddenly that I was as tired as any of them, and reminded myself that I could not afford it, that I had a long ride ahead. You did? Gilf trotted up before I could reply. There you are. At last, is everything all right? I bit one. Gilf yawned. He'll recover, I'm sure. I turned back to Toug and asked how he had hurt his cheek. He was telling me all about the fight in Courtyard and the attempted assassination of King Gilling, more or less as Idun had, when iron-shod hooves on the wooden stable floor interrupted us. Cloud had trotted out to greet me, and for a second or two we hugged, I with my arms about her neck and she squeezing me between her neck and chin. Toug patted her flank. She's such a beautiful horse. I'll bet you were worried about her. I was, but she could have told me if anything had gone wrong. We don't exactly talk, but each of us knows what the other's saying. Have I told you about that? Kind of. Come with me. I led the way into the stable, followed by Gilf and Cloud. Their footfalls mingled with the scrape of shovels. This is the room where the stablemen sleep. I took a stick from the fire and swung it until it burned brightly. We want light, and I think there must be candles or lanterns here somewhere, even though the stablemen don't use them. Right here, Sir Abel. Toug had opened a cabinet. A large lantern of pierced copper held a candle equally large. I lit it. Thanks. I suppose they must use this when they have to light their master's way, and we'll use it too. I tossed the stick back into the fire. I think I know what you want to show me. If I were a teacher, I'd have left that stall the way I found it, I told him. I'm a knight, and can't treat a good horse like that. I got this so you can see that his stall's clean, it had better be, and that he has water and food. We found the white stallion that had been mine, and Toug stared at him for a minute or more, holding the lantern high. He's dirty. Toug might have been choking. And thin. Yes, Sir Abel? I'm listening. Everything was barricaded. They're plotting against the king. Nobody could go out. Lord Beale said so. I took the lantern from him and hung it on a nail. Lord Beale isn't a knight. I guess not. Neither are you. I expected you to say that.
You said it, Sir Abel. I know it's true, but I won't say it. Toug wiped his hands on his cloak. There must be things to clean horses with around here somewhere, sponges or rags or something, water. I'll get some. I shook my head. You're a squire, and there are men here who've neglected their duty. Tell them what you want done, and see that they do it. You made them shovel this out, didn't you? Toug stooped and picked up a handful of clean straw. What was it like before? You wouldn't have wanted to see it. I have to go now. Sir Garvayon and Sir Svan have been waiting too long already. So have your sister and her husband. Toug nodded. I'll see about Leomfold. I want to say one more thing before I go. It's that you went out of this castle tonight. Lord Beale told me to. You risked your life and fought like a hero. Org. I know about Org. Any of us who kills an Angerborn is a hero. Most men would have stood aside and let Org do the fighting. You didn't. But neither did you spare a thought for your mount, and you should have. Toug nodded again. Pauk came out here from time to see about my horses, the horses he had when the Angerborn captured him. If he had not, things would have been worse than they were. Did Sir Svan ever attend to his own mount? I don't know. Then he didn't. I sighed. You'd know if he had. He was my squire and Sir Rovd's. Neither of us trained him the way we should have. What about Sir Garvayon and his squire? I don't recall the squire's name. Whiston, sir, I don't know. I don't think so. Neither do I said, and left. I was leading Cloud when I met the knights, Pauk and Ulfa, in the cold moon shadow of Utgard. We thought we'd better have a look for you, Garvayon told me. We were afraid something might have happened. I smiled. I'm okay, just tired. I guess we all are, Toug especially. Svan nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Ulfa touched my arm. Where is he? In the stable, seeing to his horse. Pretty soon it will hit him that he ought to see to Sir Svan's. Maybe it already has. I paused. You belong to him now. Do you feel you've got to have his permission to leave here? You're... Her mouth was open. I'm going to take you where you'll be free. Pauk, you agreed I could. Have you changed your mind? No, sir. Dropping Manny, Ulfa kissed and embraced Pauk. The two of you will be back together soon, I promised them. I hope so anyway. Svan said, I came down because I want to ride with you. I know you said you met no resistance, but we may have to fight our way out, and you'll be burdened with this woman. You can't ride where we ride, I told him. I lifted Ulfa onto Cloud's back and swung into the saddle behind her. So mounted, my eyes were not as high as the eyes of Shildstar or Thiazi, yet I felt that I looked down on Svan, Garvayon, and Pauk from a great height, that Cloud stood upon an invisible tower, but a real tower just the same. I whistled for Gilf and watched him leap into the air, running toward the palisade of logs that crowned the curtain wall, and then, the palisade passed, toward a bank of somber winter cloud and the pale moon that peered around it. Ulfa blew a kiss to Pauk, and he came forward and caught her hand and kissed her fingers. Then I touched Cloud's flanks, and pictured myself, and Ulfa too, on Cloud's back as she galloped across the sky. And at once it came to be, and the pennant on my lance, the green pennant the old captain's wife had sewn from scraps, snapped in the cold wind of Cloud's passage. Ulfa moaned and shut her eyes, clinging with all her might to the high steel pommel of the war-saddle. I wrapped my cloak around her, and turned to look back at Utgard as it dwindled and faded into night, becoming scattered points of light, a few stars in the general darkness of Mythgarthr. Toug had run from the stable as Pauk kissed Ulfa's hand. He knew Ulfa was not looking, yet he felt it was his duty to wave, so wave he did, knowing his eyes had filled with tears. In his boyhood, Ulfa had held authority. He had protested that authority often and loudly, and acknowledged it only when he might have something to gain. As he had grown older and stronger, they had come to blows. Now he might never see her again. The past reclaimed in her face and voice was gone once more. So he waved, knowing she was not thinking of him and knowing that his tears were soaking his bandage.
knew shame, but wept and waved still. I whistled, and Gilf ran up a hill of air. A few seconds more, and Ulfa and I followed upon a proud, long-legged mare as grey as cloud and as swift as the wind. Together we four dwindled into the south as swans dwindle when ice closes the marshes, great solid birds that seem too large to fly, seen only as specks of white against sky, specks that wane and fade and are seen to be very small indeed. How did he do that? Garvion spoke to everyone and no one. Nobody answered, and Toug wondered momentarily whether Pauk would continue to maintain the pretext of blindness, or confess that he too had seen Cloud canter into the sky. A strange high keening filled the courtyard, coming from everywhere and nowhere, a sound more lonely and less human than that of a dog howling on his master's grave. "What's that, sir?" Pauk grasped Taug's arm. "Org." The name had slipped from his lips. Garvion asked, "Who's Org?" "Org isn't anybody," Toug sensed Svan's gaze. "I just meant Pauk was hurting my arm." "We're all tired," Svan said. "Let's get to bed." "But you saw it," Garvion pointed. "You and Toug, you saw it just like I did." "With a lance of prayer and a horse of air," Svan quoted. "Summoned I am to tourney, 10,000 leagues beyond the moon. Methinks it is no journey." Garvion shook himself, the rings of his mail whispering. "He's crazy, the knight in that song. That's the whole point of the song. Sir Abel's not crazy." "We will be," Svan said softly, "if we talk about this." He caught Pauk's shoulder. "You saw nothing, I know, but you heard us talking about it." "Aye, sir. Only I ain't figured out yet what happened. I know Sir Abel went and took my Ulfa with him like he said, only I don't remember hearing his horse go." "It would be well for you to remain as silent regarding all this. I speak as a friend." "Oh, I will, Sir Svan, sir. They'll ask me what's become of Ulfa, though, I knows they will. All right if I say Sir Abel's took her. They'll know he was here." "Certainly." Releasing Pauk, Svan turned to Toug. "You haven't always been as discreet as I might like." "I know, Sir Svan, but I won't say a word about what happened just now." "See that you don't." "Have you seen Manny, Sir Svan? Lady Idun's cat? I mean the Queen's." "He's the King's cat now. You brought him here. What did you do with him?" "I didn't, Sir Svan. My sister did. Only she didn't have him when she went with Sir Abel." "You'd better look for him before you go to bed," Svan told Toug, and when Toug went to search the shadows around the keep, Svan muttered, "I myself am going to bed, cat or no cat. Good night, Sir Garvion. Pauk, you and I've been foes. I'm a knight now, and you're blind. If you harbor ill will toward me—" "I don't, sir, not I." "I would not blame you. Nor will I seek revenge now or ever. I offer my hand." Svan held it out. "Let's hope we quit Jotunland alive together." Pauk groped for Svan's hand, found it, and clasped it. Garvion said, "You were Sir Abel's squire. You must know more about him than the rest of us." Looking back at them, Toug saw Svan shake his head and heard him say, "I didn't learn a tenth as much as he could have taught me. I wish I had." The three went under the pitch-dark arch of the sally-port, and Toug saw them no more. He spat, clenched his thumbs in his fists to warm them, and leaned for a blissful moment against the rough stones of the keep. "I could lie down right here," he murmured. "Lie down and roll myself in my cloak and sleep. I'd freeze before the night was over, but I could do it." He yawned and shook himself more or less as Garvion had, and set out for the stables. Manny was certainly capable of getting back into Utgard without help, and Toug decided that Manny was probably in their turret room that very moment, curled warmly beside a sleeping Atella. In the stable, the slaves Abel had awakened and set to work were just going back to the bed. As loudly as he could, Toug said, "Listen up, all of you.
I'll be back tomorrow morning when I can look this place over by daylight, and I won't just be concerned about my own horse. Every horse you've got had better have food and water, a clean coat, and clean straw to lie in. Don't say you weren't warned." Several muttered that they would attend to it. "Meanwhile, I'm looking for a cat, a big—" Almost too late, Toug remembered that these slaves were truly blind. "A big furry tomcat. He belongs to the king. Keep him if you find him, treat him well, and tell me when I come back." They swore they would, and he returned to the keep more tired than ever. Long knocking got him inside at last. "I thought all had come back that was comin'," Arn said, and Toug explained that he was the last, and told him about Manny. No doubt Arn had promised to keep an eye out. As soon as he had begun the long jump and scramble up the 2 high stairs, Toug could no longer remember. This part of the keep was practically solid stone, he knew. Solid stone with a few passages led into it. A few suffocating rooms like the guard room and stairs to dungeons dug like mines into the native rock. He felt the whole weight of Utgard around him, waiting to crush him, a threat before which he ought to cower, and before which he would have cowered had he not been so tired. "If the witch appears, I won't even talk to her," he told himself. "I'll lie down and cover my head. If she wants to kill me, she can." But Hold did not appear, and the stair, which always seemed endless, and never more endless than it did that night, ended at last. The fire in the turret chamber was burning brightly, and though Manny was nowhere to be seen, Swordbreaker lay upon the wide bed next to the sleeping Atella, with the sword belt and dagger of human size I had bought in Mouth. "It's been a long ride and a cold one," I said, "but it's almost over." Ulfa spoke through chattering teeth. "I wouldn't care if it were twice as long as it's the ride home." And then, "You'll bring Pauk? Bring him back to me?" "Have you been a wife Pauk would want to come back to?" "I think so. I've tried to be." I said, "Then Pauk will bring himself if need be." Only tossing black treetops were visible below, but Cloud was cantering down a slope. Gilf, who had gone chasing wild geese, was lagging and nearly out of sight. I whistled. Ulfa said, "You know I've heard that in the night, but I thought it was the wind." "It may have been. See how it's blowing now. This wind whistles louder than I." "But it isn't as cold as it was." "Only autumn here. A storm's brewing." "Is that Glenadam? The houses? Those little fields in the forest?" "I think so, though it's possible I lost my way." "Put your arm around me. Hold me tight." I did, holding her as I had when Cloud first mounted into the sky. "Don't be afraid." "I'm not," Ulfa sighed. "When I left, it seems like a long, long time ago." It was. "That's Glenadam," she pointed. "There's our house." I nodded and slowed Cloud to a walk. "I used to think you and I would be married, and we'd come back here, a knight and his lady, riding together on one horse, hiding myself in bushes beside the road to sleep, lying there with leaves and sticks in my face. I'd think like that so I wouldn't be afraid. It won't happen." "No," I said. "I wouldn't want it to, not anymore. I love Pauk and Pauk loves me. But this is close as I'll get. We're going to have children. We want them, both of us do. When they're old enough to understand, I'll tell them about Utgard and how I left it, riding with you on this gray horse between clouds like cliffs, and the moon so close I could touch it. They'll think I'm making it up." A gust swayed Cloud, and her mane flew like a banner. "They'll think I'm making it up," Ulfa repeated, "and after a while, so will I. Hold me tighter." I did. "This is the moment of my life, the golden time." Neither of us spoke again until Cloud's hoofs were on solid ground. I dismounted and dropped her reins and lifted Ulfa from the saddle. She said, "Thank you. I can't ever thank you enough. I won't even try, but I'll tell about you as long as I live." "Have I ever thanked you for the clothes you sewed for me, or apologized for taking your brother?" "Yes, and it doesn't matter anyway." I turned to go, but she caught my arm. "Won't you come in? There'll be food, and I'll cook what we have for you.
I don't want to leave Cloud outside in this.
Just a moment, please. Warm your hands at the fire before you go.
I hesitated, then nodded, seeing what it meant to her. The door was barred. She led me to the back, to the door through which I had left the house long ago and fished out the latch string with a twig. The kitchen in which her mother had cowered was dark, though a fire smoldered on the hearth. Ulfa fed it fresh wood and knelt to puff the flames.
It seems too small.
The autumn wind moaned outside as she opened a door to reveal 2 pigs, headless and gutted, hanging by their hind feet.
My father's butchering already. I can roast slices on a fork as fast as you can sit down.
Warming my hands, as she had suggested, I shook my head.
Sit anyway, you must be tired. I'll cut some bread.
Gilf, who had followed us, said, I'd like that meat. Ulfa looked at him in some surprise.
Did you do that?
I shook my head.
I know that cat can talk, I've heard it.
The wind moaned in the chimney, stirring the ashes.
Raw pork's not good for dogs, not good for anybody.
She threw wide the doors of a tall cupboard and found bones with a good deal of meat on them.
Ma was saving these for soup, I'm sure, but I'll give them to your dog.
There was no reply. I was already outside, and for a moment there can have been no sound in the kitchen save the creaking of the hinges of its door, which swung back and forth, and then, caught by a gust of wind, slammed shut. One sunny afternoon I had jogged through this field on the same errand, a field full of barley. The barley was reaped now. I ran on stubble, my left hand clutching Eternity to keep her from slapping my thigh. Desiree! Desiree! There was no answer, and yet I felt an answer had come. The leaves had spoken for her, saying, Here I am. Desiree! You can't find me. I stopped, listening, but the leaves spoke no more. I can't, I admitted. I'll search the 7 worlds for you and turn out Mythgarthr and Aelfris like empty sacks, but I won't find you unless you want to be found, I know that.
Give up?
Yes, I give up. I raised both hands.
Here I am.
She stepped from behind the dark bole of the largest tree, and although I could scarcely see anything, I saw her and knew she was tall as few women are tall, and slender as no human woman ever is, and too lovely for me to understand ever exactly how lovely she was. My arms closed around her and we kissed. Her lips were sweeter than honey and warm with life, and there was nothing wrong that mattered, because there was nothing wrong we could not mend, and there was love as long as we lived, and love did matter. Love would always matter. We parted, and it seemed to me that we had kissed for centuries, and centuries were not long enough.
You have the sword, Eternity.
Her voice smiled. I gasped for breath. Do you want her? She's yours.
I have her already, she said, because you have her. Know you why she is called Eternity?
Because she's almost as beautiful as you are, and beauty is eternal. We kissed again.
You're older, she said when we separated. Your hair is giving up your temples.
And fatter, I can forgive you anything. She laughed. Her laughter was bells of delight.
Even a younger lover?
Anything, I repeated.
Then I will have a younger lover, and he will be you.
The wild wind whirled about us, and I wrapped my cloak around her as I had wrapped it around Ulfa. I could make myself younger, but it would be by the power of Skai.
Really?
All the merriment of all the maidens was in her laugh. I'd have to go back then, honoring my pledge.
Yet you ride among clouds.
Cloud bears me up. I do not bear her. Our lips met. When we parted, we were lying upon moss.
The game is nearly over, she whispered. That is what I came to tell you. Did you think it would go on forever?
When Gilf found me, I was sitting alone, wrapped in my cloak and weeping. I ate, Gilf said.
We ought to go.
I nodded and rose. Cloud was waiting in the village street, her rump to the wind. On her I rose higher and higher until I was above the storm, but the wind blew hard even so, and it was very cold. When at last we reached the camp in Jotunland, I found I could scarcely dismount and nearly fell. No more night riding, I promised, and Cloud nodded happily and filled my mind with thoughts of sunlit cloud mountains, mountains ever changing because they are ever new.
You want a blanket, sir? The voice was Un's. I been keeping your fire going.
I nodded, and the truth was that I wanted a blanket and a fire badly, but I said, You're supposed to be serving the Queen Uns, not me.
Her's sleeping, sir. Her don't want me. I sleepin' ta most of the time. Only I'd rouse and throw on a stick.
Thank you. I took off my helmet and rubbed my scalp with fingers stiff with cold. But you must sleep. It's only a little before sunrise.
Soon's I help with your boots, sir.
Knowing that I should have removed them myself, I sat and let Uns pull them off, and while Uns was brushing them, I struggled out of my mail. I need clean clothes, I said sleepily. I can get some in Utgard, I suppose.
Take 'em off and I'll wash 'em in a river for ya, Uns declared. Dry 'em at the fire real quick.
The temptation was too great. Uns?
Yes, sir?
A woman told me my hair was receding, that it was leaving my temples bare.
Yes, sir?
It's true. Naked, I stretched myself on blankets Uns had spread near the fire and pulled them over me.
Yes, sir, Uns repeated. Looks nice, sir.
But I was wearing my helmet, so it didn't look at all. Seeing that Uns had not understood, I added, It was dark, too. She can't have seen my hairline.
Guess she seen ya some other time, sir.
Uns collected the soiled garments I had discarded. She must have, and must have seen me since I returned from Skai. One does not grow old in Skai, Uns.
Yes, sir.
No one does. I was there 20 years and looked no older when I left than I had when I arrived. Now those years have overtaken me, not that it matters.
No, sir.
What matters is that she's been watching me. I knew Baki and Uri watched for Maelfris, as we watch overkinds.
Never seen none, sir.
Those who look see them. We see what we want to see.
All right, sir.
You're going to wash my clothes now?
Yes, sir.
I wish you'd do me one more favor before you go. You unsaddled Cloud, didn't you?
No, sir, not yet. Will, sir.
Please do, and see to her needs. When you do, you'll take my bow case and quiver with the saddle. I'd like you to open the bow case and take the bowstring off the bow.
Yes, sir.
Bring it to me. If I'm asleep, put it into my hand. No doubt Uns said, Yes, sir. For all his crudity, Uns was a good servant. Although he must have, I did not hear him. Chapter 19. Toug's Boon. Manny heard Uns breathing as he loosed Cloud's cinch, and his muttered words of reassurance to Cloud, and hunkered lower in my right-hand saddlebag. The saddlebags would be taken off, Manny reminded himself, and thrown down somewhere. There would be a shock, he braced himself, but it would be merely uncomfortable, not dangerous. The scraping near his ear was the sound of my bow being taken from the bow case. Was Uns, the muttered words had certainly been Uns, planning to shoot a cat? No, because this new scrape was the bow being replaced, beyond question. That thump as the end of the bow struck the bottom of its hard leather case was unmistakable, unless it was really something else. Uns had not known what was in the case, and had taken it out to see if it was good to eat or play with. Finding it was not, he had sensibly put it back. The thought suggested various occasions on which Manny himself had not put something back, and... Uns is lifting the saddlebags now. Here it comes. But it did not come. The saddlebags settled into place somewhere else, where in place of Cloud's slow grazing steps, there was a faint swaying. Manny shut his eyes tight and counted until he lost count somewhere between 20 and the other one, then risked a peek from under the flap. Uns had gone. I lay under a blanket by a fire. This was as good as conditions were ever apt to be. Untying the thong that held the saddlebag closed had been the hard part of hiding in the bag, but Manny, who was not inexperienced in these matters, had labored with tooth and paw. Once inside, he had reached down to pass the thong loosely through its loop. Now it was not even necessary to pull it out. Raising the flap, drew free the thong. Half in the bag and half out, he had a look around. The bags hung on a limb near the ground. A larger limb held Cloud's saddle and bridle. Cloud herself was rolling on her back in the manner of cats. Cloud, Manny reflected, was an unusually fine animal and might well have a dash of cat somewhere in her ancestry. He leaped to the ground, flattened himself against it, and waited for any sign that he had been seen. All quiet, save for splashing some distance away. Fish jumping, quite possibly. Large fish, and even minnows were very good. Manny licked his lips. More fires and tents on the other side of the tree. In this tent, a tree-sized woman, sound asleep, her breath heavy with wine. Beside her, a snoring man with a blonde mustache. Before the other, a shield tastefully ornamented with spotted cats. In it, a dozen men asleep. One stirred, and Manny left in haste. Black was surely the best of all colors. Assuredly it was the best of all colors for cats. What, he wondered, did white cats do? How could they live, much less do their duty, when they were visible at night? A sumptuous pavilion remained, which Manny felt certain was Idun's. He entered boldly, found her asleep, and the elderly maid at her feet also sleeping, and springing lightly onto her bosom, offered the traditional gesture of love and respect until she woke. "1,000 apologies, Your Majesty." He lowered his eyes demurely. "I presume upon your affection, I know." "Manny, what are you doing here?" "Reporting, Your Majesty. When you left, you charged me to observe everything, cautioning me that I'd have to give a full account of all I'd heard upon your return. I've heard a lot, and given an opportunity to make an interim report, I seized it. There's much you should be apprised of." "How did you get here? You can't possibly have walked this far." "Nor did I, Your Majesty." Briefly, Manny considered the ethics of the situation. Ethics seldom concerned him, yet it seemed to him that this was one of those rare occasions when they had to be accorded weight. He cleared his throat. "My previous owner, the gallant knight for whom I still hold so much affection, carried me in a saddlebag, Your Majesty." "Sir Abel?" Manny had been hoping that Idun would pick him up and stroke him, and now she did. "Manny, Sir Abel's here in the mountains with us, not in Utgard. I spoke to him tonight." "It is nearly morning, Your Majesty." "All right, I spoke to him last night. Are you telling me he rode to Utgard and back in a night?" "No, Your Majesty, for I do not know it." The old woman stirred, and Idun whispered, "Go back to sleep, Gerda, it's nothing." "Your Majesty not infrequently doubts my veracity," Manny said stiffly. "Your Majesty is prone to discount my sagacity as well. I am, however—" "I don't mean to insult you," Idun declared, "and I didn't mean that you were nothing, only that Gerda should go back to sleep. But Sir Abel, he simply cannot have gone to Utgard and returned with you as quick as that." "Doubtless, Your Majesty is correct." Manny's tone was no longer unbending. "Nor did I say he had, only that I rode in his saddlebag. As I did, Your Majesty. So riding I arrived not long ago, and since my arrival have been seeking you, famished and exhausted from a trip you yourself call lengthy, but seeking you and not my own comfort." "There isn't a lot of food here, but I'll see that you have your choice of whatever we have." "In that case, I may be able to provide Your Majesty with a quail or a partridge, and I would account it an honor for your majesty to accept any such gift I may supply. But I should warn your majesty that Sir Abel was unaware of my presence in his bag. It might be better not to speak of it. Idun had not been listening. How is my husband? I am no physician, but a shrewd judge of every matter brought before you. Having smoothed Manny's head sufficiently, Idun tickled his chin. How is he? Your concern for him does you credit, your majesty. I am concerned myself. He has treated me with great civility on the whole. Idun sighed. I don't love him, Manny. I can't. But I'm his wife. To be noble is to do one's duty. Indeed, your majesty. And to be royal is to do more. Knights serve their lord and lords their king, but the king serves his people and his crown, or he is but a tyrant. A queen, your majesty, is a woman, and a woman having half the strength of a man must bear twice the burden. How is he? Weak, your majesty, but stronger than he was when you left him. He has lost a great deal of blood. And endured a lot of pain, I know. Is he eating? Soup, I think, your majesty. Broth. Does he speak of me? With the greatest affection, your majesty. My former master explained to him that you had sent him to his majesty, and his majesty praised you to the skies, if I may put it thus picturesquely. He's awake, then, and speaking. Happily so, your majesty. Manny coughed delicately. He spoke of your wisdom, your majesty. Not of your wisdom exclusively, of course, for he praised your beauty as well. But he spoke glowingly of it. Here I can't help but be indelicate, your majesty. Yet I think the matter important. Idun nodded encouragement, her nod just visible by the grey light filtering through the doorway. He compared your insight to that of his first minister, Lord Thiazi, your majesty. Manny purred. He judged yours to be superior. I must thank his majesty as soon as possible, Manny. He has paid me a great compliment. Indeed, your majesty. He likewise compared your acumen to your noble father's, again judging in your favor. That, your majesty, has a certain bearing upon my errand. Idun's hands left Manny. I hope you're not about to tell me something to my father's discredit. Your majesty is the best judge. Your noble father is eager that Sir Abel enter your royal husband's service. I know it. A most impressive prophecy having assured him that your throne shall stand secure, if Sir Abel is your royal husband's vassal. Your husband wishes the same, for the same reason. I know all that, Idun said brusquely. Come to the point, Manny. He made her a small seated bow. I am making every effort to do so, your majesty. I considered my preliminaries necessary. Doubtless you are also aware that your noble father designs the death of Sir Svan's squire. At these words, Uns, who had been listening outside the pavilion for the past minute or two, edged a little closer. Svan woke Toug, shaking his shoulder. I wish I could let you sleep, but Lord Beale wants to talk to us together. Attila sat up. And me, I'm going with. You need a bath, Svan told her. It's just charcoal from our shop. Attila tried to scrape her arm with a forefinger. Smoke and stuff. You really do need a bath, Toug confirmed. Clean clothes, too. My sister left with Sir Abel, Svan said brusquely. Mute, Toug nodded. I wish we had her back. I wish we had Sir Abel back, too. He won't return until he brings the Duke, so he said. And my sister won't return at all. Toug got out of bed, found Swordbreaker, and looked around. Where's Manny? If you don't know, I certainly don't, Attila said. Put on more wood, and Toug did. You'd better be sparing, Svan told him. There's only so much unless we can go out and get more. Unless? Toug looked around at him. I think something like that's what his lordship wants to talk about. We won't know until we hear him, and we won't hear him until you're dressed. Nodding, Toug turned to Atella. My sister's gone, but Baki's still around, or I think she is. I know Pauk is, and he knows all the women. Find someone and tell them I said to give you a bath and see that you wash your clothes. I want breakfast, I know. Say I said to feed you, too. To go with. Toug took a deep breath. When you're clean and wearing a clean dress and you've had breakfast, you can come with me any place I go. He and Svan left. As they climbed down the oversized stair, Svan said, You're not really going to take her, are you? Any foray outside the castle will be dangerous. Toug shrugged. We may not be going anywhere, and if we are, we'll be gone. A heavy tread on the steps above interrupted. Both stopped and moved to one side.
Good morning. Would you want me to carry you?
Svan smiled. Good morning, Shield Star. I know your offer is kindly meant, but these steps don't really pose much of a problem for my squire and me.
As you will. I'm for the Lordlin. And you?
If you mean Lord Beale, the same.
Stir stump, then. I'll not come for you.
Shieldsstar paused, then chuckled.
You small folk set us to work here. In our north country we dinna fetch nor carry.
Still laughing, he preceded them, and they followed him as quickly as they could.
Here's our dilemma, the Aussie told Svan and Toug. As you just heard, we're sending Shieldsstar and his men to buy the forge and tools and to collect more of His Majesty's loyal subjects if they can. Lord Beale, he nodded toward him, fears we cannot trust him. Perhaps I should not tell you that since it may influence your own thinking, but I have no doubt you knew it before.
Svan nodded. Beale said, You're entitled to your own opinions, both of you, and I'd like to have them. Can we, Sir Svan? I would not, your lordship. No more than we must. Beale nodded. Squire Toug? I don't think he'd go against the king, Toug said slowly. Only we're not the king.
We act for him, the Aussie declared.
But Shieldsstar isn't sure we're honest about it. Or that's how it seems to me, my lord.
There you have it. Beale laid a leather bag on the table. That's gold, a lot of it. I want you two, alone, to go into the town with it. Take no men-at-arms and no archers, just the two of you. Will you do it?
Svan said, Certainly, your lordship.
Squire?
Toug took a deep breath. If Sir Svan goes, I'll go.
Good. We've been hiding in here. You may think that's too harsh a word, but it's the truth. Hiding and hoping His Majesty would recover and save us. And then Her Majesty, my daughter, Beale paused, rubbing his forehead. She left, rode to fetch Sir Abel. That made it worse, for me anyway.
To tell you the truth, Svan said, I've been hoping for something like this.
The Aussie cleared his throat. That throat looked as long as Toug's forearm, and the clearing of it was like the noise of barrels rolled on cobblestones. We can't hide, as Lord Beale calls it, much longer. There isn't enough food. We've told Shieldsstar to tell everyone he meets that His Majesty is recovering.
Beale muttered, They heard that.
Of course they did. I repeat it to emphasize it. We also told him to buy food if he can.
Svan nodded. So did Toug.
Now I tell you the same things. If you speak to any of our sons of anger, tell them His Majesty will be well soon. If you speak to slaves, as seems more likely, the same.
We will, Svan nodded.
Beale added, Buy food if you can. Wagon loads of it. If Shieldsstar brings more Angerborn, we'll need tons of it. And, in fact, we need tons of it already, for Thrym and his men and for ourselves, to say nothing of the slaves.
We'll get what we can, Svan said stoutly. Toug added, I think Shieldsstar will too. It's food for him and his men, a lot of it.
Beale nodded. So far, we've only asked you to do some of the things Shieldsstar will be doing, but there's much more, no doubt you guessed. Svan nodded. First, we need to test the waters. If we send Sir Garvaon and his men-at-arms with you, the Angerborn would feel threatened. I have no doubt they would attack you.
I agree, the Aussie declared.
But one knight and one squire. Don't take your lance, by the way. I want you to leave that here.
I will, your lordship.
Are clearly no threat. They've had ample time to grow used to the idea that there are humans in Utgard, friends of their king, who are neither slaves nor foes. If I'm right, they should let you alone. I think you'll find I am. Thiazi favored Svan with a cruel smile. If Lord Beale's misjudged, you'll find yourself in a fight that will make you famous even if you lose. As you will. Will you still go?
Certainly, my lord.
Beale spoke to Thiazi. I told you. I know you did. I didn't believe you. He shrugged. Svan rose, sliding from the seat of his chair to the floor.
Is that all, your lordship?
You're anxious to be away?
Yes, your lordship, I am.
There is one more item. Beale looked from Svan to Toug and back again. Lord Thiazi tells me that under the laws of Jotunland, the king can commandeer the slaves of his subjects if he has need of them. The slaves of this smith, Logi, Toug said.
Yes, your lordship.
Assisted him in making the tools, Toug saw. You are to sequester them if you can in the king's name and bring them here. Thiazi added, or kill them if you cannot. Toug started to speak, then closed his mouth and waited for Svan, but all Svan said was, I will, my lord. Toug cleared his throat.
I ask a boon, my lord.
Thiazi smiled as before. To which you think yourself entitled, I'm sure.
Yes, I do. You just gave me one, I know. You gave me my sister. That was really very nice of you, and I haven't forgotten.
Yet you believe that you're owed another, Beale said. I will grant it myself, squire, if I can.
You can't, your lordship, or anyhow I don't think so.
Thiazi leaned forward, both huge hands on the polished black wood of the huge table. This is becoming interesting. Tell me why you deserve this boon, and I may grant it.
Toug filled his lungs. When you gave me my sister, my lord, and I'll never forget it, it was for going outside alone at night and finding Logi's forge and killing him. Now I'm going out again only in daylight. We'll probably be killed. Everybody here knows that.
Svan nodded and said,
I must speak to you privately. So I'd like the reward first, and because it may make it easier for me to do what you want us to do. I mean, get Logi's slaves and bring them here.
Go on, Thiazi told him.
What I want is for you to promise that if we do, you'll set them free, all of them, who come here and help the king. If you promise, we can tell them that you did, and they'll do everything they can to help, and that may do it.
Bravo, Beale muttered, and then more loudly, Bravo! It's not a bad thought, squire, Thiazi relaxed, with an amused smile at Beale. I'd be disposed to grant it if I could. Unfortunately, our law forbids the freeing of slaves for any reason.
You tried,
Svan whispered to Toug. However, I can offer another, one you may like as well, or better. The slaves you bring here will be divided between Sir Svan and yourself. Sir Svan will have first choice, you second, Sir Svan third, and so on. Thus you shall each receive the same if the total is even, and Sir Svan one more if the total is odd.
That won't make them help us, Toug muttered. They don't want to belong to us.
Oh, but it will. In time you and Sir Svan will return to Celadon, and they'll be free. Thiazi paused, and the cruel smile returned. Unless, of course, you choose to sell them before you go. But you need not tell them that. I sat up, and seeing Uns crouched by the fire to spread my shirt to the warmth of the flames, I said, I've had the strangest dream. I got something I gotta tell you, sir. In a moment, Uns. I want to tell somebody about this before I forget. We never dreamed in Skai, did I tell you? Uns shook his head. We never did, and it never seemed odd to us that we didn't. At least it never seemed odd to me. I found Parka's bowstring among my blankets and showed it to Uns. I was listening to this before I slept. That might have had something to do with it. We're not dreaming in Skai, sir. With my dream.
I don't know why I didn't dream there. Perhaps the others did, though I never heard anybody mention it. The Valkyrie's kiss brings forgetfulness so deep that I never thought of Desiree. It seems impossible, but I didn't.
Yes, sir.
I was conscious of something wrong, you understand. I fell silent, lost in thought. Exactly as I was conscious of something wrong in my dream. Years passed before I could put a name to it, before I remembered her face. That was when I went to the Valfather.
Just like me coming to ya, sir.
My Valkyrie was Alvedon's. She'd been a princess and died a virgin, facing death with dauntless courage. I should have held her dearer than Desiree. I wanted to, but couldn't.
Yes, sir. Like to see him someday, sir.
Maybe you will. It isn't at all likely, but it's not impossible. What was I talking about?
About your bowstring, sir, in your dream.
You're right. I lay down again and laid the bowstring on my chest. My bowstring is spun of severed lives, Uns.
For real, sir?
Yes, of lives that are ended, and I think lives cut short. It may be only because most lives are.
Guess so, sir.
So do I, Uns. It's all either of us can do. Of lives cut short, whether for that reason or another. Maybe only because a woman cut them with her teeth for me. She may have ended the lives by that act. I can't remember her name.
Don't matter, sir.
She will remind me of it eventually, I feel sure. What I was going to say, Uns, was that whenever I let an arrow fly from this string, I hear them in its singing, hear their voices as they spoke in life. When I draw Eterni, all the knights who have held her unworthily appear.
Yes, sir, I seen 'em, sir.
Whether to affright my foes or encourage me, I can't say. Sometimes they fight at my side. Sometimes, judging I suppose that I have no need of their aid, they don't. Desiree saw to it that I gained Eterni, that I would have a chance to gain her at least.
Yes, sir.
Uns had returned to his laundry, turning my drawers where they hung upon a bush and feeding sticks and winter grass to the fire that dried them. She wanted me to win Eterni because she loves me.
Yes, sir.
I sat up again, running my fingers along Parka's string. Have you heard this, Uns? Have you, Gilf? Both nodded, Gilf more circumspectly. You have? Uns nodded again.
Can I tell my news now, sir? Won't take more'n a minute.
And you'll bust unless you do. I understand. Okay, I'll listen, but you must answer a question afterward, or try to. Is the king dead? King Gilling?
No, sir, getting better what he says.
King Gilling said that he was getting better?
No, sir, I mean most like he done, sir. Only 'twarn't him I heerd. 'Twar that cat, sir, your cat. Only if'n he's yourn, why ain't he here to tell you hisself?
He is, Manny announced with a fine flair for the dramatic. With head and tail high, he emerged from the shadows and bowed. Your servant, most noble of knights. My friend, rather. Ignoring a low growl from Gilf, I opened my arms. Manny sprang into my lap. Your yokel spied upon me, Sir Abel, and I have no doubt you would cut his throat for it if I asked. Certainly my royal master would hang him in chains. Did I so much as raise my paw? Manny raised it, claws out, by way of illustration. Would you prefer I forgive him? Greatly, I told him. In that case I do. Manny's claws vanished. You are forgiven, fellow.
Thanks, sir.
Uns pulled his forelock. I said, a talking cat does not astound you, Uns.
It's a magic cat, I reckon.
And you've seen a magic sword, perhaps other things.
That's so, sir. And hit come ter tell the queen lady I been looking for 'bout how her pa's trying to get Toug kilt, sir. And I likes Toug, and hope you can make him stop.
I addressed her majesty before yourself because you had given me to her, Manny explained. I felt you'd approve for that reason. She has influence with her father, and it would better for him to spare Toug voluntarily. If he's prevented by force, well, dear owner, he's King Arnthor's ambassador. There's no getting around that. I rubbed my jaw. Is he trying to kill Toug, or have him killed? Manny, who had decided his paw needed smoothing, smoothed it. He is not. Your opinion of my judgment must be high, I know. We have known each other for some while. It is. In which case you will give weight to my opinion, which is that Lord Beale won't sully his honour with murder, whether by his own hand or another's. He thrusts Toug into positions of danger. The stratagem is not unknown. Why? I lay down once more. He wishes you in his son-in-law's service, because he believes he will keep the crown with you to guard it. Manny waited for me to speak, but I did not. He believes this because my mistress, by which I mean by first mistress, has told him so. To be precise, because she told that Longfellow Thiazi. You recall him, I'm sure? Yes, I do. Why did she say it? She no longer confides in me, as she used to, Manny said pensively. Not that we are estranged. When one is dead. I understand. Manny condescended to address Uns. I myself have been dead on several occasions. We are permitted 9 demises, of which the 9th is permanent. Doubtless you know. No, sir, I didn't. Only I do now, Master Cat. You may refer to me as Master Manny, fellow. Though I am a cat, Cat is not my name. Master Manny redirected his attention to me. You asked why she prophesied as she did. May I hazard a conjecture? Because it's true? Certainly not. I would guess she feared that my master, by which term I designate his Royal Majesty King Gilling of Jotunland, to whom my royal mistress Queen Idun his wife has given me, might do you violence otherwise. Thanks to her foresight, he is instead solicitous of your life. More so than I. I shut my eyes. You can hear my bowstring, can't you, Manny? Even now? For once Manny was silent. I can. There's one voice that cries out to me again and again. After I got this bowstring, I tried not to hear it. To tell the truth, I tried not to hear any of them. Now I have been listening for that one especially. I hear it now, and I can make out a few words and sobbing. Maybe that queen you like, sir. Could she be, like, passed across? Desiree. No, Desiree is not dead. For a half-minute or more there was silence, save for the crackling of the fire, unsfed and stirred. At last Manny said, There is a room in Utgard, the room of lost love. I opened my eyes and sat up. Have you been in there? Manny shook his head. I've merely seen the door. You know where it is? Lord Thiazi has a study, very capacious and nicely situated, in which he pursues the art. Other rooms open off it. I have been through all the doors but one, and that one is kept locked. I have climbed the ivy outside, but that room has no window. You'd like to get in? Perhaps. Manny's emerald eyes, which had been half shut, opened wide. Certainly I'd like to look inside. Have you lost love, Manny? He sprang from my lap and vanished in the night. What about you, Uns? Don't know an Unsar, only I like Squire Toug. So do I. I stretched. I don't want him killed or maimed any more than you do. Then you'll stop it, sir, tomorrow, like? No, Manny told Her Majesty of Jotunland while you eavesdropped. Is that right? I never called it right, sir. Naturally not, but you did. She may stop it, or not. Surely she'll try. As for me, I yawned. Toug wants to be a knight.
The song of the string had begun, and although Gilf laid a gentle paw upon my hand, I said no more. Svan motioned to Toug, who shut the Aussie's door behind them. The vast hallway, always dark, seemed darker than ever. Bats chittered high overhead. "That's a bad man," Toug said under his breath. "That isn't a real man at all," Svan told him. "If you haven't learned it yet, learn it now." "I know." "Then act like it and speak like it. Their whole race is evil, though some are better than others. The worst are monsters far worse than beasts." "Logi had 3 arms," Toug said pensively. "I haven't told anybody about it, but he did." "There was once a knight named Sir Ravd," Svan said. He had begun to walk so fast that Toug had to trot to keep up. "Sir Ravd was sent to suppress outlaws in the northern forest from which you hail, the forest south of the mountains." "I remember," Toug said. "He was killed. I think Duke Martyr thought the outlaws, the free companies as they called themselves, would not attack a great and famous knight, though he had no comrade save his squire. If that's what Duke Martyr thought, Duke Martyr was wrong." "I won't tell anybody you said that," Toug declared. "I would say it to his face. I already have." Svan took a dozen strides before he spoke again. "Sir Ravd died. His squire lived, though he had been left for dead. He returned to Sheerwall, eager to tell everyone how his master had charged foes so numerous they could not be counted, how resolutely and how skillfully his master had fought, sending scores to the wolves, how he, Sir Ravd's squire, alone and wounded, had buried Sir Ravd by moonlight, digging the grave with a broken axe and heaping it with the weapons of the slain." Not knowing what else to say, Toug said, "Yes, sir?" He glanced behind him, for he felt unseen eyes on his back. "They heard him in Sheerwall," Svan continued, "and they slandered him, not to his face. They were not as brave as the outlaws who had faced Sir Ravd and his squire too, and never flinched. But he found, the squire, that he had an enemy no sword could touch, rumours that dogged his steps." Abruptly, Svan stopped and turned to face Toug. "I have tried to teach you in the short time we have been together." "Yes, Sir Svan, I know you have, and I've learned a lot, from you and from Sir Abel too." "This is my most important lesson. It took me years to learn it, but I throw it to you like a crust." "Yes, Sir Svan," Toug repeated. "We go into danger. You fought a frost giant and won. We may be fighting a score before noon. When we do, you may live and I may die." "I hope not, Sir Svan." "I've no wish to die, none at all. If we fight, I hope for victory. I'll do all I can to see that we're victorious. You have that mace?" "Yes, Sir Svan, Swordbreaker." Toug held her up. "Where is the dagger you took from the Angerborn smith? You showed it to me. A dagger as big as a war sword. Have you still got it?" "It's back in my room unless somebody took it." "Bring that too. Bring them both." "I will, Sir Svan." "If I die and you live, Toug, you'll have to face a foe more terrible than the Angerborn, and more subtle. Whispers, sly smiles, sidelong looks. Do you understand me?" "I think so, Sir Svan." "You'll have to fight them, and you fight them by finding a battle to die in, and not dying. By doing that over and over, Toug." "Yes, Sir Svan." "You're a peasant boy, as Sir Abel was?" "We are not as bad as you think, Sir Svan." "I don't think it." Svan sighed, and it came to Toug that Svan's sigh was the loneliest sound he had ever heard, a sigh like a ghost's, a sound that would haunt the cavernous halls of Utgard longer than the bats. "I was brought up by my father's servants, Toug, mostly Nola and her husband. They were proud of me and taught me to be proud of myself. It helped, and for years it was the only help I had. Has anyone been proud of you besides me?" Toug gulped. "I wouldn't have been able to kill Logi if it hadn't been for Org, Sir Svan. He was fighting him first to protect us, and he did more than I did. Only he said I wasn't supposed to tell about him." Svan smiled. It was not a warm smile, but it made him handsome.
I'm proud of you just the same. More proud because you told the truth when the temptation to lie must have been great. I've lied often and know that temptation. Who besides me? My sister, Sir Svan, Ulfa, when she found out I was a squire and might be a knight some day. That's good, and Ulfa and I may be enough. Sir Ravd was never proud of me, and I was never as proud of him as I should have been. Here I feel I should order you to remember him, but you never knew him. I saw him, Sir Svan, when he came to our village and talked to people. Then remember that, and remember what I've told you about him. They separated, but Toug, instead of going to the turret he shared with Manny and Atella, stood and watched Svan's back as Svan strode away down that lofty hall, a hall empty of all beauty and comfort, ill-lit by such daylight as found its way through the high windows on one side. And it seemed to Toug that at its termination he saw a knight with a golden lion rampant on his helm and a golden lion on his shield, and that Svan did not see him, though Svan was so much nearer. Toug turned away, muttering, "This hole keeps haunted." Later, as he was starting up one of the endless flights of stairs, he said, "Well, I hope we don't have to fight at all. That we just get the slaves, and that's all there is." Still later, he added, "I wish Manny was here." Chapter 20. That was King Gilling. Summer, in the midst of winter. Idun sat upon a bench of white marble, delightfully cool, beneath wisteria. And though it was too dark for her to see the face of the young man beside her, she knew the young man was Svan. A nightingale sang. They kissed, and their kiss held a lifetime of love, throbbing and perfumed with musk. For eons it endured, but ended far too soon. She woke and held her eyes tight shut, and would have given all that she possessed to return for 1 hour to that dream, drew the blanket tight around her, and knew the febrile heat of her own loins, where something as old as woman wept. Gerda muttered in her sleep, turned and lay quiet. "Your Majesty." The voice had been real, not Manny's, not Gerda's or Berthold's, and certainly not Unn's. Idun sat up. A naked girl with floating hair knelt at her bedside. "Your Majesty, your servant is Uri. Did you like the dream I brought you?" Idun caught her breath. "I hoped it might entertain your Majesty. Your servant Uri is a waif of Aelfris, one who seeks to please you in every possible way, and asks no more than a smile. One kind word in a year, but only if your Majesty is so inclined." Idun did not feel capable of indignation, but mustered all she had. "Must we have a sentry at our door even here?" "Your Majesty does," Uri gestured. "There he lies, sound asleep, beside his cudgel," she giggled. "I skipped over him." Idun swung her legs over the side of the bed that had been Martyr's. "Rise, we wish to see you better." Uri did, wand, slender, and no taller than Idun herself. "Shall I light the candle? Am I fair to look upon?" "The sun's up." Vaguely, Idun wondered what had become of her nightdress, then remembered she had brought none. "We will see you well enough in a minute or two." "In sunshine? Your Majesty would scarcely see me at all." A flame sprang from the candlewick. "You claim you are an elf." Uri bowed, spreading her hands and inclining her head. "Your hair. It's very beautiful, but we have to admit it doesn't look human. May we touch it?" "And more, your Majesty." Idun did. "It has no weight." "But little, your Majesty, and so is stirred by every breeze. I am the same." "Your eyes, too. You don't like to look at us." "Your Majesty is a queen." Idun touched Uri's chin. "The queen orders you to look her in the face. You will not be punished." Uri raised her head, and Idun found herself looking into eyes of smoky yellow fire. "You are what you say." A trifle light-headed, Idun seated herself on the bed again. "Would you like to see my true self, your Majesty? I took this so as not to frighten. We would not have been afraid, Idun declared stoutly, but my servants may wake. Better that you stay as you are. They will not, your majesty, unless you wish it. Remain as you are, elf. What do you wish from us? A smile? All right, Idun shrugged. You'll get it if you've earned it, have you? My dream? Uri began. We had no dream. What else? Your servant Uri also brought a dream to Sir Abel. It was of glass, an isle well known to your servant. If he wants to revisit it, as I trust he will have to remain in Mythgarthr. Thus I hope to have him enter your husband's service and remain there. Does that please your majesty? Certainly, if it's true. Thank you, your majesty. Your servant Uri also seeks to warn you of an ill-intentioned person who seeks the life of your royal husband. His majesty has been stabbed. You, your majesty, were present on that sad occasion? Are you saying we stabbed him? You lie. Uri crouched, her hands raised as if to ward off a blow. Your servant proclaims your innocence with her own. Your servant has come to tell you the name. Something, afterward Idun puzzled long over just what that something had been, drew Idun's attention to the door of her pavilion. It stood open, though it ought to have been tied firmly with 5 golden cords, a discrepancy which at the time failed to disturb her. Through it, silhouetted against the sun, she saw a tall man with a staff. He wore a gray cloak and a wide hat, and he was walking toward her. Their gazes locked, and she rose from the bed, naked as she was, and trembled until he stood before her. Naked, she knelt and pressed her forehead to the rich uneven carpet of the floor. "Arise, my daughter." She did, slowly and hesitantly. "Open your eyes." "I'm afraid, father." "Do you think you must die if you behold my face? I am not the Most High. Look upon me." It was as hard as anything she had ever done. "Do you know my voice?" "It is the wind, father. I did not know it was your voice, but I have heard it many times." "Look into my eye. Have you seen it?" "Yes, father, it is where the sun lives." "I am—" "The Wanderer." Her knees shook until it seemed she would surely fall. "You are king of the Overkinds." "Am I to be so feared?" "Yes, father." He laughed, and it was the laughter of a torrent. You're displeased with me." He laid his hand upon her shoulder, and strength poured from it to fill her. "Do you truly believe, Queen Idun, that I am seen like this by those who displease me?" "No, father. I know you are not." "Then what reason have you to fear? Is it because your husband is of the blood of Ymir?" "Yes, father, for that reason and many others." "My own have wed the giants of winter and old night, Queen Idun, and they us more than once. If I bless you, will you serve me? My blessing brings good fortune ever after." She knelt, though not as Uri had, and the face that she turned up to him shone. "I'll do you whatever service I can, father, now and always, with your blessing or without it." He blessed her, giving her the blessing of Skai and the promise of a seat at his table, laying the hand that had held her shoulder upon her head and tapping her right shoulder and her left with his staff. "Rise, Queen Idun. You have a place with me always." She stood. Weeping, she could not speak. "I have a friend. I will not name him, because the name he bears here is not the name he bears among us, where he is Draco-Ritter. The dragon stands upon his helm, and coils on his shield." Still weeping, Idun nodded. "I let him return, that he might regain his only love. Help him, Queen Idun." She shut tight eyes from which the tears still streamed, and labored to bring fair words into the world.
Father, I am your slave.
Opening her eyes, she found that she stood alone in the pavilion that had been Martyr's. Gerda slept still at the foot of the folding bed. Of the wanderer there was no sign, nor was there any sign of Uri the elf maiden, save that the candle burned with a long smoky flame. Wrapping herself in a blanket, Hidden went to the door. It was closed and tied so with 5 golden cords. She loosed the knots and drew back its bare-colored velvet. Uns lay across the doorway with a stout staff beside him. A bow shot down the slope of winter-brown grass and broken snow, beyond the dead campfires and the sleepers cocooned in whatever covering they had been able to find. Green-robed spruce and white-limbed birch stirred in a dawn wind that repeated, once only, the blessing she had received. Returning to her bed, she pulled the blanket from her maid. "Wake up, Gerda, the sun's up. Help us dress before Berthold and Uns strike our tent." The dawn wind, entering the pavilion, extinguished the candle. Atella, clean and a little damp, was drying herself in the turret room.
"Where are you going?"
"Back into town." Toug tried to smile, and succeeded.
"What for?"
"To buy things. Lord Thiazi's given us money. That's Sir Svan and me. This castle's running short of everything."
"Coming with?"
"No, you're not."
So. I know where everything is, the whole market."
"Put your coat on." Toug buckled on his sword belt and loosened sword-breaker in her scabbard. "What if somebody were to see you with your gown sticking to you like that?"
"They won't. You've got the thing on the door."
"The bar." Toug picked up the dagger that had been the Angerborn smith's, and eyed it with disfavor. How is he to carry a sword as long as an ox goad? "It won't be there in a minute. I'm going, and it's too heavy for you."
"Wait up. I'll be really quick."
"You're not going. Lord Thiazi and Lord Beale said Sir Svan and me, nobody else."
"Want me to show you how to carry Master's big knife?"
"How would you know?" Toug, who had taken it from its place in the corner, leaned it against the bed.
"'Cause I'm smart. Watch."
Before he could stop her, she had drawn his dagger and ducked under one of the oversized chairs. "What are you doing down there? Don't cut that."
"I already have. This is really sharp."
"I know. I sharpened it. Be careful."
"This stuff's kind of worn, I guess. It's pretty soft."
Atella emerged from under the chair, waving a narrow strip of thick leather.
"Now sit on the floor so I can do this."
"Do what?"
"Fasten on your sword, you'll see. Now sit."
Reluctantly, Toug did. "I don't have a lot of time. Sir Svan's probably waiting for me this minute."
"We've already spent more time talking."
He felt a tug at the buckle of his shoulder strap.
"See, you've got this. You can make it shorter or bigger. And the sword's got a ring up here where Master tied it on his belt. You cut the thong, remember?"
Toug said, "Sure."
"Well, these chairs have big straps underneath to hold the cushions, so I cut a piece off the side, and I'm tying your sword on the buckle."
"Can you tie good knots, Atella?"
"I can crochet."
The knot was tightened with a vengeance.
"Now get up."
He did, and small hands made a final adjustment.
"See? It hangs right down your back slantwise, so the handle's not behind your neck. Reach up."
His hand found the long bone grip he planned to shave smaller. He drew the sword, sheath and blade, leaving his back together until the sheath fell with a slap.
"It's heavy, isn't it?"
Half an hour later, as he and Svan finished saddling, he remembered Atella's question and his answer, which had been a lie. "Sir Svan?" Svan looked up from his cinch. "What?" "I was wondering how long it took you to get used to wearing mail." "I never have." Svan swung into the saddle as if mail, helmet, and sword weighed nothing at all. "You haven't?" "Not yet. I'm always conscious of it, and glad to get it off. Ask Sir Garveon." Svan paused. "I'm glad to put it on, too. Are you afraid you can't mount with that war sword? Hang it from the pommel like your shield. Many men do that." Toug's left foot was already in the stirrup. With a firm grip on the saddle, he mounted with everything in him. "The weight wasn't as bad as you thought, was it?" Toug shook his head. Svan made a small noise and eased his reins. Moonrise trotted into the deserted courtyard, eager to be off. "You know it's a lot heavier." Toug hurried after them. "Your helm?" "No, this burse." Its strings were tied to his belt. Svan shook it, and it chinked melodiously. "If I were to lose my helm or my shield, I'd go on without them. Lose this, and who would trust me afterward?" "I would." Svan laughed. "Nicely spoken. To tell you the truth, few trust me now." For a few minutes and more, Svan rode on in silence. "Duke Martyr's coming. Sir Abel said so." "I don't know him." "I do, and he thinks he knows me. He was my liege, but he never trusted me." Side by side, they rode through the gate of Utgard and out on the echoing bridge Toug had crossed on foot the night before, and recrossed with a war sword on his shoulder and Atella skipping after him. "It's by bearing mail and sword that we become strong," Svan said, "and by bearing hardship that we become brave. There is no other way." "I need to talk to you, Manny." Manny nodded and sprang into my arms. "I require my place in your saddlebag. You'll oblige me?" "Certainly. To prove it, I put him there." "Now talk away, dear owner, or do you want me to?" "I want you to tell me about the Room of Lost Love. You mentioned it. Tell me everything you know." "I haven't been in it." Manny paused, his emerald eyes vague. "I believe I said that." "I'd like to hear everything you've heard about it." "Ulfa probably knows more," Manny said slowly. "Pauk may, too. They were in Utgard longer." Gilf made a small noise, half a growl. "They aren't here," I said. "You are. How did you learn what you know about it?" "Originally, from Huld. The Angerborn never love. I suppose everybody knows. It's the main difference between them and you. You're both very big. They're bigger, but you're both big and noisy. You don't think much, either of you. You both can talk, which is good, I admit. Tell me about the room." The last of the pack mules was being loaded. Martyr and Waddet were already in the saddle, and as I watched, Uns made a step of his hands to assist Idun in mounting. "Lost love's got to go somewhere?" Manny was speaking slower than ever, and as much to himself as me. "People act as if lost things vanish. We cats don't. I used to have a house I liked, a little place in the woods, and a good place for field mice and rabbits. I left. My mistress made me, and now I hardly think of it. But it's still there." Gilf looked up, plainly expecting me to say something, but I did not. "It hasn't gone away," Manny continued, "unless it's burned. I'm the one who's gone away." I said, "I'm not sure I follow this." "I'm like love," Manny explained. "There's a great deal of love in every cat. Not everyone believes that, but it's true. Dependency and fawning aren't love." "I love bold Berthold," I told him. "There, you see. Now suppose you stopped. You'd feel a sort of emptiness, wouldn't you?" "I suppose so." "You certainly would, if you really loved Berthold to start with. That would be the space the love used to fill. It's like losing a tooth. If a tooth comes out, you throw it away. Very likely you never see it again. But it's still somewhere. A peasant digging might turn it up, or a jackdaw might put it in his nest." I nodded absently. "Gilf, would you bring my lance?" "Love is the same, and love tends to go where it is most needed. A lost cat goes to water if it can." I didn't know that. Cloud, who had been listening, filled my mind with the image of a pony splotched with white and brown, climbing hill after hill until it reached the foothills of the mountains. So lost love comes to Jotunland, where no love is, or at least very little. Some poor slave whose cat is her only friend. Anyway, this is one of the places where it comes. I took my lance from Gilf's mouth and mounted, swinging my right leg wide to Miss Manny. It's stored in the room of lost love in Utgard. Those who've lost love. This is what they say. As I told you, I couldn't get in. Those who've lost love can go in there and find their lost love again, sometimes. Manny sighed and drew his sleek black head deeper into my saddlebag. I haven't lost love. Or if I have, I can't remember what it was. Perhaps that's why I couldn't get in. Riding alone, a long bowshot in front of the main body with empty fields and woods to either side, I found myself wondering whether that door would open to me. That's it, Toug said and pointed. That's where they made the picks and the shovels, all the tools. As he spoke, he heard the deep and sometimes rasping voices of Angerborn. A moment later, one lumbered around the corner of the house. He was carrying a mattock, but wore a long sword, like the swords with which Skoll and Bittergarm had fought. Svan and Toug urged their mounts forward, but he barred their way with his mattock. Stop! Svan reined up. We are on the king's business. You halt us at your peril. The king's dead. That is a lie. The Angerborn raised his mattock. Svan clapped his spurs to Moonrise and shot past him, galloping toward the forge. Toug laughed. Yo, how are you? Toug took his shield from the pommel to display its white griffin. One of them foreign knights. Since you call me one, I'll be a knight to you. Will you engage? A month back I killed a dozen better'n you. Then we fight as we are and where we stand, single combat. Rising in his stirrups, Toug raised his voice as well. Put aside your bow, Sir Svan. The Angerborn turned to look. Toug spurred his horse as Svan had. The war sword, drawn with one hand, wielded with both, caught the frost giant below the ribs, and driven by Taug's strength and Leomfalt's thundering speed, sank to the hilt and was torn from Taug's hands as he flashed past. He wheeled Leomfalt and let his scallop subside to a walk. The mattock lay on the road. The Angerborn who had held it knelt beyond it, bent double above a pool of blood. His hands were pressed to his side, and momentarily Toug wondered whether he was trying to draw out the blade that had pierced him or merely trying to ease his pain. He fell, and Toug urged Leomfalt forward until smoking, seething blood bathed his hooves. Dismounted, and wading in ankle-deep blood, wrestled his war sword free and wiped it with a swatch cut from the dead giant's shirt. An auction was in progress on the far side of the forge, attended by 20 Angerborn, some of whom Toug recognized. For 5 minutes he watched the bidding. Then, having seen an open door and gaunt faces in the shadows beyond it, he spurred Leomfalt between 2 Angerborn and into the house. A horse. It was one of the blind slaves from the forge. There's a horse in here. I'm riding him, Toug told him. Are you afraid we'll get the floor dirty? I'll clean it up. A worn woman came forward and grasped Leomfalt's bridle. Who are you? Toug explained, and soon 3 blind muscular men and 2 women were gathered around him. He cleared his throat. Do any of you want to go back to Celadon? Get out of here? Not be slaves no more? What's this you say? Yes. It's a trick. The last had been from one of the eyeless smiths, and Toug addressed him. It isn't a trick, Phil, but it may be tricky. To tell the truth, I think it's going to be. But maybe it can be done. We're going to try if you'll help. They're supposed to sell us, one of the other men said. After the rest's gone. Master's dead. I killed him, Toug admitted. I had to. He was going to kill Atella and me. You got her? That was Vil. A woman said,
Her ma thinks she's back at the castle. She is. I took her there last night, and your master tried to stop us. Toug drew a deep breath. Listen to me, because we're not going to do this unless you're willing. The king, King Gilling, can take slaves whenever he wants them. That's the law. Here you are. It was Svan's voice, and he strode in from another room, his shield on his arm and his sword drawn. Toug said, I thought you were at the sale out there. Schildstar's taking care of it. We were supposed to keep an eye on him, remember? Toug nodded. So I did, and he's playing a man's part as well as I can judge, buying up a lot of tools, and the tools to make them. I came back to help you. I think it's all right, Toug said. They know I killed their master. Did a certain person help you? Today, I mean? Toug shook his head. I'll teach you the lance, and we'll get you knighted as soon as I can manage it. His lordship might do it. Toug was too stunned to say anything. I thought he'd chase me, or any way I hoped he would. When he didn't, I circled around to surprise him. I'd left the road for fear of meeting another. Toug nodded. Sure. By the time I got back there, well, you know what I found, and you were gone. Svan stood straighter than ever and squared his shoulders. This is offensive, and should you challenge me when you're a knight, your challenge will be accepted. I thought you'd probably gone back to Utgard. I didn't even think of it, Toug said. Maybe I would have if I had. I don't know, but I wanted to find you, and I thought you'd be here somewhere. A gaunt woman in ragged black came out of the shadows, led by a smaller woman with floating hair. The smaller said, Don't forget this one, Lord. Baki? Toug did not try to hide his surprise. Is that Atella's mother? Indeed, Lord. I hadn't known she was so tall. Svan motioned to Baki. Come here, maid. Are you a slave? You're dressed like one. Indeed I am, Sir Knight. No doubt that's why you call my squire lord. He's a free man, and any free man must seem lord to you. I am his slave, Sir Knight. Thus I name him lord. I've seen many slaves since I've been here, and many of them women. Sometimes Utgard seems full of them. None I've seen have been as pretty as you. Beware, Sir Knight. Atella's mother had taken Taug's hand, and her large dark eyes held a question. She's back at the castle, Toug whispered. She's been very good, and I haven't hurt her. Nobody has. One of the blind men said loudly, You said we might get free. Svan raised his voice. Listen, all of you. I speak here for the king. As of this moment you belong to King Gilling, all of you except the girl who belongs to my squire. We're taking you out of here and taking you to the market. Voices were raised in protest. Not to sell you. We need to buy food to feed you once you get to Utgard, and I've got money for it. I'll buy sacks of corn and baskets of vegetables, turnips, or whatever they have here. And we'll buy meat and perhaps live animals we can drive before us. You'll carry the sacks and baskets and help drive the animals. The point I have to get across is that you've got a new master, the king, and I represent him. If you're loyal and obedient, we'll take good care of you. If you're not, I'm not going to play the fool for you with reprimands and beatings. King Gilling wants good slaves, not bad ones, and there's more where you came from. Follow me? Baki tugged at Taug's sleeve. The sun is bright. He nodded. I understand. I fear she may wander away. A woman said, I'll take care of her. Do you think she might ride behind you, Lord? She is very thin. She cannot weigh much. If we can get her up here. Atella's mother spoke. Let me have your hands, maid. I do not think I am strong enough, Baki spoke to the other female slave. One knee. Let her step on the other. It was easier than Toug had expected. Atella's mother was soon seated behind him, her skirt hiked to her thighs, while her pitifully thin arms locked his waist. The rest will be going out a window on the other side of the house, Lord. That was how the knight entered, and his steed is tied there.
We'll join them, Toug said, and tapped Leomfalt with his spurs to signal that they were ready to go.
She is an elf, Atella's mother whispered as they rode through the doorway.
I know. How did you know it? There was no reply. Once they were stopped as they rode through town, but Svan declared loudly that they were on the king's business, and the Angerborn who halted them grumbled and moved aside. The market, when they found it, was larger and poorer than Toug had expected, its stalls staffed almost entirely by humans. After some inquiry and bargaining, they bought a large wagon, heavily made and nearly new, and 4 bullocks to draw it. When it was theirs, Svan began buying every kind of food and having the slaves load it. A small hand found Taug's.
He's paying way too much.
His jaw dropped. What are you doing out here?
Going with. I was afraid you'd get in trouble and need help. I figured you'd come here 'cause you said, so this is where I came too.
Shaking his head, Toug picked Atella up and stood her on a barrel. You know you shouldn't have. I told you not to. You've been bad.
If I got to be bad to help you, that's what I'll do. I'm not really little like you think. Give me your hand.
He did, and she put it to her breast.
Feel that? Mama says I'll be big any day now.
Despite his good intentions, something stirred in Toug.
We slept and you never touched me, only it wasn't how I was hoping. I wanted you to hold me and maybe we'd kiss.
Toug gulped. I think we ought to wait till... Someone, an Angerborn with tusks, was pointing at him and shouting at Svan. Quickly he turned and advanced on them with outstretched hands, and fell. Svan's sword had struck too swiftly for Toug to see it, but half its blade was red with blood. The Angerborn writhed on the trampled mud of the market, roaring, dragging himself with his arms, still toward Toug. We're going, Svan shouted. Slaves on the wagon, all of you! You women, one of you drive! The barrel top was empty. Toug drew his war sword and severed 2 fingers from a huge hand that reached for him. Without thought, he found himself in Leomfalt's saddle. A long whip cracked, like the breaking of a lance, and he saw Atella's mother on the seat of the wagon with Atella beside her. An Angerborn, with a sword, fronted it, shouting for them to stop and catching a bullock by the horn. The whip licked his face, and he staggered backward. Toug rode for him and drove the war sword home. And all was confusion, giants pouring from the houses around the market, Svan clearing a path with horse and sword and deadly courage, booths tipped over, baskets spilled and warty brown roots rolling underfoot, slaves scattering or screaming while others boarded the wagon. Marigolds and manticores! Marigolds and manticores! A shrieking demon drove the wagon with a curling, cracking viper that struck and struck until it roused the bullocks to its own frenzy, and they charged head down and bellowing, threatening to overrun Svan, then rushing past him. They were in sight of the great gate when the wagon lost a wheel. Schildstar and his followers saved them for the moment, checking their fellow Angerborn with their voices and their spears, and in that moment, Garvaon cantered down the arch of the wooden bridge, trailing white-faced archers and men-at-arms. Seeing them roused the Angerborn to new fury. Toug, who had felt that he had fought often and hard, learned that he scarcely knew what it was to fight, to slash and stab and have the stallion he loved die under him. To fight on foot, the arm that should have held his shield useless, voice gone and strength gone and nothing left but the knowledge that Atella was somewhere in the madness. The knee before him was higher than his waist. He swung Swordbreaker with all the force that remained, and when the giant did not fall, held her with both hands and swung again, though the pain left him half blind and he felt the grating of his broken bones. "The castle!" It was Svan, and Svan was gripping his arm. The pain was excruciating. "Come on!" Toug shouted, "Atella!" But Svan was not listening, and nothing Toug said afterward made sense even to him. An arrow flashed, followed by another and another. A clear voice rang over the shouting and the clash of steel.
We are your queen. Hear us, all of you. Stop this. We command it. We, Queen Idun.
Hot slut!
The insult brought another arrow, and the arrow a scream that might have been the very stones of Utgard crying out. Silence fell, or something near to silence. Looking up, Toug saw a grey mount above the great gate of Utgard, a grey that pawed air, its reins held by a knight who held a bow as well. A woman in a riding skirt sat behind him, and although we were silhouetted against the noon sky, Toug recognized her.
By the authority of King Gilling we command you stop. Is that my husband's trusty servant Schildstar below?
Aye, roared Schildstar.
Restore order, Schildstar. Hear us, you sons of anger. He who strikes Schildstar strikes us, and he who strikes us strikes the king.
When Toug and Svan, with Atella between them, hurried through the great gate, the gross body of a frost giant stretched on the filthy mud of the bailey. Toug did not pause to look at it, although he was vaguely and weakly surprised. Crownless, clothed in blood-stained bandages, stripped of honor, it made little impression until he heard Svan's awed whisper, "That was King Gilling."